10 years have passed, and Li Yi has finally ascended to the coveted title of the Carefree King. He had envisioned a life filled with exquisite wines in one hand and roasted chicken in the other, leisurely wandering through pleasure houses and enjoying melodious tunes. To his utter astonishment, on the day of his coronation, the emperor unexpectedly bestowed upon him the hand of Qin Muwan, the esteemed eldest daughter of the Duke of Dingguo, renowned as the Hedong lion capable of silencing a child's cries at night. Rumor has it that his fiancée, Qin Muwan, stands at an impressive height, can wrestle bears, and devours enough food to deplete half a royal mansion in a single meal. Faced with this formidable warrior bride who resorts to physical persuasion at the slightest disagreement, Li Yi is reluctantly compelled to enter the competition mode, engaging in courtly intrigue, battling treacherous ministers, and striving for peace across the land. Years later, as Li Yi stands atop the pinnacle of power, the world finally awakens to the truth. What carefree king? He is undeniably the most cunning wolf in the realm. Li Yi can only helplessly raise his hands and surrender. I never intended to compete. It's all my lady's doing. Chapter 1. Old Deng. You do not keep your word. In the Dacian dynasty, during the spring of the 20th year of the Tianqi era, in the capital city, the residence of the third prince. Beneath the pear tree in the backyard, Li Yi reclines comfortably on a finely crafted Zeton wood lounge chair, one hand holding a cluster of crystal grapes and the other a glass of chilled sour plum soup, humming a modern tune out of tune. One must enjoy life to the fullest. Do not let the golden goblet face the moon empty. The ancients truly do not deceive me. Having traversed this world for a full decade, transforming from a 996 corporate slave to the most inconspicuous yet liberated third prince of the Dacian dynasty, Li Yi is utterly satisfied with his life's trajectory. His elder brother, the crown prince, appears benevolent but harbors deep jealousy. His second brother is exceptionally skilled in martial arts and holds immense authority in the military, while even his other brothers are the dragon throne with covetous intent. Only he, since his arrival in this world, has established a persona of a debauched playboy, indulging in pleasures and frivolities, successfully convincing everyone that he is merely a harmless mascot with no threat to the throne. Today marks his 20th birthday and the day of his coronation. After today, he shall officially separate from the palace, escaping the vast corporate environment to embrace a monotonous yet leisurely life of collecting rents, listening to music, and admiring beauties. Contemplating this, Li Yi takes another satisfying sip of sour plum soup. Your Highness, the auspicious time is approaching. It is time to enter the palace. The elderly eunuch Fu incautiously reminds him. What is the rush? Li Yi lazily waves his hand. Father Emperor has already promised to confer the title of Carefree King upon me. Going over is merely a formality. Being early or late makes no difference. But Fu attempts to speak further, only to be interrupted by Li Yi's dismissive wave. Enough, enough. Li Yi knows Fu is about to launch into a lecture again and reluctantly rises. Have someone help me change. Yes, Your Highness. In the palace, at the Taiha Hall, golden bricks pave the ground, dragon columns reach for the sky, sandalwood incense wafts through the air, and the atmosphere is solemn and dignified. The emperor sits high upon the dragon throne, overseeing the officials below. Li, clad in a brand new princely robe and wearing a golden crown, stands at the center of the hall, receiving the gazes of all present. He lowers his head slightly, appearing rather slender, with a habitual expression of timidity and bewilderment, perfectly portraying a frivolous prince of no significant standing. Yet deep within his heart, a cacophony of drums and fireworks erupts, as the song Good Days plays on an infinite loop. 10 years, a full decade, playing the fool, pretending to be a debauched scion, I have finally come into my own. From this day forth, I shall soar freely in the skies and swim freely in the seas. A Zeton wood lounge chair, exquisite wine from the western regions, and the newest courtesan from the 100 Flowers Pavilion. Li Yi have arrived. He pinches his thigh hard to suppress the smile, threatening to stretch from ear to ear. This moment. A sharp and prolonged announcement rings out as the head eunuch steps forward, holding the imperial edict. With his uniquely piercing voice, he proclaims loudly, by the grace of heaven, the emperor decrees. The third prince, Li Yi, is of gentle disposition, amiable and kind-hearted. He has now reached adulthood and is hereby conferred the title of Carefree King. With a fief of 3,000 households, a palace in the eastern city, a gift of 10,000 taels of gold, and 1,000 bolts of silk, thus decreed. The words carefree resonate like a celestial melody, striking Li Yi's heart with precision. Perfect is simply tailor-made for him. He is so elated that he nearly bows deeply to the emperor on the dragon throne in gratitude for his paternal favor. The crown prince and the second prince, standing at the forefront of the officials, exchange a discreet glance, their lips curling in a faint, disdainful smiles. Carefree king. This is the emperor's final verdict for his utterly useless third brother, a complete expulsion from the power center, destined to live a life of luxury without any threat. The majority of the officials display indifferent expressions, and the elevation of a prince fated for marginalization stirs no ripples that a select few, privy to the underlying circumstances, silently shake their heads, lamenting that this may be the emperor's final act of mercy toward this son. Your son thanks the emperor for his great grace. Li Yi suppresses his overwhelming joy and, following protocol, bows to express his gratitude, just as he prepares to depart, relishing the mixed gazes of sympathy and contempt from those around him. The emperor on the dragon throne unexpectedly raises his hand. Not so fast. The emperor's voice is low but resonates clearly throughout the hall. He glances at the head eunuch, Wen Dihai, and calmly states, "There is another decree. Let it be announced as well," that a chill runs down Li Yi's spine as he stands rigidly, a sense of foreboding washing over him. Is there more? Perhaps a year-end bonus? No, my lackluster persona hardly warrants such a reward. It cannot possibly be an additional stipulation, can it? Before he can spiral further into his thoughts, Wen Dihai unfurls a fresh, bright yellow edict and clears his throat, proclaiming loudly, "By the emperor's grace, it is decreed it has come to the emperor's attention that Qin Li, the daughter of the Duke of Dingguo, Qin Muwan, is exemplary in conduct, dignified and wise, possessing both grace and talent. As she is of the same age as the Carefree king, it is deemed a match made in heaven. She is hereby betrothed to Carefree King Li Yi as his primary consort, with an auspicious date for their wedding to be selected." Thus decreed. The name Qin Muwan reverberates with the force of thunder within the solemn Taiha Hall. Instantly, the hall plunges into an eerie silence. If the earlier conferment of the Carefree king was a predictable drop of rain, this decree of marriage is akin to a divine thunderbolt capable of incinerating all in its path. Every official, without exception, gasps in shock, their eyes nearly popping out of their heads. Who in the capital is unaware that the Duke of Dingguo's eldest daughter, Qin Muwan, is a fierce warrior capable of silencing a crying child in an instant and has fought valiantly alongside her father since the age of 15, defeating barbarian foes at the frontiers? Rumor has it she stands at an impressive height, with a waist to match, capable of consuming the flesh of 3 oxen in one sitting, and can tear apart tigers and leopards with her bare hands. The expression on Li Yi's face transitions from confusion to shock, then to a dazed state, ultimately culminating in utter despair that feels as if it has been obliterated. In place of visions of a Zetan with lounge chair, sweet wine, and alluring courtesans, he is now confronted with an image of a heavily armored female warrior, wielding a spear, her icy gaze capable of freezing the air. She grins menacingly at him. "It's over. I am finished. This is not a marriage proposal. It is a summons to face a grim reaper, leaving me no escape." With a resounding thud, it is not a kneel but the severance of Li Yi's sanity. The carefully cultivated persona of a debauched playboy collapses in an instant. He abruptly raises his head, his eyes blazing red, disregarding the decorum of monarch and subject, father and son, and points a trembling finger at the exalted dragon throne, pouring out his soul's protest. "Old Deng, you do not keep your word. 10 years have passed, and Li Yi has finally become the carefree Wang he has longed to be." He envisioned a life filled with fine wine in one hand and roasted chicken in the other, leisurely wandering through the pleasure quarters and listening to delightful tunes. However, to his utter astonishment, on the day of his coronation, his father, the emperor, presented him with a marriage decree, bestowing upon him the daughter of the Duke of the State, the renowned Hedong Qin Muwan, known for her ability to soothe crying infants. That it is rumored that his fiancée, Qin Muwan, stands at an impressive height, capable of defeating bears with her fists, and can consume enough food to deplete half a royal household in a single meal. Faced with this formidable wife, who resorts to physical persuasion at the slightest disagreement, Li Yi is reluctantly forced into an internal competition mode. He navigates the court, battles treacherous officials, and strives for peace in the realm. Years later, as Li Yi stands atop the pinnacle of power, everyone finally realizes the truth. What carefree Wang? He is evidently the most cunning wolf in the world. Li Yi can only helplessly shrug and say, I truly did not intend for this competition. It was all forced upon me by my wife. Chapter 1. Old Deng. Your words do not hold true. In the Dacian dynasty, during the 21st year of the Tianqi reign, in spring, at the residence of the third prince in the capital, beneath the pear tree in the backyard, Li Yi reclined comfortably on a finely crafted Zeton wood lounge chair. With a string of crystal grapes in his left hand and a glass of chilled sour plum soup in his right, he hummed a modern tune. One must savor the joys of life. Do not let the golden goblet sit empty before the moon. The ancients do not deceive me. Having traversed into this world for a full decade, transitioning from a 996 wage slave to the most inconspicuous yet free third prince of the Dacian dynasty, Li Yi is utterly satisfied with his life plan. His elder brother, the crown prince, appears benevolent but is, in truth, deeply envious. His second brother excels in martial prowess and commands great respect within the military, while their younger siblings eye the throne with covetous glances. Only he, after crossing over, has established the persona of a debauched scion, indulging in pleasures and successfully convincing everyone that he poses no threat to the throne. Today marks his 20th birthday and coronation. After today, he can officially separate from the palace and lead a mundane life filled with rent collecting, music, and beautiful women. With this thought, Li Yi savors another sip of sour plum soup. Your Highness, the auspicious hour is approaching. It is time to enter the palace. The elderly eunuch Fu and reminds him cautiously. What's the rush? Li Yi lazily waves his hand. My father has already promised to confer upon me the title of Carefree Wang. Going over is merely a formality. Whether I arrive early or late matters not. But Fu attempts to interject, only to be cut off by Li Yi. Enough, enough, he knows Fu and is about to lecture him again. Reluctantly, he rises. Have someone assist me in changing. Yes, Your Highness. In the palace's Taiha Hall, where golden bricks pave the floor and dragon pillars reach the heavens, the fragrance of sandalwood wafts through the air, creating an atmosphere of solemnity. The emperor sits majestically upon the dragon throne, surveying the officials below. Clad in a brand new royal robe and wearing a golden crown, Li Yi stands in the center of the hall, absorbing the gazes directed at him. He bows his head slightly, his figure seemingly slender, wearing an expression of habitual timidity and confusion, perfectly embodying the image of an inconsequential idle prince. However, deep within, a cacophony erupts, with drums beating and firecrackers exploding, as the song Good Days plays on an endless loop. 10 years. A full decade, playing the fool and feigning debauchery. I have finally emerged. From this day forth, the sky is high for birds to soar, and the sea is vast for fish to leap. A lounge chair of golden silk Nanmo, exquisite wine from the western regions, and a new star courtesan from the 100 Flowers Pavilion. Here I come, Li Yi. He pinches his thigh to suppress the smile, threatening to stretch from ear to ear. That moment, a sharp, elongated voice rings out as the chief eunuch steps forward, holding the imperial decree, and with his distinctive, ear-piercing voice, he announces, by the grace of heaven, the emperor decrees, the third Prince Li Yi, possessing gentle and virtuous character, is now of age. Therefore, he is conferred the title of Carefree Wang. With a fief of 3,000 households, a palace in the eastern city, 1,000 bolts of silk, and 10,000 taels of gold. Thus it is decreed. The words Carefree Wang resonate like heavenly music, striking Li Yi's heart with precision. Perfect. Absolutely perfect. This title seems tailor-made for him. Overwhelmed, he nearly bows to the emperor on the dragon throne in gratitude. The crown prince and the second prince exchange subtle glances, their lips curling into faint, contemptuous smiles. Carefree Wang. This is the emperor's final verdict on his utterly inconsequential third brother, effectively banishing him from the centers of power to live a life of luxury and leisure, posing no threat whatsoever. Most officials remain indifferent. For a prince destined for marginalization, receiving a title evokes no ripples that a few, aware of the underlying truths, silently shake their heads, lamenting this perhaps being the emperor's final act of mercy towards this son, your son. Thanks the emperor for his great grace. Li Yi suppresses his elation, performing the customary bow of gratitude. Just as he prepares to withdraw and enjoy the mixed gazes of sympathy and disdain from the crowd, the imposing emperor suddenly raises his hand. Not so fast. The emperor's voice, though low, resonates clearly throughout the hall. He glances at the chief eunuch Wendahai beside him and says indifferently, "There is another decree. Announce it together." Li Yi's heart sinks, his recently straightened posture stiffening as an ominous premonition washes over him. No way. Is there a year-end bonus? No, my lackluster persona hardly merits a year-end bonus. It couldn't possibly be an additional clause, could it? As his thoughts spiral, Wendahai unfurls a fresh, bright yellow decree and clears his throat, loudly proclaiming, "By the Emperor's grace, it is decreed, the daughter of Duke of the state, Qin Muwan, is of exemplary virtue, graceful demeanor, and possesses both talent and virtue. As she is of comparable age to Carefree Wang Li Yi, they are deemed a perfect match. She is henceforth betrothed to Carefree Wang Li Yi as his primary consort, with a favorable date for marriage to be chosen. Thus it is decreed." The name Qin Muwan reverberates within the solemn confines of Taya Hall, akin to a thunderous strike, plunging the entire hall into a profound silence. If the earlier coronation of Carefree Wang was merely a drop of rain anticipated, this marriage decree is akin to a divine thunderclap capable of turning one to ash. Every official, without exception, gasps in shock, their eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. Who in the capital does not know that the Duke's eldest daughter, Qin Muwan, is a fearsome warrior capable of silencing crying infants and who has fought valiantly alongside her father, defeating the enemy at the borders since the age of 15. It is said that she stands 8 feet tall, possesses a waist of equal measure, can consume the equivalent of 3 cattle in a single meal, and can tear apart tigers and leopards with her bare hands. The expression on Li Yi's face transitions from confusion to astonishment, then to a state of utter disbelief, finally culminating in a complete and devastating despair. The visions of luxurious lounges, sweet wines, and enchanting courtesans shatter in an instant. What replaces them is that of a heavily armored warrior maiden, wielding a long spear, her gaze as cold as ice, grinning at him with malicious intent. It is over. I am doomed. This is not a marriage decree. It is akin to summoning a deathly reaper, leaving me without a place to rest. With a thud, it is not Li Yi who kneels, but rather his sanity, which has completely snapped. The carefully constructed facade of a debauched scion crumbles in an instant. He abruptly raises his head, his eyes ablaze, disregarding the distinctions of ruler and subject, father and son, pointing directly at the exalted dragon throne with all his might, and cries out in a voice filled with anguish and fury, "Old Deng, your words do not hold true." Chapter 2 Ego, you have suffered greatly. Lao Deng, you are not true to your word. This piercing shout reverberated through the entire Tehi Hall, causing the very beams to hum ominously. The officials previously engaged in watching the spectacle now found themselves paralyzed with fear, collapsing to their knees, their foreheads pressed firmly against the cold, golden bricks, pleading loudly, "Your Majesty, quell your anger. Your Majesty, please calm your wrath." However, to the astonishment of all present, the emperor seated upon the dragon throne did not display the expected fury. Instead, he regarded his seemingly deranged son with a hint of curiosity, a barely perceptible smile curling at the corners of his mouth, as if he had long grown accustomed to the irreverent title of Lao Deng. With a tone that blended resignation and indulgence, he slowly articulated, "You rascal, to address your father so casually within the palace is one thing, but in the Golden Hall? What decorum is this?" His words left the prostrate officials in a state of utter bewilderment. The emperor's expression shifted, and the regal authority that belonged to him enveloped the room once more. A ruler's words are not mere jest. The decree has been issued and is irrevocable. It is time for your Carefree Wang Fu to have a formidable mistress to manage affairs properly. The implication was clear. This matter was settled, with no room for negotiation. Li Yi felt as though struck by lightning. Every ounce of strength drained from his body, leaving him utterly defeated. It's over. Everything is over. Continuing to protest would only lead to punishment. There would be no change. He was despondently supported by 2 young eunuchs, stumbling towards the exit as if his very soul had been extracted. In the silent hall, only his quiet, despairing murmurs remained. My premier courtesan, my fine wine, my laid-back existence. In the capital city, Wanhua Lu stood as the most renowned den of indulgence beneath the emperor's gaze, a haven where dignitaries, wealthy merchants, and the affluent squandered their fortunes. The mere act of peeking through its entrance would leave ordinary folk feeling inadequate amidst the lavish fragrances wafting from within. Inside the grandest private room, luxuries piled high on a grand zitten wood round table,
Delicacies such as longjing shrimp and crabmeat lion's head filled the space, their aromas tantalizing enough to make an average household drool. Yet, the new carefree Wang Li Yi seemed indifferent to it all. Before him stood only a jug of wine, which he poured into his cup repeatedly, his gaze hollow, his visage ashen, exuding an aura of despondency that warned others to keep their distance. The several courtesans accompanying him, the first, second, and third of Wan Hualu, were usually proud and adored, but today they dared not breathe. This carefree Wang, who typically arrived with a jovial demeanor and witty banter, now bore the countenance of a man who had lost his father. Oh no, rather one who had been betrayed by his father, which was truly alarming. They huddled in a corner like quails, lamenting why they were not quails but rather named Ing Ing and Yin Yin. With a loud bang, the door to the private room was kicked open, causing the entire frame to tremble. A figure burst in, clad in a peacock blue brocade robe, jingling with jade ornaments at his waist, striding in a manner that announced his wealth. Adorning his head was a gem-encrusted cap, and on his feet were pearl-studded boots, making him a walking spectacle. This person was Wei Tung, the young master of the Wei Duke's residence, a prominent figure in the capital's elite circles and Li Yi's closest companion over the past decade. Upon entering, Wei Tung did not even take in the room's surroundings before exuberantly shouting, "Ego, my good brother, I have arrived late. I heard you have suffered greatly." He rushed to the table, tears streaming down his face as he passionately lamented, "How could that exalted emperor treat you so? You, Ego, are charming and graceful, a paragon among the elite. That Qin Muwan he has betrothed you to is akin to sticking a beautiful flower into a pile of dung." After witnessing Li Yi's face darken further than a soot-stained pot, he quickly amended, "No, that's not quite right. I misspoke. It should be that he forced a famished tigress into your gentle sheepfold." The courtesans within the room turned pale with fright, collapsing to their knees, their heads bowed in submission. In all the realm, only this audacious Wei young master and the iron-faced Wang dared to mock the emperor and the legitimate daughter of the duke of the nation. Li Yi appeared unmoved, expressionless as he raised his cup and drank deeply. His once playful peach blossom eyes now shone dimly, as if abandoned by the world. Wei Tung, noticing this, waved his hand dismissively at the courtesans, barking impatiently, "Get out. Can't you see my ego is in a foul mood? Show some awareness." The courtesans fled the contentious space like they had been granted amnesty. Once the private room was left with just the two of them, Wei Tung plopped down, picked up his chopsticks, and took a bite of food, indignation spilling from his lips. "Ego, do not dwell in despair. Allow me to analyze this situation for you. Knowing friend and foe is crucial for victory." He lowered his voice conspiratorially, leaning closer to Li Yi's ear, embellishing the intelligence he had gathered. "Let me tell you, Ego, the rumors outside are only half the truth. I spent a fortune to obtain information from an old soldier recently returned from the front lines. They say that Qin Muwan is 8 feet tall, with the strength of a bear, capable of standing a person on her fist and running a horse with her arms." Li Yi's eyes twitched. Moreover, when she was 15, she faced a starving bear on the battlefield for 3 days. Guess what happened next? Wei Tung's enthusiasm grew. Instead of retreating, she charged forward and punched the bear square in the head. With one blow, she crushed its skull. Li Yi's complexion shifted from dark to a sickly green. And that's not all. The old soldier also mentioned that Qin Muwan possesses an insatiable appetite. Before her, even the strongest soldiers appear as mere infants. She can consume the equivalent of 8 robust men's meals in one sitting, not to mention an entire roasted sheep. My heavens, Ego, if she enters your household, your meager salary would be entirely devoured in half a month. As Li Yi gripped the wine cup, his hand began to tremble, knuckles whitening. The image of the warrior goddess in his mind now included new details, her greasy mouth with remnants of lamb clinging to her lips. Li Yi's eyes and mouth twitched uncontrollably. Chapter 3: 3 Strategies for Rescue. Observing Li Yi's expression, which seemed to be on the verge of despair, Wei Tung finally reached the crux of the matter. He thumped his chest heavily, producing a resounding thud. "Ego, rest assured, as your brother, I, Wei Tung, cannot idly watch you leap into the flames. Today, I have forsaken my meals and rest, pouring my heart and soul into formulating 3 unparalleled strategies that will surely aid your escape from this torment." A flicker of hope ignited in Li Yi's vacant gaze as he slowly lifted his head to look at his resourceful friend. Wei Tong cleared his throat, raised 3 fingers, and with utmost seriousness declared, "These are the 3 strategies I have devised for your rescue. Listen closely. The first strategy, feign illness." Wei Tong lowered his voice. "From this day forward, you must declare that you have a hidden ailment. Yes, that kind of ailment that is not suitable for public discussion, you understand? It must be something that cannot be spoken of openly. Consider this. No matter how overbearing the Qin family may be, they would never knowingly push their own daughter into a perilous situation. If word of this were spread, how could they maintain their dignity as a distinguished noble house?" Li Yi's lips quivered as if he wished to speak, yet ultimately, the words remained unvoiced. Wei Tong, noticing the absence of rebuttal, assumed Li Yi was swayed, and grew increasingly smug, proclaiming, "A self-destructive strategy. Brother Yi, those who go barefoot fear not the shod. Let us boldly shatter the vessel. Tomorrow, you shall swim naked in the moat, then publicly relieve yourself at the entrance of the Qiaozi Jian. And let us not forget to seize the pancakes from Aunt Wang, who sells them at the city gate. In short, let us embrace absurdity. Let your notorious reputation sink to the depths of the earth. I refuse to believe that the Qin family could endure such a scandalous son-in-law." Li Yi's complexion shifted from a sickly green to a deepening black. Unfazed by this transformation, Wei Tong inhaled deeply, a knowing smile illuminating his face as he lowered his voice to a near whisper. "While these strategies may yield remarkable effects, they ultimately inflict mutual harm. Yet, I possess a more refined plan. The essence of our strategy lies in undermining from within. Brother Yi, consider what matters most to Qin Muwan. Is it not her esteemed reputation as a valiant heroine? That is her lifeblood. If we devise a means to utterly tarnish her name, transforming her from a revered warrior into a figure of scorn, the Qin family will be compelled, in tears, to beseech the emperor to annul the marriage." As his words hung in the air, Wei Tong gazed at Li Yi with an expectant gleam, eager for reverence. In his eyes, these 3 cunning schemes were intricately interconnected, a stroke of genius. The room fell into a profound silence, the audacity of Wei Tang's propositions reverberating with reckless abandon. Li Yi listened quietly, his pallid face shifting under the dim candlelight, the expressions flitting across his features like shadows. Deep within his dim eyes, something was stirring, awakening quietly. Just as Wei Tong believed his schemes were too outrageous, leaving Li Yi awestruck, Li Yi moved. His trembling hands suddenly steadied. He lifted his head slowly, his intoxicated gaze locking onto Wei Tong, a peculiar brilliance igniting in his eyes. "Good brother." Li Yi grasped Wei Tang's hand with surprising strength, startling the latter. His voice, though hoarse and blurred by drink, brimmed with genuine excitement. "Let us proceed, as you suggest. The prime strategy it shall be." Wei Tong was momentarily taken aback, then elation washed over him. He had known it. His wisdom would ultimately be recognized. Brother Yi was indeed his kindred spirit. "Brother Yi, you possess remarkable insight." Wei Tong beamed, his face flushed with excitement, feeling akin to the astute Zudge Kong Ming orchestrating grand strategies. He knew this plan would surely be earth-shattering. Undermining from within was the path to victory. Excitedly rubbing his hands together, he began to outline concrete execution plans. "Rest assured, Brother Yi, I'll take care of this. I know the finest storytellers in the capital. Oh no, the most skilled purveyors of tales like Zhang Meizi, and their the opera troupe from the southern district. I shall seek them out tonight, urging them to work tirelessly on a sensational performance titled The Wild Chronicles of the Female General. We will declare that Qin Muwan, in her solitude at the border, conspired with the captured barbarian prince. No, that is not vicious enough. We will assert that she had long-standing affections for the barbarian chieftain, and this victory was merely a ruse. We'll brand her as a traitor. Once this rumor spreads, the Qin family will find it impossible to endure." As he articulated this self-destructive plan, Li Yi nodded repeatedly, feigning agreement while appearing to share the same heroic vision. In his drunken stupor, he even retrieved several thousand-tael banknotes from his pocket and slapped them onto Wei Tang's hand with a weighty thud. "Excellent. Let us proceed. Money is no object, brother. I entrust this matter entirely to you. Make it splendid." Wei Tong, overwhelmed with gratitude, nearly shed tears as he accepted the thick stack of banknotes. He patted Li Yi's shoulder vigorously, pledging, "Rest easy, brother Yi. Witness my prowess. Within 3 days, I shall ensure that Qin Muwan's name is more odious than refuse. Await the news of the Qin family imploring you to annul the marriage." With that, Wei Tung, clutching the banknotes, departed the room with the fervor of one destined for great deeds. The door to the chamber closed behind him. In an instant, the previously dazed and drunken Li Yi straightened, his countenance transforming. The haze of intoxication and despair evaporated, replaced by clarity and a glimmer of unmasked calculation. He lifted the now cold tea before him, savoring a sip, the corners of his mouth curling into a sardonic smile. Foolishness, to spread such slander, unaware of the consequences. The Qin family? They are the Duke of Dingguo, wielding a third of the military power of the great Qin dynasty. Qin Lai, that old man, is notorious for fiercely protecting his kin. Years ago, when a distant nephew had his leg broken on the street, he nearly marched his troops to raise the assailant's estate. And now, to fabricate scandalous tales about his legitimate daughter? Tomorrow, both Wei Tung and I shall find our heads adorning the Duke of Dingguo's entrance as lanterns to ward off evil spirits. The emperor would not only remain indifferent, but might even applaud Qin Lai for his righteous wrath. Li Yi set down the teacup, his gaze deepening. Yet, while Wei Tung's intellect is lacking, he has stumbled upon a keen notion to tarnish her reputation. However, this tarnish must not be malicious. It must embody a different kind of foulness, a discomforting stench that is unassailable. Chapter 4. The goddess of the 9 heavens. Li Yi gently tapped the empty corner of the room, murmuring, "Yi Qi." A shadow materialized silently behind him, kneeling on one knee. "Your Highness, go, seek out every storyteller, every opera troupe, and those ruffians who concoct urban legends throughout the capital." Li Yi's voice was calm, a stark contrast to the drunken persona from earlier. "As you command," Yi Qi responded. "Double the payment. Yet, the content of the stories must be altered." A sly smile curled at the corners of Li Yi's lips. "Instead of defaming her, we shall deify Qin Muwan." Yi Qi raised his head, confusion flickering in his eyes. Li Yi continued, lost in thought, "You must spread the word that the general of the Duke of Dingguo, Qin, is a celestial being descended from the stars, a true heroine of valor. She is above worldly concerns, driven solely by the greater good, devoid of any romantic entanglements. Highlight her disdain for men, particularly those like me, who are but frivolous wastrels. We must portray her as an untainted, ice-cold saint, repulsed by earthly attachments. The more exaggerated and absurd the tales, the better. They should incite her to fury while simultaneously praising her." Yi Qi immediately grasped Li Yi's intent, admiration gleaming in his eyes. "Your Highness is brilliant. Additionally, ensure that the storytellers and opera troupes do not disseminate the foolish version concocted by Wei Tung. Consider it my act of kindness to save him. Yes, this course of action serves 2 purposes: to sever my own lingering hopes." Li Yi's voice resonated clearly in the spacious chamber. "The more we exalt her, the less likely my father and the Qin family will reconsider the marriage over trivial matters. This is a performance for my father's benefit, a declaration of my acceptance of fate. Secondly, it aims to provoke Qin Muwan's own rebellious spirit. A resolute and proud female general on the battlefield has been sculpted into a cold, emotionless saint, bound in public to a wasteful individual she secretly despises. One might wonder what her reaction would be. She would undoubtedly be furious. Yes, indeed, Li Yi chuckled, for he desired nothing more than for her to seek him out for trouble, or even to confront Qin Lai and the emperor, compelling them to annul the marriage. This, too, served as my initial test of her. I am keen to discern the true essence of this legendary figure, the Hedong Shrew, who supposedly stops the cries of children at night. Knight 7 obeyed, melting once more into the shadows, vanishing from sight. In the elegant chamber, only Li Yi remained. He slowly approached the window, pushing it open to gaze upon the resplendent, bustling night scene of the capital below, his smile growing more sinister and cunning. "To think that I would obediently be ensnared in your schemes within the court? Absolutely not." He raised his wine cup, directing a soft murmur towards the palace. "If I cannot lead a comfortable life, neither shall you. Qin Muwan, I sincerely hope you do not disappoint me." Knight 7's efficiency was astonishing. In the span of a single night, the public sentiment of the entire capital was forcefully twisted, as if by an unseen hand.
racing towards a bizarre direction preordained by Li Yi. The largest tea house in the capital, by Wei Lu, was now brimming with patrons, every seat occupied. At the storytelling stage, the capital's most renowned raconteur, Zhang Mazi, brandished his wooden clapper, passionately narrating with exuberance. It is said that our Qin dynasty's valiant female warrior, General Qin Muwan of the Dingguo mansion, is no ordinary being. She has descended from the heavens, imbued with divine strength and ethereal aura. With a loud clap of the clapper, the audience erupted in applause. Zhang Mazi took a sip of tea to moisten his throat, continuing with his infectious voice. You may not know, but General Qin never consumes ordinary grains in the army. Each morning, she takes merely 3 sips of morning dew to stave off hunger for the day. Why? Because she, a celestial maiden, draws upon the spirit of heaven and earth. A captivated, wealthy merchant in the audience could not restrain himself. Mr. Zhang, is it true that General Qin possesses immense strength, capable of striking down bears? Excellent question. Zhang Mazi thumped his thigh, declaring, the bear did not merely face General Qin, it willingly dashed itself against the stone wall before her. Why? Because it felt unworthy, believing its foul aura would tarnish the goddess's sight. The crowd gasped in amazement, enthralled by the tale. Furthermore, before every major battle, General Qin bathes and burns incense, praying for the prosperity of our Qin nation. She speaks to her soldiers with brevity, never exceeding 3 words. For instance, charge, kill, retreat. Why? Because she believes that the breath of mortals would desecrate her sanctity. Her heart is solely devoted to the nation's cause, viewing us mere mortals as nothing but refuse. This impassioned discourse stirred the men in the tea house, who, far from feeling offended, were instead filled with fervor and pride. Indeed, this is our Qin's female war god. Precisely. Such trivial romantic entanglements would only hinder the general's speed in drawing her weapon. To betroth General Qin to a debauched scion like the Prince of Leisure is akin to placing flowers in a pile of dung. Such a waste. Similar discussions spread like wildfire through the taverns, tea houses, and streets of the capital, under the relentless financial pressure exerted by Knight 7. The tale of the iceberg Saint female general was increasingly exaggerated, embedding itself deeply in the hearts of the populace. Within a mere day, the image of Qin Muwan was sculpted into that of an ethereal being, untouched by worldly affairs, disdainful of mundane emotions, wholly devoted to her country. The common people firmly believed this and began to actively uphold the goddess's image. In the southern part of the city, an old theater stood. Wei Tung, clutching a thick stack of banknotes, sought out the owner of his familiar theater troupe, excitedly recounting his grand play, The Wild Tales of the Female General. However, after hearing his proposal, the usually money-hungry owner wore a troubled expression, shaking his head like a rattle. Young master, we absolutely cannot proceed with this. What would be so wrong? Wei Tung slammed the banknotes onto the table, proclaiming boldly, I have plenty of money. Just perform as I instruct. If anything goes wrong, I will take full responsibility. The owner, eyeing the tempting banknotes, swallowed hard, but still grimaced. Young master, it is not a matter of money. You have no idea. The entire city knows that General Qin is a celestial being. Anyone who dares to speak ill of her will be drowned in the spit of the populace. Our modest business cannot afford such a risk. What celestial being? Nonsense. Wei Tung refused to believe it. Just yesterday, they had called her a motherly demon. How could she transform into a celestial being overnight? It is true, young master. If you step outside, you will know. Wei Tung, filled with indignation, left the theater unconvinced. Upon exiting the theater, Wei Tung rushed to the busiest street, cleared his throat, and shouted to the surrounding crowd. You have all been deceived. This so-called female war god. I tell you, Qin Muwan has long been secretly communicating with the captured prince of the barbarian tribes at the border. The moment his words left his mouth, the previously bustling street fell silent. Instantly, countless furious gazes pierced through him like swords. A vegetable vendor, clutching a muddy cabbage, was the first to charge forward, pointing a finger at Wei Tung's nose, yelling, You scoundrel! Where do you come from, daring to slander our Qin's guardian war god? Exactly. General Qin is pure and virtuous. How could she possibly be attracted to a barbarian? A passing scholar, equally indignant, rolled up his sleeves. Beat him.
He must be a spy sent by the enemy to undermine our morale. Yes, let us punish this traitor who defames the war god. Before Wei Tung could react, he was surrounded by a throng of citizens who revered Qin Muwan. Cabbage leaves, rotten eggs, and smelly shoe soles rained down upon him. Wei Tung, clutching his head, fled amidst the cacophony of curses, returning to the mansion with bruises. He slumped into a chair, bewildered and perplexed. What on earth is happening in this world? Meanwhile, within the Dingguo mansion, in the study, Duke Qin Lai listened to the report from his subordinates, his brow furrowing into a knot. Over 40, Qin Lai was a robust figure, his usual attire failing to conceal the ferocious aura born from the bloodshed of countless battles. The descent of celestial constellations? As he listened to the retelling of the tales from the tea house, he initially found them amusing, as they praised his daughter. However, upon hearing that she only drank 3 sips of dew and despised mortal men, he spat out the tea he had just sipped in disbelief. What nonsense! He knew his daughter better than anyone. Growing up alongside rough soldiers, she had an appetite greater than his own, consuming 3 large bowls of rice and half a roast chicken in one sitting. Her temper was equally fiery, capable of flattening someone at a moment's notice. This was far from the description of an ethereal maiden untouched by the world, having experienced numerous battles and being well-versed in court politics. Qin Lai keenly sensed that this sudden wave of one-sided praise was not simple. Someone was orchestrating it from behind the scenes. Is there any movement from the Prince of Leisure? Qin Lai inquired solemnly. Returning to the Duke, the servant replied respectfully, "Yesterday, His Highness the Prince of Leisure left the palace and went to Wanhualu, returning home late at night. Today, he has remained in the courtyard of the prince's mansion, lounging in a recliner, without stepping outside." Qin Lai stroked his chin, feeling the steel-like stubble, and his gaze deepened. This matter was likely orchestrated by that seemingly extravagant and carefree Wang. But what could his motive be? Was it to flatter? That seemed unlikely. To curry favor? Even less so. This method, though seemingly complimentary, placed Muwan upon an unapproachable pedestal, rendering her unable to extricate herself gracefully. Intriguing, Qin Lai murmured to himself. At that moment, a guard rushed in to report, "Your Grace, the young lady is at the training ground. She has heard the rumors outside, and now intends to head to the Wang's residence." Qin Lai's gaze immediately shifted towards the training ground. In the center of the training ground stood a woman clad in a fitted black outfit, wielding a silver spear as she practiced a series of fierce spear techniques. She was tall and statuesque, her long hair tied up high, revealing a smooth forehead and a sharply defined, exquisite face, lacking the delicate charm of noble women in the capital. She possessed an undeniable air of commanding presence, her cold gaze akin to a distant star. The wind from her spear whipped up the fallen leaves on the ground, creating miniature whirlwinds. She was Qin Muwan. Upon hearing her maid's report, she slowly retracted her spear, its tip touching the ground with a crisp sound. Her expression remained inscrutable, devoid of emotion, yet her phoenix eyes were as frigid as the ice of the northern lands. With a hand clad in leather wrist guards, she gently wiped the mirror-like tip of her spear, her voice soft yet imbued with an undeniable command. "Prepare the horses. We shall go to the Wang's residence." At the Wang's residence, in the back garden, Li Yi reclined in his signature manner beneath a pear blossom tree, surrounded by 2 enchanting maidens. One was carefully massaging his legs while the other offered him a peeled crystal grape, bringing it to his lips. Li Yi squinted, savoring the grape, embodying the image of a frivolous and indulgent scion to perfection. He intended to convey in the most direct and provocative manner, "This is who I am. If you disapprove, bear it." At that moment, a chilling aura of menace enveloped the entire garden. The once chirping birds fell silent, and the 2 maidens froze, their faces paling. At the moon gate of the garden, a figure stood quietly. Li seemed to have anticipated Qin Muwan's arrival, showing no surprise. Instead, he boldly reached out to caress the cheek of the maiden beside him. Qin Muwan, dressed in practical military attire, showcased a fit yet graceful figure, her feet clad in thin-soled military boots, and in her hand was the ever-present silver spear. She stood there like a peerless sword freshly drawn from its sheath, her brilliance overshadowing the surrounding springtime beauty. Li's squinted eyes opened slightly. This was his first encounter with Qin Muwan. By the heavens, even with Li Yi's extensive experience with beautiful women, he could not suppress an exclamation of awe. The woman before him was nothing like the rumored towering figure with a ferocious demeanor. Instead, she was tall, proportionate, with a face free of makeup, her features exquisitely carved. Especially her phoenix eyes, slightly upturned at the corners, exuding an air of coldness and authority when not smiling. Her skin was a healthy wheat tone, radiant from years of training, a stark contrast to the sickly pallor of the capital's noble women, layered in cosmetics. This beauty, this physique, this aura would undoubtedly make her a top supermodel in the modern world. Such a loss. Li Yi lamented inwardly. Had I known she would look like this, I would have bothered with all those schemes. This is not a lioness, but a black swan. Yet, despite his astonishment, the act must continue. Qin Muwan ignored the terrified servants of the Wang residence, her gaze fixed on Li Yi in the chaise longue. She approached step by step, her strides steady and silent, yet her formidable presence seemed to freeze the air around them. The two maidens could no longer bear the pressure, screaming and scrambling away. The garden now contained only the languid leisure of Li Yi and the icy menace of Qin Muwan, a strikingly bizarre contrast. Qin Muwan halted 3 steps away from Li Yi, the tip of her spear lightly striking the stone floor, producing a crisp sound. The rumors in the city are the handiwork of the Wang, are they not? She stated directly, her voice cold and devoid of emotion. Upon hearing this, Li Yi appeared to finally acknowledge her presence, lazily rising from the chaise with a face of exaggerated shock, which quickly morphed into boundless delight and admiration. Ah, you must be General Qin. You are even more striking in person than in the portraits. He blinked innocently. My admiration for the general flows like the endless rivers, as unstoppable as the surging yellow river. He spoke in the most extravagant tone, showering her with the most sycophantic flattery, effectively thwarting all of Qin Muwan's prepared inquiries. Qin Muwan's brow subtly furrowed. She had encountered flattery before, but never had she met someone who combined shamelessness and praise so seamlessly as Li Yi. Your Highness need not beat around the bush, she maintained her icy tone. While those rumors may appear complimentary, they are utterly absurd and have caused considerable distress for me and the Dingguo Gongfu. If your Highness harbors any dissatisfaction, please express it directly. Dissatisfaction? How could that be? Li Yi feigned a wounded expression. I hold nothing but satisfaction. Immense satisfaction. While the rumors may be exaggerated, they resonate deeply with my heart. In my eyes, the general is a celestial being, untouched by worldly affairs. As he spoke, his gaze was nearly obsessive, as if he were beholding his idol. This time, Qin Muwan found herself truly at a loss for words. She threw a punch, but it felt as though it struck a pillow, powerful yet ineffective. The other party had lowered himself so much, showering her with praise and admiration, that if she were to retaliate, it would appear as though she was petty and ungrateful. Taking a deep breath, she shifted her approach, attempting to probe him with a more serious topic. Your Highness, having resided long in the capital, are you aware of the hardships at the border? The endless sandstorms and the bones scattered across the fields are far from the glamorous tales told. Li Yi immediately donned a sympathetic expression, dramatically sighing, alas. Of course I am aware. That is precisely why I admire the general even more. However, with your noble status, would the harsh winds of the frontier not damage your delicate skin? It truly concerns me. Veins throbbed at Qin Muwan's temples. This man was impervious to reason, completely unmanageable. All her attempts at probing and questioning were effortlessly deflected by his nonsensical banter. She finally understood that reasoning with this man was futile. Having reached her limit, Qin Muwan flicked her wrist, and the heavy silver spear in her hand transformed into a flash of silver lightning, silently pressing against Li Yi's throat. The spear tip gleamed with a chilling light, the icy metal scent causing the hairs on Li Yi's neck to stand on end. The atmosphere in the garden plunged to freezing point. Qin Muwan's gaze was as sharp as a blade as she enunciated, Wang, may we speak properly now? Li Yi, gazing at the spear tip so close, showed no sign of fear upon his frivolous face. He let out a gentle sigh, gazing at her with the exasperated and indulgent expression one might reserve for a capricious girlfriend. Slowly, he uttered a phrase that momentarily short-circuited Qin Muwan's mind. No, my lady, I wish to take flight with you. Flight? Qin Muwan's grip on the gun remained steadfast, as solid as a rock, yet her mind momentarily blanked. She had envisioned countless reactions from Li Yi. He might have panicked,
perhaps feigned bravado, or even invoked his princely status to intimidate her. However, she never anticipated he would utter such an absurd statement. Yet, what caught her even more off guard was yet to come. In the instant she was caught off guard, Li not only did not retreat, but he boldly advanced towards the gun's muzzle, closing the distance between them by taking a step forward. He extended his hands, not to push the gun away, but in a deeply affectionate manner, gently grasping the cold barrel, thereby drawing them closer. A faint aroma of alcohol mingled with a distinct scent of masculinity enveloped her. Qin Muwan's pupils constricted sharply, instinctively wanting to withdraw the gun, only to find it firmly grasped by him. Then, he lifted his head, adopting an exaggeratedly melodramatic tone, and began to recite loudly before all the trembling servants in the garden. "Ah, Muwan, your eyes are like the snow lotus atop Mount Tianshan, a pure radiance that pierces my mundane heart. Your gun is the most searing iron in my heart, its cold edge igniting the flames of my desire. Before meeting you, I knew not what love was. My life was but shades of black and white. After meeting you, I can only lament the lateness of our encounter, wishing to share the bridal chamber with you at once, to traverse the ethereal realms together." This impromptu poem, a haphazard amalgamation of modern romantic banter and archaic poetic language, resonated with an astonishing impact in the tranquil garden. The effect was catastrophic. Qin Muwan was rendered utterly speechless. Having spent years on the battlefield, witnessing rivers of blood and commanding thousands, she could sever an enemy's head without flinching and remain composed amidst a rain of arrows. Yet, she had never encountered such unabashed shamelessness. What audacity! Her mind was a blank, caught off guard by this unexpected and unheard of display, and the heart that could maintain absolute calm on the battlefield was now a chaotic mess. Even her hand that held the gun began to tremble slightly from shock and indignation. This was precisely the opportunity Li had been waiting for. Seizing the moment while she was dazed, he swiftly released the gun barrel and nimbly leaped back 2 steps, creating a safe distance between them. Immediately, he donned an expression of feigned astonishment mixed with a hint of grievance, loudly addressing the curious onlookers. You have witnessed this." He pointed at the still-stunned Qin Muwan, lamenting dramatically. "Is the princess consort? She is far too passionate. Upon our first meeting, she embraced me, and with this unique method of wielding a long gun, expressed her affection for me. I, unable to refuse her ardor, was moved to compose a poem in response. By the heavens, I had no intention of being forward with such a fair lady." Qin Muwan felt a surge of blood rush to her head, nearly choking on her indignation. The villain cries first. It was the first time in her life that she experienced the reverse version of a scholar meets a soldier, where reason fails to prevail. A general confronted by a rogue, driven to the brink of fainting with rage. Clearly, she had come to confront him, holding a gun to his throat. Yet in his words, it transformed into her unrequited love, leading to his unwelcome advances. She opened her mouth to argue, but found no words to express her plight. Was she to declare loudly before so many servants that she held no interest in him and merely wished to teach him a lesson? To do so would only solidify her reputation as a shrew and portray her as lacking in romance. In that moment, Qin Muwan finally realized that in the realm of audacity, she and this man were not even of the same caliber. She glared fiercely at Li, her phoenix eyes, which could instill fear in enemy generals, igniting for the first time with the flames of exasperation. Ultimately, she said nothing, stomped her foot in frustration, and turned to leave. Remaining any longer would risk her losing control and shooting this rogue. Watching Qin Muwan storm away, her anger palpable, the expression of grievance and affection on Li's face vanished, replaced by a cunning smile of triumph. Chapter 7. Adding fuel to the fire. The scene at the Xianyao Wang Fu spread through the capital like wildfire, transforming into a sensational tale at lightning speed. The previous day, the citizens were still engrossed in the tales of the Ice Mountain Saintess and the God of War. The following day, public sentiment shifted a complete 180 degrees, evolving into a real-life romance novel titled The Overbearing Princess Consort Falls for Me. Have you heard? General Qin stormed into the Xianyao Wang Fu, not to seek justice, but to declare his love. Indeed, it is said that General Qin, known for her fierce temperament and lack of eloquence, directly pressed her long gun to the neck of the Xianyao Wang, proclaiming, "If you do not marry me, I shall slay you. Wow, how domineering. And then, the infatuated Prince Xian Yao immediately composed a poem, said to be heartfelt and moving, which made the Ice Mountain god of war blush and flee shyly. The gossip flames among the citizens of the capital were thoroughly ignited, and they began to revel in the various rumors of this tumultuous couple. Even the major gambling houses in the city opened new betting pools overnight, wagering on whether Prince Xian Yao could win the heart of the overbearing princess consort before their marriage. At the Dingguo Gong Fu, Qin Muwan returned to her courtyard in a fit of rage. Upon entering the training ground and seeing the 100-pound stone lock used for strength training, she could no longer contain her fury. "Huh!" she shouted, her delicate fist slicing through the air as it struck the stone lock with a resounding thud. Crack! The hard stone lock shattered, spiderweb-like cracks instantly spreading across its surface. In the study not far away, Qin Lai listened to the embellished report from his servant, glancing at his daughter's furious demeanor. Instead of being angered, he stroked his beard and fell into contemplation, observing his daughter's figure, an aura of unyielding authority surrounding her. A glimmer of insight flickered in his eyes. To provoke my fearless daughter to such a state, yet leave her with no outlet for her grievances. This young man has some merit, he murmured to himself. In the imperial palace, within the royal study, the air was fragrant with incense, and the atmosphere serene. Chief Eunuch Wanda Hai bowed slightly, reporting the latest happenings in the capital to the emperor seated upon the dragon throne with a tone that was almost theatrical, laced with a storyteller's flair. Your Majesty, you have not seen, the citizens of the entire city are in a frenzy. Just yesterday, they were proclaiming General Qin as a celestial being, and today, it has transformed into the tale of the overbearing princess consort's advances. When Ahai elaborated, mentioning that the largest gambling houses in the city had swiftly closed previous betting lines and opened new ones, wagering on when Prince Xian Yao could finally capture General Qin's heart. He vividly painted the scene, embellishing the sensational details he had heard from the younger eunuchs, emphasizing the most captivating parts for the emperor's ear. He had expected to see the emperor's displeasure, given that this matter concerned both the royal family's dignity and the reputation of the Dingguo Gong Fu, which had morphed from a marriage proposal into a public spectacle. However, the emperor seated on the dragon throne displayed no hint of royal authority. He removed the mask of regal severity, reclining against the back of his throne, stroking his beard, a smile betraying his amusement, embodying the essence of a father enjoying the drama. "Oh, such a thing exists?" The emperor chuckled, his lips curving into a broad smile. "What are the odds for that wager?" In the realm of speculation regarding which bettors are more numerous, those wagering on the victory of the third prince or those backing the Qin family's daughter, when Dihei paused momentarily before responding with a smile. "Your Majesty, it is said that approximately 70 to 80% of the populace believe that Prince Zhuo shall indeed embrace a beautiful maiden in victory. The common folk proclaim that the heartfelt poem penned by Prince Zhuo is so stirring it could move heaven and earth. A true testament to the trials of a hero faced with the allure of a handsome figure." The emperor could no longer contain himself, erupting into a hearty laugh, exclaiming, "Ah, what a delightful predicament for a hero to confront. This scoundrel had concealed himself for a decade, yet finally accomplished something that piqued my interest." As the laughter subsided, a glimmer of insight flickered in the emperor's eyes. He was fully aware of Li Yi's ulterior motives. As a father, he could not be oblivious to his son's schemes. The intent was merely to escalate the situation, portraying Qin Muwan as an unapproachable saint, thereby coercing the Qin family into a withdrawal of the engagement, allowing Li Yi to continue his carefree existence. Yet, unbeknownst to Li Yi, the circumstances had spiraled beyond his control, evolving into a mutual affection between the two. However, the emperor found great satisfaction in this outcome. From a political standpoint, Li Yi's reckless antics inadvertently transformed a potentially contentious political marriage into a beloved tale among the common folk. Consequently, the speculations that the emperor sought to suppress the Qin family's military power crumbled, becoming mere fodder for light-hearted banter. Furthermore, on a paternal level, he was pleased to discover that his son, long perceived as lacking ambition and indulging in hedonism, was not as frivolous as he appeared. The cunning of his tactics, the meticulousness of his thoughts, and the swiftness of his reactions were far from the conventional behavior of the crown prince or the second prince. This brought both amusement and a subtle admiration to the emperor. His ultimate objective in arranging the marriage was to use Qin Muwan, the most formidable whetstone, to compel Li Yi, the hidden gem, to emerge from his sheath, while simultaneously providing better protection for his third son. As it stands, the results exceeded his expectations. This lad, thinking to challenge me, is still rather inexperienced. The emperor chuckled inwardly. Since he was so adept at stirring trouble, I shall add fuel to the fire. He addressed when Dihei, go, summon Duke Qinlai to the palace. Yes. Half an hour later, Duke Qinlai, clad in his ordinary attire, entered the study with a steady gait. Minister Qinlai, paying respects to your majesty. There is no need for formalities, my dear minister. Take a seat. The emperor replied with a warm smile, as though welcoming an old friend. Qinlai expressed his gratitude and took his seat, though his heart raced. Having just dealt with the incident involving his daughter destroying the stone lock, he was summoned to the palace, likely in response to the rumors circulating in the capital. As expected, the emperor did not broach any state affairs. Instead, he resembled a gossipy elder, chuckling as he teased, "My dear minister, you have indeed raised a remarkable daughter." Qinlai's heart tightened, but he maintained a composed exterior, replying respectfully, "Your majesty bestows excessive praise." "I do not exaggerate," the emperor insisted earnestly. "It has come to my attention that yesterday, your Muwan boldly visited the Prince Xiao's residence, harboring deep affections for my inept son. Such fervor in youth. I can understand. That my son could inspire such devotion in your Muwan brings me great comfort." Chapter 8. A Miscalculation. Qinlai, a man seasoned by years of struggle in both the battlefield and political arena, immediately discerned the hidden meaning behind the emperor's words. The emperor was not reprimanding him. Rather, he was endorsing the matter. Understanding this, Qinlai felt a weight lift from his heart, knowing how to navigate the conversation. He adopted an expression of resigned acceptance regarding his daughter's impulsive actions, bowing his hands together, "Your Majesty, I beg your pardon. My daughter, having grown up in the military, lacks understanding of decorum and often acts rashly. Yesterday, she nearly offended Prince Xiao, but he, displaying magnanimity and open-heartedness, did not hold it against her, and even composed a poem to comfort her. I feel deeply ashamed on her behalf." The two cunning foxes, positioned at the pinnacle of power, exchanged pleasantries, each extending a hand to the other. They carefully avoided mentioning the underlying schemes and trials, instead focusing on the affectionate connection between the young couple. This exchange was not only a tacit understanding between ruler and minister, but also a coordinated effort by two astute fathers to rein in their bickering offspring. After some casual conversation, the emperor's smile grew more benevolent. He sensed the moment had arrived to shift the dialogue, striking the armrest of his dragon throne and making a decisive proclamation. Since the two children shared such mutual affection, it would be unwise to prolong the good fortune any further. As the saying goes, good things come in pairs, and it is better to act promptly than to delay. The emperor's face lit up with a paternal smile as he delivered his decree. "I have consulted the Bureau of Astronomy, and 3 days hence is a most auspicious day, entirely free of prohibitions. Let it be established for their wedding on that day." 3 days hence? Even for the composed Qinlai, the announcement of this date sent a shiver through him. This is rather too swift. Yet, he quickly grasped the emperor's intentions, to swiftly cut through the chaos and prevent Prince Xiao from engaging in any further antics. "Your Majesty is most wise." Qinlai promptly rose, bowing deeply to accept the decree, his voice resonant. "I shall comply." "Excellent." The emperor nodded in satisfaction and instructed Wen Dihei beside him. Wen Dihei, promptly draft a decree to be sent to the Prince Xiao's residence and another to the Duke's residence, announcing the wedding date to the world. Meanwhile, at the Prince Xiao's residence, in the back garden, Li Yi reclined leisurely in his familiar zitten wood armchair, listening to the elderly eunuch Fu and animatedly recount the latest rumors circulating outside. Although Li Yi felt that these rumors were slightly exaggerated, they remained well within his control, and a cunning smile of triumph spread across his face. "Your Highness, have you not heard? The word on the street is that General Qin has fallen deeply in love with you, passionately devoted, even smashing walls for your sake." Fu, mimicking the tales circulating outside, spoke with such delight that he nearly burst into laughter himself. Li Yi took a sip of the freshly brewed Longjing tea, feeling immensely satisfied.
Humph. You wish to play games with me? No matter your martial prowess, can it surpass the tide of public opinion? First, I shall elevate you to the status of an ethereal saint, then transform you into a lovesick, domineering woman. You are now beyond redemption. Let us see how you dare to come to me with trouble. Delay. Simply prolong the situation until you can no longer bear the weight of this reputation and are compelled to confront your father, to stir up trouble in the palace, seeking to rescind the engagement. Just as Li Yi was reveling in his machinations, plotting how to further vex Qin Muwan into withdrawing from the engagement, the shrill voice of a heralding eunuch shattered the tranquility of the back garden. The imperial edict has arrived. Li Yi lazily rose from his chair, adjusted his robes, and was not surprised. It was likely that he had pushed matters too far this time, and his father was coming to admonish him. If reprimands were to be endured, so be it. As long as I can muddle this marriage, I would gladly accept whatever punishment, even a few lashes. He knelt in the courtyard with his attendants, adopting a respectful posture to receive the decree. The heralding eunuch unfurled the bright yellow edict, cleared his throat, and, with his uniquely piercing voice, began to read aloud. By the grace of heaven, the emperor decrees, Prince Aoyao Li Yi and the daughter of Duke Qin Muwan, are mutually affectionate and well-matched. To fulfill their beautiful intentions, a most auspicious date has been chosen, 3 days hence, for the grand wedding of Prince Li Yi and Qin Muwan, to be proclaimed to the world. Thus it is decreed. Boom! The final words struck Li Yi like a thunderbolt, freezing the triumphant smile on his face and rendering him motionless, as though he had been ensnared by a spell. 3 days hence? Li Yi instinctively scratched his ear, harboring serious doubts that his recent late nights had led to auditory hallucinations. He lifted his head, staring blankly at the eunuch delivering the imperial edict, his mouth slightly agape. Your Excellency, did you just say 3 days from now? The eunuch wore a professional smile, bowing slightly, replying to Your Highness, indeed, it is 3 days hence. His Majesty has decreed that a grand wedding shall be held for Your Highness and the future princess consort. Congratulations, Your Highness. Heartfelt congratulations. The words of congratulations pierced Li Yi's ears more harshly than a death toll. His mind buzzed, blanking out entirely. All his previous schemes and clever plans shattered into nothingness in that moment. 3 days? Damn it, this is a disaster. I merely intended to create a little turmoil for her. How did it escalate to the wedding night so swiftly? Old dang, you've doused gasoline on my flames. I had just hit the highway, and you've drawn the finish line on my face? Li Yi felt darkness envelop him, the world spinning. His legs weakened, and had it not been for Fu and quick reflexes to support him, he would have collapsed on the spot. He finally understood with sorrow that his modest cunning, honed in the modern workplace, was ultimately too naive before the emperor, that old fox who manipulated power with ease. He had lifted a stone of public opinion intending to crush Qin Muwan's foot, only to have it strike his own instep with startling accuracy, aided by his own father. Your Highness, please accept the edict. The eunuch, seeing Li Yi in a daze, timely reminded him. Fuin, retrieve the edict for this prince. Li Yi straightened himself, organized his thoughts, and, with a calm demeanor, uttered a few words before unsteadily making his way to his chamber. Fuin, witnessing his lord's despondency, suppressed a smile, accepted the imperial decree from the eunuch, whispered a few words in his ear, and then discreetly slipped a silver ingot into the eunuch's hand to send him on his way. Your Highness, do not blame this old servant. I am first a minister to His Majesty, and only then the steward of your household. Fu and murmured softly, a voice only he could hear. Chapter 9. The final struggle within the tranquil confines of the Xianyao, Wang Fu. Li Yi could no longer maintain the facade of nonchalance he had shown to others. He felt as if all his bones had been extracted, collapsing into a large-letter human shape upon the soft bedding, burying his face deeply into the embroidered pillow, emitting a silent wail akin to a dying beast. Damn it, this is a complete mess. His hands clutched the pillow tightly, and his inner thoughts filled his mind like an incessant barrage of complaints. I treat you like a father, and you treat me like a pawn. What does it mean to be in love? What does it mean to fulfill a beautiful union? There is no affinity between us. Have you ever seen a mutual affection where one holds a spear to the other's throat? Oh dear, revered ancestor. I might truly be physically annihilated by this female demon. By this time next year, the grass on my grave might be 1/2 meter high. Despair washed over him like a tidal wave. He could even envision the scene on the wedding night, where the female warrior, in a fit of anger, might kick him off the marriage bed and use him as a punching bag. After lying on the bed like a corpse for what felt like an eternity, Li Yi's mind, charred yet tender, finally began to function again. Death was certainly not an option. The plan to lie down and give up could not be abandoned. Since the marriage was already a set deal and retreat was impossible, he had to adjust his strategy. A dark, cunning idea arose within him. Since the marriage could not be annulled, he would ruin her instead. He aimed to make Qin Muwan experience the depths of hell after entering his life, instilling in her a comprehensive aversion, both physically and psychologically, to this union and to him as a person. His goal was to make her, within 3 days, reach the point of no return, crying and pleading to return to the Dingguo Gongfu, voluntarily seeking a divorce. Yes, that was the plan. Li Yi suddenly leaped off the bed, his eyes rekindling with the familiar, calculating gleam of a scheming player. He approached the door and gently tapped on the frame of the empty corner. Yi Qi, a shadow, silently emerged, kneeling on one knee, awaiting instructions. Your Highness, the marriage is settled. I need you to handle a few matters. A crazed smile spread across Li Yi's face. I want to prepare a grand surprise for our future princess consort. Yi Qi remained expressionless, though curiosity flickered in his eyes. First, Li Yi extended a finger. Go and have the several boxes of spring palace paintings from my study framed by the best craftsmen tonight, and adorn the walls of the wedding chamber. Ensure they are artistically arranged, so that as soon as the princess consort steps through the door, she can feel my overwhelming artistic fervor. Yi Qi's eyes twitched imperceptibly, yet he answered solemnly, yes. Second, Li Yi extended another finger, his smile growing brighter. Dig out all those gaudy red and green bed linens from the storeroom. Yes, the ones gifted by my mother, adorned with oversized mandarin ducks playing in water and dragon phoenix patterns. The more rustic, the better. We must infuse our wedding bed with a celebratory and harmonious rural atmosphere. Understood. Third, excitement tinged Li Yi's voice. Head to the cricket fighting market in the south of the city and procure 100. No, 200 of the loudest cricket kings. On the wedding night, I intend to enjoy a symphony of their chirps in the bridal chamber. This is called passion. Do you understand? Understood, my lord. Finally, and most importantly, Li Yi clapped his hands, issuing his last command. Immediately go to the best painter in the city, Dan Qing Shou, and tell him I desire a self-portrait. The theme shall be a handsome man emerging from the bath. The composition should mimic that of the famed portrait of the concubine emerging from her bath. With a hazy background, I want myself half-covered, exuding a languid yet alluring expression. The size must be large. The larger the better. It must be completed before the wedding. To hang prominently above my bed. I want the princess consort to gaze upon my handsome visage every night. Having delivered this series of commands, which could only be described as mentally scarring, even Yi Qi, a well-trained shadow guard, felt a shiver run down his spine. He could almost foresee the explosive reaction of General Qin upon witnessing such a spectacle on the wedding night. The image was too beautiful for him to bear. Your Highness, are you certain? Yi Qi could not help but confirm. Absolutely. Without a doubt. Li Yi waved his hand, his face radiating confidence that everything was under control. Go. And remember to be swift and stylish. Yes. Yi Qi's figure melted back into the shadows, his skin crawling as he embarked on the most outrageous task of his shadow guard career. Meanwhile, the Dingguo Gongfu. The atmosphere was starkly different from the chaos of the Xian Yao Wang Fu. It was as solemn as a military camp before battle. In a training ground, Qin Muwan donned a sleek black outfit, the silver spear in her hand slicing through the air with ferocity. The spear danced, so fast that its trajectory was nearly imperceptible, each thrust accompanied by a piercing shriek as it pierced the air. Each jab was infused with a fierce killing intent, as if aiming to puncture the very void before her. The hard bluestone ground was marked by shallow pits where the spear's tip struck. The surrounding maidservants stood in silence, holding their breath, terrified that a careless move might turn them into victims of their mistress's wrath. Qin Lai approached with hands clasped behind his back, his steps steady, halting 3 paces from his daughter. He remained silent, merely observing. It was not until Qin Muwan completed a full set of spear techniques and stood at attention, her forehead glistening with sweat, her chest gently rising and falling, that he spoke. Have a drink. Qin Lai personally offered her a clean towel and a pot of warm water. Qin Muwan accepted the cup, but refrained from drinking. Instead, she meticulously wiped the perspiration from her face and neck with a towel. Father, her voice emerged slightly hoarse. Qin Lai gazed at his daughter's countenance, which was etched with defiance and frustration, and sighed internally. Yet, his words remained as steady as ever. Muwan, the imperial decree has been issued, and the wedding date is set. There is no room for negotiation. His daughter understood this well. Qin Muwan's gaze remained fixed ahead, as if she could see an army of thousands in the distance. Remember, Qin Lai's tone grew serious from tomorrow. You're not only the daughter of the Dingguo Duke, but also the princess consort of the Xianyao Wang, the royal daughter-in-law. Your every word and action will no longer represent just yourself. Behind you stands the entire Qin family and the hundreds of thousands of brothers-in-arms we command. He paused, his penetrating gaze fixed upon her profile. The Xianyao Wang is not as simple as it appears. This marriage is not a trivial matter. For you, it is a new battle, a battlefield you have never encountered. I believe you can manage everything. His words struck a chord within Qin Muwan. The turmoil and anger that had brewed in her heart gradually subsided in the face of the weighty words Qin family and brothers-in-arms, replaced by an unprecedented sense of resolve. Indeed, who was she? She was Qin Muwan of the Dingguo Duke's residence, a general who instilled fear in the enemies at the frontier. She could yield to anyone, but could never forsake her pride or the honor of the Qin family. Qin Muwan turned to her father and solemnly saluted him with a military gesture. Raising her head, all traces of confusion and fury had vanished from her cold phoenix eyes, leaving only an unwavering determination akin to tempered steel. Her daughter understood. Her voice was soft yet resonant. On the battlefield, she had never been defeated, and this royal palace would be no different. Well, you should rest early. Chapter 10. The self-cultivation of a theatrical performer. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. The wedding of the Xianyao Wang brought joy to all. The entire capital was enveloped in a festive red ambience, with drums beating and firecrackers exploding. The bridal procession set forth from the Xianyao Wang's residence, grand and lengthy, its scale rivaling that of a crown prince's wedding. It was evident to all that this was the emperor's utmost favor toward the Dingguo Duke's residence. However, amidst this sea of celebration, the most captivating sight was undoubtedly the groom, Xianyao Wang Li, astride a magnificent steed. Dressed in a tailored bright red wedding robe adorned with intricate golden cloud patterns, he should have exuded heroic charm and vitality. Yet at this moment, Li was putting on an astonishing performance of a bizarre art. His face was heavily powdered, his lips devoid of color, and he had drawn exaggerated dark circles under his eyes with ink, making him appear as pale as if he had just risen from a coffin. He swayed on his horse, as if a gust of wind could topple him, with his left hand feebly gripping the reins and his right hand wielding a distinctive white paper fan inscribed with the character for handsome. He occasionally waved it, as if to revive his spirits. Hanging from his waist was an exquisite wine gourd, which he tipped back to take a swig, perfectly embodying the image of a debauched and frail prince drained by indulgence. This spectacle left the onlookers lining the streets utterly astonished. After a moment's silence, a wave of uproarious commentary erupted among the crowd, though the opinions veered into a direction that Li found utterly incomprehensible. Oh my! Look at His Highness the Xianyao Wang. How has he become so haggard? Indeed, those dark circles suggest he hasn't slept for 3 days and nights. A sentimental young lady even covered her mouth with a handkerchief, her eyes reddening. You don't understand. This is true love. His Highness must be yearning for General Qin. Tossing and turning all night in sleeplessness. Just 3 days, and he has wasted away for her. That makes sense. Look at him. So weak yet still insisting on coming to welcome the bride. What profound feelings he must have. I'm in tears. What about you? Oh, how moving. The lovesick prince and the domineering princess consort. It's a love story fit for a tale. Li listened to the various interpretations of his supposed heartfelt emotions and nearly choked on his own blood, almost tumbling from his horse. I look haggard because I'm disgusted. I put on this makeup to repulse people. How can you love-struck fools mistake my frailty for deep affection? Do you have a rolling pin for a brain? He raged inwardly while maintaining the facade of a weakling, deeply admiring the vivid imaginations of the capital citizens. The wedding ceremony took place at the royal ancestral temple, solemn and dignified. The emperor presided over the proceedings, with civil and military officials flanking either side. The crown Prince Li Qian and the second Prince Li Tai, as elder brothers, naturally attended the ceremony. Li Qian, clad in a crown prince's robe, wore a gentle smile, though a hint of inscrutable malice lingered in his eyes. Li Tai, robust in stature and adorned in the garb of a martial prince, displayed blatant scorn upon his face. Today is my younger brother's great day, but he certainly doesn't look very robust, does he? Li Tai's voice resonated, intentionally loud enough for those around to hear. It seems he will need his princess consort's care in the future. The words, masked as concern, were thinly veiled mockery of Li Yi's frailty, insinuating his unworthiness to marry the valiant woman General Qin Muwan, while simultaneously chastising the Qin family for having to serve a weakling, even if they became royal kin. Li Yi feigned ignorance of the underlying implications, merely offering a weak smile and clasping his hands in gratitude. Thank you for your concern, second brother. I must have been overwhelmed with joy, causing my legs to weaken. The bowing ceremony commenced. As the officiant loudly announced the first bow to heaven and earth, Li Yi, following the plan, intentionally let his legs give way, swaying dangerously as if he were about to fall in a comical manner before the assembled officials and the royal family. Just as gasps rippled through the crowd and the crown prince and second prince wore expressions of glee, an unexpected turn of events occurred. In his apparent panic while falling, Li Yi flailed his arm, inadvertently colliding with the wrist of a young eunuch who was holding a ceremonial cup of wine. The eunuch yelped as his hand trembled, sending the heavy golden wine vessel flying through the air, which gracefully arced before crashing down onto a half-human tall blue and white porcelain vase decorated with cloud and dragon motifs. Situated perilously close to second Prince Li Tai's feet, with a loud crash, the priceless vase shattered into a million pieces, scattering debris across the ground. This vase had been brought in by the second prince to flaunt his wealth and taste. In that instant, silence enveloped the hall. The second Prince Li Tai's face flushed crimson, his fists clenched tightly, yet he could not express his fury. This was a royal ceremony. He could not afford to confront his frail brother over a mere vase. Meanwhile, the culprit, Li Yi, was hastily assisted back to his feet by Fu Wen, wearing an expression of utmost sincerity and innocence, repeatedly bowing to Li Tai. "Oh dear, second brother, look at my frail body. How terribly ungracious of me. This is my first marriage, and I was so excited that my legs gave way. I hope I didn't hurt you. As for your vase, you are wealthy and magnanimous. So surely you won't hold it against me, right?" Everyone could see that this invaluable imperial porcelain was not something that could simply be compensated for. Li Tai was so infuriated he nearly spat blood, but could only force out a few words through gritted teeth. No matter. From his elevated position, the emperor observed everything with keen eyes, gently lifting his teacup and taking a sip, concealing a knowing smile behind the cup. Beneath the crimson veil, though Qin Muwan could perceive nothing, the palpable shift in the atmosphere, the brittle sound of shattered porcelain, and the exaggeratedly insincere apologies of Li Yi led her to keenly sense that this was far from a mere accident. This rogue seemed to stir trouble even more than she had anticipated. Once the wedding rites were completed, a grand banquet awaited. At the banquet, the mother of the crown prince, the esteemed empress, with an air of regal dignity, fixed her gaze upon the bride, Qin Muwan. It was well known that General Qin was a heroine of unparalleled valor. Yet the protocols of the palace starkly contrasted with those of the military, being exceedingly intricate. In the days to come, she must diligently learn from the prince to avoid causing the imperial family embarrassment. This statement was laced with barbs, each word dripping with irony. Mocking Qin Muwan's martial background, her ignorance of etiquette, and her perceived lack of refinement, suggesting she was unworthy of noble blood. The noble women present lowered their eyes, eager to witness Qin Muwan's embarrassment. Qin Muwan remained poised, her brows furrowing beneath the veil, preparing to respond with dignity. At that moment, a drunken voice broke the tension. Li Yi, who had been feigning unconsciousness at the table, suddenly stood unsteadily, belching loudly, his face flushed, and with a grin, he bowed toward the empress seated high above. "Mother, you speak the truth." The crowd was momentarily taken aback, not expecting him to echo the empress's sentiment. With a slurred tongue, he continued, "My princess, she indeed knows nothing of the convoluted customs, how to drink tea, or the proper way to speak. She is utterly unaware. She only knows one rule, and that is," his voice suddenly rose, a glint of fierce determination flashing in his bleary eyes. Whoever dares to encroach upon the territory of the Qin, she shall sever their head. He surveyed the room, his voice low yet resonant enough for all to hear. I believe this rule is more paramount than all palace customs combined. Mother, what say you? The proclamation left the audience in stunned silence, especially the military nobles, whose blood boiled in response, their gazes towards Li Yi now filled with admiration and respect, nodding in agreement. The emperor, too, was greatly pleased, clapping his hands and laughing. Well said, my royal daughter-in-law, the daughter of the duke, should possess such spirit. The empress was left speechless by Li Yi's words, her carefully maintained composure faltering, her face shifting from pale to flushed, appearing utterly discomposed. She had intended to humiliate Qin Muwan, but was instead outmaneuvered by Li Yi, who had inadvertently granted himself a moment of recognition before the emperor and the military officials. After delivering his speech, Li Yi appeared to have accomplished something monumental, swaying unsteadily before collapsing back onto the table. Yet, before he fell, he directed a playful wink towards Qin Muwan, adding a touch of oily charm. Beneath the veil, Qin Muwan sat in silence, unable to see Li Yi's expression, yet his words resonated in her ears. For the first time, she felt an indescribable complexity towards this nominal husband, the notorious scoundrel of the capital. He was clearly acting foolishly, yet had inadvertently rescued her from the brink of embarrassment. Though he was performing, his declaration about defending the territory of the Qin rang with such conviction that it struck a chord deep within her. Which aspect of this man represented his true self? Chapter 11. The wedding night. As the banquet concluded, the clamor and din receded into the background. Li Yi was assisted by the head eunuch Fu In and several junior eunuchs, humming an off-key tune, swaying drunkenly as he was led into the festively adorned wedding chamber. The matchmaker had long awaited at the door and quickly approached, reciting auspicious blessings. Upon entering the chamber, the matchmaker's smile faltered momentarily as she surveyed the room's decorations, but quickly regained her composure. After placing Li Yi at the table, she cheerfully approached the bride, who sat motionless, her veil still in place, and said, "Your Highness, the auspicious time has arrived. Allow me to unveil your veil." With that, she produced a small golden scale, symbolizing harmony, and carefully lifted Qin Muwan's veil. The veil cascaded down smoothly, as the candlelight illuminated her surroundings. Qin Muwan's breath caught in her throat upon witnessing the scene before her. This was no longer a mere provocation. It was a blatant act of spiritual defilement. The first thing that assaulted her senses was the walls, densely adorned with poorly crafted paintings. Their content so explicit it was unbearable, an array of varying sizes of Chungong II, spring images. The wedding bed, which should have been a celebration of joy, was draped in garish red and green bedding, embroidered with grotesque mandarin ducks, the color scheme seemingly aimed at ensuring that no one could mistake the owner's abhorrent taste. Most shocking of all was the large painting hanging directly above the head of the bed. It depicted a man, strikingly similar to Li Yi, reclining beside a misty pool, propped on one arm, the other playfully stirring the water, covered only by a single lotus leaf, his face adorned with a self-satisfied grin, his gaze entrancing, as if silently narrating a tale. In the upper right corner, the painting boasted the flamboyant title, Xiao Yao Wang Chu Yu Tu. The Carefree Prince emerges from the bath. Before the visual assault could fade, an auditory torment followed suit. The incessant chirping of crickets, hidden in every nook and cranny of the room, sang tirelessly, creating a symphony capable of driving any sane individual to the brink of madness. Qin Muwan sat quietly at the edge of the bed, her resplendent phoenix crown and bridal attire enhancing her ethereal beauty, yet rendering her utterly out of place in this room's artistic chaos. Her expression was as serene as still water, her cold phoenix eyes devoid of fiery rage, only a depth of unfathomable chill. This was Li Yi's most juvenile, direct, and despicable method of waging war against her. He sought to drive her to madness, to provoke her into a frenzy, to create chaos on this wedding night, ultimately achieving his goal of annulment. Just then, the instigator made his entrance. Li Yi, seeing that Qin Muwan had not erupted in anger, felt a surge of pride, believing he needed to escalate the situation further. He, reeking of alcohol, donned a roguish grin as he rose unsteadily, dismissing the matchmaker, and eagerly lunged toward the wedding bed. "My princess," He proclaimed in a tone he believed to be deeply affectionate, yet was slick enough to scrape off grease. Look, this room, full of artistry, has been meticulously prepared for you by your humble husband. It represents my burning love for you. The hour is late. Which position would you like to try tonight? As he spoke, he deliberately belched loudly, poised to leap onto the bed, intending to deliver the final blow with his oily body language, pushing Qin Muwan to the brink of despair to cry out and flee this hellish existence. Just as one of his legs crossed the threshold of the bed, his knee poised to touch Qin Muwan's form, an unexpected turn of events transpired. Qin Muwan, who had remained still, suddenly moved with the swiftness of lightning, offering Li Yi no time to react. Maintaining her seated posture, her right leg shot out with a clean and swift motion, akin to a whip. With a resounding thud, amidst the symphony of crickets, the sound echoed clearly. Li felt as though he had been struck in the chest by a bull. He resembled a kite severed from its string, soaring gracefully in a parabolic arc from one end of the bed to the other, ultimately landing with a thud upon the carpet at the far side of the room. The sudden force of the kick sent Li Yi's head spinning, causing his internal organs to feel as though they had been displaced, leaving him gasping for breath. In his mind, a singular thought persisted. The rumors of her strength are indeed true. She could truly slay a bear with a single punch. Lying on the ground, he groaned in feigned misery while accusingly exclaiming, "You have committed the act of murder against your husband. Wang Fei, how ruthless you are! Are you seeking to turn our wedding night into my day of sacrifice?" Qin Muwan slowly rose, the jewels adorning her ceremonial attire chiming softly with her movement. She approached Li Yi, looking down upon him with eyes as cold as ice, her crimson lips parting to utter 3 simple words. "Get out." Li Yi attempted to protest, squirming on the floor and gesticulating. "This is my bedroom, my bed, my bride. Where do you expect me to go?" Before he could finish, Qin Muwan turned towards the corner of the room, where her ever-present silver spear had been meticulously placed by her maidservant. Without uttering a word, she grasped the spear and began to slowly wipe its gleaming, menacing tip with a silk cloth. Li Yi's protests abruptly ceased. Sensing the danger, he scrambled to his feet, brushing off the dust from his clothes. With a glance at the fierce Qin Muwan, who appeared like a divine warrior descended from the heavens, he prudently chose to retreat. He sullenly moved to the far corner of the room, where he spread out the gaudy red and green quilt and pillows, all the while muttering to himself, "I certainly will not leave. If I am forced out on my wedding night, how will my reputation survive if word gets out?" Qin Muwan paid no heed to his ramblings. She approached the head of the bed, expressionless, and removed the obnoxious painting titled Xiao Yao Wang Chu Yu Tu, skillfully rolling it up and stowing it away in the dark corner beneath the bed. Then, to Li Yi's utter dismay, she lay down fully clothed on the rustic bed. Closing her eyes, Li Yi lay on the cold floor, listening to the symphony of chirping crickets that filled the room, alongside the slightly quicker yet subdued rhythm of Qin Muwan's breathing from the bed. A complex smile, a mixture of pain and satisfaction, crept upon his face. Though the process was somewhat painful, I have successfully nauseated her. Let us see how long she can endure before broaching the subject of divorce. Meanwhile, Qin Muwan, hidden in the darkness, quietly opened her eyes, listening intently to the clamor of crickets, a barely perceptible smile gracing her lips. "Rascal, childish cunning. You truly underestimate me if you think this is enough to drive me away." Chapter 12. A disheveled morning. The night has finally come to an end. The incessant noise of crickets, akin to a cacophony of 100,000 ducks in conference, had, at some point, exhausted its last reserves of energy and succumbed to silence, restoring tranquility to the world. The morning light filtered through the gaps in the window paper, soft and cool. Li Yi awoke amidst an excruciating pain that felt as though he had been disassembled and haphazardly reassembled. He merely turned his neck, and the entire length of his spine creaked like rusty machinery. Grimacing, he rubbed his sore back, feeling as if the bones had fused with the cold. Hard tiles of the Wang Fu, indistinguishable from one another. This dreadful floor is unbearably hard. I must have Fuan lay down a few more layers. As he mentally berated the floor's discomfort, he struggled to sit up. Instinctively, he raised his gaze to the bed that was rightfully his. To his astonishment, it was empty. Only the gaudy red and green quilt, folded with military precision, remained, devoid of any wrinkles. For a moment, he was taken aback. Then a wave of euphoria surged within him. Oh, could it be that she could not endure it and fled in the night? He laboriously got to his feet, stretching his stiff limbs, bubbling with delight. Impressive efficiency. I thought she would last a couple more days. It seems my mental pollution tactics have yielded remarkable results. Dealing a critical blow, the divorced, carefree life I have long yearned for is indeed within reach. The thought of no longer facing that formidable woman who could kick him from one corner of the bed to the other instantly brightened his mood. He even hummed a little tune he had heard in a previous life, feeling lighter on his feet. He pushed open the door, eager to breathe in the fresh morning air of freedom and instruct the servants to prepare a lavish breakfast to reward himself for escaping from the jaws of the fierce beast. However, as he stepped outside, his cheerful melody was abruptly silenced, and his smile froze upon witnessing the scene before him. The morning sun, casting a golden warmth, bathed the entire courtyard. In the center, a fiery red figure danced in the morning light. Qin Muwan had changed out of her elaborate ceremonial garb, now donning an exceedingly glaring outfit of crimson, which accentuated her curvaceous, powerful physique. In her hand, she wielded the shimmering silver spear, her wrist flicking expertly, the spear darting forth as if it were a dragon unleashed. The spear's shadow was swift, almost imperceptible, accompanied by the sharp, whistling sound of air being pierced repeatedly. The gust of the spear stirred a few fallen leaves in the courtyard, causing them to swirl gracefully in the air. She moved as if one with the spear, at times like a cunning snake emerging from its lair, at others like a ferocious tiger descending from the mountain, unstoppable. The fiery outfit, set against the backdrop of the spear's dazzling display, resembled a blazing flame. She was the unparalleled goddess of war, exuding vigor and unmatched grace. Li Yi stood frozen at the threshold, mouth agape, utterly dumbfounded. As a soul accustomed to the realms of the virtual world, he had witnessed the most extravagant effects in game cutscenes and the most thrilling battles in films. Yet, all of this paled in comparison to the living, raw power and exquisite beauty unfolding before him. After the initial shock, a profound sense of despair and helplessness washed over him like icy water, chilling him to the bone. What a loss! A catastrophic defeat. He lamented inwardly. Such a splendid wife. No, such a fearsome demoness. A mother knight demon who resorts to violence at the slightest provocation. I must keep my distance. Yes, the farther away, the better. This is no morning exercise. She is clearly using my courtyard to practice her skills for my demise. Just look at that gaze, the murderous intent. If I were to roll over in my sleep tonight and accidentally snore, would she not pin me to the wall with a spear? His instinct for survival swiftly overrode his fleeting admiration. Li Yi silently withdrew his foot, preparing to stealthily retreat and pretend he had not yet risen. However, it was too late. Qin Muwan seemed to possess eyes in the back of her head, executing a beautiful maneuver to bring the spear down with a thud, sending a cloud of dust into the air. She slowly turned, her piercing gaze locking onto Li Yi at the doorway with pinpoint accuracy. Sweat trickled down her smooth forehead, coursing past her proud nose, ultimately coalescing into a crystalline droplet that fell into the dust below. Her exquisite face, slightly flushed from exertion, bore not a trace of expression. As their gazes locked, the air seemed to freeze. Eventually, it was Li Yi who, with great reluctance, cleared his throat and broke the awkward silence. He resumed his characteristic, carefree demeanor, leaning against the doorframe with one hand while the other rubbed his waist, speaking in a languid tone devoid of vigor. "Princess, you rise quite early. It seems you rested well last night, unlike this prince, who nearly had his last vestiges of vitality drained away by this cold, unyielding floor." Qin Muwan glanced at him with a cold glare from the corner of her eye, her voice cooler than the morning air. "Your Highness is frail. You should engage in more exercise rather than complain all day." Li Yi nearly choked on her words, suppressing the urge to roll his eyes. He waved his hand dismissively, opting not to engage in verbal sparring with his formidable opponent, and proceeded straight to the matter at hand. "Enough of this. I shan't hold it against you. Hurry. Cease your practice. Today we must adhere to protocol and pay our respects to the Emperor and Empress. If we arrive late and are caught by those verbose officials, it will be a deluge of scorn. Prepare yourself, gather your things, and let us depart." To his surprise, Qin Muwan nodded in acknowledgement, and, with a single hand, hoisted the heavy silver spear, turning to stride towards the gates of the Wangfu. Understood. Let us go, she replied succinctly. Li felt as if he had turned to stone. Wait, wait. He suddenly snapped back to reality, disregarding his aches and pains, rushing forward like a protective hen, arms wide to block her path. His eyes widened in disbelief as he scrutinized her and the spear she held, which towered over her, glinting ominously. My dear princess, my beloved consort, are you truly intending to wear that and carry that weapon into the palace to pay your respects? Li Yi's voice changed pitch, feeling as if his worldview was being trampled upon in the most brutal manner by this woman before him. Sister, my esteemed lady, you are going to present tea to the emperor and empress, not to storm the palace. Clad in that fiery red battle attire, brandishing a prohibited weapon, you swagger in as if you wish for my father to believe that your father, the Duke of the State, married off his daughter yesterday only to incite rebellion today? Just the thought of such an image was enough to send Li Yi into a stupor. Qin Muwan regarded his exaggerated expression of horror, her brows furrowing slightly, a hint of confusion flickering in her cold, phoenix-like eyes. What is wrong with this? Her tone was matter-of-fact, as she explained that this outfit was clean, practical, and suitable for movement. She typically dressed this way when entering the palace. In case of an assassin, she would be ready to protect herself at a moment's notice. Protect? Li Yi was nearly choked by her peculiar logic. You are the greatest assassin in that outfit. He inhaled deeply, forcing down the impulse to shake her vigorously by the collar. Engaging in reason with this woman, whose thought process was as peculiar as a meteor from the heavens, was futile. A different strategy was necessary. With a glint in his eye, Li Yi concocted a plan. He immediately donned an expression of profound sorrow and beckoned to a nearby maid. Xiao Yuan, come here. The maid, called Xiao Yuan, was a 16-year-old with striking features and bright, intelligent eyes. She was the most capable and perceptive maid by Li Yi's side, having honed her ability to read the room to perfection. Upon seeing her princess expression, she quickly understood, setting aside her broom and hurrying over. Bowing respectfully. What are your commands, your highness? Li Yi barely glanced at her, his gaze firmly fixed on Qin Muwan as he spoke in a serious tone. From this day forth, you shall be the princess's personal maid. Xiao Yuan's heart leaped with joy, though she maintained a humble demeanor, nodding in compliance. Yes, I shall obey. Now, your first and most important task, Li Yi emphasized, is to take the princess to change. Fetch the set of phoenix and peony palace garments that His Majesty gifted a few days ago, woven from Jiangnan cloud brocade. And the jewelry, bring forth the exquisite hairpin set my mother left behind. It must be the most luxurious, the most dignified attire that embodies the grace of a royal consort. Nothing less. After issuing his orders, he turned back to Qin Muwan, his expression transforming into one of earnest sincerity. Princess, he lamented, you must understand, the palace is not like our military camps at the borders. Here, the rules reign supreme. You are now my princess, and your every word and action, every garment and ornament you wear, reflects not only upon yourself, but upon me and the entire Zionjiao Wangfu. He gestured to his somewhat pale face, speaking with heartfelt intensity. Dressed as you are, others will not praise you. They will only say that I, Li Yi, am uncouth. Having married a wife who cannot even don a proper outfit, this is a blow to my face, a disgrace to our Wangfu. Can you imagine how those officials and my two elder brothers will mock me behind my back? Surely you can understand this? Qin Muwan observed his theatrical performance with a complex expression in her cold eyes. Although she was not adept in the ways of the world, she was not foolish. Li Yi's words, while ostensibly about his own reputation, struck a chord. Her father's admonition before his departure echoed in her mind. This Wangfu is a new battleground, one she had never faced before. Indeed, on the battlefield, one must adapt to the circumstances and change with the times. Wearing heavy armor for stealth or donning knight attire for a charge would lead to certain doom. Now this palace was her new battlefield, and decorum and dignity were its rules. She could disdain the rules, but the price would be borne by the entire Qin family and the countless soldiers who stood behind her. With this realization, Qin Muwan's impatience and irritation gradually subsided. She glanced at the maid Xiao Yuan, whose expression suggested agreement with Li Yi's words and a plea for her to concede. Then she looked at the rogue prince, who was still fervently performing. Ultimately, she let out a cold huff,
signaling her acquiescence. With a swift motion, she thrust her spear into the weapon rack in the courtyard. The action decisive enough to startle Xiao Yuan. "Lead the way," she commanded, her voice icy. "Yes, yes. This way, your highness." Xiao Yuan, as if granted a reprieve, hastily led the way, guiding her formidable new mistress toward the inner courtyard. After a brief interval, when the door to the chamber swung open once more, Qin Muwan emerged, now adorned in her regal palace attire. Li was once again rendered speechless. If the morning's vision of the fiery warrior had imparted a sense of strength and a striking visual impact, then the sight of this resplendent lady in her palace garb rendered him utterly captivated by her grace and breathtaking beauty. Qin Muwan had shed her flamboyant battle attire for a magnificent, intricately designed cobalt blue phoenix and peony palace gown. The exquisite yin jean fabric shimmered under the morning light, exuding a subtle yet opulent luster. The phoenix, embroidered with golden and silver threads on the hem, seemed poised to take flight, lifelike in its depiction. The wide sleeves cascaded to her wrists, concealing her hands, accustomed to wielding a gun, revealing only a glimpse of her jade-like skin. Her long hair was intricately styled into a complex Cheiyun bun by Xiao Yuan, adorned with a precious headpiece, a relic belonging to her mother, which Li Yi had only glimpsed in memory. The phoenix hairpin swayed gently with her slight movements, casting a colorful glow that accentuated her already breathtaking visage, bestowing upon it an air of unassailable dignity and nobility. With a hint of makeup, her features shed the harshness and bloodlust of her military past, unveiling her inherently stunning beauty. Her skin was as smooth as congealed fat, her brows like distant mountains, her lips naturally rosy without the need for embellishment. Her still-cold phoenix eyes, now softened by the splendid adornments, lost some of their sharpness and gained depth, resembling two unfathomable cold pools that beckon one to lose themselves in their depths. She stood there quietly, as if she were a goddess stepped out of a painting, noble, elegant, and ineffably beautiful. Li Yi found himself entranced, his eyes wide, oblivious to the white paper fan that had slipped from his grasp to the ground. Is this truly the formidable Mother Yacha, capable of sending a man flying with a single kick? She resembles the celestial goddess descending from the heavens. Indeed, the ancients were not mistaken. People are indeed adorned by their garments, and horses by their saddles. He marveled inwardly, momentarily forgetting his surroundings. "Your Highness?" Xiao Yuan, observing her lord's dazed expression, could not help but softly remind him. "Cough, cough." Li Yi suddenly snapped back to reality, his face flushing as he hastily bent to retrieve his fan, dusting it off as a means of distraction. To alleviate his overwhelming embarrassment, he dared not glance at Qin Muwan again, turning instead to shout towards the courtyard. "Fuan, is the carriage ready? Do you wish for this prince to be late?" He hollered, striding away, nearly fleeing, without a backward glance towards the entrance of the Wangfu. His retreating figure bore an unmistakable air of discomposure. Xiao Yuan stifled a laugh behind her hand. Meanwhile, Qin Muwan, observing Li Yi's hasty exit, felt a barely perceptible ripple of amusement surface within her cold, deep-set phoenix eyes. Chapter 14. The bashful Li Yi. The carriage of the Wangfu glided steadily towards the imperial palace amidst the morning light. Within, the fragrance of sandalwood wafted through the air, creating a somewhat delicate atmosphere. Li Yi reclined against the plush seat, still fanning himself with his ever-present white paper fan, while his gaze occasionally flickered towards the composed Qin Muwan beside him. Dressed in palace attire, Qin Muwan was indeed stunningly beautiful, dignified and resplendent like a flawless jade sculpture. However, that sculpture bore an inscription, "Strangers, keep your distance." She sat upright, her gaze fixed ahead, radiating an aura of sternness. Li Yi shook his head inwardly, yet felt compelled to impart some words of wisdom. "My dear Wang Fei," he cleared his throat, adopting a tone of earnest counsel. Qin Muwan did not even lift her eyelids, appearing oblivious to his words. Undeterred, Li Yi continued, "Once we enter Finji Palace, you must be astute. That place is far more intricate than our Wangfu. Remember, regardless of what Mother Empress says, do not confront her directly. Just respond with a single word. No matter how she provokes you, you shall reply with that same word. Even if she complicates matters, you shall still adhere to that one word." Noticing Qin Muwan's continued silence, Li Yi leaned in closer, lowering his voice to initiate his unconventional tutorial. Consider this an encounter on the battlefield. The Empress is akin to the most ferocious beast, while my two brothers are like famished wolves, baring their teeth beside her. Any sound they make is merely a test before the hunt. What will you do? You cannot confront them head-on with your long spear. That is the folly of a brute. He paused, folding his fan and tapping it against his palm, presenting his ultimate strategy. You must learn to roll on the ground. Understand? Expose your belly in submission. You might even emit a few whimpers, feigning death. Once they perceive you as no threat and turn to seek other prey, you can quietly rise and slip away. This is the path of survival, the highest wisdom within the palace. Li Yi's unorthodox advice finally elicited a slight shift in Qin Muwan's sculpted profile. She slowly turned her head, her profound phoenix eyes silently scrutinizing him, her brows knitting slightly, suggesting her discontent with his method. Li Yi felt a twinge of unease under her gaze, but mustered a self-satisfied smile. Qin Muwan regarded him for a moment before returning her gaze forward, resuming her composed posture. Throughout, she remained silent, neither affirming nor refuting his words. Yet, every utterance of his resonated like pebbles cast into the tranquil depths of her heart, stirring thoughts within her. She had been raised to forge ahead without yielding an inch, and the survival strategies proposed by Li Yi struck her as utterly absurd, yet there lingered an inexplicable intrigue. As the carriage halted before the palace gates, the pair transferred to a soft sedan chair, which bore them swiftly to the Empress's residence, Fenji Palace. Upon entering the main hall, an invisible pressure enveloped them. The Empress sat regally upon her phoenix throne, clad in an exquisitely ornate phoenix robe, crowned with a 9-phoenix sun adornment, emanating an aura of authority without uttering a word. To her left sat the gentle-faced crowned Prince Li Qian. To her right, the robust and nonchalant second Prince Li Tai. The trio had awaited their arrival for some time, and the atmosphere felt less like a welcoming of new arrivals for a tea ceremony and more akin to a meticulously prepared tribunal. As Qin Muwan entered, Li Tai's eyes momentarily flashed with unabashed astonishment, which soon morphed into an unmistakable, possessive, lecherous gaze. He scrutinized her as if appraising a coveted prize. Qin Muwan keenly sensed his gaze, her brow twitching imperceptibly, her heart turning icy. Son, daughter-in-law, pays respects to Mother Empress, wishing you well. Li Yi and Qin Muwan advanced, formally bowing. Rise, the Empress replied coolly, her gaze surpassing Li Yi to fixate on Qin Muwan. The palace maid presented the pre-prepared teacups, and Qin Muwan, adhering to etiquette, raised the cup with both hands, respectfully offering it to the Empress. However, the Empress did not extend her hand to receive it. Her gaze lingered on Qin Muwan's hands holding the teacup, a sardonic smile curling her lips. I have long heard of General Qin's heroism, and today it is indeed extraordinary, she remarked leisurely. It is evident that General Qin's hands, from years of wielding a weapon, bear distinct knuckles and are calloused, a testament to the glorious marks left by battles for the nation. The atmosphere in the hall shifted subtly, as the concubines present lowered their gazes, concealing their suppressed laughter. The Empress's tone shifted, imbued with a hint of pity and disdain. However, these hands, when it comes to serving tea, lack the gentleness expected of a woman. This was a blatant provocation. Each word was laced with sarcasm, ridiculing her femininity, deeming her coarse and unrefined, unworthy of the title of a royal princess. Though Qin Muwan held the teacup with the steadiness of a rock, an icy chill swiftly coalesced in her once cold phoenix eyes. In the military, no one dared to speak to her in such a manner. They would have swiftly been sent flying by the hilt of her spear. Just as she inhaled deeply, preparing to respond with dignity, Li Yi beside her made a move. Suddenly, Li Yi stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Qin Muwan, a bashful smile adorning his face as he commenced his impromptu performance. Mother, your insight is truly remarkable. He began, excessively flattering, then shifted his tone, lowering his voice slightly to evoke the allure of a secret shared. You may not know this, but my esteemed Wang Fei possesses remarkably skilled hands. The audience was momentarily taken aback, uncertain of his intentions. Li Yi continued, his bashfulness intensifying. Last night, during our wedding night, it was my first encounter with the unique techniques of my Wang Fei. Her delicate hands, adorned with the faintest calluses,
glided over my back in a manner that was simply irresistible. It was far more intoxicating than the soft hands of those high-born ladies. A chuckle escaped one of the concubines, who quickly stifled it with her hand. Li Yi, seemingly oblivious, persisted in his performance, even adding a hint of complaint. If only my constitution were not so frail, I might have been thoroughly exhausted by my Wang Fei by dawn. Alas, I am quite ashamed. This audaciously intimate description reverberated through the silent hall like a thunderclap, leaving the attendees stunned by his scandalous remarks. The Empress's face turned a shade of green with embarrassment. She had intended to use Qin Muwan's hands as a means to humiliate her, while simultaneously reprimanding the Qin Guogongfu. Who could have anticipated that Li Yi, this incorrigible rascal, would divert the conversation to such blush-inducing matters of the marital bed? His words transformed the Empress's challenge into a light-hearted complaint about marital intimacy, inadvertently affirming the deep affection between the couple and the harmony of their union, further entrenching his image as a weakling in the minds of the gathered crowd. Caught in this awkward moment, the Empress found herself at a loss, her dignified visage flushed with indignation. Just then, a commanding voice boomed from outside the hall. "What is all this commotion? I could hear your laughter from outside." The Emperor had arrived. Everyone hurriedly rose to pay their respects. The Emperor strode in with purpose, quickly assessing the peculiar scene before him. The eunuch Wen Dihei, keenly observant, had already gleaned much while waiting outside and swiftly leaned in to whisper to the Emperor. Upon hearing the whispered revelations, the Emperor momentarily paused, then, unable to suppress his amusement, pointed at his shameless son and laughed heartily. "What a disgrace! With so many present in Finji Palace, must you speak such lewd nonsense? Have you no shame?" Though it appeared as reprimand, the tone was laced with mirth. The Emperor then turned his gaze gently towards Qin Muwan, raising his hand slightly. "Muwan, you need not concern yourself with this foolishness. Come, serve me tea." Qin Muwan steadied herself and presented the tea. The Emperor accepted it, drinking deeply before placing the cup down with a thud. His gaze swept over the assembly as he declared, "Your hands are the hands that protect our Qin's borders, the hands that embody our glory. It is a privilege for me to receive tea from you." This proclamation instantaneously fortified Qin Muwan's standing. The Empress and the Crown Prince's expression soured, yet they dared not utter a word of dissent. Li Yi, having just risen from the floor, dusted off his knees, and, seizing a moment of distraction, exchanged a sly wink with Qin Muwan, a look that conveyed, "See, learn from this." Li Tai, observing the seemingly harmless yet cunning demeanor of Li Yi, shifted his gaze to the silent and coldly composed Qin Muwan. The earlier incident involving the shattered Qinghua Yulong-patterned porcelain vase resurfaced in his mind, igniting a sense of frustration. "Father," Li Tai suddenly clasped his hands together, breaking the silence of Finji Palace. "The Xian Yao Wang Fei is exceptionally skilled in martial arts. Her prowess unmatched in the capital. I have always held her in high regard." He began with a compliment, then, with a hint of malice, suggested, "Perhaps you could test her abilities, allowing us all to witness her talents?" His words, though cloaked in grandeur, were designed to expose Qin Muwan's perceived shortcomings before the Emperor and the court. To him, she was merely a rough soldier raised in the military, adept at wielding weapons, but lacking the strategic acumen necessary for court affairs. Should she falter in her responses, it would confirm her as a simple-minded woman unworthy of her royal status. The Emperor, seated regally, surveyed the faces of his sons, having unraveled Li Tai's ulterior motives. Yet, rather than confront him directly, he decided to escalate the challenge. Rising slowly, he motioned for Wen Dihei to bring forth a scroll. This scroll unfurled to reveal a vast map depicting the territories of the Qin dynasty. The Emperor's finger pointed emphatically to the northernmost expanse, bordering the barbarian tribes. "Since you all seem so eager, I shall pose a question," he proclaimed in a steady, authoritative voice. The northern barbarian tribes have shown a clear trend towards unification in recent years, repeatedly encroaching upon our borders, committing acts of violence and plunder, and becoming a significant threat. Within the court, there are two prevailing opinions. He paused, casting a glance at Li Yi and Qin Muwan. One faction advocates for a full-scale war, committing our national resources to a decisive battle that would secure a century of peace for our northern borders. The other faction argues that the barbarians are like grass. Their fires cannot be extinguished. A major conflict would be costly with uncertain outcomes. Instead,
We should open trade routes, using silk, tea, and iron to win their hearts, gradually undermining them through commerce. The emperor's gaze sharpened as he fixed it upon Li Yi and Qin Muwan. You two, one born of the battlefield, keenly aware of the horrors of war. The other, raised in royalty, should possess some understanding of these matters. Speak, how should we address this situation? Upon this query, the atmosphere in Fenji Palace became palpably tense. The expressions on the Crown Prince and Second Prince's faces revealed their eagerness for the unfolding drama. This was no mere examination. It was a question of life and death. Both factions, pro-war and pro-peace, had substantial followings within the court, their interests intertwined with countless civil and military officials. Whatever stance one took would undoubtedly alienate the other side. Even the court's seasoned politicians would hesitate to express their opinions. Yet the emperor had directed this dilemma towards two newlyweds. All eyes turned to Qin Muwan. Without a moment's hesitation, she stepped forward, gazing intently at the map, addressing the emperor with unwavering conviction. In response to your majesty, I believe we must go to war. Her voice, though not loud, resonated with a resolute and martial spirit. The barbarians fear strength, but lack virtue. Their nature is akin to wolves, greedy and vicious. Today, if we trade with them, providing food and weapons, tomorrow they will use those very weapons to slay our Qian's people. We must shatter their fangs, bend their backs. For any form of trade or appeasement is merely feeding a wolf that may turn against us at any moment. Only through decisive action can we instill fear, ensuring they do not dare to cast their covetous eyes upon us for a century. Her words were resolute, infused with the iron will of a soldier. The emperor nodded slightly, turning his gaze to Li Yi. All eyes, following the gaze of the emperor, turned in unison toward the carefree Wang, Li Yi, who leaned against a pillar, seemingly on the verge of slumber. Li Yi lazily yawned, rubbed his eyes, and appeared as if he had just awakened, slowly making his way forward. Father, I do not comprehend these matters of warfare. He waved his hand dismissively, feigning innocence. The second prince, Li Tai, revealed a hint of a mocking smile, thinking that this good-for-nothing truly understood nothing. Unexpectedly, Li Yi shifted his tone and, in an utterly nonchalant manner, remarked, I believe that war and commerce are not mutually exclusive. Oh, a flicker of interest sparkled in the emperor's eyes. How so? Li Yi began counting on his fingers, akin to a shrewd merchant in a marketplace, calculating his little accounts. Father, consider this. We can have the Wang Fei lead our troops to the north to strike them while simultaneously sending our merchant caravans to sell them plasters. Upon hearing this, the entire Fenji Palace fell into a stunned silence. Everyone present was taken aback by Li Yi's audacious and nearly shameless line of thought, momentarily rendered speechless. Observing their silence, Li Yi snapped open his folding fan, revealing the character for handsome inscribed upon it, and gently waved it, continuing, Imagine, as the Wang Fei thrusts forth her spear, they are left maimed, and our healing ointments and bone-setting powders could fetch exorbitant prices. The warriors of their tribe, incapacitated and unable to work, would be compelled to purchase our grain at inflated rates. Their cities and tents, set ablaze by us, would require reconstruction, making our bricks, timber, and fabric precious commodities. His excitement grew with each utterance, as if he could envision countless gold and silver beckoning him. The military expenses incurred in warfare, we can recoup tenfold or 100-fold from them. The more desperate their plight, the more prosperous our business becomes. What do we call this? It's called sustaining war through commerce and blending trade with military affairs. Father, do you not agree that this enterprise is bound to yield profit? With this proclamation, an eerie silence enveloped the palace. Everyone regarded Li Yi with the eyes of a monster, their minds buzzing. What initially seemed like nonsensical ramblings contained a surprisingly coherent and insidiously logical connection between war and economics. Even Qin Muwan abruptly turned her head, her cold phoenix eyes shimmering with unprecedented astonishment and curiosity. On the throne, the emperor was momentarily taken aback before erupting into an unprecedented, hearty laughter. Ha ha, well said. Sustaining war through commerce. Laughter and reprimands flowed from him as he pointed at Li Yi. How did I end up with such a cunning little rascal for a son? Yet, amidst his jesting, there was evident admiration and delight for his son. Li Qian and Li Tai, however,
wore increasingly grim expressions as they realized for the first time that this younger brother, whom they had always dismissed as a fool, possessed such cunning. The emperor's laughter reverberated throughout the chamber for quite some time. This astonishing notion of intertwining war and commerce clearly struck a chord with him. Reward. The emperor, in high spirits, decisively declared substantial rewards for Li Yi. The entire household of the Carefree Wang was to be honored. The emperor presented a gold medal, intricately carved with dragon motifs. This golden emblem, bestowed upon the Carefree Wang, signified that to see this medal was akin to seeing the emperor himself, granting him discretionary authority in critical times. Upon the issuance of this decree, both the crown prince and the second prince felt their hearts plummet. The weight of the phrase discretionary authority was immense, essentially providing Li Yi with a protective talisman and the power of unilateral decision-making. The emperor continued with another decree. Li Yi, the Carefree Wang, with his cleverness and insight into commerce, has brought me great satisfaction. Henceforth, he is appointed as the president of the capital's Chamber of Commerce, overseeing commercial affairs in the capital. I hope you shall fulfill this responsibility diligently, alleviating concerns for the nation. The capital's Chamber of Commerce, a newly established office, appeared merely nominal. Yet those present understood that the emperor had granted Li Yi unequivocal authority to intervene in the economic lifeblood of the capital. This overwhelming favor instantly elevated the Carefree Wang's household from an inconspicuous, leisurely estate to the most coveted power in the capital. However, it also transformed Li Yi and Qin Muwan into thorns in the sides of the crown prince and the second prince, who now viewed them as adversaries to be eliminated. Upon receiving the rewards, Li Yi did not immediately express his gratitude or take his leave. With a cheeky grin, he approached the crown prince and the second prince, cupping his hands in a salute. Elder brother, second brother, today marks the first time I have brought the Wang Fei to pay respects to you both. According to custom, this ought to be a meeting gift, no? Though the crown prince, Li Qian, felt his temper flare, he could only suppress his rage in the emperor's presence. He reluctantly removed a valuable dragon-patterned jade pendant from his waist and handed it to Li Yi, saying, "Third brother, as a token of my goodwill for you and your bride." Li Yi accepted it without hesitation, eagerly glancing toward Li Tai. Li Tai's countenance darkened as if he had been scalded. Having lost a cherished vase the day prior, he now felt extorted. Gritting his teeth, he pulled out a stack of silver notes from his pocket and brusquely shoved them toward Li Yi. "Take this. Buy your bride some cosmetics." "Thank you, second brother. You are truly generous." Li Yi cheerfully tucked the notes away, satisfied as he clasped Qin Muwan's hand. Swaggering out of the palace under the emperor's approving gaze and the murderous glares of his two elder brothers. Upon returning to the Carefree Wang's estate, Li Yi carelessly tossed the jade pendant and silver notes to Fuan, then comfortably reclined in his familiar armchair in the back garden, a look of contentment on his face. However, to his surprise, Qin Muwan, having changed out of her elaborate court attire into a simple outfit, stood quietly in the courtyard, watching Li Yi sway in his chair, exuding an air of triumph. Feeling her gaze, Li Yi shifted uncomfortably and cleared his throat. "What are you staring at? Have you never seen such a handsome and dashing Wang?" Ignoring his banter, Qin Muwan approached and sat on another stool by the stone table, directly asking, "How do you understand all this?" Li Yi lazily opened one eye, glanced at her, then reverted to his nonchalant demeanor. "Understand what? Oh, you mean the ways of making money?" He waved his fan leisurely. "What's so strange about that? My ultimate life goal is to live in comfort." Sitting upright, he earnestly lectured Qin Muwan, "But Wang Fei, living in comfort also requires resources. You think lying around is as simple as finding a place to recline? You are gravely mistaken. Living in comfort is a lifestyle, an extravagant pursuit that necessitates substantial financial backing." He counted on his fingers. "Think about it. If I wish to visit the finest brothel in the capital, Wanhua Lu, for a lavish evening, does that not require funds? If I want to hear the capital's top courtesan sing a tune, does that not require funds? If I desire to taste grapes from the western regions or a whole roasted lamb from the northern deserts, does that not require funds?" Thus, he spread his hands in conclusion. Without a little knowledge of making money, how can one achieve financial freedom? If one cannot attain financial freedom, how can one cast aside all mundane affairs and lie in peace, high quality, and comfort? He explained his every action in the most irreverent tone. Qin Muwan listened quietly. She did not grasp what cost meant, nor did she understand financial freedom, and certainly could not fathom the notion of living in comfort with high quality. Yet, for the first time, she realized that beneath this man's apparent lack of ambition lay a peculiar logic that was remarkably coherent. He was not without goals. On the contrary, his objective was terrifyingly clear: to lie in comfort at all costs. At that moment, Qin Muwan no longer viewed him as a mere scoundrel getting by on wits. He was a man with a distinctly defined aim. She gazed at Li Yi's face, which exuded a languid charm intertwined with a hint of cunning, and felt an inexplicable urge to strike his head with the handle of a spear to uncover the thoughts hidden within. Perhaps her father was right. The Prince of Carefree was not as simple as he appeared. Chapter 17. Worries for the nation. As the night deepened and the lights began to twinkle, Li Yi, having just finished his dinner, reclined contentedly in his exclusive chaise longue within the rear garden of the Prince of Carefree's residence. He lazily waved a white paper fan in his hand, humming a tuneless melody, exuding an aura of satisfaction that came from having his wishes fulfilled. Today, in the palace, he had merely spoken a few words and was bestowed with the title of President of the capital's Chamber of Commerce, along with a golden ticket that granted him immunity from death, akin to a royal decree. This was akin to a pie falling from the sky, landing squarely in his mouth. President of the capital's Chamber of Commerce, indeed, sounds quite impressive, Li Yi mused, squinting his eyes. Isn't this essentially an ancient version of the Director of the Maritime Trade Bureau and the Department of Commerce? My father has bestowed upon me a legitimate sword for amassing wealth. What was his life goal? To live in leisure. However, a high-quality leisure life required a robust financial foundation. And now, that foundation had arrived. In the future, he could simply guide the affairs of any shop with favorable feng shui. If he fancied a restaurant's cuisine, he could conduct a hygiene inspection. Who would dare to disregard the president? To do so would imply a lack of support for the economic development of the Qian, an act of defiance against the court. As he reveled in his grand dreams of wealth flowing into his pockets to support his more extravagant lifestyle, a sudden flurry of footsteps shattered the tranquility of the courtyard. Igor, my dear brother, what joyous news! The voice arrived before the person, as Wei Ting burst into the rear garden like a gust of wind. Upon spotting Li Yi lounging and grinning, he rushed forward, eyebrows waggling, and clasped his hands in congratulations. Congratulations! Igor, you have indeed received double the good fortune now. Triple the good fortune. Li Yi lazily lifted his eyelids and glanced at him. What do you mean by triple? Consider this. Wei Tong began, counting on his fingers, his words flowing with enthusiasm. The first joy is that you have married the most captivating beauty in the capital as your princess. The second joy is that you have acquired the position of president of the capital's Chamber of Commerce, a lucrative role. As for the third joy, he leaned closer to Li Yi, lowering his voice with a conspiratorial smile. Tonight, I must host a grand feast for you to celebrate your ascension to this lofty position. The venue is already chosen, Wanhualu. At this, Li Yi's heart soared with delight, though his face feigned a troubled expression as he sighed. Ah, tongue. It is not that I do not wish to honor you. I am now a man with a family. I must be mindful of my reputation. Wei Tung, upon hearing this, grew anxious and pounded his chest, speaking with righteous indignation. Igor, you are mistaken. What is your current status? The president of the capital's Chamber of Commerce. On your first day in office, you must not neglect to understand the people's sentiments in the market. Otherwise, this would be dereliction of duty. Seeing that Li Yi remained unmoved, he intensified his argument. Think about it. What kind of place is Wanhualu? It is the greatest den of indulgence in the capital, the hub of information, where affluent merchants gather. How many deals are struck there? How many inside stories emerge from that place? If we go tonight, it is not merely for revelry. It is a business investigation. We are contributing to the commerce of the Qian. His words were grandiose and compelling. Li Yi nodded repeatedly, greatly impressed. Such eloquence, truly commendable. As expected from one who associates with me. This excuse is flawless. He feigned contemplation for a moment, then decisively slapped his thigh, adopting a posture of resolve. Very well. Since it is for official business, I shall accompany you, but this must be conducted discreetly. He waved to his steward, Fu En, standing at a distance, and whispered his instructions. Fu En, retrieve the pile of memorials I have accumulated in my study over the past 3 years and stack them on my desk. Light 3 candles
and open the windows to create the illusion that I am tirelessly laboring for the nation's affairs through the night. After a moment's thought, he added, "Remember, if the princess inquires, tell her that I am in seclusion, studying the grand strategy of sustaining warfare through commerce, and that no one is to disturb me. Do you understand?" "I understand." Fu then suppressed a smile and bowed as he departed. Wei Tung, watching this unfold, was left astounded and gave Li Yi a thumbs up. "Igor, brilliant! Truly brilliant!" Li Yi snapped open his fan, revealing a grand character, and stood up with pride. "Come, a tongue, less worry for the nation." The two exchanged knowing smiles, filled with a sense of conspiratorial camaraderie, and strolled out of the royal residence. Wanwalu, the most renowned establishment of its kind in the capital, remained brilliantly lit and bustling even in the deep of night. Upon entering, the unique aroma of cosmetics mingled with fine wines and delicacies enveloped them, accompanied by the incessant sounds of melodious tunes. The madam, upon spotting the two esteemed guests, greeted them with the enthusiasm of a long-lost relative, her face wrinkled into a beaming smile. "Oh, it is His Highness the Prince of Carefree and young Master Wei. You two are indeed rare visitors. Please come in, please." The finest private room had already been reserved for them on the third floor. As they settled in, Wei Tung eagerly instructed the madam, "Go, summon your top performer, Miss Shuang, to entertain our prince with a tune." "Certainly. Please wait a moment," the madam replied, swaying her hips as she made her way out. However, shortly after her departure, the door to the adjacent room burst open with a loud bang. A drunken young master in splendid attire stormed in, gripping the collar of a servant and berating him. "Damn it, you blind fool. I asked for Miss Shuang. How dare you say she is unavailable? Do you know who I am?" The servant trembled in fear. "Young master, please calm down. Miss Shuang has indeed been requested by another esteemed guest. I truly cannot." "Esteemed guest? What the hell is that? In the city, is there anyone more esteemed than me? It is His Highness the Prince of Carefree." "Bah, I thought it was something of substance." The young master, brimming with arrogance, kicked the servant aside and, swaying unsteadily, invaded the private room of Li Yi and Wei Tung. Chapter 18. My lady, I was truly wrong. This young master, evidently new to the capital, had only heard whispers of the Prince of Carefree, Li Yi, as a disdained figure, devoid of ambition, and thus failed to regard him with any respect. He cast a sideways glance at Li Yi and then at Wei Tung, sneering. "So you are the Prince of Carefree? Instead of keeping your mother company, you dare to frequent a brothel? Aren't you afraid of getting skinned alive?" Wei Tung's brows instantly furrowed. Few dared to speak to them in such a manner in the capital. Before he could respond, the young master, emboldened by drink, continued to mock. "I heard the Prince of Carefree is newly married to that fierce lady from the Dingguo Duke's residence. Tisk, what good fortune! But I wonder, with your delicate stature, can you withstand the pressure of that 8-foot-tall tigress in bed?" As his words hung in the air, the atmosphere in the private room plummeted to an icy silence. Wei Tung sprang to his feet, his expression darkening. No matter how unruly he was, he knew there were lines that should never be crossed. This scoundrel is courting death. Just as he was about to erupt, he was halted by a mere glance from Li Yi. The smile on Li Yi's face had vanished without a trace. He remained composed in his chair, leisurely lifting the wine cup from the table and pouring himself a drink. His usually languid and playful peach blossom eyes were now as frigid as ice in the depths of winter. "Who are you?" Li Yi gently swirled his wine cup, his voice devoid of emotion, betraying no hint of anger or joy. The young man, caught off guard by Li Yi's gaze, felt a sudden jolt of fear. Yet, emboldened by the effects of alcohol and the backing of his influential connections, he stubbornly retorted, "What business is it of yours? My uncle is the Minister of Revenue. If you know what's good for you, hand over Miss Shuang to me and apologize. Then we can forget about today's incident." "The Minister of Revenue?" Li Yi chuckled softly, a chilling undertone lacing his laughter, as he observed the young man growing increasingly arrogant, even attempting to push him. Li Yi finally lost the last vestige of his patience. With a sharp crack, it was not a slap, but rather the sound of Li Yi gently throwing his wine cup onto the floor. The cup shattered upon impact. At that very moment, a shadow darted in like a specter from outside, silently appearing behind the young man. It was Yi Qi. Without uttering a word, Yi Qi's hands, as iron claws, swiftly gripped the young man's shoulders, rendering him immobile. As the two attendants attempted to advance, a mere glance from Yi Qi, laden with lethal intent, caused them to falter, their legs buckling as they collapsed to the ground. The young man was now thoroughly panicked. Half sober, he struggled violently, shouting, "What do you want? I warn you. My uncle is the Minister of Revenue. If you dare to touch me, he will not let you go." Li Yi slowly stood up and walked towards him, gently tapping the young man's contorted face with his white paper fan. His tone was eerily calm, yet imbued with an undeniable pressure. "Who is this fool? No matter my circumstances, I am still the king of leisure, bestowed by the emperor himself. If every Tom, Dick, and Harry can prance before me, how can I remain leisurely?" He retracted the fan and, addressing the impassive Yi Qi, commanded lightly, "Break his arms and legs, then throw him out." Without even blinking, Yi Qi exerted a slight force. Crack, crack. The sickening sound of bones fracturing echoed as the young man's arms hung at a grotesque angle. Ah! His agonizing scream had barely escaped his lips when Yi Qi's hands moved to his legs. Crack, crack. Two more sharp sounds silenced his cries, and the young man fainted from the pain. The entire process was swift and decisive, like a flash of lightning. Li did not even glance at the now lifeless form of the young man, merely gesturing with his fan towards the two terrified attendants. "Take him away. Also, inform the Minister of Revenue that his nephew's medical expenses will be charged to the account of the capital's Chamber of Commerce as a first gift from his president." "Yes." Yi Qi effortlessly lifted the unconscious young man as if he were a mere chick, turning and vanishing through the door. The two attendants scrambled to follow. The air filled with a foul odor. The entire third floor of the Wanhua building fell into a deathly silence. All the onlookers and courtesans were left in awe of the ruthless decisiveness displayed by the king of leisure. They gazed at the now seated Li Yi, who had resumed his nonchalant smile, their eyes filled with reverence and fear. What a waste of a prince. This was clearly a wolf in sheep's clothing. Wei Ting remained calm, as if nothing had transpired. He sat down again and poured a drink for Li Yi, grinning. "Brother Yi, all is peaceful now." Having grown up together, he naturally understood his friend's boundaries. You could insult him as a waste, mock him as a libertine, but he had his own principles, especially concerning family, even the recently wed princess. Li Yi raised his cup and drank it in one gulp, the coldness in his demeanor dissipating, reverting to the carefree visage of the king of leisure. "Well then, let not this minor affair dampen our enthusiasm for the business inspection. Where's Miss Shuang Shuang? Why has she not arrived?" However, instead of Miss Shuang Shuang, a bone-chilling aura of murderous intent swept in. Just as Li Yi settled down to relish his delightful time on business, the entire noisy Wanhua building abruptly fell into an eerie silence. Before they could indulge, the door of the private room was suddenly kicked open with a resounding crash. With splintered dust swirled. At the entrance stood a lithe, yet powerful figure, backlit. Clad in a sleek black outfit, she showcased a flawless physique. In her hand, she wielded the iconic silver spear, glistening ominously in the moonlight. It was none other than Qin Muwan. At that moment, Qin Muwan's charming face was clouded with frost. Her phoenix eyes gleamed with menace. Those cold eyes, akin to a pair of swords, pierced through the dust, locking onto the pale-faced Li Yi. In that instant, time seemed to freeze. The king of leisure, who had just exuded an air of authority and decisiveness, was rendered motionless upon seeing Qin Muwan. The color drained from his face at an alarming rate, and the stylish white paper fan he had just opened clattered to the ground. After a brief moment of stupor, Li Yi's expression swiftly morphed into one of extreme flattery, humble to the point of being dust. "Wang Fei, what brings you here?" As he spoke, he hastily stood from his chair, stammering, "I was just discussing state affairs with Brother Wei." "Yes, the Chamber of Commerce has just been established, and we are delving into important discussions." Wei Teng's reaction was even more exaggerated. Upon seeing Qin Muwan, this young master of the Wei family knelt with a thud, hands clasped behind his head, pleading with a quavering voice, "Sister-in-law, please see reason. It's all my fault. I dragged Brother Yi here against his will. Did he want to come? If you must punish someone, punish me. Please don't harm your health, or Brother Yi will be heartbroken." Wei Teng, truly a good brother. Li Yi watched Wei Teng's antics with immense satisfaction. Yet, Qin Muwan paid no heed to the frantic attempts of Wei Teng to shoulder the blame. Her gaze remained fixed solely on Li Yi. Without uttering a word, she slowly raised her hand, the tip of her glistening spear pointing directly at Li Yi.
Her silence bore a weight more powerful than 1,000 words. Cold sweat erupted on Li Yi's forehead. He immediately raised both hands, assuming a gesture of surrender. I was wrong. Madam, I truly apologize. Let us discuss this at home. No need to do this here. It's inappropriate, very inappropriate. Observing his cowardice, Qin Muwan snorted coldly and finally retracted her spear, turning away with decisive elegance. Follow. The words were icy and left no room for argument. Ah, all right, Li Yi. Feeling as if he had received a reprieve from death, hurriedly scuttled after her, glancing back to silently mouth 2 words to the still kneeling Wei Tong. Save me. Inside and outside the private room, a crowd of onlookers stood agape, witnessing this dramatic scene. The king of leisure, who had just moments ago appeared as a fearsome demon, had suddenly transformed into a quaking kitten trailing behind a fierce tigress. This stark contrast left everyone momentarily bewildered. After a lengthy pause, someone whispered softly, "The rumors are indeed not misleading." From that moment on, the tale of the Carefree Wang's clandestine visit to the Wanhua Lu, with a charming Wang Fei brandished a gun at her husband, spread like wildfire, evolving into a more legendary and vivid account that pervaded the bustling streets of the capital overnight. Chapter 19. Can I sleep in bed tonight? The deep night in the capital was far more tranquil than during the day. Yet, it was precisely this serenity that rendered certain sounds and images remarkably clear. A squad of guards responsible for the night patrol had just completed their routine inspection of Dong Street and were preparing to indulge in a warm bowl of wontons at a nearby stall. Suddenly, the leading captain sharply raised his hand, signaling the team to halt. "Captain, what's wrong?" A soldier next to him inquired in a hushed tone. The captain remained silent, his eyes wide, pointing ahead at the long street. As the soldiers followed the direction of his finger, they collectively gasped, their expressions a mix of amusement and disbelief. Their faces flushed from stifled laughter. Beneath the moonlight, a striking figure clad in black, wielding a silver spear, strode forward with steady and powerful steps, exuding an aura akin to a moving ice sculpture. The very air around her seemed to chill in her presence. Trailing about 3 steps behind her was a man in a brocade robe, mimicking her pace closely. He bowed his head, hunched his shoulders, and wore a submissive smile, resembling a servant who had erred and was now being led home for punishment. Who in the capital did not recognize these two? They were none other than the carefree Wang Li Yi and his formidable Wang Fei. The impact of the scene was overwhelmingly potent. A young soldier could no longer suppress his laughter and let out a chuckle, only to be met with the captain's fierce glare, prompting him to cover his mouth tightly. "Keep it together. Do you want to lose your head?" The captain reprimanded in a low voice. Yet internally, he was fervently exclaiming, "My heavens! The rumors are indeed true. This carefree Wang is in a dire predicament. Newlywed and already caught gollyvanting. Apprehended by the Wang Fei with a gun outside the Wanhua Lu. This will surely make the front page of the Capital Chronicles tomorrow." Li Yi, of course, noticed the squad of guards and felt their mixed gazes of sympathy, schadenfreude, and barely concealed laughter. His heart bled. "It's over, it's all over. My illustrious persona as the valiant and charming carefree Wang has utterly crumbled tonight. Tomorrow, the entire capital will know that I, Li Yi, am thoroughly henpecked. How will I navigate the circles of debauchery from now on? How will I visit the Wanhua Lu under the guise of business inquiries to enjoy the melodies?" While his mind raged with complaints, he dared not slacken his pace, maintaining a safe 3-step distance, his expression one of utter remorse, pleading for leniency, which he performed to perfection. Thus, the two of them proceeded, one in front of the other, under the watchful gaze of countless eyes, traversing much of the capital until they finally returned to the Wang residence. At the entrance of the residence, the guards and servants, upon witnessing this spectacle, wore expressions even more comical than those of the patrolling soldiers. They all lowered their heads, scarcely daring to breathe, their eyes fixed on the ground as if they had turned into wooden stakes. Qin Muwan walked straight into the residence, her gaze unwavering. Li Yi, feeling utterly defeated, followed closely behind. As they passed by the steward Fu Wen, he cast a pleading glance, silently mouthing, "Help me." Fu, and grimacing, subtly shook his head, indicating his inability to assist. After all, the Wang Fei had returned with a gun. Who would dare to provoke her? They traversed the front courtyard, walked through the corridors, and ultimately arrived at the main hall. Qin Muwan waved her hand, dismissing all the servants who wished to follow and attend to her. With a loud thud, the heavy hall doors were shut. Within the grand hall, only Li Yi and Qin Muwan remained. Li Yi watched as Qin Muwan, still wielding her spear, approached the weapon rack at the side of the hall, his heart racing. He was prepared. The moment her spear moved, he would immediately kneel and clutch her legs in supplication, rolling on the ground if necessary. After all, a wise man avoids immediate losses. A sharp clang echoed as Qin Muwan firmly placed the silver spear back onto the rack. She did not strike. Li Yi exhaled slightly, but his heart still hung in uncertainty. Indeed, Qin Muwan turned to face him, silently observing him. Her cold phoenix eyes, illuminated by the candlelight, appeared particularly profound. Li Yi felt a shiver run down his spine as he met her gaze, his mind racing through various strategies of response. Should he be forthright and admit his faults? Or should he continue with banter, attempting to evade the situation? Just as he was preparing to don a playful demeanor and utter something lighthearted, Qin Muwan spoke first. Her voice remained cold, devoid of emotion, yet her question left Li Yi momentarily stunned. Why'd you break his limbs? She did not inquire about his visit to the brothel, nor did she question whether he regarded her with disdain. She did not even utter the name Wanhua. Instead, she asked about the nephew of the Minister of Revenue, who had foolishly provoked them. Li Yi's expression froze. The myriad of witty retorts he had prepared evaporated in an instant, leaving him speechless. Huh? What? He gazed at Qin Muwan and noticed that her eyes held no anger or contempt, only a pure, inquisitive curiosity. She was earnestly seeking an answer. After a brief silence, he gradually retracted the playful grin from his face, straightening his somewhat sore back. The mischievous sparkle in his peach blossom eyes transformed into a rare seriousness as he looked at Qin Muwan. Because he insulted you. Li Yi's voice was calm, devoid of any tumult, as if stating a straightforward fact. Qin Muwan's brows furrowed imperceptibly, seemingly awaiting his next words. Meeting her gaze, Li Yi continued, enunciating each word with clarity. He can insult me, call me a failure, a weakling, or worthless. I can easily disregard such words. There are many in the capital who share this sentiment. If I were to take offense to each, I would have long been exhausted. However, he should not insult you. His tone suddenly grew somber, his peach blossom eyes flashing with a cold light reminiscent of that moment in Wanhua. He should never have used such vile words to demean you. Taking a step closer, he stood directly before Qin Muwan, their distance merely an arm's length apart. He gazed into her eyes, adopting an unprecedentedly earnest tone as he declared, Qin Muwan, whether you wish it or not, regardless of your satisfaction with this marriage. From the day you entered, you became my Wang Fei, the sole mistress of the Carefree Wang residence. Though I too resist this union, he insulted you. And in doing so, he publicly slapped my face, tarnishing the dignity of our entire Wang residence. As a man, I cannot tolerate this. As his words echoed, the grand hall was enveloped in a long, profound silence. Only the occasional crackle of the candlelight resonated in the expansive space. Qin Muwan stood there, motionless, scrutinizing the man before her. She had spent half her life on the battlefield, vanquishing foes and establishing her reputation in the military. She had grown accustomed to the respect of soldiers and the criticisms of bureaucrats. She was used to wielding her spear in response to all provocations and facing the malice from all directions alone. This was the first time a man stood before her, declaring his ownership and protective instincts over her in a manner that was both brazen and resolute. Not only to the world, but to her as well. He uttered no sweet nothings, not even a gentle word. He merely stated a fact. You are mine, and therefore, no one shall bully you. An unfamiliar and unprecedented emotion surged through her, akin to a warm current quietly colliding with her heart, which had long been encased in ice. The solid ice seemed to crack with an almost imperceptible fissure. For a long while, just as Li Yi thought she would remain standing until dawn, Qin Muwan finally stirred. She simply blinked lightly, the curiosity and doubt in her phoenix eyes having mysteriously faded, restoring her usual cold demeanor. She glanced at Li Yi as if he were a petulant child, then walked past him, leaving behind a curt remark. Boring. Li was taken aback. Was that it? No scolding, no reprimand, just a single word. Boring? Before he could fully comprehend the situation, Qin Muwan, who had already reached the door, paused momentarily and added without looking back, If you dare to go to such places again, I will break your legs. With that,
She opened the door and strode out decisively, leaving Li Yi with a striking silhouette, devoid of any lingering sentiment. He stood rooted to the spot, bewildered for a while. He stared at the now empty doorway, then reflected on Qin Muwan's last remark. Although it was a harsh threat, for some inexplicable reason, he felt no fear. He touched his nose, and on his face, which usually wore a lazy smile, a broad, genuine grin slowly blossomed. This fierce lady seems not to be as ruthless as the rumors suggest. Hey, madam, princess, wait for me. Can I sleep in your bed tonight? Li Yi called out as he hurried in the direction Qin Muwan had taken, leaving behind a group of bewildered servants exchanging glances. Chapter 20. Petition to the Emperor in the Grand Hall of Jinluan. Sunlight streamed through the intricately carved window panes, casting mottled patterns of light. The civil and military officials, clad in formal attire, stood in silent reverence, awaiting the routine morning assembly. However, today's court session was destined to be anything but tranquil. Your Majesty, this old minister has a matter to report. The Minister of Revenue, Zhang Yanting, usually stern-faced and humorless, suddenly knelt with a thud, tears streaming down his face. His hair disheveled, utterly devoid of his usual authority. He abruptly raised his head, his bloodshot eyes fixed intently on the emperor seated on the dragon throne, as if he bore an immense grievance. The emperor, towering above, slightly furrowed his brow. He was accustomed to the court's intrigues and deceptions, but it had been a long time since he had witnessed someone as unrestrained as Zhang Yanting publicly weeping. Minister Zhang, what has caused you such distress? The emperor's voice was steady and commanding. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yanting trembled, as if he had found a release for his pent-up emotions, and cried even louder, Your Majesty, my old nephew was ruthlessly beaten last night by the minions of Prince Li Yi, leaving him crippled. He is only 18 years old. Your Majesty, the Prince Xiao Ao is lawless and cruel, resorting to such brutality over a mere quarrel. This is simply an affront to humanity and the gods. His voice resonated with indignation, each word laden with accusations and reproaches. He depicted his nefarious nephew as an innocent youth who, inebriated, had merely uttered a few foolish words, while portraying Li Yi as a tyrannical royal bully who abused his power. As a prince, the Prince Xiao should serve as a paragon of virtue. How can he commit such heinous acts, tarnishing the royal dignity? How can the common people trust the laws of the court? This is a disgrace to the royal reputation and a violation of court decorum. Zhang Yanting grew increasingly agitated, his voice hoarse as he implored the emperor to take action for the sake of the people, to punish the Prince Xiao severely, to uphold the law and deter others. He wept bitterly, his forehead striking the cold golden bricks with a dull thud. Instantly, a buzz of murmurs erupted in the court. Many officials were shocked by the Prince Xiao's conduct. They knew him to be a debauchee, but had not anticipated such brutal behavior. Li Qian and Li Tai exchanged glances, a flicker of concealed delight passing between them. They had been seeking an opportunity to suppress Li Yi, and here was Minister Zhang presenting it on a silver platter. The Crown Prince Li Qian was the first to step forward, clasping his hands in salute. Father, your discernment is unparalleled. Upon hearing Minister Zhang's words, my heart too is filled with sorrow. This act of my younger brother is indeed inappropriate and may provoke discontent among the court and the populace. I dare to suggest that we thoroughly investigate this matter to provide an explanation to Minister Zhang and the officials, thus assuaging the people's hearts. His rhetoric was grandiose, appearing reasonable, yet in truth, it was merely adding fuel to the fire, wishing for the emperor to punish Li Yi severely. The second prince, Li Tai, followed suit, solemnly stating, Father, the crown prince speaks wisely. The Prince Xiao Ao, as a noble heir, should be a model for all. Now, on the cusp of marital bliss, he has caused such a scandal in a brothel. If this becomes public, it could tarnish the royal image. I too believe it warrants serious handling to rectify the court's discipline. The two princes harmonized, rapidly escalating the situation, intent on bringing about Li Yi's downfall. The atmosphere in the court shifted, forming a united front against Li Yi. The emperor's expression darkened, casting a sidelong glance at his sons who were fanning the flames, a cold snort escaping his lips. He was well aware of Li Qian and Li Tai's intentions and recognized that Zhang Yanting was merely their pawn. Summoned Prince Xiao Ao Li Yi. Shortly thereafter, accompanied by a slow and languid footfall, a figure staggered into the Jinluan Hall. It
It was none other than Prince Xiaoao Li. He maintained his usual nonchalant demeanor, yawning and rubbing his sleepy eyes, as if he had not slept well the previous night. Dressed in the casual attire of a prince, it hung loosely on him, lacking the decorum other princes exhibited. He had even tied his belt askew, clearly just risen from bed without proper grooming. This appearance instantly drew disapproving glances and scorn from the officials. Li ambled to the center of the hall, casually saluting the emperor, mumbling, "Son pays respects to father. Long live father, long live, long live." His voice sounded like the murmurs of someone still lost in slumber. The emperor's forehead twitched with barely restrained anger as he struggled to maintain composure. Li Zhang suddenly lifted his head, his bloodshot eyes glaring at Li as if he wished to devour him whole. "You heartless beast! You have rendered my nephew a cripple. Do you acknowledge your crime?" Li, taken aback by Zhang Yanting's outburst, furrowed his brow, appearing somewhat impatient. "Li, do you plead guilty to Minister Zhang's accusations?" the emperor inquired, his tone tinged with discontent. Li dug into his ear, then looked up at the emperor with a feigned expression of grievance. Glancing at the sobbing Zhang Yanting on the floor, and leisurely responded, "Father, I confess it was indeed I who commanded the action." The proclamation stunned the entire hall into silence. No one anticipated Li would admit it so readily. Zhang Yanting's cries ceased abruptly as he shot up, a glint of triumphant malice in his eyes. The crown prince and the second prince wore victorious expressions, believing Li was about to accept his guilt. However, just as everyone presumed Li would submit to punishment, he abruptly shifted his tone, his previously aggrieved expression transforming into one of utmost earnestness and official decorum. "Yet, my actions were not driven by personal malice, but rather in fulfillment of the duties bestowed upon me by father." Li's voice rose, each word resonating with undeniable authority. At that moment, not only Zhang Yanting and the two princes were taken aback, but even the emperor and the officials were rendered speechless. "Duties? What duties?" Li abruptly unfurled the folding fan in his hand, the prominent characters Fearsome gleaming brilliantly in the light of the golden hall. With a gentle shake of the fan, he spoke with a tone laden with heartfelt sorrow. "Father, you conferred upon your humble son the esteemed position of president of the capital's Chamber of Commerce just days ago, entrusting me with the oversight of the city's commercial affairs. I am ever mindful of your grace and would never dare to exhibit the slightest negligence." After a brief pause, his tone grew increasingly grave. "Last night, in response to your summons, I ventured incognito to the grandest commercial venue in the capital, the Wanhua Tower, to conduct an essential business inspection. My intention was to gain a deeper understanding of the current state of the entertainment industry in the capital, gathering first-hand information to formulate strategies for future commercial development. However, I could never have anticipated the abhorrent incident that transpired." Li's gaze swept toward Zhang Yanting, who knelt on the ground, his eyes filled with anguish and disappointment. "Father," Li's voice rose slightly, tinged with a hint of grievance. "Are you aware of how brazenly the nephew of the Minister of Revenue behaved in public, showing utter disdain for the law? He openly insulted my royal consort, tarnishing the dignity of our imperial lineage with the most vile words. This is not merely a slight against the royal family. It severely undermines the harmonious and stable business environment of the capital." As he spoke with mounting fervor, it was as if he could envision the grim future of the capital's commercial landscape being devastated by such despicable individuals. "Father, consider this." Li stepped forward, clasping his hands respectfully towards the emperor. "As the president of the Chamber of Commerce, my paramount duty is to uphold a favorable business environment in the capital, attracting merchants from across the realm to invest and flourish in our great Dakian, thereby generating revenue for our nation. Yet now, even the dignity of royal family members is not safeguarded, and personal safety is under threat. What hope is there for ordinary merchants? If news of this spreads, which merchant would dare to conduct business in the capital? Which investor would risk placing their money here? Your relatives have compromised the investment climate. And how then can I attract investments? Is this not akin to cutting off the very lifeblood of Dakian's economy?" Li's words were delivered with righteous indignation and impassioned eloquence, as though his visit to the brothel was a matter of state, a commitment to the economic advancement of Dakian and the welfare of the people. While the nephew who had been beaten was the true culprit obstructing national prosperity. The entire court was rendered speechless by his flawless yet audacious reasoning. Everyone stared, dumbfounded, at how he could present a visit to a brothel and an altercation with such refreshing originality and grandeur. This Li Yi was undeniably a rogue of the highest order. Zhang Yanting was left aghast, his cries stifled, replaced by an anger that left him speechless. The smiles of Crown Prince Li Qian and Second Prince Li Tai froze upon their faces, unable to fathom how Li Yi could twist the situation to such an extent. The emperor sat upon the dragon throne, his lips twitching slightly as he struggled to maintain a stern expression, suppressing laughter. He recognized that Li Yi was being outrageous. Yet he could not deny that there was a measure of truth in his words, and he had laid bare his appointed responsibilities, making it difficult to refute him. Seeing the silence enveloping the court, Li Yi grew bolder. He continued earnestly addressing the emperor. "Father, I believe that to revitalize commerce, we must first rectify the market's moral fabric. Those who disrupt the business environment and scorn the law must be dealt with severely to serve as a warning to others. Otherwise, where lies the authority of our Chamber of Commerce? What order exists in the capital's trade? How can we even discuss the economic development of Dakian? The reason I ordered action last night was to uphold the commercial order of our great Dakian and protect royal dignity. This is by no means a personal vendetta. It is a matter of justice. Furthermore, I was traumatized by this incident during my first covert visit, and I require Zhang Shangshu to cover the medical expenses." The absurdity of this logic and the audacity of his claims left all present in stunned silence. This was plainly an outrageous attempt at extortion. The emperor could no longer contain himself. He slammed his palm down on the dragon throne, producing a resounding crack, his expression darkening as he admonished Li. "Nonsense. Li, how dare you elevate a personal brawl to a matter of state? Your actions are far too brazen, utterly ridiculous." Upon hearing this, Li Yi immediately adopted a contrite demeanor, bowing his head in silence. However, the emperor's tone shifted as he addressed the kneeling Zhang Yanting coldly. "Yet, what Xiaoyao Wang has said bears some truth. Zhang Yanting, as the Minister of Revenue, entrusted with the national treasury and the welfare of the populace, you have failed to discipline your own relatives, allowing them to wreak havoc in the capital, undermining the royal reputation. What punishment do you deserve?" Zhang Yanting trembled at the emperor's sudden onslaught, struggling to formulate a defense, but finding himself at a loss for words. The atmosphere had shifted dramatically. Wasn't this meant to be an indictment of Xiaoyao Wang? How had he become the target of reproach? The emperor's gaze swept across the assembly, his voice imbued with undeniable authority. Minister of Revenue Zhang Yanting has failed in his duties, allowing his relatives to disrupt the peace of the capital and tarnish the royal reputation. He shall be penalized with a 6-month salary reduction in order to strictly oversee his kin. Should this happen again, there will be no mercy. Then the emperor turned his gaze to Li Yi, his tone softening slightly. "Xiaoyao Wang Li Yi, your actions have been reckless, your methods excessive. You are to be confined to the Wang Fu for 3 days, reflecting upon your conduct. In the future, you shall abide by the laws of Dakian and refrain from such wanton behavior. Your humble son obeys." Li Yi respectfully accepted the decree, a barely perceptible smile of triumph appearing on his face. 3 days of confinement? Was this not the very respite he had longed for? Moreover, he had deftly transformed a private brawl into a matter of public interest concerning the business environment of the capital, emerging unscathed while delivering a stern rebuke to the Minister of Revenue, thereby establishing the authority of the Chamber of Commerce. The emperor's judgment, while seemingly equitable, was in fact biased. Li faced no substantial repercussions. Instead, he had seized the opportunity to ensure that all were aware of the new authority of the Chamber of Commerce under the auspices of Xiaoyao Wang and the emperor. His position as president of the Chamber of Commerce became undeniably formidable, instilling greater trepidation among others. Minister of Revenue Zhang Yanting found himself at a total loss, having lost both status and influence, with his nephew rendered a pariah, making him the laughingstock of the court, and his resentment towards Li Yi reached new heights. Crown Prince Li Qian and Second Prince Li Tai had miscalculated once more. They had sought to topple Li Yi, but ended up witnessing him skillfully escape danger while fortuitously strengthening his grip on power. Their wariness of Li Yi grew, realizing that this seemingly frivolous third son was far more formidable than they had presumed. A man who appeared to be a mere wastrel possessed depths of cunning and a talent for sophistry that left them feeling unsettled. As the court adjourned, Li Yi yawned leisurely, sauntering out of the Golden Hall. My third brother is indeed skilled. Upon exiting the Grand Hall, Li Tai intercepted him, speaking in a mocking tone. What do you mean by that, second brother? Li Yi snapped open his fan, directing it towards Li Tai, languidly responding. I am merely conducting official business. Where lies the skill in that? Humph. Do not become too complacent. Do not think that father favors you. At the end of the day, you are but a wastrel. Being named Zhao Wang, you ought to be content to live off your inheritance. The court is not as simple as you imagine. Beware that you do not lose your life one day. Thank you for the warning, second brother. Seeing that Li Yi remained unfazed, Li Tai let out a cold snort and strode away. Li Yi watched his retreating figure, the lazy smile gradually fading from his face. I advise you to refrain from provoking me. You will surely regret it. After the court session concluded, news of Li Yi's 3-day confinement spread through the streets and alleys of the capital like wildfire. Everyone assumed that the Zhao Wangfu would retreat into seclusion, adopting a low profile. However, to their astonishment, the very next morning, the Wangfu's carriages boldly paraded through the streets, illuminated by the morning light. Inside the carriage, Li Yi was impeccably dressed, donning a moon-white brocade robe and gracefully fanning himself with his signature white paper fan. With his handsome visage and slightly pallid complexion, he appeared just like a delicate, effete nobleman, lacking the strength to harm a chicken. Beside him, Qin Muwan was clad in a sharp black ensemble, her long hair elegantly tied up, exuding an aura of confidence and poise. According to the customs, on the third day of their marriage, the couple was required to visit the bride's family to pay their respects to her parents, a tradition known as Huimin. Although Li Yi had been placed under house arrest, the emperor's decree included a special allowance permitting him to make this visit. This blatant favoritism sparked hidden resentment among countless courtiers. Wang Fei, Li Yi cleared his throat and, in a tone laden with earnestness, offered tactical advice to the unyielding Qin Muwan beside him. When we arrive at your home today, you must show me some grace. I understand you harbor discontent towards me, yet we must play our roles to the fullest. Do you understand? Qin Muwan did not even raise her eyelids. Unfazed, Li Yi continued, when we see your parents, just nod and smile at whatever they ask. Under no circumstances should you throw me out of the room should we disagree. My fragile frame cannot endure your wrath. We are now on the same rope, and any embarrassment I face will reflect upon you and the Dingguo Gongfu. Do you comprehend? Finally, Qin Muwan slowly turned her head, her clear, cold phoenix eyes quietly scrutinizing him, revealing a hint of inquiry. It was her first time bringing a man to her home, and the unfamiliar feelings stirred within her were somewhat alleviated by Li Yi's playful banter. The carriage came to a halt before the grand gates of the Dingguo Gongfu. There, Duke Qinlai and his wife, Lin Huiniang, had been waiting for some time. Dressed in his usual attire, Duke Qin exuded the aura of a seasoned warrior, his robust figure and stern countenance reflecting his no-nonsense demeanor. Upon seeing Li Yi descend from the carriage in a seemingly fragile manner, his thick brows furrowed immediately, and he let out a heavy grunt. Beside him, his wife, Lin Huiniang, was a graceful traditional woman, appearing to be in her early 30s. Her well-maintained appearance bore a resemblance to Qin Muwan, yet she possessed a softness reminiscent of Jiangnan women. Muwan. Lin Huiniang's face lit up with joy upon seeing her daughter. She rushed forward, taking Qin Muwan's hand, showering her with warmth and affection, while her keen eyes scanned Li Yi from top to bottom. So this is the infamous Wang who is said to lack ambition? He is indeed handsome, yet a bit too frail. After the brief pleasantries, everyone settled into the main hall. Duke Qin took his seat at the head of the table, while Lin Huiniang pulled Qin Muwan to sit beside her, continuing her affectionate inquiries. Before long, Lin Huiniang found an excuse to pull Qin Muwan into an inner chamber for a private mother-daughter conversation. Muwan, are you adapting well in the Wangfu? How does that Wang behave towards you? Lin Huiniang held her daughter's hand with concern. It's fine. Qin Muwan replied, discomfort evident in her rigid expression. Noticing her daughter's demeanor, Lin Huiniang sighed internally and shifted directly to the main topic. Muwan, now that you are a Wang Fei, your priorities have changed. The most crucial task is to bear children for the Wang, to ensure your standing within the royal family.
Do you understand? Was Qin Muwan's succinct response. Lin Huiniang, growing anxious at her daughter's lack of insight, became earnest, lowering her voice to impart wisdom on marital relations and how to win her husband's heart. Men need to be coddled. One must show vulnerability. One should take the initiative in their intimate life. These words made Qin Muwan squirm uncomfortably, her lovely face taut with tension. If not for the fact that it was her own mother speaking, she might have fled the scene. Meanwhile, in the main hall, Li Yi was not faring any better. His father-in-law, Duke Qin, treated him as a subordinate, interrogating him on matters ranging from northern defense to southern military preparations, from troop deployments to logistics. Li Yi could only rely on the skills he honed during his days as a corporate drone, alternating between acknowledging his ignorance and praising his father-in-law's keen insight, barely managing to navigate the conversation. Finally, seizing an opportunity to relieve himself, Li Yi slipped into the courtyard for a breath of fresh air. Leaning against a pillar in the corridor, he admired the garden scenery of the Duke's residence when he inadvertently overheard his mother-in-law's anxious urging and his wife's nearly inaudible responses from the inner chamber. A devious plan for revenge instantly formed in Li Yi's mind. He quickly adjusted his robe, steeling himself, and donned a woefully aggrieved expression. The next moment, he strode purposefully into the inner chamber. Before the astonished gazes of Lin Huiniang and Qin Muwan, Li Yi dramatically knelt, a practiced gesture, coming to a halt before his mother-in-law. Mother-in-law, you must advocate for your humble son-in-law. This cry, filled with tears and heartfelt emotion, showcased acting skills that would put even the most seasoned performers to shame. Lin Huiniang and Qin Muwan were rendered speechless. With a quivering finger, he pointed at the bewildered Qin Muwan and lamented in a voice laden with despair, "Mother-in-law, it is not that I lack ambition or refuse to bear children for the Li family. It is simply that the Wang Fei does not permit me to share the bed." The revelation struck like a thunderbolt. The air in the inner chamber became stiflingly tense. As if the impact of his words was insufficient, he escalated his performance, lamenting since the wedding night. "I have had to embrace a cold pillow and sleep on the hard, frigid floor, while the Wang Fei sleeps alone in that large, soft bed. Mother-in-law, my heart is heavy. In this bitter cold, you see my frail frame. If this continues, life will become unbearable." Lin Huiniang's gaze towards her daughter transformed from concern to shock, and then into a fierce reproach for her perceived lack of understanding. As for Qin Muwan, the valiant warrior who could command thousands on the battlefield, she was utterly unprepared for this moment. A surge of blood rushed to her head, her face reddening from ear to neck for the first time in her life. "You," she stammered, trembling with rage, pointing at the still crouching Li Yi, unable to muster a single retort. Such intimate matters had been publicly aired before her mother. She wished she could disappear into the ground at that moment. Hastily arriving, Duke Qin was met with this absurd scene, his expression a mixture of disbelief and astonishment. He glanced at his son-in-law, who was weeping and pleading for sympathy, then at his daughter, who looked ready to draw her weapon, and felt a throbbing headache. Finally, Lin Huiniang regained her composure and firmly grasped her daughter's hand. Whispering in disappointment, "Muwan, how could you behave so recklessly?" Duke Qin interrupted with a heavy cough, his complex gaze fixed on Li Yi, conveying a silent message. "You, young man, have some nerve." Chapter 23. This young man has hidden depths. Due to Li Yi's shocking accusation, the atmosphere at the Dingguo Gongfu's luncheon turned exceedingly peculiar. Lin Huiniang completely regarded Li Yi as her own child who had suffered immense grievances, continuously serving him dishes while murmuring, "Xiangsu, do eat more. Look how thin you are. How can you not nourish your body? Where will you find the strength to exert yourself at night?" Her words made Qin Muwan wish to bury her head in her rice bowl and never lift it again. Li Yi, however, welcomed the abundance. Eating heartily while subtly sighing, he remarked, "Thank you, mother-in-law, for your kindness. Yet, no matter how great the strength, it must have a purpose. A hero without a place to display his prowess is truly a pity." With this statement, he successfully drew a glare from Lin Huiniang directed at Qin Muwan. Qin Lai maintained a dark expression throughout the meal, remaining silent, yet his consumption of strong liquor was noticeably quicker than usual. The dinner was fraught with undercurrents and chaos. After the meal, Qin Lai could no longer endure the chaotic atmosphere nor the endless teachings his wife imposed on their daughter. Suddenly, he slammed the table, stood up,
and addressed Li Yi with a serious tone. Xiao Yao Wang, come with me. Li Yi felt a jolt of apprehension, but wiped his mouth and followed Qin Lai to the expansive training ground in the backyard. The training ground was equipped with a complete array of weapons. Swords, spears, and axes shimmered ominously under the sunlight. Qin Lai pointed to the weapon rack, his voice booming like thunder. Xiao Yao Wang, I do not concern myself with any disputes between you and my daughter. Here, in the Qin family, strength is the ultimate truth. His piercing gaze fixed on Li Yi. My daughter has a temper, raised as a boy from a young age. Yet as a man, if you cannot even subdue your own wife, how will you avoid becoming a laughingstock? With a grand gesture, he declared, you two shall spar here. And let me see just how capable the famed Xiao Yao Wang truly is. His words served a triple purpose: to test the depth of his son-in-law's abilities, to allow his daughter to vent her frustrations, and to resolve this troublesome family conflict in a martial manner. Qin Muwan, harboring a belly full of pent-up anger, stepped forward without hesitation, retrieving a smooth wooden spear from the weapon rack. The spear emitted a resonant hum as she brandished it, brimming with imposing energy. Upon witnessing this, Li Yi's face fell, and he quickly waved his hands, brandishing his fan defensively before his chest, exclaiming, dear father-in-law, gentlemen use words, not violence. Domestic violence is unacceptable. It would reflect poorly if this got out. Less nonsense. Qin Lai snorted coldly. The sparring commenced instantly, evolving into a thrilling chase. Qin Muwan launched her assault with fierce precision, her spear weaving through the air with the grace of dragon, the sound of slicing wind echoing with each strike. Her attacks relentlessly targeted Li Yi's lower half, evidently fueled by pent-up frustration, yet she refrained from delivering fatal blows. Meanwhile, Li Yi danced like a slippery eel, evading her strikes with agility. As the spear approached, he executed a roll to escape. When the spear swept by, he performed a narrow bridge maneuver to narrowly avoid it. His nimble movements were remarkable, and amidst his clumsy dodges, he filled the training ground with his frantic cries. Spare me, my lady. Help! Attempted murder of a husband. Father-in-law, mother-in-law, save me. Your precious daughter aims to leave me childless. His comical display elicited suppressed laughter from the onlookers of the Qiagong mansion, their faces flushed and shoulders shaking. Lin Hui Niang watched in alarm, calling out for Mu Wan to cease, yet Qin Lai restrained her, his gaze fixed intently on the unfolding scene, his expression growing more serious. Frustrated by her inability to land a hit, Qin Muwan shouted, twisting her wrist for a sweeping strike, conjuring a tempest to corner Li Yi and cut off his escape routes. Just as the moment hung in balance, Li Yi stumbled, his body leaning dangerously, seemingly on the verge of falling. However, at the instant everyone thought he would be struck, he evaded the spear with an incredible maneuver, using his momentum to not retreat, but instead close the distance, slipping into Qin Muwan's open arms as she had committed fully to her attack. Qin Muwan gasped in surprise. Li Yi instinctively wrapped his arms around her soft, yet powerful waist. In that instant, the two were perfectly aligned, the scent of sweat and a hint of musk invading Qin Muwan's senses. Through the thin fabric of her clothing, she could feel the warmth and steady heartbeat of his chest. Her body froze, warmth flooding her cheeks as she lost her grip on the wooden spear, which clattered to the ground. At that moment, Li Yi leaned closer, his lips brushing against a reddened ear, speaking in a hushed, breathy tone that only they could hear. Wang Fei, if this continues, I may truly get hurt. Please grant me some dignity, would you? Worst case, tonight you can take the bed, and I shall sleep on the floor. Will that suffice? His words were half a plea and half a playful tease, wrapped in a charmingly rogue tenderness. Qin Muwan, taken aback by his embrace and words, felt her resolve crumble, leaving her devoid of any fighting spirit. All she could perceive was a burning heat where he held her, rendering her limbs weak. With a sudden push, she distanced herself from Li Yi, her cheeks aflame, unable to meet his gaze, hastily turning to leave while muttering a flustered rascal. In the eyes of the onlookers, this scene transformed into Xiao Yao Wang had resorted to rogue tactics to embrace the Wang Fei, causing her to shy away, thus ending the spar. Qin Lai observed everything, his scrutiny gradually morphing into understanding, accompanied by a subtle hint of approval. He recognized that Li Yi's final maneuver was not something a mere dandy could accomplish.
This young man was far more profound than he appeared. Meanwhile, Lin Huiniang perceived only the playful banter between the young couple, finally feeling at ease, a satisfied smile gracing her face. In the carriage, returning to the Wang Fu. The atmosphere was far from the icy tension of their arrival. Qin Muwan leaned against the corner of the carriage, resting her eyes. Though her still flushed ears and occasionally quivering eyelashes betrayed her inner turmoil, Li Yi, fanning himself with a sense of triumph, enjoyed the rare sight of her shyness. Unable to resist teasing her further, he lowered his voice. Wang Fei, regarding tonight's sleeping arrangements, I believe we could engage in a more in-depth and amicable discussion. The response was a thud. Qin Muwan remained with her eyes closed, merely withdrawing her hand with a hint of disdain. On the carriage wall beside her, a clear and sharp fist imprint stood out prominently. I was merely making a casual remark, Li Yi chuckled awkwardly, using his fan to gently waft air towards Qin Muwan, offering warmth and comfort. Chapter 24. Ego Air. Something serious has happened. The night deepened, and the candlelight flickered in the chamber. Fresh from her bath, Qin Muwan sat at her vanity, meticulously polishing her beloved silver spear with a soft cloth. The spear reflected a cold gleam, mirroring its owner's essence. Li Yi, now clad in a loose nightrobe, approached with a weary expression that pleaded for care. Initiating his new round of charm. My lady, he cleared his throat, adopting an exceedingly sincere tone. After today's visit, my body feels as though it might fall apart. In the presence of my esteemed father-in-law, I strained to maintain the facade of marital harmony, performing a charade that left me utterly exhausted, both physically and mentally. Qin Muwan continued her meticulous cleaning, her eyelids too heavy to lift even slightly. Li Yi, unfazed, continued to expound. I recently read a medical text titled Huang Dnei Jing, which states that when a person lies down, blood returns to the liver. Prolonged exposure to the cold, hard floor can severely damage liver and kidney functions, leading to musculoskeletal fatigue and a myriad of ailments. Noticing that Qin Muwan remained indifferent to him, he switched tactics, launching into a series of fallacies. Moreover, the design of this bed is intended to provide optimal support and relaxation for the spine. If I sleep on the floor, my spine may deform. And if I were to become hunchbacked, it would be a disgrace to the entire Xiao Yao Wang Fu, and to you, my dear Qin Muwan. The response came when Qin Muwan finally ceased her cleaning, slowly turned her head, and squeezed out 2 words through clenched teeth. Shameless. You see, here we go again. Li Yi lamented, dramatically slapping his thigh. We are engaged in a friendly, academic discussion. How can you resort to personal attacks? Let's be reasonable, disinterested in further dialogue. Qin Muwan merely leaned the polished silver spear against the table, producing a crisp, resonant sound that held more authority than any words could convey. Li Yi immediately retracted his theatrics, rubbing his hands together with a sly grin. All right, if reason fails, let us negotiate. You see, today at the training ground, I spared your dignity. You must offer some form of reward in return. Qin Muwan regarded him coldly and uttered 2 more words. Dream on. Ultimately, after a relentless half-hour of Li Yi's antics, combining tantrums, feigned pity, and convoluted reasoning, he did not succeed in claiming the bed that symbolized familial status, but did manage to secure for himself a brand new, thicker, and softer silk quilt. Embracing the fluffy new bedding, Li Yi rolled contentedly on his makeshift bed, viewing it as a significant victory in the ongoing battle for bed supremacy. The revolution is yet to succeed. Comrades must continue to strive. The following day marked the commencement of Li Yi's confinement. Although he was barred from leaving the estate, he had no intention of idling. He transformed his study into a makeshift office for the capital's Chamber of Commerce. Fuan. Li Yi reclined in a sunlit armchair in the courtyard, issuing commands to his steward. Draft a notice stating that I, the president of the capital's Chamber of Commerce, will host a 3-day reception in the Wang Fu to better serve the city's merchants. All prominent shopkeepers are invited to the Wang Fu for tea and discussions on the grand plans for commercial development. Fuan bowed in compliance. Yes, my lord. Should we impose any restrictions? Restrictions? Li Yi waved his fan, grinning with pride. Of course. Inform them that the first to arrive for membership will be personally welcomed by me. The first 10 members will enjoy a waiver on their annual fees. This is what we call the early bird catches the worm. Do you understand? Fuan nodded vigorously, his admiration for his lord growing. Li Yi brimmed with confidence. His masterful maneuvering at court
not only ensured his safety, but also established his authority. Now, who in the capital would be unaware that the president of the Chamber of Commerce, had the emperor's backing, bold enough to confront even the minister of revenue? He mused that once the notice was posted, merchants would flock to him like cats drawn to a fishy scent. However, reality soon delivered a resounding slap to his face. The notice was posted, and an entire morning passed with the gates of Xiao Yao Wang Fu remaining eerily quiet. Not a single prominent shopkeeper appeared, not even a ghostly shadow. Only a few small vendors selling needles and pancakes peeked curiously at the entrance, hesitant to enter. Li Yi's smile gradually faded as he sensed something amiss. Just then, Wei Tung burst in like a whirlwind, his face a mask of urgency and anger. "Young master, this is bad. A great calamity has befallen us." Li motioned from his sit and enjoyed some tea, casually inquiring, "Has the sky fallen?" "It is far worse than that." Wei Tung gulped down a cup of tea and wiped his mouth, exclaiming, "Your second brother and that minister of revenue, Zhang Yin-ting, have joined forces." Wei Tung relayed the news he had gathered with thoroughness. It transpired that on the very day Li Yi was confined, the second prince Li Tai and Minister Zhang Yin-ting conspired with several major merchant houses with royal connections to establish a so-called royal supply. Under the pretense of official endorsement and the backing of the prince, Minister Zhang had clandestinely summoned all the significant merchants in the capital, issuing an ultimatum: either join the royal supply and accept the second prince's protection or prepare for special attention. This so-called special attention involved creating numerous obstacles in tax audits, customs clearance, and operational permits, directly choking the lifeblood of all merchants. Who would dare to offend the powerful second prince and minister of revenue for the sake of an empty title like the Chamber of Commerce? Now, the entire merchant circle in the capital whispered that Li Yi's Chamber of Commerce was merely a hollow shell, on the verge of collapse. Those wealthy merchants had all become timid turtles, too afraid to approach them. Wei Tung furiously pounded the table. Fu Yin, listening nearby, wore an equally worried expression. This was clearly a case of collusion between officials and businessmen, aiming to bring ruin to the prince. However, contrary to their expectations, Li Yi, upon hearing all this, did not react with anger, but instead slowly revealed a playful smile, tinged with disdain and a hint of excitement. He waved his hand dismissively at the worried Wei Tung and Fu and, languidly stating, "I thought it was something serious. Is it not merely a case of official business collusion? Monopolization and blockade? How simplistic." He stood up, stretched lazily, and gazed at the empty street outside the Wang Fu, his eyes shimmering with a confident light. "They believe they are engaging me in a commercial battle? No, they are compelling me to provide them with a free lesson on the fundamentals of commerce." Not far away, in the corridor, Qin Muwan finished practicing a set of spear techniques and was preparing to return to her room. She had overheard Li Yi and Wei Tung's conversation and noticed the confident demeanor on Li Yi's face, even a hint of eagerness. Her steps faltered slightly, and a trace of inscrutable curiosity flickered in her icy phoenix eyes. Chapter 25. The capital's Chamber of Commerce Welfare Conference faced with the elaborate trap laid by the second prince and minister of revenue. Wei Tung was as restless as an ant on a hot stove, while Steward Fu sighed in despair. Only Li Yi remained leisurely, as if the blockade did not affect him at all. Rather than seeking to win over the terrified merchants, he did something utterly perplexing to everyone. "Fuan, Wei Thing, come here." Li Yi summoned the two to his study, spread out a large sheet of paper, and personally wrote several vigorous characters before handing it to them. "Go find the best engraver in the capital and have this printed in hundreds of copies, plastered across every street and alley, especially on commercial streets, tea houses, and taverns. Ensure every merchant sees it." Wei Tung and Fu leaned in to inspect the paper, which read, "Xiao Yao Wang Fu and the capital's Chamber of Commerce will host the inaugural Capital Chamber of Commerce Welfare Conference on the day after tomorrow." Below it was a line of small print, the only promotional phrase, "Come, and you will profit." The content of the conference remains unelucidated, devoid of any enumerated benefits. Reduced to a mere cryptic statement. "Igor, what does this mean?" Wei Tung, perplexed, questioned, "As people are currently avoiding us, what welfare conference are we to hold? Who would attend?" "Indeed, Your Highness," Fu expressed his concerns, wondering if this would only serve to make us appear blusterous and become a subject of ridicule. "This is precisely the intended effect," Li Yi replied with a mysterious smile. cryptically asserting, "You need only to comply. Remember, the greater the spectacle, the better." After dismissing the bewildered duo, Li Yi promptly embarked on his next audacious maneuver. He solemnly produced from his bosom the imperial gold medal, inscribed with the words, Ru Jin Qin Lin. He gazed at the medal and chuckled. "Oh, father, this medal is far more potent than any official sword." Summoning Yi Qi, he imparted his instructions. That very afternoon, carriages from the Wangfu halted at the gates of various ministries, such as the Ministry of Revenue, Ministry of Works, and Ministry of Justice, all closely tied to commercial endeavors. Yi Qi, clutching the gold medal, bypassed the lofty officials and sought out the lower-ranking clerks who wielded actual approval authority. These junior officials, often beleaguered by their superiors, toiling through arduous tasks for meager pay with scant hope for advancement, were instantly petrified upon seeing the Ru Jin Qin Lin medal, ready to kneel. Yet, Yi Qi restrained them, expressionless as he conveyed the invitation from Prince Oli. "Tomorrow, I request your esteemed presence at the Wangfu for tea and a chat." To lend a small hand to the Chamber of Commerce. The officials dared not utter a word of dissent. However, what Yi Qi said next left them stunned. The prince specified that this invitation was solely for their assembly and unrelated to their superiors. Upon the successful completion of the task, the Chamber of Commerce would, in its name, donate a sum for the operational expenses of their respective offices, aimed at improving the bureaucratic environment and subsidizing public expenditures. This announcement carried immense implications. The Ru Jin Qin Lin medal signified imperial endorsement. They could not afford to refuse. The stipulation of inviting only them, independent of their superiors, offered them a chance to express loyalty directly to the emperor, circumventing their immediate bosses. The promised operational funds represented tangible benefits. This cohort of seasoned bureaucrats, having navigated the lower echelons of government for years, instantly grasped the prince's intent. He aimed to enlist their allegiance. Faced with the pressure from their immediate superior, the second prince and the minister Zhang, juxtaposed against the emperor's gold medal and concrete benefits, the choice was clear. Without hesitation, all invited officials tacitly agreed. On the day of the Chamber of Commerce Welfare Conference, just as dawn broke, the second Prince Li Tai and Minister Zhang Yanting's men positioned themselves at various street corners outside the Wangfu, eager to witness Li Yi's misfortune. As anticipated, an hour passed. Yet the Wangfu remained desolate. News returned to the second prince's residence, and Li Tai, smugly lifting his teacup, remarked, "The third brother remains too naive, believing that a bit of cleverness could allow him to contend against me. How foolish." However, as he reveled in his triumph, inside the Wangfu, the true spectacle was just beginning. Suddenly, the grand gates swung open, and several modestly dressed merchants emerged exuberantly, waving documents bearing the official seal, exclaiming frantically to the onlookers, "It's done! It's done! My long-awaited expansion permit was granted in the time it takes to burn a stick of incense. Long live the Chamber of Commerce! His Highness, the Prince Xiaoao, is truly a living bodhisattva. Mine too. The payment owed to me by Butcher Zhang from the West City, which had been delayed for 3 months, was promptly addressed in the Wangfu, where the clerk from the Ministry of Justice filed the case on the spot and dispatched officers to apprehend him. They promised to retrieve my money within 3 days. These merchants were orchestrated by Li Yi beforehand, and their proclamations fell like a boulder into a tranquil lake, sending ripples throughout the crowd. The merchants, who had been observing from the sidelines, erupted in excitement. They knew all too well the difficulty of obtaining official permits and the challenges of litigating within the courts. To hear that resolutions could be achieved in mere moments at the Wangfu was astonishing. With a mix of skepticism and daring, some bold merchants ventured into the Wangfu, and upon entering, were left in awe. The entire front courtyard of the Wangfu had been transformed into a colossal and efficient one-stop governmental service center. On the left side of the courtyard, several tables were set up, manned by officials from the Ministry of Revenue's Tax Division. They were not buried under mountains of paperwork. Instead, they had a single ledger. Merchants simply needed to provide their names, and they would swiftly verify tax liabilities, stamping documents, and issuing tax certificates with astonishing efficiency. In the center of the courtyard sat officials from the Ministry of Works Construction Division. Provided that their application materials were complete and compliant, they could receive approvals for construction permits on the spot. To the right, clerks from the Ministry of Justice stood ready. Any commercial disputes, backed by evidence, would be promptly recorded, with a commitment to deliver results within 3 days. All processes were transparent, and the officials were amiable, devoid of the customary airs associated with bureaucrats of yore. The merchants were utterly astonished. This was not merely a Wong few. It was the paradise they had long envisioned. To enjoy these benefits, there was but one prerequisite: a quick registration at the entrance, filling out a form to join the Chamber of Commerce. The coercive tactics and inducements from the second prince's royal monopoly paled in comparison to Li Yi's provision of free, efficient, and precise solutions to their pressing issues. News spread rapidly, and the merchants who had hesitated were now completely besotted. They surged toward the Wong few, forming a long queue that extended hundreds of meters. Even some merchants who had recently allied with the royal monopoly discreetly sent trusted aides to stand in line, seeking to straddle both boats. The blockade meticulously constructed by Li Tai and Zhang Yanting crumbled within a single day, rendering them the subjects of mockery. Qin Muwan, clad in military attire, personally led the Wong few guards to maintain order. From her elevated vantage point, she observed Li Yi weaving through the crowd, occasionally whispering to officials and encouraging merchants with a reassuring pat on the shoulder, orchestrating the myriad of activities like a maestro. Her gaze was filled with a complex mixture of emotions. She could not comprehend how he accomplished all this. Yet for the first time, she distinctly realized that the peculiar ideas swirling in his mind might indeed wield greater power than her invincible spear. Chapter 26. To bed. The inaugural Chamber of Commerce Welfare Conference's triumph swept through the capital like a tempest. Li Yi, once synonymous with debauchery, metamorphosed overnight into the coveted deity of wealth among the merchants of the capital. He did not rest on his laurels, but instead seized the momentum to conduct a post-war assessment. The day following the conference, the first official announcement from the Chamber of Commerce was plastered throughout the city. The content was simple, consisting solely of 2 lists. The first was a roster of key integrity-focused merchants, all of whom had joined on the first day. Li Yi vowed that the chamber would provide them with a series of policy advantages and legal support. The second list detailed the inaugural commercial dishonesty watch list, which included those merchants who had fervently aligned with the second prince and openly disparaged the chamber, mercilessly affixed to the pillar of shame. In the announcement, Li Yi, in a remarkably official tone, hinted that the Chamber of Commerce would collaborate with relevant government departments to conduct a comprehensive, thorough, and in-depth audit of those businesses that had breached trust. This revelation sent shockwaves through the entire commercial sector of the capital. Which accounts could withstand such rigorous scrutiny from the authorities? Was this not a blatant attempt to obliterate them? Even more shocking was that the textile shop owned by the dismembered nephew of the Minister of Revenue was placed at the top of the blacklist by Li Yi, under the pretense of maliciously undermining the commercial environment of the capital and causing adverse social effects. Upon hearing this news, Minister Zhang Yanting was so enraged that he nearly lost consciousness. This was truly a heartless act. Li Yi was exacting revenge and sending a warning to others. Zhang dared not entertain any illusions and quickly prepared lavish gifts, personally visiting the Prince of Leisure's residence to apologize. However, he was met with the steward Fu An's dismissive words, stating that the Chamber of Commerce was serving the nation and all matters would be handled impartially, without favoritism. Zhang Yanting stood outside the prince's residence, holding the unreceived gifts, his face turning a deep shade of crimson, realizing he had utterly failed and had become a laughingstock throughout the realm. Meanwhile, within the residence of the second prince, the sound of shattered precious porcelain echoed incessantly. Useless. A bunch of useless fools. Li Tai's eyes burned with fury, resembling a madman. His meticulously planned strike had not only failed to harm Li Yi, but had instead become the stepping stone for Li Yi to firmly establish himself in the capital's commercial realm. While he, Li Tai, had turned into the subject of ridicule. Li Yi, he seethed through clenched teeth, his hatred and murderous intent reaching unprecedented heights. He finally realized that conventional political machinations could not possibly contend with his unpredictable third brother. If subtlety would not suffice, then brute force would be employed. In the stillness of the night, within the brightly lit chambers of the Prince of Leisure's residence, Li Yi returned, his weary yet exhilarated body entering the room. He found Qin Muwan still seated under the lamp, quietly polishing her long spear. Throughout the day, she had shouldered the majority of the security responsibilities, ensuring the successful conduct of the welfare conference and was equally exhausted. With a mischievous grin on his face, Li Yi approached her, presenting a thick, meticulously organized membership roster of the Chamber of Commerce, akin to a child eagerly awaiting praise from his parents after achieving perfect scores. My lady, behold, this is the foundation I have laid for our future. From now on, the entire purse of the capital will be firmly in our grasp. Qin Muwan merely cast a fleeting glance at the roster, its densely packed names representing a formidable economic force capable of shaking the capital to its core. She remained silent, continuing to polish her spear. Li Yi, undeterred, rubbed his hands together and tentatively inquired, My lady, you see, I have exhausted myself for the grand cause of our royal household. Achieving this extraordinary feat, shouldn't there be some tangible reward? As he spoke, he cast a suggestive glance at the wide, soft bed, implying his desires for the night. At last, Qin Muwan paused her actions. She lifted her head, her cold phoenix-like eyes fixed on him, sending a shiver down Li Yi's spine. He feared another failure and was preparing to sulk in the corner. But just as he turned, Qin Muwan spoke in a detached tone. The floor is cold. Those three simple words froze Li Yi in place, disbelief washing over him as he turned back to face her. He watched as Qin Muwan stood, taking a clean blanket and deftly laying it down in the middle of the expansive bed, creating a clear dividing line. She resumed her seat without glancing back, her tone still icy but tinged with a hint of something unnoticeable. If you do not wish to share the bed, then continue to sleep on the floor. Li Yi stood there, clutching his thin blanket, his heart racing uncontrollably. He gazed at the distinct boundary on the bed, and then at the faint blush creeping up Qin Muwan's ears, a genuine, radiant smile blossoming on his face. Yet, just as the atmosphere in the Prince of Leisure's residence began to warm, and Li Yi prepared to relish his hard-won victory, an unnoticed crisis lurked, descending like a specter. Within the secret chamber of the second prince's residence, Li Tai's expression was dark enough to drip water. Before him stood a figure shrouded in a black cloak, resembling a ghost with no trace of life. I do not care what methods you employ. Li Tai's voice was icy and laced with unmasked malice. I want Li Yi dead. Remember, it must appear as an accident. The shadow rasped in acknowledgement, understood. In an instant, the figure vanished like a wisp of smoke into the thick darkness of the night. The night was as dark as ink. The chirping of insects outside had long ceased, and the entire Prince of Leisure's residence lay enveloped in tranquility. In the chamber, the candlelight burned brightly. Li Yi, cradling the soft, fluffy silk quilt, wore a victorious smile as he finally, amidst Qin Muwan's uneasy and cautioning gaze, made his historic descent onto the long-coveted wide bed. In the center, the blanket laid down as a boundary resembled a dividing line, separating their distances. Li Yi cautiously reclined on his side, savoring the softness of the mattress beneath him, the faint fragrance left by the beauty beside him lingering in the air, filling him with an unprecedented sense of satisfaction. The revolution had, at last, achieved a significant victory. Chapter 27. The dividing line. Qin Muwan lay with her back to him, positioned on the opposite side of the bed, seemingly asleep with steady breathing. Yet, the slight tension in her back and the faint blush on her ears in the candlelight betrayed her inner turmoil. She was undoubtedly awake. Li Yi chuckled to himself, recalling that he had spent a decade as a debauched nobleman, boasting an unparalleled thickness of skin. He closed his eyes, relishing a moment of peace, but soon, his restless heart began to stir once more. Territorial disputes have always been fiercely contested. He subtly shifted his foot, tentatively inching toward the dividing line. 1 centimeter. 2 centimeters, successfully crossing over. Just as he prepared to silently celebrate his bold incursion, a delicate yet forceful foot landed squarely on his, pushing him back with unyielding precision. The entire process was quiet, fluid, and unmistakably warning. Li Yi reluctantly withdrew his foot, unperturbed. What was one failure? A prolonged battle was the true path to victory. He turned over, facing Qin Muwan's back, feigning an unconscious stretch, allowing his arm to rest on the dividing line, even encroaching several inches into her territory. However, before his arm could settle, Qin Muwan's elbow, seemingly with a mind of its own, struck back with uncanny accuracy. Oof! Li Yi felt a sharp twinge in his abdomen, nearly letting out a cry, quickly retracting his arm. Good heavens! Her defenses were fully automated. Rubbing his waist, Li Yi began to strategize. If a physical intrusion was futile, perhaps a psychological infiltration would prove effective. Clearing his throat, he adopted a dreamy tone and murmured, "My lady, this bed is so spacious, and we are so far apart that another person could easily lie between us. What a waste of fabric and space." Frugality is a cherished virtue of our great Qin dynasty. You see, if we were to sleep a little closer, it would not only enhance our marital bond, but also conserve space. Before he could finish his thought, Qin Muwan suddenly rolled over to face him. Their eyes met, mere inches apart, and the sound of their breaths became distinctly audible. Li Yi gazed into her astonishingly clear, cold phoenix eyes, and his heart inexplicably skipped a beat, leaving his subsequent words lodged in his throat. Qin Muwan said nothing, merely observing him with a look that seemed to convey, "Go on, continue your tale." In the presence of such a formidable aura, even Li Yi, known for his thick skin, found it difficult to maintain his composure. He chuckled awkwardly and withdrew his neck, saying, "It's late. Your Highness should rest early, and I too shall retire." With that, he dutifully turned away, presenting his back to Qin Muwan, while internally lamenting, "Curse it, that woman's gaze is far too lethal." It seems the path to peaceful unification is fraught with challenges. However, just as Li Yi prepared to initiate yet another round of playful provocation, attempting to test the unyielding boundary that lay between them, the jovial expression on his face vanished in an instant. His ears twitched slightly. A faint, almost imperceptible sound emanated from directly above, as if a speck of dust had fallen from a great height, gently colliding with the wooden beam, so subtle it could easily be disregarded. Yet, in the profound quiet of the night, no rustle escaped Li Yi's keen ears. This peculiar sound felt jarringly out of place, creating an unsettling discord. His body stiffened instantly, and his gaze sharpened like a blade. Almost simultaneously, Qin Muwan, who had been facing away from him, also froze. Though she had not heard the sound, her years spent on the edge of life and death in the military had granted her an instinct for danger akin to that of a wild beast. In that fleeting moment, an icy, thick, and unabashed aura of murderous intent descended upon them like a viper. The two swiftly rolled over to face each other in the dim candlelight. Without uttering a word, they exchanged glances that held profound gravity and vigilance. The previously light-hearted atmosphere of their playful banter dissipated in an instant, replaced by an oppressive silence and palpable danger. As if time had accelerated, a shadow descended from the beam, resembling a specter of the night, silently lunging toward them. Clutched in its hand was a uniquely shaped dagger, its blade glimmering with an eerie green hue in the candlelight, clearly coated in deadly poison. The target of this strike was precisely where Li Yi had just been lying. The attack was swift, precise, and merciless, leaving no room for escape. Yet, even faster than the assassin, Qin Muwan sprang into action. Just as the shadow was merely a yard away from the bed, she reacted instinctively. Without a moment to ponder, her right leg thrust out with what appeared to be a rough yet protective motion, forcefully kicking Li Yi off the bed. With a thud, he landed on the floor, entangled in his thick, soft silk quilt. Though his backside stung from the fall, his mind remained clear. Qin Muwan, having executed her first move, was already preparing for her second. Her body was taut like a drawn bow, springing up as she grasped the silver spear that had accompanied her through countless nights. With a flick of her wrist, the spear hummed ominously. A silver arc sliced through the air, the weapon shooting forth like a dragon, aimed unerringly at the descending dark-clad assassin. The sharp clang of metal meeting metal shattered the tranquility of the night, sparks flying. Clearly taken aback by the unexpected prowess of the individual on the bed, the assassin felt his arm grow numb from the impact, causing his assault to falter. Utilizing the momentum, he executed a roll in mid-air, landing deftly on ground. Qin Muwan, having repelled the attacker with a single strike, stood guard with her spear before the bed, shielding the fallen Li Yi behind her. Clad in her thin nightwear, with her long hair cascading down, she emanated an aura of composure and authority, her cold phoenix eyes now alight with lethal determination. "Who are you?" she demanded coldly. The assassin offered no response. Enveloped in his dark robe, his menacing eyes the only visible feature, his form ghostly and devoid of vitality, he merely let out a hoarse chuckle, his figure flickering as he darted around Qin Muwan, making a beeline for the unsuspecting Li Yi. His target had remained unchanged, the carefree Wang. "Seek death," Qin Muwan scolded sharply, her spear techniques unfurling, though the confines of the room were restrictive, limiting the spear's full potential. Each of her strikes was executed with utmost precision, thrusts, sweeps, slashes, and cuts, devoid of any superfluous movements, each aimed to deliver a fatal blow, compelling the assassin to refrain from approaching easily. In that moment, the bedroom became a tempest of spear strikes and gusts of wind. The two combatants engaged in an intense duel, neither gaining the upper hand. Meanwhile, Li Yi, having been unceremoniously kicked off the bed, found himself half reclining against the wall, clutching his thick, plush quilt. Though his backside ached from the fall, his mind was clear. Qin Muwan's martial prowess was formidable, her spear techniques ruthless. In a direct confrontation, the assassin stood no chance. However, the assassin's movements were too elusive, akin to a serpent, always managing to evade Qin Muwan's lethal strikes, intent solely on breaching her defenses to reach him. If this continued, Qin Muwan would inevitably tire, and any crack in her defense could lead to dire consequences. He needed to devise a plan to assist her. At that moment, the assassin revealed yet another opening, luring Qin Muwan into a missed thrust, twisting his body in an unnatural manner and appearing poised to slip past the spear's shaft toward Li Yi. Now was the time. A glimmer of determination flashed in Li Yi's eyes. Without hesitation, he seized the enormous, fluffy silk quilt in his arms, channeling all his strength to hurl it toward the assassin's figure at the opportune moment. "Let me cover you with a quilt." This unexpected maneuver took everyone by surprise. The seasoned assassin had calculated every possible variable: blade strikes, concealed weapons, and traps, but he had not anticipated that someone would wield a quilt as a weapon. The massive silk quilt unfurled in midair, enveloping him like a net descending from the heavens. The soft fabric not only obscured his vision, but ensnared his limbs, rendering his once proud agility utterly ineffective. In a duel between masters, victory often hinges on the slightest of margins. This fleeting opening was not one Qin Muwan would let slip away. With a swift thrust, a spray of crimson erupted. As the assassin struggled to free himself from the quilt, Qin Muwan's spear had already shot forth, striking with the precision of a lightning bolt, piercing his right shoulder and pinning him firmly against the wall. A muffled cry of pain escaped the assassin as his poisoned dagger clattered to the floor. "Take him down," Li Yi commanded, his voice laced with cold authority. Knight 7 and the others, having heard the commotion, rushed in to swiftly restrain the assassin, expertly binding him with specially designed ropes. Knight 7, conduct a thorough interrogation. I am most curious to discover who possesses the audacity to seek my life, Li Yi instructed, his tone icy. "Yes, your highness," Knight 7 responded, bowing respectfully before exiting the room, closing the door behind him with care. The immediate crisis had been averted. Without haste, Qin Muwan did not concern herself with cleaning her bloodstained spear. Instead, she quickly turned and dashed to Li Yi's side, thoroughly checking him from head to toe. "Are you all right? Are you injured?" Her voice trembled slightly, her usual icy demeanor replaced by an unmistakable fear and urgency. Her bright, clear eyes anxiously scanned Li Yi, fearful of any harm that might have befallen him. Observing the fine beads of sweat forming on her forehead and the pure concern reflected in her gaze, Li Yi felt as though his heart had been struck by some powerful force. In that moment, he experienced an unprecedented shock and warmth, being guarded and cared for by another's life. Abandoning his usual playful demeanor, he slowly extended his hand and gently grasped hers, which was somewhat cold due to her tension. "I am fine," he uttered softly, yet his tone carried an unusual seriousness. "Thank you, madam." Qin Muwan's body trembled slightly as she felt the warmth radiating from his hand. She lifted her gaze to meet Li Yi's deep and earnest eyes. Cautiously, she withdrew her hand, her expression returning to its usual aloofness. "As long as you are unharmed, it is good. It is getting late. You should rest." With that, she picked up her long spear, turned her back to Li Yi, and began to wipe it down, though her breath had become disordered, betraying a lack of the calmness typical of a martial artist. Li Yi observed Qin Muwan's silhouette, a faint smile gracing his lips. "Princess, you should rest first. I will check on the assassin and discover who seeks my life." With that, he donned the outer robe hanging nearby and departed the chamber. In the Xiang Yao Wang Fu, within a cellar typically used for storing old clutter, a thick candle stood in a rudimentary holder, and the flickering flame cast eerie shadows on the walls. The black-clad assassin was bound tightly to a thick wooden post with specially crafted cowhide ropes, unable to move. His right shoulder bore a wound that had been hastily bandaged, though blood still seeped through the white cloth. Despite being a captive, he displayed no hint of fear, instead emanating a professional assassin's arrogance and indifference. His dark eyes fixated on the entrance of the cellar, as if awaiting something. He held a firm belief in himself, or rather, in the Xiang Yao Wang Fu, convinced that such a privileged place would not employ truly cruel punishments. He also believed that the seemingly carefree Wang, reliant on women for protection, merely intended to intimidate him. More importantly, he had unwavering faith that his employer would honor their promise to care for his family in the event of his untimely demise. Thus, he was prepared to face death with generosity. As long as he kept his mouth shut, no one could do anything to him. With a creak, the heavy wooden door swung open, and Li Yi, adorned in a brocade robe, stepped inside. He was followed by the expressionless Yi Qi, who bore no implements of torture, such as branding irons or whips, but rather a tray holding a pot of hot tea and 2 cups. Li Yi did not adopt the usual stance of an interrogator, towering over the prisoner. Instead, he had Yi Qi bring in a reasonably clean chair, and he settled comfortably in front of the assassin, maintaining an appropriate distance for easy conversation, devoid of intimidation. Care for some tea? Li Yi personally poured 2 steaming cups, placing one beside him and gesturing for Yi Qi to offer the other to the assassin. The assassin turned his head away, a scornful smirk gracing his lips. The compassion of a woman, utterly laughable. Li Yi was unperturbed, sipping his tea as if engaged in casual conversation. My friend, judging by your accent, you're not from the capital, are you? A northerner, perhaps? Or hailing from the lands of Sichuan? The assassin closed his eyes, too apathetic to even glance at him. Li Yi continued, it matters not if you choose to remain silent. I observe that you possess remarkable agility. You must have trained diligently in martial arts, enduring considerable hardship. Surely you have a wife and children to support? Engaging in such a perilous profession must be for their betterment, a sentiment I understand. His tone brimmed with sympathy and concern, akin to that of a truly benevolent prince attuned to the plight of the common folk. The assassin's throat tightened, yet he remained silent, further solidifying his belief that this Xiang Yao Wang was merely a smooth-talking simpleton who knew nothing of their blood-soaked lives. Silence enveloped the cellar, interrupted only by the occasional crackle of the candle flame. Just as Zhang San believed this tedious conversation was nearing its end and that he could prepare for death, Li Yi abruptly set down his teacup. The soft sound of the cup against the table resonated sharply in the stillness of the cellar. Since you are unwilling to converse, how about I share some insights with you? Li Yi's voice remained calm, but the warmth had vanished, replaced by a cold, emotionless declaration. He lifted his gaze, fixing it on the assassin's face, his eyes sharp as blades. Your name is Zhang San, merely an alias. Your true name, long forgotten by others, is Zhao Chun, correct? At the mention of Zhao Chun, the assassin's body quivered slightly. It had been ages since he had heard that name. You hail from Jingshan County in Sangzhou Prefecture. 3 years ago, after offending the county magistrate's brother-in-law, you were forced to leave your home. By a stroke of fate, you joined an assassin organization known as Sha, correct? Zhang San's eyes flew open, shock replacing the disdain that had previously occupied them. Li Yi paid no heed to his reaction, continuing in that unperturbed tone. You have an elderly mother over 60, in poor health with a chronic cough. Your wife, surnamed Wang, is a diligent and honest woman. 3 years ago, when you left home, she had just given birth to your son. He should be nearly 4 now, nicknamed Shitu, a lively child who adores the candied hawthorns from Li Ji in the eastern city. Each time you send money home, you always remind her not to let the child go hungry. Each statement struck Zhang San like a hammer, draining the color from his face as his body trembled uncontrollably. How could this man know such intimate details? Li Yi, as though reading his mind, allowed a cruel smile to curve his lips. Leaning slightly forward, he lowered his voice, enunciating each word. Oh, by the way, I also know a secret. Your wife has a small red mole the size of a grain of rice on her left buttock. You must be aware of that, yes? Boom. This statement thundered within Zhang San's mind like a lightning strike. He gazed at the seemingly gentle man before him, whose eyes were colder than the chill of the cellar, feeling as though he had been stripped bare and cast into the snow.
all his secrets and vulnerabilities laid bare. "Who are you?" His voice was hoarse and dry, laced with terror. "Who am I? Surely you know. Your assassination target is the infamous wastrel of the capital, Xiang Yao Wang Li." Li reclined back in his chair, lifting the teacup, gently blowing on the steam. "But that is not the crux of the matter. What is important is what shall transpire next." He spoke slowly. "Rest assured, I do not indulge in the practice of punishing entire families or indiscriminately harming innocents. I will not harm your family, not a single one." Zhang San's eyes flickered with a glimmer of hope at this statement. Yet, what Li Yi said next plunged him into despair. "I will merely ensure that word of your attempt to assassinate the prince reaches your hometown inadvertently." Can you guess what will happen then? Li Yi's tone remained flat, yet the imagery he painted sent chills down Zhang San's spine. "Your beloved son Shidu will be rejected by all the private schools due to having a traitor for a father. His companions would isolate him, mock him, and bully him. As he grew up, he found himself unable to pursue an education or engage in legitimate business, ultimately destined to become a mere street thug, enduring the scorn of others who would label him a lifelong rebel. Your virtuous wife would be regarded by the villagers as an ill omen. They would claim she caused her husband's demise and brought misfortune to the village. Behind her back, they would point fingers, and to her face they would spit. No one would associate with her family, nor sell anything to her. Perhaps one day, unable to bear such torment, she would seek a rope and quietly hang herself from a beam on some dark night. And your frail, ailing mother, I would fabricate a document detailing the enormous gambling debts you incurred during your lifetime, allowing the authorities to seize all your family's land and property. At her advanced age, homeless and destitute, she would be forced to wander the streets, begging, and ultimately perish in silence from the cold in some dilapidated temple on a snowy winter's night." After Li Yi finished speaking, he gazed at him quietly, devoid of any compassion. What he described was not a bloody massacre, but a slow, living despair far more terrifying than death itself. This heart-wrenching tactic could shatter one's will far more effectively than any physical suffering. At that moment, Zhang San's psychological defenses crumbled completely. The ferocity and arrogance in his eyes vanished, replaced by an endless remorse and fear. He thought of his beloved son, his diligent wife, and his elderly mother, who would all be plunged into an abyss of no return because of him. He could no longer hold back, tears and snot streaming down his face. Releasing a desperate sob, "I beg you, your highness, please spare my family." He wept, recounting how the second prince, Li Tai, had found him through the assassination organization, how he had promised his family an endless fortune upon completion of the task, and how he had coerced him into pretending it was a mere accident. Knight 7 stood silently by, expressionless, meticulously recording every word of his confession. Finally, he untied one of Zhang San's hands, allowing him to press his blood-stained and tear-soaked hand onto the confession with a heavy imprint. Li Yi rose, straightening his robe, restoring the regal demeanor of the Carefree Prince. He looked down at the crumpled assassin on the floor and remarked coolly, "Had we collaborated sooner, we could have avoided all this." With that, he turned and exited the cellar, leaving behind the endless darkness and despair. Chapter 30. Delivering grand gifts to our second brother's mansion as he emerged from the cellar. The first light of dawn barely illuminated the eastern sky. The darkness before dawn was thick, and the air bore a bone-chilling cold. However, as he stepped out of the cellar door, the butler, Fu, and a group of royal guards stationed in the courtyard felt a wave of murderous intent that was far colder than the early morning chill wash over them. This intent was concentrated, pure, and unapologetic, causing the temperature of the entire royal mansion to drop several degrees. Fuan had served Li Yi for many years and had never witnessed such an expression on the prince's face. His usually relaxed and playful features were now as cold as ancient ice, with a terrifying chill swirling in his deep-set eyes. Everyone was intimidated by this overwhelming aura, holding their breath in silence, not daring to make a sound. In the courtyard of the royal mansion, one could hear a pin drop. Li Yi said nothing, merely striding towards the direction of his chambers. In the courtyard stood a striking figure, Qin Muwan, who had not slept. She had already changed out of her thin nightgown and donned a practical black outfit, her long hair tied up high, exuding a sense of competence and valor. The silver spear, recently stained with blood, was polished to perfection and stood beside her, its tip reflecting a cold gleam in the faint morning light. She had been waiting for him. When Li Yi's imposing figure, brimming with murderous intent, appeared in the courtyard. Qin Muwan asked nothing. She simply watched him quietly, having read everything from the coldness in his eyes. Silently, she stepped forward, taking a finely crafted royal four-clawed dragon outfit from the waiting Xiao Yuan and draping it over Li Yi herself. Her movements were gentle yet earnest, meticulously adjusting every wrinkle, smoothing the collar and fastening the belt. There were no questions, no objections. Through this silent act, she unequivocally expressed her stance. Regardless of what he intended to do or where he wished to go, she would accompany him. He lowered his gaze, observing Qin Muwan as she carefully arranged his attire. The faint fragrance emanating from her intertwined with the turbulent, murderous intent within him, creating a peculiar blend. The ice in his gaze finally softened, replaced by a complex warmth. I am heading to the second prince's residence. It may displease father, he spoke in a low, hoarse voice. Qin Muwan finished adjusting the last corner of his garment, raised her head, and met his gaze with her clear eyes. Her tone steady, yet imbued with an undeniable resolve. You are my husband, and the Qin family stand behind you. Pursue your desires. This simple declaration conveyed more than 1,000 words. You are my husband, so your enemies are mine. Your glory is my glory. I will pave the way for you, and I will stand by your side against whatever you face. With that, Qin Muwan turned to the weapon rack and retrieved her beloved silver spear. Xiao Yuan promptly approached with a neatly folded crimson cloak. Qin Muwan accepted the cloak and deftly secured it around her shoulders. The fiery red of the cloak contrasted sharply with her icy demeanor, resembling a blazing red lotus blooming atop a snow-covered mountain, magnificent, heroic, and breathtakingly beautiful. The couple stood side by side, one clad in the royal attire, representing sovereignty and law, exuding an air of nobility laced with lethal intent, while the other donned the general's battle attire, embodying valor and concealed brilliance. In that moment, they were no longer the complacent prince and the vilified lioness of Hedong, but a true alliance poised to stir the winds of change in the capital. Li Yi inhaled deeply, turning to face the assembled guards of the royal mansion in the courtyard, his voice icy and resonant, echoing throughout the pre-dawn stillness. Fuan, the old servant, is here. Fuan trembled slightly, immediately bowing in response. Gather all the guards of the royal mansion and prepare the carriage. Today, this prince shall deliver a morning gift to my second brother. Yes, with a single command, the once dormant tiger of the Xian Yao Wang Fu, which had lain in wait for a decade, finally awakened at that moment. Dozens of elite guards swiftly lined up, though clad in servant attire. They exuded the fierce aura of seasoned warriors. The operational efficiency of the royal mansion was astonishing, with carriages and ceremonial arrangements ready in mere minutes. Meanwhile, Li Yi summoned Knight 7, handing him his royal gold medal while quietly instructing, with my medal, immediately attend to 2 matters. First, summon Lord Sun, the Jing Zhaoyin. Second, summon General Zhao, the commander of the city defense camp. Tell them this prince invites them to Spring Breeze Tower for morning tea and to enjoy the street scenery. Remember, it is imperative to secure their attendance. A flicker of understanding flashed in Knight 7's eyes. Spring Breeze Tower happened to be diagonally opposite the second prince's residence. The prince was not merely hosting a gathering. He was inviting the officials to witness a spectacle. He did not mobilize a single soldier, yet through this method, he seamlessly summoned the 2 most pivotal official forces, the Jing Zhaoyin, responsible for the capital security, and the Cheng Fong Ying, tasked with the city's defense, to the very site where conflict was on the verge of erupting. His subordinate understood. Yi Qi was given the order, his figure flickered, and he vanished into the dawn's early light. Li Yi turned to his side, glancing at Qin Muwan. The two exchanged a knowing look and simultaneously stepped towards the magnificent royal carriage, which had long been prepared. Let us depart to deliver a grand gift to our second brother's residence. With Li Yi's command, the procession moved steadily toward Li Tai's estate in the soft morning light. The sky had brightened completely, and the morning sun dispersed the last remnants of mist that shrouded the capital. A formidable entourage, exuding an air of authority, traversed the main street with an almost ostentatious pace, heading towards the residence of the second prince, Li Tai. Leading the procession was the royal carriage of the Xiao Yao Wang Fu, drawn by 4 magnificent white steeds. Flanking the carriage were dozens of robust guards clad in the royal livery, each equipped with long sabers, their expressions solemn and their steps synchronized. each footfall resonating with a heavy echo. The iron-blooded aura they emanated caused pedestrians along the street to hastily retreat, whispering among themselves. Isn't that the carriage of the Xiao Yao Wang Fu? What could be happening today? Look at that display. Something must be amiss. Why is this lord up so early? What kind of performance is he planning today? Given the direction, what could the brothers be intending at the second prince's residence? I have no idea. Inside the carriage, silence reigned. Li Yi reclined on the plush cushions, his ever-present folding fan swaying gently in his hand, a faint, elusive smile gracing his lips. Yet, this smile did not reach his eyes, which instead bore an unsettling chill. Beside him, Qin Muwan sat motionless, her meticulously polished silver spear resting at her side. She gazed ahead, her demeanor indifferent, as if the world outside bore no significance to her, though her brow slightly furrowed. Soon, this imposing procession arrived at the grand entrance of the second prince's residence, the Ning Wang Fu. As the carriage came to a halt, the royal guards swiftly formed two lines at the entrance, standing in solemn formation, completely blocking the grand gate. The palpable pressure they exerted seemed to dim even the stone lions guarding the entrance. The steward of the second prince, accompanied by a team of guards, was taken aback by the scene, but steeled himself to approach. Having served Li Tai for many years, he was accustomed to his master's authority and had imbibed a touch of arrogance. He cupped his hands towards the carriage, lifting his chin as he spoke. Your Highness, the Xiao Yao Wang, we apologize for not welcoming you properly. Unfortunately, my lord is feeling under the weather today and has commanded not to receive any visitors. We kindly ask you to visit on another day. This statement, ostensibly polite, was in fact a dismissal, denying even the opportunity for Li Yi to disembark. Before Fu Wen could respond, a slender hand slowly lifted the carriage curtain. Qin Muwan stepped down from the carriage. Draped in a crimson cloak and wielding her imposing silver spear, her long hair was tied high, with her cold, phoenix-like eyes sweeping over the assembled guards. She did not utter a word. Instead, she walked deliberately to the bluestone slab at the entrance, bringing the spears but gently down to the ground. A resounding thud reverberated, akin to a heavy hammer striking the hearts of all present. From the point of impact, a visible wave of energy surged outward, causing the hard bluestone to crack with a web of fine lines. The steward and guards blocking the entrance felt an overwhelming, invisible pressure wash over them, causing their chests to constrict and their breaths to falter, instinctively stepping back in unison. In an instant, silence enveloped the scene. The steward's complexion turned pale, his legs trembling, unable to utter a coherent word. It was only then that Li Yi leisurely descended from the carriage. He unfurled his fan, gently waving it, and smiled at the terrified steward. Ah, Steward Liu, what are you saying? I heard that a thief entered my second brother's residence last night and stole something of great importance. I was quite worried, so I personally brought this treasure back to him this morning. Besides, as brothers, how can I be considered an outsider? He paused, his smile widening, though the chill in his eyes intensified. Go, inform my second brother that his third brother has come to deliver the morning gift. If he refuses to accept it, I shall not leave today. Meanwhile, across the street, at Chunfeng Lu's second floor, in a window-side elegant room, Jing Zhao, Yin Lord Sun, and Cheng Feng, Yin Commander Zhao sat opposite each other, their elaborate morning tea untouched and already cold. They gazed out the window, fully aware of the astonishing display from the Xiao Yao Wang Fu, akin to a demonstration of power. Lowering their eyes to the table, they saw the confession, bearing the bloodied handprint of an assassin, just delivered by Yi Qi. Both men felt beads of cold sweat forming on their foreheads. Commander Zhao set down his ice-cold teacup, wiping his brow with trepidation, and whispered, Lord Sun, this Xiao Yao Wang intends to make a significant disruption in broad daylight, bringing a group of guards to block another prince's door. This is unprecedented since the founding of a nation. Lord Sun shook his head, a bitter expression on his face, his voice trembling slightly. Disruption? Commander Zhao, you are mistaken. This prince is not creating chaos. He is weaving a net that ensnares us all. He gestured towards the spectacle below and then to the confession on the table. By appearing to reclaim lost property and showcasing brotherly affection, he is asserting his strength through Qinjia's Mrs. formidable presence. Now, he has summoned us here. Lord Sun's tone grew increasingly bitter. You and I, one overseeing the law of the capital,
the other wielding military power. By inviting us as witnesses, he effectively places the might of legal authority and military power right at the gates of the second prince's residence. This time, the second prince is likely to face a significant downfall. This Xiao Yao Wang is exceedingly cunning and frightening. The two exchange glances, both perceiving the same deep-seated apprehension and dread in each other's eyes. They resolve to steer clear of this little tyrant in the future, ensuring they did not provoke him. At the front courtyard of the second prince's residence, when the steward hastily reported the situation outside to Li Tai, he was pacing anxiously within his study. "What did you say?" "The third brother has surrounded my gate with that fierce Qin Muwan." Li Tai seized the steward by the collar, his eyes bloodshot, scarcely able to believe his ears. "Yes, your highness." The Xiao Yao Wang also mentioned delivering a morning gift. "If you do not accept it," he stated he would not leave. The steward replied, his voice trembling. Li Tai's chest heaved violently, an inferno of rage igniting within him. After sending assassins out last night, their failure to return had already foreshadowed trouble. However, he never anticipated that Li Yi's retribution would come so swiftly and brazenly. Well, Li Yi." Li Tai laughed bitterly in his fury, pushing the steward aside. "Let me see what tricks he has up his sleeve today." He forcibly suppressed his anger and unease, adjusting his attire before hastening to the main entrance of the Wang Fu. There he saw Li Yi and Qin Muwan standing side by side, flanked by dozens of imposing royal guards. "Li Yi, what do you mean by surrounding my residence so early in the morning? What do you intend to do?" As Li Tai approached the entrance, he began to question sharply. Upon seeing Li Tai emerge, Li Yi immediately donned an innocent smile, like a genuinely concerned younger brother. He turned to the side, waving at Fuan behind him, and proclaimed loudly, "Come, since second brother has come out to greet me, do not hesitate. Bring forth the grand gift I have prepared for him." "Yes, my lord," Fuan replied with a bow. Chapter 32, Second Brother. You have misunderstood your brother once again at Li Yi's command. All present turned their curious gazes towards Fuan, eager to unveil what scheme the Carefree Wang had concocted. However, the next moment rendered everyone astounded. For burly guards from the Wang Fu, marching with heavy steps, bore a rectangular black object, slowly approaching the gates of the Wang Fu. The object, entirely coated in a thick layer of black lacquer, glimmered with a chilling sheen under the morning light. Its ancient design and meticulous craftsmanship unmistakably revealing it to be a coffin. Thud! The four guards placed the coffin heavily before the gates of the Ning Wang Fu, producing a thunderous sound that sent tremors through the hearts of all onlookers. The servants of the second prince's residence collectively inhaled sharply, their faces paling. Early in the morning, the Carefree Wang presented a coffin. This was no mere provocation. It was the most vile and unforgivable curse imaginable. Li Tai could no longer maintain his facade of calmness. He erupted in fury, trembling as he pointed a shaking finger at Li Yi, bellowing, "You are outrageous. What is the meaning of this?" In the face of his thunderous wrath, Li Yi merely closed his folding fan and donned an expression of heartfelt sorrow, repeatedly gesturing dismissively. "Oh, dear second brother, do not be angry. Do not be angry. You see, you have misunderstood my good intentions once again, have you not?" He pointed at the pitch-black coffin, sincerely explaining, "I have heard that you possess a discerning eye, recently attracting a remarkable individual of extraordinary talent. It is unfortunate, however, that your subordinates have failed in their duties, allowing this talent to wander outside and nearly perish. As your brother, I could not bear to see this, and I exerted considerable effort to ensure I returned this talent to you unharmed." At this point, he patted the coffin, producing a series of dull thuds. "Not only that, but I have also prepared a new residence for him, warm in winter and cool in summer, perfectly sized for you to accommodate him at your convenience. With such thoughtfulness from me, why are you still angry?" This speech left the servants of the second prince's residence utterly bewildered, yet Li Tai's complexion turned ashen. Before he could react, Li Yi signaled to Fuan. Fuan immediately understood and stepped forward, seizing the edge of the coffin lid, pushing it open with force. With a resounding thud, the heavy coffin lid was pushed halfway open. Everyone instinctively craned their necks to peer inside. To their astonishment, a man lay within the coffin. It was none other than Zhao Chun, the assassin from the previous night. He was gagged, bound like a dumpling, his eyes wide with boundless terror and despair. He lay rigidly in the confined space, unable to move. Upon seeing the occupant of the coffin, Li Tai's pupils constricted to pinpricks. A chill surged from his soles to the crown of his head. Li Yi approached him slowly, speaking in a tone meant solely for their ears, whispering, "Second brother, your man lost his way and ended up in my residence last night." His voice was gentle, yet pierced Li Tai's heart like a poisoned dagger. This was troubling. If word got out, others would think second brother had recruited a talented individual but failed to care for him properly. Who would dare ally with second brother in the future? Thus, I, as your brother, have specially returned him to you, a complete restoration. Li Yi straightened, his smile still warm while his gaze turned icy. Consider this coffin a warning from your brother. Otherwise, the next occupant may not be someone else. The casual threat from Li Yi shattered the last vestige of Li Tai's mental fortitude. Humiliation, rage, and fear intertwined, causing him to lose all rationality. To be publicly humiliated by his own brother with a coffin was a disgrace more painful than death. "You madman!" Li Tai's eyes turned bloodshot, resembling a lunatic. He stepped back, pointing at Li Yi, bellowing with all his might, "Bring me people, some of my guards." The carefree Wang Li Yi has trespassed upon the Ning Wang Fu with treasonous intent. Capture them all. Life or death, it matters not. At Li Tai's command, the previously hesitant guards of the second prince's residence swiftly unsheathed their swords, the glinting blades surrounding Li Yi and Qin Muwan, creating an atmosphere charged with imminent conflict at the gates of the Ning Wang Fu. In the face of this sudden upheaval, the guards behind Li Yi exhibited no signs of panic. Instead, they revealed a bloodthirsty excitement in their eyes. With a unified clang, they drew their swords, pointing their blades at the surrounding guards, their confidence unwavering. Standing beside Li Yi, Qin Muwan did not even blink. With a deft twist of her wrist, her silver spear sprang to life, positioned horizontally across her chest. The gleaming tip, from several paces away, unwaveringly aimed at Li Tai's throat, exuding an aura of chilling murderous intent that locked onto him with precision. Li Tai felt a chill at his neck, as if the merciless spear tip had already pierced him, instinctively retreating another step. He had no doubt that should he dare to make another move, that spear would swiftly claim his life. In this tense moment, only Li Yi remained composed, appearing as if he were unfazed by the surrounding tension. He even took the time to observe the nervous guards, shaking his head with interest as he commented, "Second brother, I must say, your guards do not seem very formidable. If a real fight were to break out, they likely wouldn't last beyond a cup of tea." This remark added fuel to the fire, nearly causing Li Tai to spit blood in rage. "Attack! Bring it on! Whoever can take Li Yi's head shall be rewarded with 1,000 gold pieces." Li Tai had completely lost his senses, shouting recklessly. Yet, at the moment the guards, spurred by the promise of reward, prepared to charge forward, Li suddenly raised his hand, leisurely pointing his folding fan towards the spring breeze tower diagonally across the street. Then spoke in a tone that was calm, yet clear enough for all to hear. "Second brother, do not act rashly. Rashness is the devil. I arrived in haste today, without a formal greeting or token, and intruding upon your residence is indeed rather abrupt. Fortunately, Lord Sun of Jingzhou and General Zhao of the City Defense are currently enjoying tea at the Spring Breeze Tower across the way." He paused, his smile taking on a deeper significance. "They happen to possess a document signed by this assassin, which can serve as a witness to our morning's exchange. Second brother, shall we deliver this assassin along with the document to Lord Sun, allowing him to present our case to Father Emperor?" As soon as these words were spoken, the previously boisterous courtyard fell into complete silence. Chapter 33. Enter the palace. Immediately Li Tai's roar abruptly ceased, and the frenzied expression on his face froze as if a bucket of ice water had been poured over him, chilling him to the core. He felt as though struck by lightning, abruptly lifting his head to follow Li Yi's fan's direction, gazing at the imposing spring breeze tower, where the two officials were observing everything with cold detachment. He understood. He comprehended everything. Li Yi had not come to confront him today at all. He meticulously orchestrated a scheme, preparing every piece of evidence, witnesses, material proof, and official endorsements, perfectly in place, before inviting the unsuspecting into the trap. Should he give the order to act, it would solidify the accusation of attempting to assassinate the prince, compounded by the act of silencing witnesses, a crime of far greater magnitude. Conversely, if he refrained from action, he would be left to endure humiliation, swallowing the bitter pill of disgrace.
becoming the laughingstock of the entire capital and beyond. Advancing signified a path to death. Retreating meant a loss of face. Caught in a dilemma, his face flushed to a hue reminiscent of a liver. Shifting from crimson to a sickly pallor, he stood frozen, a pitiful jester. Li Yi, having achieved his objective, ceased to elaborate. With a hearty laugh, he closed his fan and, in full view of the assembly, naturally extended his hand to grasp that of Qin Muwan. She stiffened momentarily, but did not resist, permitting his warm palm to envelop her. Elder brother, this person and this coffin are yours to deal with. Whether you choose a burial in an auspicious location or to incinerate it, I leave that to your discretion. I have delivered my respects and shall not intrude further. Farewell. As Li Yi spoke, he turned away, leading Qin Muwan through the astonished and enraged onlookers of the second prince's residence. Their gazes filled with a complex blend of shock and fury, yet none dared to intervene. Together, they ascended into the grand royal carriage, surrounded by dozens of palace guards who sheathed their weapons and retreated like a receding tide. At the entrance of the grand estate, only Li Tai remained, standing in a daze, utterly lost, beside the glaringly stark black coffin placed at the center of the gate. Inside Chun Feng Lu, as the procession of the Carefree Wang's entourage departed, the oppressive atmosphere finally dissipated. Lord Sun, the Jing Zhao Yin, and General Zhao, the commanding officer of the city defense, nearly simultaneously slumped into their chairs. They exchanged glances, both realizing their official robes were already soaked with cold sweat. General Zhao poured himself a cup of tea that had long gone cold, gulping it down to suppress the tremors of fear within. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he spoke with a quivering voice. Lord Sun, did you see that? The second prince truly harbored murderous intent just now. Had we not been present, it is likely that blood would have flowed freely within the second prince's residence today. Lord Sun managed a bitter smile, shaking his head, the hand holding the teacup still trembling. The so-called Carefree Wang was far from carefree. He was evidently a smiling devil. If he refrained from action, it was one thing, but when he did strike, it was with lethal precision, leaving no room for error, all the while eluding any incrimination. Observe the series of his maneuvers, interlinked, flawless. He counted on his fingers, analyzing with lingering dread, using the pretense of gift-giving to assert dominance. That was power, presenting a coffin as a gift, striking at the heart. That was technique. Finally, involving us two as pawns, leveraging the authority of the government to sever any escape routes. That was law. The fusion of power, technique, and law left the second prince utterly trapped, with no chance of recovery. General Zhao nodded in agreement. This individual conceals himself too well. He feigns incompetence. Yet who could have anticipated such thunderous tactics and meticulous strategy? Clearly, we must be far more vigilant in our dealings within the capital from this point forward. They exchanged glances once more, both recognizing the shared understanding. The Carefree Wang, long dismissed by many, would no longer be the soft target he once appeared to be. Upon entering the royal estate, the oppressive aura that had enveloped the entourage finally lifted. The guards resumed their posts, and the palace returned to its customary tranquility. Once back in his chamber, having dismissed all attendants, Li Yi released a long sigh, his body relaxing, though traces of fatigue were evident on his countenance. Qin Muwan silently approached the table, pouring a cup of warm tea and offering it to him with both hands. Li Yi accepted the teacup. The warmth flowing from his fingertips brought him comfort. He gazed at her still, tense visage and suddenly smiled. What is it? Are you still worried about me? Avoiding his gaze, Qin Muwan turned her attention to the window, her voice resolute. I was merely contemplating that your actions today were rather ostentatious, trampling the second prince's dignity. It may prove difficult to explain to father. Li set down the teacup and unexpectedly reached out, taking her slightly cold hand resting on the table. She stiffened again, wishing to pull away, but he held her firmly. I have my own ways to address matters with father. Li Yi's gaze bore an unprecedented seriousness, devoid of his usual playful demeanor. However, today, had he not stood by my side, I would not have dared to act. He looked deeply into her cool phoenix eyes, articulating each word with intention. From the moment you asserted your authority before the palace gates, confronting the guards on my behalf, thank you. Thank you for standing by me and lending your support. His words were sincere and heartfelt. Qin Muwan felt a jolt within her heart, her eyes snapping up to meet Li Yi's deep, starry gaze. In those eyes,
She saw authenticity, reliance, and a warmth that spoke of cherished feelings. His voice was low and gentle, tinged with subtle exhaustion, yet every word resonated clearly in her ears. She felt the warmth of his palm seep through her hand, warming her slightly chilled heart. She had never heard him speak in such a manner, absent of jest, devoid of scheming, unencumbered by the aloof mask that often lay between them. His focused gaze set her heart racing, reflecting a vulnerable, genuine version of herself. Her long eyelashes fluttered slightly, yet she did not shy away from his gaze. In her typically frigid phoenix eyes, the icy barrier began to melt, revealing a complex array of emotions, tremors, uncertainty, and the budding warmth of something new, along with feelings she could scarcely decipher. Her lips parted, as if to speak, but ultimately, she merely squeezed his hand gently before abruptly releasing it, turning her blushing face away, as if the warmth had scalded her. Yet, this rare moment of tenderness was abruptly interrupted by the sound of hurried footsteps. Yi appeared at the door, his expression grave, bowing slightly as he reported, "My lord, my lady, there are visitors from the palace. His Majesty summons you to the palace immediately." Upon hearing Yi message, the warmth that had just blossomed in the chamber shattered instantly. Although Li Yi furrowed his brow slightly, he understood that the events of the day could not remain concealed. But he had not anticipated the summons to arrive so swiftly. Qin Muwan, who had just poured a cup of tea, hesitated mid-motion at Yi words, concern flickering in her cool phoenix eyes. The events of the day had escalated far beyond control, blocking the street with a coffin, forcing another prince to draw his sword. This was a grave offense from any perspective. It would have come sooner or later. Li Yi glanced at Qin Muwan, reassuring her. With a slight smile, he turned to call for Xiao Yuan, who stood at the door. "Xiao Yuan, go and fetch the small white jade box from my desk." Xiao Yuan's eyes brightened, instantly grasping her master's intent, and eagerly brought the box over. Li Yi opened it to reveal a collection of scented powders typically used by women for makeup. Under Qin Muwan's astonished gaze, he picked up a powder puff and, without hesitation, began applying it to his face, issuing commands as he did so. "Yes, more under the eyes. I want that effect of having not slept all night." Still shaken. Furthermore, his lips, devoid of color, betrayed a pallid complexion that suggested a depletion of vitality. After a series of maneuvers, the once vibrant and carefree Wang now appeared as a victim on the verge of fainting, with a ghastly complexion, dark circles under his eyes, and lips ashen. Qin Muwan observed his audacious display, and even her typically frosty demeanor could not suppress a slight twitch at the corners of her mouth. She comprehended fully that her husband's audacity was likely honed against the corners of castle walls. However, for reasons unknown, her initial concerns dissipated significantly upon witnessing his self-assured demeanor, giving rise to a peculiar sense of absurdity. Li Yi surveyed himself in the bronze mirror, nodding in satisfaction before rising to depart. Qin Muwan quietly approached, producing a clean silk handkerchief from her sleeve and offering it to him. Her voice barely above a whisper, cautioning against the wind that might mar his makeup. Her tone carried an unrecognized hint of amusement and understanding. Li Yi accepted the handkerchief, playfully winking at her, establishing an uncanny rapport of performance and audience between them. Within the imperial study, the atmosphere was palpably tense. The sovereign sat behind the dragon table, his visage dark as water, exuding a regal presence that enveloped the entire hall. The second prince, Li Tai, had long been summoned, kneeling rigidly upon the cold golden bricks, his face ashen and his garments soaked with cold sweat. Upon sighting Li Yi enter, his crimson eyes glared with a hatred so fierce it seemed capable of devouring Li Yi whole. Yet, Li Yi appeared entirely oblivious to the murderous intent directed at him. The moment he crossed the threshold of the imperial study, he seemed to lose all strength, his legs faltering, nearly collapsing, until he was swiftly supported by the quick-wit Wen Dahai. Before the emperor could speak, Li Yi summoned all his strength to emit a heart-wrenching wail, his voice laced with sobs, brimming with endless grievance and dread. "Father, you must stand up for your son." This outcry resounded like thunder. The emperor, initially poised to reprimand, was momentarily taken aback, swallowing his intended rebuke. Meanwhile, Li Tai, prostrate on the ground, was rendered speechless by this unexpected plea for justice. Anger surged within him,
nearly forcing a spurt of blood from his mouth, as he raged internally. Shameless. Utterly shameless. He was the one who blocked my door. What right does he have to cry foul? Alas, Li afforded him no opportunity for retort. Supported by one to high, he staggered to the center of the hall and collapsed to his knees, his body trembling violently, a portrait of someone grievously wronged. Father. He elongated the syllable, commencing his long-prepared lament. I nearly did not see you again. Last night, a dark-clad assassin descended from the rafters. His voice cracked, filled with terror. He wielded a dagger laced with deadly poison. Its green hue still dances before my eyes. As he spoke, he trembled uncontrollably, hand instinctively touching his throat, as if still feeling the chill of the blade. Father, that dagger was but a hair's breadth from my neck. Truly, just a hair's breadth. Were it not for the princess's desperate defense, I would likely now be a cold corpse. Even now, my neck feels icy, having not slept a wink. Every time I close my eyes, it is that green blade that haunts me. He lifted his gaze. Using the handkerchief Qin Muwan had given him to wipe non-existent tears, his tone drenched in despair. Upon capturing the assassin, I initially suspected a vendetta from the martial world, yet to my astonishment, he was in fact one of my brother's men. He raised his voice, as if to unleash all the indignation within. Father, I cannot fathom. How can this be? We are blood brothers. Why would he wish to see me dead? Is it merely because I stand in his way? Yet I have never sought to contest him. I only wish to be a carefree Wong, living in peace. Why? Why can I not even harbor that simple desire? He skillfully redirected the motive behind the assassination towards the strife for the imperial succession among the princes, casting himself as an innocent victim, unwittingly ensnared in a power struggle. Li Tai, kneeling nearby, shook with rage, retorting angrily, You lie. I have never sent anyone to assassinate you. I too am being slandered. Father, please stand up for me. The emperor remained silent, casting a fierce glare at Li Tai, effectively silencing his protests. Then, the emperor turned his gaze to Li Yi, admonishing sternly, If you feel wronged, you may come to me for justice. But to block the gates of the Ning Wang Fu with a coffin at dawn is utterly disgraceful. You have brought shame upon the royal family. Father, after the assassination attempt, I was consumed with fear and anger, unable to sleep. At the break of dawn, in a moment of impulsiveness, I felt compelled to confront my brother directly, to demand an explanation. He continued, I wish to hear my brother deny it before all. I would have prostrate myself in apology if he did. Yet, he simply acquiesced. He truly intended to kill me. In my moment of fury and fright, I acted rashly, committing the folly of presenting a coffin, thus bringing shame upon the royal family. I accept my punishment. I am willing to be punished. He bowed deeply, then raised his head, his eyes filled with grievance and helplessness. Chapter 35. A kiss from the lady is required to heal father. Seeing his imperial father remain silent, Li Yi continued his tearful entreaty. I was compelled. Could one not even inquire why, with a knife held to one's throat? This heartfelt performance, replete with logical coherence and escalating emotions, left Li Tai's complexion shifting from ashen to a sickly pallor. He was bewildered by Li Yi's barrage of accusations, struggling to counter with claims of Li Yi's arrogance. While each of Li Yi's statements resonated with undeniable truth, he found himself at a loss for words, resorting to vehement glares, mentally cursing him with every derogatory term imaginable. The emperor, observing from behind the dragon table, remained impassive. He was acutely aware that most of Li Yi's claims were theatrical. Nonetheless, he recognized that Li Yi's rationale held merit. The assassination attempt was the cause, and his furious confrontation the consequence. Though the manner was excessive, it was not without justification. Finally, the emperor made a decisive move. With a thunderous clap on the dragon table, he shook the chamber, his voice booming with righteous fury. Unfilial child, in your quest for power, you would resort to the assassination of your own kin, disregarding the bonds of family. What punishment do you deserve? Li Tai flinched at the emperor's thunderous rebuke, kneeling on the ground, momentarily at a loss for words. The emperor's gaze then shifted to Li Yi, his expression stern, rebuking. And you, as a prince, your behavior is erratic, your methods akin to a common ruffian. You have brought shame upon the royal family. After the scolding, the final judgment was pronounced. Li Tai, you have harbored malicious intent and employed cruel measures.
Henceforth, you are stripped of your authority to assist in the 6 ministries, confined to the Wang Fu for 3 months, and subjected to solitary reflection. Your stipend is suspended for 1 year as a form of reprimand. This verdict effectively severed Li Tai's grasp on the court, delivering a significant political blow. Subsequently, the emperor turned his attention to Li Yi. The carefree Wang Li Yi, known for his reckless behavior that belies royal decorum, has been sentenced to a month of house arrest at the Wang Fu and tasked with transcribing the Shaojing 100 times in order to cultivate his mind and temperament. Such a severe punishment, contrasted with a lighter sanction, clearly delineated the hierarchy. Li Yi immediately displayed a facade of profound gratitude, bowing deeply to express his thanks, his voice laden with the relief of having narrowly escaped disaster. Your humble son is immensely grateful for your grace, Father Emperor. Rest assured, I shall reflect upon my actions in the manner, diligently transcribing books, and will never again cause you trouble. As he knelt, a smirk of triumph crept onto his lips. Hidden from view. Off with you. Once the decree was pronounced, the emperor, visibly impatient, waved dismissively at the two, ignoring them thereafter. Li Yi and Li Tai exited the imperial study, one appearing feeble and pale, as if a mere gust of wind could topple him, while the other resembled a defeated rooster, head hung low, eyes filled with resentment and unwillingness. Upon leaving the palace gates, Li Yi's earlier expression of shock evaporated instantly. He cast a meaningful smile at Li Tai's retreating figure before boarding his carriage. As the carriage of the Wang Fu gently rolled back towards the estate, the butler Fu Wen and the maid Xiao Yuan had long been waiting anxiously at the entrance, their faces etched with concern. The prince has returned, someone shouted, and all gazes turned in unison. The carriage curtain was lifted, and Li Yi bowed as he descended. Fu Wen hurried forward, nervously scrutinizing Li Yi, and cautiously inquired, "My lord, are you all right? Did his majesty trouble you?" Li Yi waved his hand, a lazy smile returning to his face as he casually replied, "What could possibly be the matter? Father Emperor is wise. He merely believes I have been too irritable lately and has ordered me to stay in the manor for a month to transcribe books and calm my spirit." A month of house arrest, 100 copies of the text. Upon hearing this verdict, Fu Wen and Xiao Yuan were momentarily stunned, and then their expressions transformed into incredulous joy. To them, the prince had stirred up such a commotion. Yet he was merely subjected to a light punishment akin to no punishment at all. "Wonderful. As long as you are unharmed, my lord, I shall prepare your favorite dishes to dispel any ill fortune." Fu Wen exclaimed, his face flushed with excitement. The guards and servants of the estate collectively exhaled in relief. The heavy burden lifted from their hearts. With their lord unharmed, the sky above the Wang Fu would not fall. Li Yi returned to his chambers amidst a throng of attendants. Upon entering, he was greeted by a wave of warm steam. Inside, Qin Muwan had already arranged warm water and a set of clean, comfortable attire, standing silently by the screen. Her cold phoenix eyes finally revealing a hint of relaxation as she observed Li Yi's entrance. "You are back," she stated, her voice as even as ever, though a trace of concern could be detected upon closer inspection. "I am back," Li Yi replied, dismissing all servants. The moment the door closed, his relaxed demeanor crumbled, and he plopped down in a chair, exaggeratedly lamenting, "Ouch, it pains me. Father Emperor is truly something. He can scold me, but does he have to yell so loudly? His saliva nearly drowned me. And that golden brick, so cold and hard, my knees feel as if they might shatter." As he spoke, he rubbed his knees, his face adorned with a pitiful expression that begged for sympathy. Qin Muwan, witnessing his antics, felt her anxiety dissipate entirely, and a subtle smile tugged at her lips, though she quickly suppressed it. With a stern expression, she approached him, looking down from her height. Seizing the opportunity, Li Yi tilted his head, gazing up at her with a pitiful look. "My lady, I feel I have suffered tremendous emotional and physical trauma. I need your kiss to heal." "Nonsense." Qin Muwan's ears flushed crimson as she shot him a glare, her voice sharp. Yet, this time, she did not turn away or resort to threats as usual. Instead, she hesitated briefly, then declared, "You wait here," and swiftly walked towards the vanity in the inner chamber. Moments later, she returned holding a small bottle of medicinal wine, irritably handing it to Li Yi. "Rub it on yourself." Although her tone remained cold, Her flushed ears and slightly evasive gaze betrayed her inner turmoil. Li secretly chuckled, accepting the medicinal wine and admiring her somewhat stiff yet oddly endearing silhouette as warmth enveloped him like a soothing bath. Thus began the regimen of house arrest. Li had anticipated a legitimate opportunity to indulge in leisure, waking late, sipping fine wine, listening to music, and teasing Qin Muwan. However, at the break of dawn the following day, while he was still lost in dreams, Qin Muwan ruthlessly pulled him from his warm bed. "Rise," she commanded, clad in vigorous attire, a paper filled with writing in hand. "My lady, is not yet dawn. What is the purpose of this?" Li protested, sleep still clouding his eyes. "Father Emperor's decree of house arrest is for you to cultivate your character, not squander your time," she stated, slapping the paper onto him with a stoic expression. "I believe this is an opportune time to strengthen your body and expand your knowledge. From today, for the next month, you shall adhere to this schedule." Peering at the schedule, Li nearly fainted. At the hour of Chun, rise and engage in morning exercises for an hour. At the hour of Si, read and practice writing. At noon, dine and rest for half an hour. At the hour of Wei, attend to official affairs. At the hour of Shun, continue martial training. The densely packed itinerary was more daunting than the previous world's grueling work culture. "My lady, are you attempting to work me to death so that you can inherit the Wangfu?" he lamented. Qin Muwan remained unaffected, coldly regarding him. "Will you walk out yourself, or shall I assist you?" Faced with her eager fists, Li promptly opted for the former. Thus, the servants of Wang Fu witnessed a remarkable scene. In the morning courtyard, the princess no longer practiced her spear alone, but was joined by a yawning Li, coerced into a horse stance. "Straighten your back. Channel your energy to your dantian. What is that posture? You resemble a boneless shrimp." Qin Muwan wielded a long bamboo stick, mercilessly tapping it against Li Yi's back. In the afternoon study, while Li Yi diligently handled affairs concerning the Chamber of Commerce secretly delivered by Fu Wen, Qin Muwan sat quietly beside him, engrossed in military strategy. She refrained from interrupting him. Yet whenever Li Yi encountered challenges regarding personnel changes or resource allocation, she would casually interject. The art of war states that a general must know how to utilize people wisely. This individual is brave, but lacks strategy. He can only serve as a vanguard, not as a commander. This area is surrounded by mountains on 3 sides, easy to defend and hard to attack. It is a prime location for storing grain. If you establish a warehouse here, you can ensure complete security. Qin Muwan consistently pinpointed the core of the issues with her succinct military reasoning, providing Li Yi with many unexpected insights. Throughout this month of house arrest, despite his vocal complaints, Li Yi found himself relishing the experience. Outside the Wang Fu, the events surrounding the coffin incident had stirred a tempest. Fu Wen and Yi Qi reported to Li Yi daily about the public's reactions. "My lord, the storytellers in the capital are recounting your tale. The latest version is titled Carefree Wang furiously sends an ebony coffin. The Ning Wang Fu becomes a graveyard, and it is immensely popular. Now, who in the capital does not know you? They say you are the mad and unpredictable Wang, and those who once sought to see you embarrassed now avoid our carriage." Yi Qi's report was notably pragmatic. "Your Highness, the Taze of Fu has sent numerous precious supplements as a gesture of condolence. In accordance with your instructions, I have returned everything and conveyed the message that the Wang Yi is in good health, though his heart remains troubled." Li Yi nodded, fully anticipating the Taze's probing. Additionally, Yi Qi produced a letter from his bosom, a missive from a trusted envoy of the Duke of Dingguo. Unfolding the letter, Li Yi noticed it was addressed to Qin Muwan, yet the content was clearly meant for him. The calligraphy of Duke Qin Lai was bold and vigorous, its strength penetrating the paper. The letter began with a scathing denunciation of the second prince, Li Tai, using the most vulgar language imaginable, but then swiftly shifted to laud the Duke's son-in-law for his formidable methods, claiming he possessed the same flair as the Duke in his youth. The letter concluded with a veiled remark. "The Qin family army shall forever be the Wang Fei's dowry. Ensuring the family does not suffer injustice remains paramount." This succinct phrase carried enough weight to reverberate throughout the entire court. The old man, my father-in-law, truly knew how to stir emotions. As Li Yi read the letter, warmth spread within him, and he murmured softly. Since his arrival in this world a decade ago, aside from the occasional favoritism from his lofty father, he had never genuinely felt the warmth and concern of family. Time passed swiftly, and the month of confinement soon came to an end. During this period, the relationship between Li Yi and Qin Muwan flourished remarkably. Although the invisible barrier between them still lingered at night, the previously tense atmosphere had dissipated. On the first day after the confinement, Li Yi stretched lazily, preparing to change his attire for an outing to indulge in a splendid feast at his own tavern, reveling in the joy of freedom. However, Fu Wen rushed in, bowing to report, "Wang Yi, Wang Fei, the Taizifu has sent an invitation." "Oh." Li Yi raised an eyebrow, intrigued by the prospect of an invitation to drink from the Taizi. "No." Fu Wen presented a beautifully crafted gilded invitation, indicating that the Taizifu would host a flower viewing banquet at her residence early next month, specifically extending the invitation to the Wang Fei. Taking the invitation, Li Yi noted the inscription penned by Qin Muwan, and a playful smile graced his lips. He found it hard to believe that his relationship with the Taizifu was as amicable as suggested. This gilded invitation likely hinted at yet another trap. A flower viewing event exclusively for the women of the inner court promised to be far more intriguing than the political intrigues of the court. Qin Muwan, upon seeing the invitation in Li Yi's hand, furrowed her brows slightly, her immediate reaction being one of refusal. Having spent years in the military, she was accustomed to straightforward communication and found the veiled and insincere social niceties of noble women both unfamiliar and distasteful. "I shall not attend," she declared, her tone decisive, akin to rejecting an unreasonable battle plan on the battlefield. "Why not?" Li Yi inquired, smiling as he took the invitation from her grasp. "The Taizifu has extended a warm invitation. If you do not attend, would it not make us seem small-minded and afraid of them?" "I am not afraid. I simply find it uninteresting," Qin Muwan replied, her brow furrowed. "A gathering of women is merely a contest of whose fabric is more luxurious and whose hairpin is more fashionable. What is the point?" "No, no, no." Li Yi shook his finger, grinning like a sly fox. "Madam, you are underestimating the situation. Such gatherings are not dissimilar to a clash between armies. Do you think they're merely admiring flowers? In truth, they're testing waters, forming alliances, and undermining rivals. This flower-viewing banquet is their battlefield." He put away his fan and approached Qin Muwan, his eyes sparkling with excitement. "Thus, you should absolutely attend. You need not flatter anyone nor compete in trivialities. Simply be yourself, stroll through our military camp, and showcase the might of our Zoyo Wang Fu." Under Li Yi's persistent persuasion and encouragement, Qin Muwan eventually acquiesced, albeit reluctantly, to the invitation. In the days that followed, Li Yi took on the role of strategist, preparing Qin Muwan for the upcoming event. "Come, madam, let us conduct a simulation." He transformed the study into a tactical classroom. "Suppose a lady greets you with a smile, extolling your fortune in marrying the renowned Zhao Ao Wang of Deqian. How should you respond?" Qin Muwan pondered for a moment before replying earnestly. "I would say congratulations in return." "Incorrect." Li Yi rapped the table. "That is a classic example of flattery disguised as derision. She openly praises you while covertly stirring resentment towards my supposed idleness. You should maintain a stoic expression and respond. Your insight is commendable. Deliver the most audacious remark in the most nonchalant tone and let her grasp the implication herself. Now, suppose they deliberately isolate you, gathering to discuss poetry and literature that you do not comprehend. What will you do?" Qin Muwan frowned. "I would simply find a place to sit." "Wrong again," Li Yi exclaimed in exasperation. "That way, you are conceding defeat. You must not be led by their rhythm. Rather, you must draw them into your tempo." Clearing his throat, he demonstrated. "You should walk over directly, interrupt them, and sincerely inquire, 'Ladies, it seems you are enjoying a lively discussion. Regrettably, I am not well versed in this matter. However, I possess some insights into the forage ratios for military horses. Might any of you wish to explore how to ensure a war horse can travel 1,000 miles daily and remain robust?" As Qin Muwan listened to Li Yi's audacious quips, a rare expression of suppressed amusement flickered across her typically stoic face. In addition to tactical guidance, Li Yi personally selected a striking yet elegant battle attire for Qin Muwan, a meticulously crafted crimson riding outfit complemented by a matching cloak, and a beautifully adorned short sword at her waist. This ensemble allowed for ease of movement while ensuring she stood out among the throngs of ladies. The flower viewing banquet was set to take place in the rear garden of the Taizifu, Yuan. True to its name, The garden was resplendent in the midst of early spring, filled with a riot of blooming flowers in vibrant hues. Exotic orchids flourished in the conservatory, while vast expanses of peonies and peonies bloomed radiantly under the sun, with intricately designed pavilions dotting the landscape and clear streams meandering through, embodying the opulence and elegance of a royal garden. At this moment, the garden was already bustling with voices, filled with the fragrance of fine silks and the rustle of skirts. Nearly all the esteemed ladies and noble women from the capital had gathered, adorned in an array of colorful silks, some in small groups reciting poetry relevant to the occasion, while others sat in pavilions, listening to maidens strumming the zither, laughter and chatter creating an atmosphere of harmony. However, when the inner court attendant announced the arrival of the Xiao Wang Fei, the cacophony gradually subsided. All eyes turned in unison toward the entrance of the garden. The carriage of Xiao Wang Fu came to a gentle halt, and a maid lifted the curtain. In the next moment, a figure, starkly contrasting with the vibrant spring scenery and the embroidered tapestry below, emerged before the crowd. Qin Muwan strode into the garden. Unlike the other noble women clad in elaborate, ornate gowns, she donned the crimson riding outfit personally chosen by Li Yi. The fiery red, akin to flames or battle banners, accentuated her tall and athletic figure, while the matching cloak billowed gently behind her. Most striking was the beautifully adorned short sword hanging at her waist, the jewels on the hilt glinting with formidable brilliance in the sunlight. After a brief silence, murmurs began to ripple through the crowd. The gazes of the noble women shifted from initial astonishment to unabashed disdain and schadenfreude. My goodness, how could she arrive dressed like that? This is a flower-viewing banquet, not a hunting ground. Indeed, she is the daughter of a prominent family, yet she is utterly uncouth and lacks any semblance of decorum. It is said that she stands 8 feet tall and possesses the strength to fell a bear. Upon seeing her today, it appears that the rumors are not entirely unfounded. Observe her imposing demeanor. Where is the slightest hint of feminine grace? These murmurs, neither too loud nor too soft, conveniently drift into Qin Muwan's ears. She remains unfazed, her cold gaze sweeping across the assembly. Those who were previously engaged in hushed conversations instinctively fall silent and avert their eyes upon meeting her glance. At that moment, the crown princess, surrounded by a throng of noble ladies, approaches. Dressed in an exquisite pale purple court gown, she exudes elegance, her face adorned with a gentle and dignified smile, seemingly indifferent to Qin Muwan's unconventional attire. Dear Muwan, you are truly exceptional today, the crown princess warmly remarks as she takes Qin Muwan's hand, her gaze lingering for a moment on Qin's riding outfit. The esteemed prince of leisure dotes on you, allowing you such freedom. Unlike us, who must adhere to strict propriety in every gesture, lest we tarnish the royal image. Her words prompt a ripple of suppressed laughter among the ladies behind her. This rhetoric is precisely what Li Yi had rehearsed with her in the study. While ostensibly praising Li Yi's affection for his wife, it subtly mocks his ignorance of decorum, suggesting that he indulges the princess to the point of disgrace for the royal family. Should Qin Muwan exhibit any sign of displeasure or discomfort, she would find herself at a disadvantage, affirming the discord between them as a couple and implying that she too feels her attire is inappropriate. Recalling Li Yi's teachings to express the most audacious sentiments in the calmest tone, Qin Muwan does not withdraw her hand from the crown princess's grasp. Instead, she nods slightly and replies expressionlessly, "Your Highness possesses a discerning eye." The prince often asserts that true decorum is defined by the strong, not meant to bind individuals. I find this perspective quite compelling. This single statement serves to effectively silence the crown princess and all her subsequent remarks. The smile on her face momentarily falters. She had anticipated various reactions from Qin Muwan: shame, anger, or perhaps an awkward defense. However, she never envisioned that this reputedly dull and stony beauty would possess such sharp wit, articulating her position with such conviction. Most importantly, her words are irrefutable. Is it to be asserted that decorum exists solely to constrain individuals? Or shall one admit to being weak, thus necessitating such constraints? The surrounding noble ladies are momentarily taken aback, their gazes towards Qin Muwan tinged with uncertainty. After a brief period of awkwardness, the crown princess swiftly regains her composure. Smiling as she pats Qin Muwan's hand, The Prince of Leisure indeed has a unique temperament. Your words reflect this distinction. Please come inside. The blossoms in the garden are in full bloom today. In this initial exchange, Qin Muwan appears to have received the challenge with calmness, leaving no opportunity for her opponent to exploit. As time progresses, the exclusion becomes increasingly evident. After the crown princess departs under the pretext of attending to other guests, no lady approaches Qin Muwan to engage her in conversation. They deliberately isolate her, forming small circles of their own. Among them, the most animated group centers around Zhang Yuan, the daughter of the Minister of Revenue. With her father's status and her modest education, she prides herself on being the foremost talented woman in the capital. The sound of their animated discussions about the calligraphy of a certain master from the previous dynasty, followed by critiques of a newly released poetry collection by a contemporary scholar, entirely alienates Qin Muwan, who stands adorned in riding attire, with a short sword at her waist. Zhang Yuan casts a sidelong glance at Qin Muwan, a triumphant smile curling at her lips. Raising her voice, she recites one of her own flower-themed poems, drawing forth a chorus of compliments. Amidst the flattery, she feigns surprise upon noticing Qin Muwan standing alone. Oh dear, why does the Princess of Leisure stand by herself? Zhang Yuan feigns concern, approaching with a hand covering her mouth. Have we delved too deeply into our discussions? Surely, the princess, accustomed to wielding a sword, finds it difficult to grasp such refined matters. Unlike us, who cannot lift a hand or shoulder a burden, we must expend our efforts in the realm of literature and art. This remark elicits another round of snickers from the surrounding ladies. Qin Muwan observes her, the visage of Li Yi's infuriatingly smug grin and his teachings resurfacing in her mind. Do not allow them to dictate the rhythm. Instead, draw them into yours. She does not retreat in shame or remain awkwardly silent as they expect. Rather, she strides confidently into their circle. With a sincere demeanor, she interrupts their banter. Ladies, your knowledge is profound, and I confess my ignorance. A flicker of pride crosses Zhang Yuan's eyes as she prepares to further demonstrate her magnanimity. Yet, Qin Muwan shifts the conversation's trajectory. However, listening to your discussions about ink and paper reminds me of something. Qin Muwan surveys the assembly. Her cool voice, though soft, resonates clearly with each listener. The fodder for the warhorses in my household is classified into 3 grades and 9 categories, with meticulous ratios that significantly affect the horse's endurance and explosiveness, just as your discussions, seemingly trivial, are fundamentally significant. Might any lady here be aware of why we incorporate soybean meal and a pinch of salt into the fodder? Fodder? Soybean meal? Is that not merely feed for livestock? The assembly of noble women, accustomed to matters of poetry and silk, finds themselves utterly bewildered. Their minds are preoccupied with verses and jewelry, leaving no room for comprehension of such topics. The atmosphere becomes palpably tense with an awkward silence. How utterly crude. Just moments ago, Zhang Yuan was eloquently extolling her own insights, yet now her face flushes crimson as she stammers out a few words. Today is a floral appreciation banquet arranged by the crown princess. It is a gathering of elegance and refinement. How could we discuss such a coarse matter? Indeed, such feeding of livestock is a concern for the unrefined. How could we, the noble ladies of the capital, possibly understand? The surrounding ladies echo Zhang Yuan's sentiments, casting even more disparaging glances towards Qin Muwan. Yet, Qin Muwan remains unperturbed, a slight smirk playing on her lips, reminiscent of Li Yi's usual languid demeanor, perhaps a result of prolonged association with him. Noble ladies of the capital? Qin Muwan scoffed softly. Were it not for the valiant soldiers of the Qian guarding the borders, how would these so-called noble ladies enjoy their comfortable lives? She pauses, her gaze growing colder. Do you realize that in the military, the feeding of horses is a profound subject, requiring different fodder ratios based on various battlefields and terrains? A mere excess or deficiency can impact a horse's stamina and endurance. How has this become a crude matter in your discourse? Do you look down upon our soldiers? Her statements effectively silence the noble women, leaving them speechless. What could they possibly say? To admit to despising the rough-and-tumble soldiers? If such words were to reach the emperor's ears, their entire family might face accusations of treason. Yet, they find themselves unable to retort, their indignation stifled. Your Highness, it was Zhang Yuan who overstepped, they murmur. as the burden of their discomfort weighs heavily upon them. In the distance, the crown princess, having observed the unfolding drama, grows increasingly displeased. This matter must not be allowed to escalate further. Should it reach her father, she too would face repercussions. Taking a deep breath, she reaffirms her serene smile, clapping her hands to regain everyone's attention. Sisters, merely sitting and chatting is hardly entertaining. I have heard that the princess of leisure excels in archery, a true daughter of a military family with unmatched bravery. Today, with the garden in full bloom, how about we engage in an elegant game called Darrowing the Blossoms? The pacifying approached Qin Muwan with an even deeper smile, proclaiming that the rules were quite simple. One must strike the distant Ehong mutant branch without harming its petals to demonstrate precision and benevolence. This challenge tested not only archery skills, but also elegance, yet it appeared to be a seemingly flattering, yet profoundly malicious proposition. In the military, archery emphasizes strength, penetration, and lethality, aiming for a swift kill. However, this refined shooting demanded exquisite finesse and control. To everyone as perception, Qin Muwan's martial prowess relied on brute force capable of shattering stone, making her attempt at such a delicate task likely to result in the precious flower being obliterated, leading to public embarrassment. All eyes were fixed on Qin Muwan, eagerly awaiting her folly. Observing the pacifying's confident demeanor and glancing at the resplendent peony in the distance, Qin Muwan slowly extended her hand, grasping the military bow that her attendant had already prepared. The crowd moved to an open area within the garden, offering a splendid view of a patch of peonies some distance away. Among them, the most exquisite and vibrant Yehong was chosen as the target. It swayed gracefully in the gentle breeze, appearing as if it were glistening with dew. Zhang Wanwan, eager to please the pacifying and redeem her earlier loss of face, volunteered to take the first shot. An attendant presented her with a delicately crafted koan bow, adorned with gold and intricate designs, truly magnificent. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Wanwan assumed what she believed to be the most elegant posture and slowly drew back the bowstring. After a moment of focused silence, she released, and the arrow flew forth with a soft whoosh, tracing a graceful arc as it struck the slender branch beneath the peony. With a crisp snap, the branch broke, and the splendid peony, adorned with glistening droplets of dew, fell gently to the grass below. Excellent. Sister Zhang's archery is remarkable. Cheers of applause erupted around her. Zhang Wanwan beamed with pride, lowered her bow, and gracefully bowed to the crowd, casting a sidelong glance at Qin Muwan, her eyes brimming with provocation and disdain. The noble women echoed her sentiments, praising Miss Zhang as a talented lady whose archery displayed such elegance. This truly epitomized the grace of a noble woman, combining both martial prowess and refinement. However, the focus soon shifted to the forthcoming Qin Muwan, with all discussions and challenges directed at her. They envisioned her missing the flower entirely, only to be met with laughter and derision. Yet, Qin Muwan remained unfazed, grasping a military longbow nearly twice the size of standard koan bow as she stepped forward. The bow was simple and unadorned, its deep hue a testament to years of use. Unlike Zhang Wan, she did not immediately knock an arrow, but took her time, selecting from the quiver held by her attendant. This unusual behavior sparked confusion among the onlookers, who began to speculate on her intentions. Was she indecisive, perhaps prolonging the inevitable defeat? Finally, after a brief selection, Qin Muwan stood tall, her hands now holding 3 arrows. 3? The crowd was taken aback. She intended to shoot 3 times? This game allowed for only a single shot. Yet, what transpired next left everyone breathless. Amidst the uncertain gazes of the crowd, Qin Muwan inhaled deeply, holding the bow with her left hand while simultaneously knocking all 3 arrows on the string with her right. Had she lost her mind? Was she truly attempting to shoot 3 arrows at once? A gasp escaped from the onlookers. 3 arrows at once. Not only was it improbable to hit the delicate branch, but controlling their trajectory seemed utterly outrageous. In the midst of the commotion, a transformation enveloped Qin Muwan. Her stance became resolute, her eyes narrowing, exuding an intensity that pierced through all before her. In that instant, she transcended the role of the incongruous pacifying, reverting to the fierce warrior commanding life and death upon the battlefield. An invisible yet formidable aura radiated from her. No longer mere bloodlust,
but an embodiment of utmost focus and confidence. The laughter and chatter around her faded into silence under this powerful presence. With the bow drawn taut, the strings sang like thunder. A resonant and forceful twang echoed as the three arrows, moving with nearly imperceptible speed, erupted forth in a formation resembling a trident. The spectators scarcely had time to perceive the arrow's trajectory before the scene unfolded before their eyes. The first arrow, slicing through the air, struck the highest flower stem of the peony with pinpoint accuracy. The impact was just right, producing a soft pop as the stem snapped, sending the vibrant flower cascading downward. At that very moment, the second arrow, as if it possessed a mind of its own, flew in from the side. It did not target the flower, but rather deftly grazed the excess green leaves, severing them without so much as brushing against the tender petals. Gasps of astonishment filled the air, many instinctively covering their mouths in disbelief. Yet, the most astonishing was the third arrow. It flew low, its trajectory seemingly calculated with precision. Just as the peony was about to hit the ground, the third arrow struck with a decisive thud, embedding itself into the trunk of a willow tree at the edge of the flower bead. Remarkably, the peony, which should have fallen to the ground, was now suspended delicately on the notch of the arrow, its flower head gently bowed, yet proudly upright, swaying in the breeze. One arrow severed the stem, one sliced the leaves, and one caught the flower. The arena fell into an eerie silence. If Zhang's shot was precise, then what Qin Muwan had just executed was a feat bordering on the divine. This transcended mere elegance. It was a masterful demonstration of the martial arts elevated to its most exquisite and artistic form, showcasing the ultimate in control through sheer power. In the profound stillness, Qin Muwan gradually lowered her longbow. Turning, she faced the now ashen-faced Taizhi Fei and Zhang Wanwan, her expression devoid of mockery or boastfulness. In her characteristic cool tone, she calmly inquired, "Taizhi Fei, might we consider this as elegance?" The Taizhi Fei's face flickered between shades of green and white, her lips trembling, unable to utter a single word. This was not merely a slap in the face. It was a comprehensive and devastating dismantling of their presumed superiority in elegance, both in spirit and skill, utterly shattering their fragile sense of pride. Without further regard for their pallid expressions, Qin Muwan offered a slight nod to the Taizhi Fei, stating, "My husband awaits my return for dinner, so I shall take my leave." With that, she returned the bow to her attendant and turned to depart. As she walked away, the crowd parted in reverence, their gazes filled with awe, trepidation, and even envy. Her silhouette, no longer a misfit, now radiated an unparalleled grace that towered above all. As Qin Muwan's carriage rolled into the Xiaoao Wangfu, dusk was settling in. She emerged from the Taizhi Fu, known as Qin Muwan, a garden rife with treachery and deceit, still tainted by its chill. Yet, upon stepping into her own estate's courtyard, an entirely different warmth enveloped her, banishing the coldness from her being. In the absence of servants standing in solemn formation and devoid of the oppressive silence typically associated with such settings, Li chose not to await her presence in the study or the grand hall, as was his custom. Instead, he set up a rather peculiar iron rack beneath the grand locust tree in the courtyard. Beneath this rack, the charcoal fire blazed brightly, casting a warm red glow. Li leisurely fanned the flames with a tattered palm fan in one hand, while the other hand sprinkled spices over skewers of meat sizzling and oozing oil. The rich aroma of chili and fat intertwined, dominantly filling the courtyard, imparting a comforting influence that gradually eased the tension that had gripped Qin Muwan throughout the afternoon. Upon hearing footsteps, Li looked up to see Qin Muwan returning, and a broad smile instantly illuminated his face, yet he showed no intention of rising. He languidly waved the skewer in his hand, and, with a playful tone, jest, "Princess, upon your return from battle, have you achieved a resounding victory, securing the enemy general's head?" His voice was imbued with mirth, just as it always was. Qin Muwan regarded his somewhat soot-streaked visage, yet despite its disheveled appearance, he exuded an air of relaxed contentment. Reflecting on her own stunning display of skill at the prince's residence, an astonishing feat that had captivated all, she found herself thinking that it paled in comparison to the tantalizing aroma of the grilled chicken wings in his hand. For the first time in her life, she realized that triumph need not be accompanied by the clamor of drums and the gaze of multitudes.
It could simply be returning home to find someone kindling a warm fire for you. Uncharacteristically, she refrained from countering Li's teasing and approached to sit beside the stone table, offering a faint acknowledgement. This single utterance was so soft it was nearly inaudible. It caused Li's fanning to falter momentarily. With a chuckle, he removed a perfectly grilled chicken wing, its skin crisp and its flesh golden, placing it onto a plate and presenting it to Qin Muwan with a grin reminiscent of a cat that had pilfered a fish. "Here, victorious general. Savor the feast I have prepared for you. Pray tell, how did you manage to rub their faces in the dirt today?" As she gazed at the steaming plate of grilled chicken wings before her, Qin Muwan found herself inexplicably compelled to reach for one, taking a delicate bite. The spices erupted on her palate, with the crispy exterior contrasting beautifully against the tender, juicy meat within. The flavor was both robust and direct, yet undeniably delectable. She had never tasted anything quite like it. Amid the pleasantly spicy heat, Qin Muwan recounted the events that transpired at the prince's residence, beginning with the discussion on fodder ratios and concluding with her remarkable three-arrow shot, narrating it in her typically succinct manner, devoid of emotional embellishment, as if delivering the most ordinary of post-battle reports. Yet, Li listened with eyes alight with enthusiasm. When he heard her render the noble ladies speechless with her inquiries about the horse feed ratios, he could not suppress his laughter. Upon hearing her describe how she executed the 3 arrows, one to sever the stem, another to remove the leaves, and the last to capture the flower, achieving the most elegant results with brute force, he erupted into hearty laughter, his joy resounding through the courtyard, causing the leaves overhead to rustle. "Splendid. Absolutely splendid," Li praised without reservation, his gaze towards Qin Muwan filled with awe and admiration. "Madam, your silence is indeed more stunning than any proclamation. That final remark, 'Is this truly elegance?' is simply a stroke of genius, the perfect finishing touch. Even I am humbled in your presence." He gesticulated animatedly, excitement radiating from him like that of a child. Qin Muwan felt a tinge of discomfort at his unabashed compliments, her cheeks and ears warming uncontrollably. She quietly continued nibbling on the chicken wing, attempting to mask her embarrassment with food, yet she could not help but mutter softly, "You taught me well." "I taught you?" Li leaned closer, momentarily neglecting the grill, lowering his voice to share a serious glimmer in his playful peach blossom eyes. "I merely instructed you in the art of subtle provocations. But to wield the art of combat with such grace and achieve the pinnacle of elegance, that is your own skill. I taught you how to upend the table. Yet you have dismantled the banquet hall entirely. Your prowess far exceeds my own." He gazed into her bright phoenix eyes, illuminated by the firelight, and sincerely declared, "I raise a toast to you." With that, he turned and retrieved a prepared glass from an ice bucket filled with chilled sour plum soup, presenting it reverently to Qin Muwan. Observing his earnest demeanor, she could no longer suppress a faint smile, the corners of her mouth curving gently upward before quickly retreating. She accepted the sour plum soup and took a delicate sip. The sweet and sour liquid slid down her throat, cleansing the richness of the grilled meat and seemingly alleviating the last remnants of her tension. As the night deepened and the moon ascended, the two sat in the small courtyard, one focused on grilling while the other savored her meal. Li placed the finished dishes, chicken wings, lamb, pork belly, and a variety of mushrooms before Qin Muwan. Though she ate slowly, she did not pause. For the first time, she felt that this interaction, rich with the warmth of earthly delights, was infinitely more comforting than the formal and polite banquets filled with hollow laughter. She watched as Li, amidst the smoke and flames, exhibited an unwavering focus on the food, his profile illuminated and shadowed by the flickering light of the charcoal, his eyes, usually full of lazy amusement, now fixed intently on the grill. Unbeknownst to her, a part of the long-frozen defenses within her heart began to thaw quietly. "Eat slowly. Don't choke," Li advised, offering her a skewer of grilled mushrooms. A glance revealed a smudge of dark red sauce at the corner of her mouth, a result of her engrossed eating. Qin Muwan, puzzled, looked up at him. In a spontaneous gesture, Li reached out, instinctively lifting his sleeve to gently wipe the sauce away. The cool touch of silk, combined with the warmth of his fingertips, left a vivid impression on her face. She froze, the skewer in her grasp suspended mid-air, her entire being seemingly entranced. Yet, contrary to her expectations of retreat or resistance, she remained still, allowing him to clean the sauce from her mouth with his soot-stained sleeve. She could even catch a whiff of the unique scent of charcoal and grilled meat emanating from him. While not elegant by any means, it bestowed upon her an inexplicable sense of serenity. All done, Li Yi withdrew his hand, as if he had merely performed a mundane task, before turning back to attend to the skewers that were nearing the brink of charring. However, Qin Muwan felt as though she had been scalded, hastily lowering her head, her long eyelashes fluttering, the warmth on her cheeks surpassing that of the charcoal fire before her. As the night deepened further, the charcoal occasionally crackled with soft pops. The two lapsed into silence, contentedly sitting in the courtyard, gazing at the stars in the sky, neither feeling the need to break the quietude. In stark contrast to the warmth enveloping the courtyard of the Xian Yao Wang Fu, the atmosphere within the Taizi Donggong was as frigid as midwinter. Within Qi Chun Garden, the once vibrant flower-viewing banquet had long since dissipated into chaos, leaving behind astonished guests in a hasty departure, strewn petals littering the ground. In Li Qian's study, the atmosphere felt akin to a winter's ice cellar. A vase of exquisite kinkai, worth a fortune, was violently shattered upon the ground, scattering shards everywhere. The crown princess knelt on the cold golden bricks, her face as pale as death, trembling uncontrollably, afraid to even draw breath. Crown Prince Li Qian stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his expression as dark as the depths of the ocean. He did not glance at his shivering wife on the floor. His gaze was fixed intently on the pitch-black night outside the window. His eyes filled with a chilling ferocity that was far removed from the gentility he usually displayed in public. A flower-viewing banquet has turned you into a laughingstock for this palace. A monumental joke. After a prolonged silence, Li Qian finally forced the words through clenched teeth, his voice devoid of warmth, radiating an icy disdain. I tasked you with probing the depths of the Xiao Yao Wang Fu and suppressing Qin Muwan. What has resulted? Not only did you fail to suppress her, but you have allowed a coarse daughter of a brutish warrior to trample your pride, dragging the reputation of our entire Eastern Palace into the mire. Upon hearing this, the crown princess's tears streamed down like pearls that had slipped from their string. She prostrated herself on the ground, weeping and defending herself. Your Highness, I am wronged. It is that Qin Mu, one who plays by no rules. I have set traps everywhere, yet she disregards all conventions, speaking crudely and acting bizarrely. I truly have no recourse. No recourse? Li Qian spun around suddenly, casting a disdainful gaze upon her, filled with disappointment and fury. Do you still believe this is solely Qin Muwan's doing? He abruptly cut off her pleas, his eyes flashing with an unprecedented seriousness and dread. Think carefully. From her entrance, declaring that true rules are established by the strong, to her silencing you with her remarks about warhorse fodder, and ultimately her astonishing feat of hitting 3 targets with a single arrow. Each move appeared absurd yet struck directly at the heart of the matter. Do you truly believe such cunning could be conceived by the notoriously straightforward Qin Muwan? The crown princess was momentarily taken aback, halting her sobs, a hint of confusion crossing her face. Chapter 41. The crown prince's anger is rising. Your Highness, do you imply that there is a master guiding her from behind? Li Qian inhaled deeply, slowly closing his eyes, his mind racing back to another figure, the one who always appeared nonchalant, disdainful of the world, and had recently dared to block the entrance of the Ning Wang Fu with a coffin. It is Li Yi. He abruptly opened his eyes, articulating each word with an incredulous anger, revealing that the mastermind behind all this is that third son. We have all underestimated him. This third son is far from a complacent wastrel. He has been biding his time, masquerading as a fool to deceive the tiger. This conclusion sent a chill down Li Qian's spine. Li Yi, that debauched youth? The crown princess could hardly believe her ears. Humph. The debauchery you all perceive is merely a facade he has deliberately presented to you. Li Qian sat down, his gaze fixed on the still kneeling princess, his tone laced with severity. Since his marriage, every seemingly nonsensical act he has undertaken has been meticulously planned. It appears we have truly underestimated him. Your Highness, please do not be further angered. The crown princess crawled to Li Qian's side, attempting to placate him, no matter how clever or scheming he may be. After so many years of being a debauched youth, He holds no foundation in the court and cannot threaten your position. Upon hearing the crown princess's words, Li Qian's anger subsided somewhat. She spoke the truth. After all these years of debauchery, he possesses no foundational support in the court. Even if he married the daughter of the Duke of Dingguo, what does it matter? Can he truly stir any waves in the court with the Duke's backing? Oomph. So naive. With this thought, a slight smile emerged on his face. He reached out, grasping the crown princess's chin, gently lifting her face as he spoke with a sinister edge. My dear consort, ultimately, today's flower viewing banquet has indeed been a failure. My anger is rather considerable at present. Upon hearing this, the crown princess's face paled slightly, her displeasure evident, but quickly masked. With a flirtatious smile glimmering in her eyes, she knelt and began to unfasten Li Qian's belt. Simultaneously, in the residence of the Minister of Revenue, Zhang Yanting, a similar scene of fury unfolded. After listening to his daughter Zhang Wanwan's tearful and exaggerated account, he trembled with rage, gazing at his daughter, who prided herself as the foremost talented lady in the capital. An overwhelming anger surged within him. Slap! A resounding slap echoed throughout the room. Zhang Wanwan covered her stinging cheek, incredulous as she stared at her father. Fool! Zhang Jing shouted, his usual dignified demeanor as a court official dissipating entirely. You could have provoked anyone, yet you chose to provoke that demoness, Qin Muwan. Did you think you were defending the crown princess? You have placed our entire Zhang family in jeopardy. Zhang Jing, being a seasoned fox in the political arena, perceived matters with deeper insight than Crown Prince Li Qian. The Qin family wields nearly half of the military power of the Qin dynasty, a sensitive thorn in the emperor's side. Now, that wasteful son, Li Yi, whom everyone has derided, continuously demonstrates astonishing skill and cunning. The union of these two families through marriage was initially a mere pawn for the emperor to use against the Qin family. Yet it now seems to harbor the potential for a storm of power. At this critical juncture, his daughter openly provoked Qin Muwan on behalf of the Ministry of Revenue and the Crown Prince, only to suffer a complete defeat. What consequences would this have if it reached the emperor's ears? Would the Crown Prince's faction hastily suppress military influence? Or would the Zhang family foolishly attempt to contend with the Qin family, who hold military power? Either scenario spells disaster. Moreover, just days ago, his incompetent nephew had provoked Li Yi and lost his hands and feet. Zhang Jing paced anxiously in his chamber, cold sweat beading on his forehead. He must immediately mitigate losses and extricate the Zhang family from this debacle. He abruptly halted, turning sharply to the door, commanding with urgency. Go to the storeroom at once and prepare a generous gift. The most substantial one. Deliver it to Xiao Yao Wang Fu first thing in the morning. No. Send it now. After a moment's contemplation, he revised his orders, claimed that my daughter acted thoughtlessly, offending the crown princess. I have failed to discipline her, and I offer my apologies on her behalf. We must adopt a humble posture. It is imperative that the people of Xiao Yao Wang Fu see our sincerity. In the palace, the emperor's study, the night had deepened, yet the emperor found no solace in sleep. Leaning against the dragon throne, he listened with interest to the vivid reports from Wen Dihe, a playful smile gracing his lips. That Xiao Yao Wang Fei first embarrassed the daughter of the Minister of Revenue with her remarks on fodder. Then the crown princess set a trap to make her falter. Who would have thought that the Xiao Yao Wang Fei would manage to hit 3 targets with a single arrow, one arrow severing the stem, another trimming the leaves, and the last perfectly catching the falling peony in midair? Wen Dihe, adopting the tone of a storyteller, animatedly recounted the tale, even gesturing with a delicate hand. The emperor could finally contain his laughter when hearing about the arrow catching the flower, his hearty laughter echoing through the study, exclaiming, "Wonderful! What an exquisite display of archery! So delightful indeed! Qin Lai, that old rogue, has produced such an amusing daughter." Seeing this, Wen Dihe quickly chimed in, "Indeed, your majesty. The Xiao Yao Wang Fei's archery skills are truly remarkable. Even this old servant feels a thrill of excitement listening to it." The emperor's laughter gradually subsided, but his gaze grew increasingly profound. He lifted the ginseng tea from the table, gently wafting away the steam with the lid, and spoke softly. "I'm not the least surprised that the Qin family's girl possesses such archery prowess. She has grown up in the military. It is not unusual for her to achieve this. He shifted his tone, a knowing smile curving at the corners of his mouth. Yet to wield such lethal skills in the trivial squabbles of jealous women in the inner quarters, with such unreasonable flair, undoubtedly reflects the influence of that mischievous lad. Wende lowered his head, hesitant to engage in conversation. The emperor cast his gaze towards the profound darkness outside the window, as if he could pierce through the thick palace walls to glimpse the seemingly uncontentious Wangfu of Xiao. He murmured to himself, one who merely wishes to lay idle, yet is compelled to act frequently. One who is straightforward and blunt has also learned to navigate with subtlety, striking faces in the most cunning of manners. Ah, my two dear sons, the crown prince and the second, are truly wary of their brother's idleness. The waters in this pond grow ever murkier, yet increasingly intriguing. In the emperor's eyes, there was no trace of concern, rather a flicker of satisfaction. As long as they refrained from crossing certain lines, he relished witnessing his sons compete and challenge one another for that coveted position. However, he derived even greater pleasure from an unexpected player, one disregarded by all, quietly entering the fray and, in his own manner, gradually disrupting the entire game. This chess match has finally become far from dull. Chapter 42. An apology at the door the following day. The morning at the Wangfu of Xiaoao was as serene as ever. As dawn broke, Qin Muwan had already completed her daily routine of morning exercises. The sweat on her brow was cooled by the gentle morning breeze. Standing in the courtyard, she meticulously polished the long spear that had accompanied her for many years. After the previous day's encounter at the Crown Prince's residence, followed by a hearty barbecue dinner, the cold, tense aura that had long surrounded her began to dissipate, albeit slightly. Thus, she refrained from rousing Li Yi from his slumber for morning practice, as she usually did. Just as her thoughts wandered, muffled murmurs from the bedroom reached her ears. 5 more minutes, just 5 more minutes. My chicken wings aren't cooked yet. Qin Muwan paused in her actions, a fleeting smile tugging at her lips. But she quickly suppressed it, restoring her usual frosty demeanor. At that moment, a flurry of footsteps shattered the tranquility of the courtyard. The steward, Fuan, hurried in to announce, Your Highness, someone has delivered an invitation, seeking an audience with you both. Qin Muwan furrowed her brows slightly. Placing the spear onto the weapon rack with a sharp clink of metal, she asked in a low voice, At this early hour, who is it? Fuan, catching his breath, pointed toward the main gate of the Wangfu, incredulity lacing his tone. It is Zhang Yanting, the Minister of Revenue. He has come personally. He awaits outside the gate, accompanied by a long procession of carriages laden with goods, all draped in red cloth. By the looks of those tracks, they are quite heavy. He claims to come to apologize to you, Your Highness. Upon hearing the name Zhang Yanting, a visible disdain flickered in Qin Yuan's eyes. The self-satisfied countenance of his daughter, Zhang Wanwan, lingered vividly in her mind. This family, as a faction of the Crown Prince, had always been at odds with the Qin family, particularly when it came to military funding, constantly obstructing their endeavors. An apology from such a person was akin to a weasel wishing a chicken well. Ill intentions were evident. There is no need to entertain him. Qin Muwan's voice was as icy as frost, and without hesitation, she waved her hand, instructing Fuan, refuse him. Tell him that the Wangfu of Xiao has no need for such offerings. He should focus on properly educating his daughter. In her view, accepting gifts from such individuals would amount to tacitly acquiescing to superficial pleasantries, and should future disputes arise, it would only provide them with grounds to retaliate. Swift and decisive action was her guiding principle. Fuan's expression faltered. After all, the other party was a high-ranking official of the second grade, personally delivering substantial gifts and blocking the entrance. Sending him away outright could result in rumors of the Wangfu's arrogance and lack of civility. Just as he contemplated arguing further, a languid voice drifted from the bedroom door. Oh, Fuan, why the rush? Now that he is here, how can we dismiss a visiting benefactor? Li strolled out, yawning, clad in a loosely draped dark robe, his hair tousled, appearing as though he had just awakened. Rubbing his eyes, he leaned against the doorframe, having overheard the conversation between Qin Muwan and Fuan. He halted Fuan, who was about to turn to respond, and winked at Qin Muwan, saying, My lady, how dull it is to perform a solo act. Come, accompany me to see what this minister has prepared for us. Without waiting for Qin Muwan's objection, he ambled towards the front courtyard, exuding a languid demeanor, as if he were off to witness a lively street performance.
Qin Muwan watched his retreating figure, her brows knitting tighter, but after a moment's hesitation, she followed suit. She was curious to see what tricks this cunning individual had up his sleeve. The gates of the Wangfu creaked open. Outside, Minister Zhang Yanting stood respectfully at the entrance, just as Fu Wen had described. Behind him, a long line of carriages nearly blocked the entire street, each laden with large boxes covered in red silk, drawing the attention of many early risers who peered curiously from a distance, whispering amongst themselves. Upon spotting Li Yi and Qin Muwan's figures, Zhang Yanting's usually imposing visage transformed into one of humility and even a hint of flattery. He hurried forward, bowing deeply without waiting to approach, lowering his posture to an extreme. I, Zhang Yanting, pay my respect to His Highness the Wang and to Her Highness the Wang Fei. He bent deeply, his voice resonant with remorse. My inadequate guidance has led to my daughter's disrespect. Yesterday at the Crown Prince's residence, she offended Her Highness. I am truly guilty beyond redemption. Upon hearing of this, I could not sleep a wink, consumed by fear. I have prepared a few humble gifts to come and apologize to Her Highness. I hope Her Highness can be magnanimous and forgive my daughter's unintentional mistake. Qin Muwan maintained a frosty expression, gazing at this formerly arrogant court official now ingratiating himself, her disdain growing. Just as she was about to voice her prepared refusal, Li Yi unexpectedly stepped in, gently pulling her behind him. In an instant, the drowsy demeanor vanished from his face, replaced by an exaggerated expression of astonished delight. He quickly stepped forward, extending his hands with warmth to assist Zhang Yanting to his feet. Ah, Minister Zhang, what is this? Please rise. Please rise. Li Yi's voice brimmed with sincere concern, as if the minister were not an apologetic official, but a long-lost relative. I have heard it was merely a child's quarrel. A betrothing. How could you take it to heart? You are a pillar of the court, a vital official. Performing such a grand gesture is truly too much for me. Zhang Yanting, supported by Li Yi, wore a face of astonishment, inwardly perplexed by the demeanor of this Wang of Zhao. However, Li Yi offered him no time to ponder, still holding onto Zhang Yanting's hand. He turned to the bewildered steward Fu Wen and boomed. Fu Wen, why are you still standing there? Don't you see Minister Zhang's earnest intentions? Quickly, call for help to bring in all these gifts he has prepared for Her Highness. Be careful, not a single item must be lost. We cannot allow them to be damaged at the door. These are all tokens of Minister Zhang's apology to our Wang Fei. What? Oh, yes. Fu Wen hesitated for a moment, then quickly regained his composure, a radiant smile spreading across his face as he exclaimed, Move. Everyone, get to work. Bring in all the gifts from Minister Zhang for Her Highness and arrange them properly. With a command from Fu Wen, the servants of the Wangfu burst forth with exuberance, their spirits as high as if it were the new year, eagerly rushing out to unload boxes from the carriage. The heavy wooden crates emitted grunts as they were lifted, blending with the servants' uncontrollable laughter, creating a scene of harmony and joy. Qin Muwan stood in stunned silence, watching as the servants carried box after box of gifts past her, glancing at Zhang Yanting, whose face was awash with gratitude as if he had received a great pardon. She found the entire situation utterly absurd. Li Yi, however, remained affable, warmly grasping Zhang Yanting's hand, inquiring about his recent duties and praising his daughter's remarkable talent, blissfully ignoring the frigid expression on Qin Muwan's face. It was only after all the gifts had been moved into the residence that Li Yi reluctantly escorted Zhang Yanting to the door, patting his shoulder kindly, assuring him that such trivial matters had long been dismissed by the prince and his consort. You may return now, and on another day, I shall treat you to a drink. After bidding farewell to the grateful and hesitant Zhang Yanting, Li Yi turned to survey the mountain of gifts piled in the courtyard, satisfied as he clapped his hands like a general surveying his spoils. Why accept them? A cool voice rang out from behind, unable to contain herself any longer. Qin Muwan stepped forward and grasped Li Yi's sleeve. Her clear phoenix eyes were filled with confusion and an uncontainable displeasure. We are not of the same ilk as he. Today he presents gifts. If he has a request in the future, should we comply or not? If this matter gets out, won't it give others reason to believe we are colluding with the Crown Prince? Li Yi regarded her serious demeanor with amusement, offering no explanation, but instead smiling mysteriously. Leaning closer, he lowered his voice and said, Do not be anxious, my lady, These intricacies are far more complicated than your straightforward approach. Cool, mate. Let's first enjoy our breakfast, and I shall elaborate on this profound matter. In the floral hall, breakfast was prepared. Li noisily slurped a bowl of steaming meat porridge, appearing quite content. Across from him, Qin Muwan sat poised, her bowl of congee and side dishes untouched, silently fixated on him with her piercing gaze, evidently still troubled by the earlier events, awaiting a reasonable explanation. In one corner of the hall, the steward Fuan was counting the gifts with a few young servants, recording them in a ledger while reading the list aloud with increasing excitement. A pair of Donghai night pearls. My heavens, each one is as large as a longan, gleaming in a box. A 1-foot-high, 1,000-year-old blood jade coral. This could serve as a family heirloom. 3 authentic calligraphies from the esteemed Wang family of the previous dynasty. And 5,000 taels of gold, 20,000 taels of silver. With each line Fuan recited, the atmosphere in the hall grew more animated, while the air around Qin Muwan remained icy. Finally, after finishing the last spoonful of porridge, Li contentedly burped. He set down his bowl and wiped his mouth with a napkin, observing Qin Muwan's serious expression, and smilingly initiated the conversation. My lady, do not look at me so. The pressure is quite immense. He began with a jest before adopting a serious tone. Do you think Zhang Yanting brought all these gifts sincerely to apologize? Without hesitation, Qin Muwan shook her head. He is not sincere. He is afraid. Oh, afraid of what? Li encouraged her, resembling a teacher guiding a student. Qin Muwan pondered for a moment, integrating the events of the previous day with the court's dynamics, and calmly analyzed. First, he fears our retaliation. Yesterday, his daughter openly provoked us, and we were in the right. If pursued, the Zhang family would fare poorly. Second, as a supporter of the Crown Prince, he openly clashed with me, who has ties to the border military of the banquet. This matter could escalate. He fears that if this reaches the emperor's ears, it will be classified as discord between the civil officials and the military, inciting the emperor's suspicion and reproach. Precisely. And you articulated it brilliantly. Li clapped his thigh energetically, his eyes filled with admiration. Thus you see, his purpose in presenting gifts is not to solicit our future assistance, but to plead with us not to act against him now. He is paying for peace of mind, essentially offering us a form of protection fee. As he continued, Li leaned slightly closer to Qin Muwan, lowering his voice, his eyes sparkling with a cunning glimmer. So, my lady, remember this. He has succinctly articulated his core principle: receiving money without rendering services, and corruption without consequence. Qin Muwan furrowed her brow, clearly perplexed by this unfamiliar theory. Li, unhurried, began to dissect it for her. First, he held up a finger. Consider this. If we refuse this gift and send him away empty-handed, how will Zhang Yanting react? He will only become more anxious, consumed by suspicion. He may think that our refusal is due to the triviality of the gift or that we are scheming something greater. When a person is governed by such unknown fears, they may act irrationally. Out of fear, he might turn to his patron, the Crown Prince, exaggerating the situation and escalating this trivial matter into a courtly uproar, unnecessarily drawing the emperor's attention and suspicion. But now that we have accepted it, Li spread his hands, sends him a clear signal. Fine. I have accepted your protection fee, and your daughter's offense is now forgiven. He has paid for his desired sense of security, which will naturally lead him to refrain from provoking us in the near term, even restraining his subordinates from crossing paths with us. Secondly, we must maintain our stature. Li raised his second finger. By graciously accepting the gifts, what does it appear to outsiders? It showcases the Wang Fu's magnanimity, embodying the royal spirit of benevolence. Conversely, if we were to brusquely reject him, it would portray us as aggressive and petty, clinging to trivial matters, thus diminishing our standing. You see, we gain a plethora of benefits while simultaneously cultivating a reputation for generosity in the capital. Why not seize the opportunity? At this point, Li's tone returned to its frivolous nature, reclining lazily against the chair with open hands. Lastly, and most importantly, why should we refuse money that is offered to us? You think managing this vast Wang Fu requires no funds? Fuan incessantly reminds me of the high expenses. From the mansion to the estate, hundreds of mouths need feeding, and salaries must be paid. Furthermore, our standards for food and clothing are elevated, and all of this amounts to a considerable sum.
Why not take what is freely offered? This convoluted reasoning traversed from calculations of human sentiments to the shaping of public opinion, eventually landing on the most pragmatic matters of daily living. Qin Muwan was first taken aback, but gradually began to comprehend the intricacies involved. For the first time, a blend of admiration and bemusement flickered in her clear phoenix eyes towards this almost unscrupulous political maneuvering. She could not deny that Li Yi's analysis, though it sounded irreverent, was spot on, meticulously calculating human nature and interests to the fullest. Seeing her expression soften, Li Yi knew he had managed to sway this icy fortress. He grinned triumphantly, casually snatching a sheet from the list of gifts just presented by Fuan, pointing to the line mentioning the 1,000-year-old blood jade coral. Fuan, prepare a fine brocade box for this and pack it carefully. This afternoon, I shall personally deliver it to the palace as a tribute to the emperor. Fuan was once again taken aback. Such a precious treasure. Why would the prince not keep it for himself, but send it away? Qin Muwan raised her head, her eyes reflecting a similar astonishment and confusion. Li Yi slammed the list of gifts onto the table, a triumphant smirk playing on his lips as he laid out his scheme. When we deliver it, we shall tell His Majesty that this is a treasure brought forth by the Minister of Revenue, Zhang Yin-ting, out of loyalty and gratitude for His Majesty's tireless dedication to the affairs of the state, has specially sought this auspicious gift to present to him. We shall spend not a penny, yet gain all the benefits, while simultaneously using his offering to win favor and express filial piety before His Majesty. Should Zhang Yin-ting learn of this, he would have no choice but to swallow his anger, suffering in silence. When he encounters us again, he might even express his gratitude for our role in conveying his loyalty to the emperor. Li lifted his teacup, leisurely blowing away the steam, and concluded, Madam, this is what we call one fish, 3 meals. Qin Muwan found herself utterly speechless. She gazed at the man before her, who had pushed the boundaries of shamelessness and cunning to an extreme, yet was undeniably persuasive. The sturdy fortress of principles within her heart was being dismantled, brick by brick, by his absurd yet effective methods. Ultimately, she could only turn her head away in resignation, gazing out at the flowers and trees beyond the window. Yet, in a place where Li Yi could not see, her slightly moved expression and the smile that she could not suppress clearly betrayed her inner feelings at that moment. Chapter 44. Colorful figures in the afternoon. The sun shone brightly. Li Yi indeed changed out his lazy sleeping attire and donned a seemingly casual, yet intricately detailed dark green royal robe. He did not delegate the task to servants, but instead personally carried the heavy zitten wood box, wearing a languid expression as he swaggered into the palace. Along the way, the sights within the palace were rather amusing. In the past, when Li Yi entered the palace, the eunuchs and palace maids would often hurriedly pass by with their heads bowed, their eyes betraying a hint of disdain. Those who offered a bow did so half-heartedly. After all, in the eyes of these palace attendants, a carefree prince, lacking favor and power, and only indulging in pleasure, was hardly worth their attention. However, today was markedly different. From the palace gates to the imperial study, every attendant and guard who saw him stopped in their tracks, respectfully bowing their heads, their gestures of reverence remarkably precise. The previous disdain and indifference in their gazes were replaced by a complex mix of awe, curiosity, and fear. The incidents involving the ebony coffin and the threefold impact of his actions had already spread like wildfire throughout the palace. The image of this carefree prince and his consort had transformed in the minds of the people from that of a harmless royal mascot into a hidden, unpredictable mad dog, capable of biting at any moment. Li Yi, seemingly oblivious to these changes, maintained his usual lazy demeanor, disregarding the gazes directed at him, even humming a tuneless folk song as he sauntered into the imperial study. Within the study, the air was filled with the aromatic scent of sandalwood. His father, Emperor Li Jinyu, was seated across from his trusted chief eunuch, Wen Dahai, both engaged in an unfinished game of chess. Son Li Yi pays his respects to His Majesty. Long live the emperor! Li suppressed his languor, bowing deeply. Rise, the emperor replied, his gaze shifting from the chessboard to Li Yi, his tone measured. Li Yi stood up, his face breaking into a broad smile as he held the ornate box aloft, presenting it. Father, today I have acquired a rare treasure, and thinking only you are worthy of such a gem, I rush to present it, not daring to keep it for even a moment. Wen Dahai hurriedly stepped forward,
carefully accepting the box. Li Yi then leaned in to open the lid, and in an instant, a brilliant red glow illuminated his face with joy. "Father, look!" he exclaimed, pointing to the blood jade coral inside, his voice brimming with excitement. This auspicious treasure was specially sought by the Minister of Revenue, Zhang Yanting, in gratitude for your tireless service to the state. As he holds a government position and cannot enter the palace, he entrusted me with this gift. Zhang de Ren even insisted that I convey his wishes for your health. And may our great Qin dynasty last for generations. His tone was sincere, and his expression conveyed that of a mere honorable messenger, performed with great flair. The emperor examined the resplendent blood jade coral, then turned his gaze to Li Yi, whose face was alight with expectation. A subtle smile graced the emperor's usually stern features. He nodded toward the box, praising, indeed, a rare treasure. Zhang Yanting's loyalty is commendable. Wendahai, make a note of this, and ensure this item is well preserved. Furthermore, reward Zhang Iking with 100 taels of gold and 20 bolts of silk as a token of appreciation. Your servant obeys. Wendahai replied, inwardly marveling at the seamless collaboration between the father and son, one presenting with righteous boldness and the other receiving with justified satisfaction. As if Zhang Yanting had genuinely entrusted them with this matter. Poor Minister Zhang, sitting at home, not only incurred a heavy gift, but also received an inexplicable imperial favor, leaving him unable to even express his grievances. Thus, this unspoken act of borrowing flowers to offer to Buddha was performed flawlessly by the duo. After the performance, the emperor waved his hand to Wendahai. You may all withdraw. I wish to speak privately with the Carefree Prince. Yes. Wendahai and the palace attendants quietly exited, closing the heavy palace doors with care. Within the study, only the father and son remained. The atmosphere shifted instantly. The emperor was no longer the imposing monarch. He relaxed against the broad back of the dragon chair, picking up the ginseng tea on the table, exuding the weariness of an ordinary father. His sharp gaze remained fixed on Li Yi. Sit. He gestured toward a chair beside him. Thank you, father, Li Yi complied, sitting down with barely half of his backside on the bench. I have heard that your consort made quite an impression at the flower viewing banquet hosted by the crown princess yesterday. The emperor remarked leisurely, his tone inscrutable. Upon hearing this, Li Yi's face instantly fell, filled with a sense of grievance. Father, you must intervene on my behalf. You know my consort. She is rather straightforward and lacks guile. I was concerned that she might be the subject of gossip among those women. Thus, I offered her a few words of caution. Who would have known she would excel so brilliantly, causing such a stir and offending the crown princess and Minister Zhang's daughter? I am in quite the predicament now. Living this life has become unbearable. Observing his lamentable expression, the emperor's lips twitched, and he took a sip of tea to mask his amusement. After some light banter and deftly shifting the blame off himself, Li Yi changed the subject, adopting his usual languid tone as if recalling something he had long pondered. Father, speaking of my consort, I've had a question that I dare to ask you. He scratched his head, a look of confusion on his face. Why did you choose to betroth her to me? Surely, my elder brother, the crown prince, or my second brother, would be better suited for an alliance with the Duke of Dingguo's family than this idle prince. Are you not creating trouble for me in my carefree life? Just look at the mess I'm in now. I can hardly find peace to rest. At this question, a brief silence enveloped the study. The emperor set down his teacup, his gaze deepening as he looked at Li Yi. After a moment, he slowly spoke. Firstly, it was for the stability of the court. The voice of Li Jin regained its sovereign steadiness. The rivalry between the crown prince and the second prince has intensified, while the Qin family wields considerable military power. Should this strength fall into either of their hands, it would immediately disrupt the balance of the court and incite turmoil. You are the least ambitious among the princes, and your stance is the most neutral. Entrusting the daughter of the Qin family to you was a strategic move on my part to maintain stability within the court. These words were well within Li Yi's expectations. However, he understood that this was not the entirety of the truth. Indeed, the emperor paused, set down his teacup, leaned slightly forward, and within his murky yet still sharp eyes, a glimmer of insight flickered, revealing a profound understanding. Moreover, I wish to see just how far a treasured sword, hidden within its sheath, must be pushed before it is drawn forth. This statement made Li Yi's heart skip a beat. The emperor fixed his gaze upon him and continued.
I have bestowed upon you the most coveted princess in the realm, simply to observe whether you, a lazy wolf inclined to recline, will be compelled to unveil your fangs and defend your den. Finally, the emperor's tone softened slightly as he reclined against the chair, imbued with a complex blend of nostalgia and satisfaction. Lastly, perhaps this is a touch of paternal sentiment. I sigh, for that girl from the Qin family is indeed a fine steel, yet her nature is too rigid, easily prone to break. Whereas you are a precious jade, transparent and exquisite, yet disinclined to be sculpted, merely wishing to remain buried in the earth. My intention in uniting you both was to encourage you to refine each other's edges. It seems the outcome has been rather satisfactory. As his words faded, silence once again enveloped the imperial study. Father, after a long pause, Li finally lifted his gaze and spoke slowly. Humans are inherently diverse. If my edges are smoothed away, I shall merely become one of many hues. Li Jinyu momentarily failed to register this, staring blankly for a second before grabbing the cup of ginseng tea beside her and hurling it towards Li Yi's feet. He swiftly dodged and shouted at her, "Old Deng, are you attempting to commit fratricide? You wretched little scoundrel. I speak of serious matters, and you resort to jesting." Li Jinyu cursed vehemently, devoid of any imperial dignity. "Get out of my sight. Your presence vexes me." She waved her hand dismissively, expressing her displeasure. "Very well. I shall take my leave as a sign of respect." Having acquired the answer he sought, Li Yi promptly turned and slipped out of the imperial study. As he exited, his languid demeanor remained unchanged. Yet within the depths of his always mischievous peach blossom eyes, there was a newfound gravity and clarity. His plan to recline had been anticipated from the outset by this father of his. All his pretenses had, in fact, been observed. The emperor simply chose not to expose them. The intricacies of imperial strategy are indeed. Li Yi pondered his words and quietly murmured, "Complex indeed." Within the imperial study, the emperor picked up a chess piece once more, watching Li Yi's receding figure, a satisfied smile slowly curling at the corners of his lips. He gently placed the piece on the board, producing a soft sound. Chapter 45. The Summons from the East Palace in the East Palace Study. The air was thick and stifling. The face of Crown Prince Li Qian was as dark as water, as he had just received two pieces of news that ignited his fury. First, his trusted aide and the financial backbone of the Crown Prince faction, the Minister of Revenue Zhang Yanting, after witnessing his daughter publicly humiliated by Qin Muwan, not only failed to show solidarity, but instead hastily delivered a grand apology to the Prince of Leisure's residence with lavish gifts. This was akin to delivering a resounding slap to the East Palace in full view of the capital. Second, even more infuriating was that his good third brother, Li Yi, had promptly taken the most valuable bloodjade coral from Zhang Yanting's gifts and ostentatiously presented it to the palace, claiming it was a token of loyalty from Zhang Yanting in gratitude for the emperor's favor. The emperor not only accepted it, but also issued a commendation for Zhang Yanting. What was this? It was tantamount to Li Yi using his princely connections to perform a grand favor for the emperor, all while utilizing the resources of his own supporters. And he, the crown prince, was left feeling like a fool, spun around by others. For Li Qian, who had always held himself in high regard, this was a double humiliation, stripping away both his pride and dignity. Summon Zhang Yanting. He must see me at once. Li Qian ground out through clenched teeth. A short while later, Minister Zhang Yanting was summoned to the East Palace by an urgent decree. Having already been anxious about the gift incident, he speculated on the Crown Prince's reaction as he entered the familiar study. Upon seeing the Crown Prince's face, which was nearly dripping with displeasure, all remnants of hope vanished. His legs weakened, and before the Crown Prince could speak, he collapsed to his knees. "I, Minister Zhang Yanting, pay my respects to your highness." To his surprise, Crown Prince Li Qian did not immediately explode in anger. He even stood up from his chair, approached the tea table, and poured a cup of tea for Zhang Yanting, wearing an unusually gentle smile. "Zhang Iking, what is this? Please rise. The ground is cold." He spoke leisurely, placing the teacup before Zhang Yanting on the floor. "I have heard that you have been quite attentive to my third brother's residence lately." His voice was not loud, yet it pierced Zhang Yanting's ears like icy needles. He dared not rise, cold sweat instantly beating on his forehead and soaking his temples. Kneeling, his body trembled slightly as he hastily explained, "Your Highness, please forgive my negligence. It is my daughter's disrespect that has offended the Prince of Leisure's wife. My actions were intended to quell the matter, fearing it would escalate and bring unnecessary trouble to your highness. Oh, bring trouble to me? Li Qian's cold laughter echoed sharply in the quiet study as he slammed the teacup heavily onto the table, producing a dull thud. Are you afraid of troubling me? Or do you think I cannot protect your Zhang family, that you must personally grovel to a powerless and unassuming Prince of Leisure? The crown prince rose, walking step by step towards Zhang Yanting, his towering figure casting a shadow that enveloped the kneeling minister entirely. He scrutinized him from above, the warmth in his voice vanishing, replaced by a chilling interrogation. Zhang Yanting, tell me, is it that my East Palace's threshold is too high? Or is the scenery of the Prince of Leisure's residence more enticing, that you would willingly part with your family's wealth to cultivate a relationship with my amiable brother? Your Highness, please see clearly. I am utterly loyal to you, with no ulterior motives. Zhang Yanting, terrified, repeatedly prostrated himself, his forehead striking the cold, hard golden bricks with a loud thud. The crown prince was questioning his loyalty, suspecting that he harbored intentions of switching allegiances. Such a suspicion in the struggle for succession could be a death sentence for his entire family. Seeing Zhang Yanting, who was utterly terrified beneath him, Li Qian understood that his purpose of instilling fear had been achieved. After breaking down Zhang Yanting's mental defenses, his tone finally softened slightly, dangling a life-saving carrot. Rise, he said softly. I understand you have your reasons. After all, your family consists of civil officials, and it is only natural to fear offending those martial families like the Qin. This time, I can regard it as you acting for the greater good, albeit in a moment of confusion. Thank you for your understanding, Your Highness. Zhang Yanting felt as if he had received a reprieve from death, trembling as he stood, his back soaked with cold sweat. However, just as he steadied himself, the crown prince's next words sent him plummeting into an abyss of despair. However, loyalty is not merely spoken, it must be demonstrated. Li Qian turned away, returning to his seat, lifting the now cold cup of tea and lightly skimming the surface with the lid, his gaze frigid. As the Minister of Revenue, you oversee the military expenses of the Qin family each year. I have heard that the Northern Front has been quite peaceful in recent years, with no significant battles against the barbarians. Yet, the supplies and armaments reported by the Qin army seem to be inconsistent with the records. He raised his eyes, fixing a snake-like gaze upon Zhang Yanting. Go and investigate thoroughly for me. The malice behind these words was unmistakably evident. This is not a discussion at all. It is the issuance of an irresistible command. Zhang Yanting is being compelled to utilize his authority as the Minister of Revenue to fabricate, or rather, to unearth evidence of the Qin family's embezzlement of military funds, thereby proving his loyalty to the Crown Prince. This act is not merely a venomous arrow aimed at the Qin family. It is also a noose tightening around Zhang Yanting's neck. Should he proceed, he would effectively deliver a declaration of war against the military, irreparably severing ties with the Qin family, leaving him no path of retreat, bound irrevocably to the Crown Prince's chariot. Yes, I shall obey, Zhang Yanting responded, his spirit lost as he exited the Eastern Palace. The weather, once pleasantly sunny, suddenly turned to a gentle drizzle. The spring rain fell upon Zhang Yanting, yet he felt no chill, for his heart had long been frozen by fear. Caught between the seemingly innocuous yet ruthless Prince of Leisure and the power-hungry and suspicious Crown Prince, he felt like a lamb ensnared by two ravenous tigers, with no escape, surrounded by chasms on all sides. Meanwhile, in the study, Crown Prince Li Qian drained the untouched cup of cold tea in one gulp. The icy liquid slid into his stomach, but did nothing to extinguish the rage simmering within. He muttered through clenched teeth, a glint of ferocity flashing in his eyes. If you wish to play, then I shall play to the end. Let me known, in this grand court of the Qian, who the true master is. Chapter 46. The distraught Zhang Yanting, in a daze, exited the Eastern Palace. He did not return home, but instead, like a puppet pulled by invisible strings, numbly climbed into his official sedan chair, hoarsely uttering 3 words: return to the Yamen. Within the Ministry of Revenue, the hour for the shift had long passed. Aside from a few drowsy night clerks, the entire office was shrouded in an eerie silence. Zhang Yanting dismissed all his attendants and entered the room filled with piles of documents alone. With a creak, the heavy door closed behind him, isolating him from the world and severing his last thread of retreat. He lit the oil lamp on the desk, the flickering yellow flame illuminating his face, pale as parchment. He did not sit, but stood frozen in the center of the room, the Crown Prince Li Qian's gentle yet brutally cruel words echoing in his mind. Go and investigate thoroughly for me. Each word felt like a poisoned dagger, thrusting deep into his heart. Investigate? Investigate what? He knew better than anyone the rigorous discipline of the Qin family's military, renowned throughout Qin. The Qin family had guarded the northern frontier for generations. Managing that harsh land with a fortress-like grip, their military discipline as steadfast as a mountain, with rewards and punishments clearly defined. Not to mention the grave crime of embezzling military funds. Even minor infractions, such as receiving unearned pay or misappropriating supplies, were absolute taboos within the Qin military. He, Zhang Yanting, the Minister of Revenue, having dealt with the Qin family for many years, was intimately familiar with their accounts. There were fundamentally no substantial loopholes to be found. The Crown Prince was not unaware. He merely needed a pretext, an excuse to attack the Qin family, and a declaration that would bind Zhang Yanting irrevocably to the Crown Prince's war chariot. Zhang Yanting collapsed onto the cold floor, his back pressed against a row of bookshelves. Behind him were shelves filled with aged documents labeled with tags, such as Northern Frontier and military supplies. What was he to do? In that moment, he was filled with hesitation and conflict. Should he follow the Crown Prince's orders and fabricate evidence? That would be akin to handing a knife to the Crown Prince to stab Qin Lai. Once the truth came to light, would the infamous and formidable Princess of Leisure or the seemingly harmless yet ruthlessly cunning Prince of Leisure, Li Yi, spare the Zhang family? He harbored no doubts that his fate would be more tragic than the ebony coffin delivered to the Ning Wang's residence. Yet if he did not act, Zhang Yanting shivered at the thought. The Crown Prince Li Qian's icy gaze flashed before him. He had no doubt that if he dared to utter a word of refusal, perhaps by dawn, memorials accusing him of forming cliques for personal gain and corruption would fill the Emperor's dragon desk. At that moment, there would be no need for the Crown Prince to act. The Zhang family would be instantly toppled, facing utter ruin. This was a dead end, a path that led to the abyss, whether moving forward or backward. A suppressed roar, steeped in despair, erupted from the depths of Zhang Yanting's throat. Like a frenzied beast, he sprang to his feet, rushing to the bookshelf and frantically pulling out documents labeled with Northern Frontier, slamming them to the ground. He had to find even the slightest crack. He must survive. His family must survive. Driven by sheer terror, he resolved to go all out. He locked himself in the office, forsaking sleep and sustenance, his eyes bloodshot, resembling a madman. He laid out all the military expenditure accounts from the past 3 years of the Qin military across the floor. He meticulously checked every record of grain and supplies, from dispatch to transportation to receipt, scrutinizing each step repeatedly. He compared every reported loss of military equipment with past battle reports and training records. He even cross-referenced the lists of compensation for fallen soldiers with the original military rolls from the Ministry of War. Time trickled by, and the candles burned down one by one. Zhang Yanting transitioned from madness to anxiety, ultimately sinking into deeper despair. Nothing. There was nothing. The accounts were too impeccably done, flawless to the point of proclaiming his incompetence and vile nature in silence. Just as he felt his spirit extinguish and was prepared to abandon the struggle, his gaze inadvertently fell upon an inconspicuous supplemental budget request buried at the bottom of the pile. It was a document from the winter of the previous year, requesting additional high-calorie feed for warhorses to withstand the rare and severe cold of the northern frontier. The sum was negligible compared to the typical military expenditures running into tens or hundreds of thousands of taels, merely a drop in the bucket. The rationale behind the request was entirely reasonable. The northern winters were notoriously harsh, and in the event of extreme weather, providing nourishment for the warhorses to ensure their combat readiness was only prudent. The approval processes from both the Ministry of War and the Ministry of Revenue were clear and traceable. However, since this funding was supplemental, it did not follow the standard channels for military funding, instead opting for an emergency plan, thus differing slightly in procedure from the standardized accounts. This minor difference struck like lightning, cleaving through the chaos in Zhang Yanting's mind. His breathing quickened, and his bloodshot eyes fixated on the document, his pupils gleaming with a frenzied light of survival. He could not find incriminating evidence,
but he could create it. A nefarious scheme rapidly took shape in his mind. He could claim that this supplemental supply was entirely fictitious, a concoction by the Qin family to line their own pockets. He could distort the related invoices, forcibly linking procurement receipts for other supplies to this funding, thereby creating the illusion of chaotic accounts and misappropriation of funds. He could even bribe a few discarded clerks from the border, coercing them into providing false testimony, adamantly claiming that there had been no such severe cold that winter, nor any distribution of high-calorie feed. If executed with precision, with the Crown Prince's backing, this could be transformed into a solid case of fraudulent reporting and embezzlement. Although this was still a perilous path, at least it offered a glimmer of hope, a route to appease the Crown Prince. Trembling, Zhang Yanting cradled the document in his hands, as if it contained the lives of himself and his entire family. He slowly approached the desk, meticulously grinding the ink once more. With trembling hands, he retrieved a blank official document from the side and laid it upon the table. He was about to commence the forgery of the first related document. Outside, a deafening clap of thunder shattered the night sky, illuminating the entire courtyard in a ghastly light. In the flickering shadows, Zhang Yanting's face, twisted by excitement and fear, appeared grotesquely menacing, resembling a malevolent spirit emerging from the depths of hell. From the moment he set pen to paper, there would be no turning back in his life. Chapter 47. The second most handsome man in the capital 2 days later. In the Xiaoao Wang Fu, Li languidly reclined in a bamboo rocking chair of his own making, holding a book in his hands yet failing to turn a single page. His eyes were half closed, swaying in rhythm with the chair, exuding an aura of lethargy that suggested he might fall asleep at any moment. Not far away, Qin Muwan was practicing her marksmanship. She had entirely relinquished the notion of coaxing Li into physical training. Each time she encouraged him to exercise, he would conjure a myriad of excuses to decline, and while she could initially resort to physical intimidation, it soon became evident that he realized she would not truly act against him, causing him to grow increasingly audacious. However, compared to the chaotic atmosphere during their confinement, the Wang Fu now presented a scene of leisure and tranquility, free from coercion. If he chose not to train, then so be it. Her man, Qin Muwan, would naturally protect him. With this thought in mind, she executed a skilled strike, her technique still impeccable, though upon closer inspection, one could discern that the once formidable aura of her movements had softened, replaced by a flowing rhythm and elegance. Li would occasionally open his eyes to offer commentary. "Ah, my lady." Pause for a moment, he languidly raised his hand. "Your previous sweeping move was certainly imposing, yet it lacked aesthetic grace and failed to complement your exquisite form. Perhaps you might lower your center of gravity by a third and allow the tip of the spear to rise slightly. That would enhance its visual appeal." Qin Muwan, breathless and glistening with perspiration, stood still with her weapon in hand. Listening to his unheard of critiques, she found herself momentarily at a loss for words, ultimately casting him a resigned glance, accompanied by a playful eye roll before resuming her practice. Li chuckled softly, preparing to close his eyes and continue his idle repose when a cacophony of wails approached, shattering the tranquility of the garden. Iga, save me. I am being tormented to death by your business association." Before the figure even arrived, his voice heralded his presence. Wei Tung, the young master of the Wei Guogongfu, burst in like a gust of wind, his face stripped of the usual arrogance associated with a wealthy scion resembling a wronged wife. He plopped down onto the grass beside Li Yi's rocking chair, clutching Li Yi's leg, tears and snot flowing as he began to lament. "Iga, I was wrong to heed your foolish advice and take on this wretched role of acting president. You cannot fathom the cunning of those merchants. They are more devious than monkeys." Today, the owner of Wang Ji Silk Store on East Street came crying, claiming that someone from Li Ji Cloth Store on West Street sent someone to steal his shoe brocade patterns in the dead of night. Tomorrow, the owner of Taipei Restaurant in South City will come to report that the Yink Lu in North City is refining oil from waste, tarnishing the industry's reputation. I, a man who only knows how to raise fighting cocks and dogs, have no understanding of this. I have scarcely slept or eaten in days. My hair is nearly turning white from worry. Li was amused by his antics and tossed an apple from the nearby stone table to him. Enough with the wailing. It simply demonstrates that you are fulfilling your role as acting president well. They trust you and seek your counsel on all matters.
Wei Ting took a hearty bite of the apple, grumbling indistinctly, "What good is that? Look at my once lustrous hair. It appears to be thinning lately. If this continues, I will be bald. How can I maintain my status as the second most handsome man in the capital? Enough of your nonsense. Speak plainly. What brings you here today?" Li Yi disregarded Wei Teng's banter. Wiping his mouth, Wei Ting finally addressed the matter at hand. "Ego, there is indeed a situation that I can no longer handle. Recently, several newly joined shops, all legitimate businesses, have submitted their operating permits, only to have them stalled by the Ministry of Revenue. This has never happened before. The clerks there, upon seeing our business association's emblem, treat us like family and handle matters with utmost efficiency. I sent someone to facilitate connections, even offering bribes. Yet to no avail. The response was that the entire ministry is in a state of panic, like startled birds. No one dares to accept bribes or handle paperwork, citing that the minister Zhang Yanting has been in a foul mood, locked in his office, supposedly investigating some monumental case. Anyone who crosses him now will surely suffer." As soon as the words left his lips, the languorous smile on Li Yi's face vanished without a trace. A monumental case? He immediately recalled that just days prior, Minister Zhang Yanting had been making amends and offering gifts, only to be met with his own clever maneuvering. Zhang Yanting was the prince's purse. Having been humiliated here would undoubtedly incite the prince's wrath. Zhang Yanting's unusual behavior was likely a result of the prince's behind-the-scenes pressure to compel him into some illicit undertaking. Li Yi's gaze sharpened as he straightened up, fixing his eyes on Wei Teng. "Has the Ministry of Revenue been frequently reviewing military documents from the northern border recently?" Wei Teng was startled by his sudden seriousness and scratched his head in an attempt to recall. "Military documents? Oh, now that you mention it. I believe I heard my father mention something at home. He said Zhang Yanting has been acting erratically, sending people to the Ministry of War and the archives to retrieve the personnel records of the Northern Army, causing quite a stir. What is going on, Ego? Is there something amiss?" Before Wei Teng could finish, a sharp gust of wind swept through the air. Qin Muwan, having ceased to practice at an unknown moment, stood silently nearby, her long spear in hand, her expression icy and her brows furrowed tightly. The terms northern border and military documents had struck a chord with her most sensitive nerves. Li Yi did not answer Wei Teng, his gaze shifting past him to Qin Muwan. He spoke slowly and deliberately. "The prince intends to move against your father. He likely aims to force Zhang Yanting to fabricate a charge of embezzling military funds against him. How dare he?" Qin Muwan's countenance turned as cold as ice. The flush from her practice had drained from her cheeks, leaving them pale, and her fingers tightened around the spear, turning her knuckles white. An air of fierce, battle-hardened resolve emanated from her, causing even Wei Teng to shiver involuntarily. "My father has lived a life of integrity, defending the borders of our nation. How can they dare to slander him in such a way?" Wei Teng also reacted, slamming his fist on the table in indignation. "That is despicable. Zhang Yanting and the prince are truly vile. Ego, what should we do? Should I gather some brothers tonight, put them in sacks, and break Zhang Yanting's legs first?" "Break his legs?" Li Yi raised a hand, signaling for calm. Under the anxious and furious gazes of Qin Muwan and Wei Teng, he displayed no signs of tension. Instead, a cunning smile reminiscent of a fox began to appear on his face. "No, let him investigate. We not only want him to investigate, but we must also assist him in his inquiries, ensuring that this case becomes a widely known ironclad scandal." At these words, both Qin Muwan and Wei Teng were utterly dumbfounded. "Ego, are you feeling unwell?" Wei Teng regarded him incredulously. "Assist him? Isn't this akin to pushing your venerable father-in-law into a pit of fire?" Qin Muwan gazed at Li Yi with a puzzled expression. After more than a month of acquaintance, she firmly believed that Li Yi would not act without reason. Yet this scheme was undeniably far-fetched. Everyone awaited Li Yi's further elaboration. Chapter 48. Task Arrangement. Observing the bewildered expressions of the two, Li Yi felt no anger. Instead, he languidly rose from his rocking chair and patted Wei Teng's shoulder, signaling him to withdraw his hand. "You're still too young, lacking an understanding of the subtleties involved here." Li Yi picked up an apple from the table and leisurely took a bite, his demeanor as relaxed as if he were discussing dinner plans rather than a conspiracy capable of upheaving the court. Clearing his throat, he commenced his lesson. "What do you think is the best approach when faced with a basin of dirty water thrown your way? Should you evade it or wipe it clean?" Li Yi inquired. Without a moment's hesitation, Wei Teng replied, "Naturally, one should evade. If evasion is impossible, then clean it up. Incorrect. Li Yi shook his finger, a cryptic smile gracing his face. Purely defensive measures or attempts at clarification yield the least effective results. Once you begin to prove your innocence, you have already fallen into the rhythm dictated by your adversary, rendering yourself exceedingly passive. If they accuse you today of embezzling military funds, you labor to prove otherwise tomorrow. They may claim you have withheld provisions, and you will frantically search for evidence. With each exchange, even if you successfully refute their claims every time, the Qin family will inevitably be perceived as a lineage perpetually entangled with corruption. Do you understand? This is what we call the quagmire of public opinion warfare. As they absorbed this unprecedented theory, both Qin Muwan and Wei Tung appeared contemplative. Li Yi continued, "Thus, the most astute strategy is not to erase the dirty water, but to harness its force, transforming it into a raging flood, and then appending the table, allowing it to drown both the adversary and himself. This is what it means to ensure one's destruction by first inciting their madness." Pausing momentarily, he cast his gaze into the distance, his eyes glinting with an acute insight into human nature. "Now, let us analyze the psychology of our enemies. Crown Prince Li Qian has suffered repeated humiliations at my hands. Losing face, what does he desperately need now? To reclaim his honor, to assert his authority, to prove to all that he is the rightful heir, untouchable and above reproach. And what about Zhang Yinting? He has been cornered by the Crown Prince after I orchestrated a trap for him. And what does he now require? Self-preservation, a flawless demonstration of loyalty to the Crown Prince, showcasing his value. Thus, both of them are in dire need of seemingly perfect evidence of wrongdoing. In such a mindset, they become impatient, blind, and overconfident. The calmer we appear, adopting an air of innocence, the more paranoid they will become, hesitant to act. But if we lend them a hand, convincing them that victory is within their grasp, easily obtaining the evidence they desire, what will happen? A sinister smile curled at the corners of Li Yi's mouth. They will be elated, placing all their bets, escalating the situation to new heights. Ideally dragging my father-in-law into the mire before the eyes of all the officials, ensuring he can never rise again. And this is precisely the outcome we desire. With these words, Qin Muwan and Wei Tung began to grasp Li Yi's intentions, a chill rising within them. This plan was both exceedingly ruthless and audacious. Li did not allow them much time to recover from their shock, promptly commencing the task arrangement. He first turned to Qin Muwan, his demeanor growing serious. "Madam, you must immediately compose a letter and send it to the Duke of Dingguo, your father. Inform him that regardless of how the Ministry of Revenue conducts its inquiries or what rumors circulate within the court, he must adhere to these 8 characters. Remain uninformed. Remain unperturbed. He must neither cooperate with the investigation nor interfere, maintaining an air of integrity that will make the Qin family appear blameless." Simultaneously, Li Yi added, "Instruct him to discreetly dispatch his most trusted individuals to recover all original documents. Eyewitnesses, particularly the military supply officer rumored to have retired to his hometown, who was responsible for procuring and distributing that batch of high-calorie feed. All of this must be done quietly, without alarming anyone. This card is for our ultimate showdown and must be concealed until the final moment." Qin Muwan nodded gravely. Although Li Yi's plan was perilous, it was logically sound, and she chose to trust him unconditionally. Next, Li Yi turned to Wei Tung, his expression returning to one of playful mockery. "As for you, Xiao Tengzi, it is time to utilize your talents as the most notorious dandy in the capital. Go now and rally your group of rascals to deliver witnesses to Zhang Yinting." "Witnesses?" Waiting was taken aback. "Yes." Li Yi chuckled. "Find a few former soldiers from the northern frontier, those who were dismissed from the Qin army for misconduct. Have them pose as desperate individuals who, upon hearing that Minister Zhang is investigating the Qin family, come forward to lament how the Qin army embezzled supplies and misreported resources. Remember," Li Yi specifically cautioned, "they must act convincingly, appearing reluctant and fearful of retaliation from the Qin family. The price must also be elevated, ensuring Zhang Yinting perceives this fabricated evidence as hard-won and thus more credible. Do you understand?" Wei Tung's eyes lit up instantly, and he slapped his thigh, exclaiming, "Understood. You can rest easy, Ego. I'm quite adept at this sort of trickery. I assure you, I will arrange everything for Zhang Yinting in perfect clarity." Watching Wei Tung dash off with eagerness, Qin Muwan turned her gaze back to Li Yi. The entire scheme was intricately woven, calculating human emotions to the utmost degree. Each step akin to dancing on the edge of a blade, yet leaving behind countless contingencies. This was no mere conspiracy. It was a terrifying artistry that treated the entire court as a chessboard. She looked at the man before her, still appearing languid, as if merely discussing mundane matters. And her admiration for him soared to new heights. For the first time, she viscerally felt how the intricacies of power and strategy could lethally ensnare one without a trace. In that moment, the last shred of her concern dissipated, replaced by an unprecedented sense of calm. How could someone with such talent and cunning have pretended to be a dandy for the past decade, allowing his reputation and integrity to be trampled into the mud? Shouldn't a person's reputation be of paramount importance? This was something Qin Muwan could not comprehend. Chapter 49. Heaven helps me within the Ministry of Revenue. Zhang Yanting's eyes were bloodshot. He had not slept for 2 nights, although he had found a potential breakthrough in the supplementary documents. Fabricating a complete chain of evidence from thin air proved exceedingly challenging. Each link required corresponding documentation, and every detail must be devoid of logical flaws. He had forged several receipts, but felt they were riddled with inconsistencies, leaving him in a state of agitation akin to a wild beast trapped in a cage. Just as despair threatened to consume him, one of his trusted aides knocked on the door, entering with a peculiar expression. "Sir," the aide whispered, leaning closer to his ear. "A few individuals have arrived outside, claiming to have served in the northern frontier, stating they have a grave injustice to discuss with you. They also mentioned that this injustice pertains to the Duke of Dingguo's residence." Zhang Yanting's heart leaped, a gleam igniting in his murky eyes. "Quickly, bring them in through the back door and lead them to the secret chamber," he urgently commanded, his heart racing uncontrollably. Inside the dimly lit secret chamber, Zhang Yanting met the former soldiers from the northern frontier. The few individuals before him were ragged, their faces pale, and their eyes darting nervously, bearing the demeanor of those who wished to speak, yet feared the repercussions. The leader among them bore a grotesque scar across his face, exuding an air of the rough and reckless soldier. "Speak of your grievances, and I shall advocate for you," declared Zhang Yanting, seated regally in his grand chair, embodying the authoritative figure of a just magistrate. After a moment's hesitation, the scarred man fell to his knees, tears streaming down his cheeks as he recounted the tale of woe. He elaborated, embellishing the hardships faced during the frigid winter of the previous year in the northern territories. A cold that, though severe, did not linger long. Yet, the Qin military had seized this as a pretext, fabricating a supply of premium feed for warhorses, embezzling tens of thousands of taels of silver. "My lord, we, the lowly soldiers, witnessed with our own eyes that the feed was never delivered. My brothers could scarcely sip a warm broth during winter. We intended to approach General Qin to plead for better rations. Yet he dismissed us from the military camp without a second thought." Another, seemingly sharper of wit, joined in the lamentation, their accounts lined with military jargon and intricate details. Initially, Zhang Yanting approached the situation with caution, but upon cross-referencing the northern soldiers' list, he confirmed that these men were indeed dismissed soldiers from the northern front. His muddled mind suddenly surged with elation. Truly, fortune favored him. He had been troubled by the lack of witnesses, and here they were, delivered to him on a silver platter. With these soldiers' testimonies, combined with the discrepancies he had uncovered in the documentation and the forged receipts, he would possess a flawless case, complete with both testimonial and physical evidence. He immediately offered them substantial rewards for their signatures, providing them with hush money and arranging for their discreet shelter. In his euphoria over the imminent success, he harbored no doubts about the fortuitous arrival of these witnesses. Clutching this invaluable evidence, Zhang Yanting hastened to the Eastern Palace that very night. Within Li Qian's study, as he reviewed all the evidence presented by Zhang Yanting, the stormy countenance that had lingered for days gave way to a jubilant smile. "Excellent, excellent. You have proven yourself to be a loyal subject, Zhang Yanting," Li Qian exclaimed with unrestrained joy, personally assisting Zhang Yanting to his feet. In his eyes, the significance of this evidence transcended merely toppling Qin Lai. Once Qin Lai fell, the Qin military would be leaderless, and their morale would inevitably waver. At that moment, he could seamlessly recommend his own troops to the emperor, gradually infiltrating and consolidating power over the northern forces. This would not only cripple Li, the third prince's most formidable ally, but also represent a monumental step along his path to the throne. My lord, I believe the evidence is irrefutable. We should immediately petition the censorate to impeach and request the emperor's order for a thorough investigation. Zhang Yanting fervently suggested. No. Li Qian interrupted with a wave of his hand, his eyes sparkling with a more intense ambition than Zhang Yanting's. Merely impeachment is insufficient. This time, I intend for the Qin family, particularly that third prince, to meet a disgraceful end with no hope of recovery. He rose and began pacing the study, a more sinister plan forming in his mind. I will seize this opportunity to orchestrate a public trial of Qin Lai before the court, in the presence of all the ministers and the emperor. He halted abruptly, his tone ominous. Zhang Yiqing, return and prepare. At the Grand Court Assembly in 3 days. The censorate will initiate the proceedings, and then you, in your capacity as Minister of Revenue, will present the evidence to the public. I want everyone to witness how our invincible military god of the Qian has been embezzling military funds for his own gain. Yes, I shall return to prepare, ensuring that the Duke of Dingguo will have no chance of recovery, Zhang Yanting affirmed. Now, you may leave. The atmosphere in the capital shifted dramatically over the ensuing 2 days. The faction within the Eastern Palace sharpened their knives, and relevant officials scurried about, a palpable tension enveloping all politically astute individuals. However, at the epicenter of the storm, the carefree Wang Fu appeared inexplicably tranquil. Li Yi continued to recline in his rocking chair, listening to music and enjoying the sun, while Qin Muwan diligently practiced her martial arts and reading, the couple even indulging in barbecues in their garden, seemingly indifferent to the impending political tempest. In Li Qian's perception, Li Yi and the Qin family remained blissfully unaware, further solidifying his belief that his plan was flawless, that the Wang Fu and Duke of Dingguo had become mere prey on a chopping block. 3 days later, the customary Grand Court Assembly of the Qian dynasty commenced. Inside the Taihe Hall, the atmosphere was solemn and austere. The civil and military officials donned their ceremonial attire, lining the sides. Upon the dragon throne, Li Jinyu bore an imposing countenance, commanding respect without uttering a word. Remarkably, on this day, the usually absent Li Yi appeared, meticulously dressed and present in the court, prompting a flicker of concern in Li Qian's heart. The court proceedings followed their usual course, addressing matters from border defense to local welfare, all seemingly uneventful. Yet, just as everyone anticipated a mundane conclusion to the assembly, a discordant voice shattered the tranquility of the hall. Your Majesty, I have a petition to present. Chen Kong, the left censor, abruptly stepped forth from the ranks, his expression grave and his tone resolute. I move to impeach the Duke of Dingguo, general of the Northern Front. Qin Lai, upon the utterance of these words, a wave of astonishment swept through the Taihe Hall. All eyes swiftly converged upon Chen Kong, then shifted to the figure of Qin Lai, steadfast and imposing at the forefront of the military ranks. To impeach a duke commanding significant military power was indeed a momentous event that could ignite a political upheaval. Proceed, commanded the emperor from the throne, his voice revealing no hint of emotion. Taking a deep breath, Chen Kang's voice resonated throughout the hall. I impeach Duke Qin Lai for falsely reporting military conditions under the pretext of a severe winter in the Northern Territories, misappropriating a total of 137,000 taels of silver for warhorse feed supplies, which amounts to embezzlement of military funds. He raised the impeachment document high, which was presented to the emperor by Wen Dehe. The murmurs in the court intensified. Embezzling military funds was a crime punishable by death for entire families. Just as confusion rippled through the crowd, Zhang Yanting, the Minister of Revenue, stepped forward from the ranks of civil officials, his expression one of deep sorrow as he bowed deeply to the throne. Your Majesty, the words of Censor Chun are entirely accurate. As Minister of Revenue, responsible for the nation's finances, I too feel profound sorrow over the Duke's actions and cannot remain silent. He produced a thick stack of documents from his sleeve. Your Majesty, these are the records investigated by the Ministry of Revenue. They clearly indicate discrepancies between the additional funds and the actual inventory of provisions. I also have several soldiers who serve in the Northern military at that time, who can attest that the so-called premium feed was never distributed. With a wave of his hand,
several witnesses who had been waiting outside the hall were brought forth. Upon entering, the soldiers were visibly intimidated by the emperor's presence, their legs trembling as they knelt in fear. However, under Zhang Yanting's piercing gaze, they stammered through their memorized testimonies. With both witness and material evidence in place, the logical chain appeared unassailable. In an instant, the tide of opinion within the court shifted entirely. Officials who had previously held Qin Lai in high regard now cast doubtful and disdainful glances. At that moment, the crown prince Li Qian stepped forward, his face a mask of righteous indignation. He first bowed to the emperor seated on the dragon throne, then turned to Qin Lai in the hall and spoke with profound sorrow. "Duke of Qin, I have always regarded you as the pillar supporting our Qian. It is unimaginable that you would commit such an act of self-sabotage." He then turned back to the emperor and proclaimed passionately, "Father, the law of the land is as unyielding as a mountain. A son of the heavens must face the same consequences as commoners when he transgresses. As Duke, Qin Lai has violated the law, and thus his crime is even more grievous. I implore you, Father, to immediately remove Qin Lai from his position and imprison him, thoroughly investigating the entire matter to uphold the law and calm the hearts of our troops." As his words fell, officials from the Eastern Palace stepped forward one after another in agreement. "We support this. Your Majesty, please punish Qin Lai severely. If this scoundrel is not executed, how can we restore the morale of the army and bring peace to the realm?" In an instant, the clamor for impeachment surged like a tidal wave, casting a colossal net over both the emperor and Qin Lai, exerting immense pressure. Yet, at the eye of the storm, Qin Lai remained silent. Clad in his imposing military attire, he stood tall and straight, resembling a spear piercing the heavens. Faced with the collective condemnation, his face was as calm as still water, his gaze unwavering, adhering completely to Li Yi's prior instructions to remain unyielding in silence. To the onlookers, this was tantamount to an admission of guilt. The corner of Crown Prince Li Qian's mouth curled into a barely concealed smile of victory. He observed the silent Qin Lai and then glanced at Li Yi, who appeared indifferent among the princes, his heart filled with satisfaction. The Emperor Li Jinyu, with profound eyes, slowly shifted his gaze from the impeachment memorial, seemingly about to speak. Just as the entire assembly held its breath in anticipation of the final verdict, an incongruous yawn echoed through the solemnity of Taihe Hall. It was Li Yi, the carefree Wang, standing at the end of the prince's row, who had been bowing his head as if dozing off, leisurely stretching and shaking off his lethargy. Breaking the silence, he spoke in his uniquely languid voice, tinged with remnants of sleep. "Father, I seem to know a bit about the inside story." Instantly, all eyes shifted, from the emperor on the dragon throne to the confident crown prince, and to the entire court, fixating on this seemingly innocuous Wang. Li Yi strolled out from the row of princes, still embodying that relaxed demeanor, as if the earlier intense court confrontation were merely an unrelated spectacle. He first approached Zhang Yanting, not to chastise but to pat him approvingly on the shoulder. "Zhang Darren, you have truly worked hard." Li Yi's voice, though soft, resonated clearly throughout the hall. "For our Qian, to discern such a momentous case is indeed a great service to the nation and a model for us all." This sudden praise left Zhang Yanting momentarily stunned, a sense of foreboding rising within him. Li Yi then turned to the kneeling witnesses, smiling as he inquired, "I ask you, did you not say that during the winter of the year before last, the northern climate was as usual, and that General Qin falsely reported extreme cold? You witnessed firsthand that the batch of premium feed for the warhorses was never distributed, correct?" The witnesses, feeling a chill run down their spines under his gaze, could only force themselves to nod repeatedly. "Yes, yes. Wanjai, we saw it with our own eyes. There is absolutely no falsehood." What an absolute lack of falsehood. Li Yi nodded, his smile growing ever more radiant. He gently clapped his hands toward the hall's entrance. "Summon Wang Dezhong, the former military supply officer." Upon receiving Li Yi's signal, Fu Wen shouted, and an elderly man with white hair yet steady steps, supported by two young eunuchs, slowly ascended the grand hall. "Old Minister Wang Dezhong pays respects to your Majesty." The old man performed a deep bow. Wang Dezhong? A few seasoned military officials gasped in recognition. Had he not retired to his hometown? Li Yi smiled as he introduced, "Esteemed ministers, you are unaware that old Minister Wang was in charge of the military supplies during that batch. After retirement, he has been residing in the outskirts of the capital. A few days ago, upon hearing of this matter, I specifically invited him to present the truth for both your majesty and Artichian. The old supply officer retrieved a well-sealed leather pouch, raised it high. Your majesty, this is the original document sealed by me many years ago. Please review it. When Dihei quickly stepped forward to receive it and presented it to the emperor. Chapter 51. Thunder and Rain. The emperor opened the document, revealing a thick volume. Li Yi, standing beside him, explained loudly, "Father, this document contains shipping orders from the capital's grain merchants, transfer record from all relay stations along the route, and the complete records of the supply officers in the Northern Army receiving the feed. Every name and every fingerprint is clear and precise, sufficient to prove that the feed not only arrived, but also met the standards in full." "This is impossible," Zhang Yanting screamed, his face turning as pale as paper. Li did not give him a chance to rebut, but pulled out another memorial from his sleeve. "Father," he proclaimed loudly, "here is also a record from the Astronomical Bureau. It clearly states that from November of the year before last to January of the following year, the northern region experienced an unprecedented blizzard, with extreme cold lasting for over a month, resulting in countless livestock perishing. This official record perfectly explains why my father-in-law requested additional funding. This is not a false report of military conditions, but rather a meticulous foresight. Moreover," Li's voice suddenly rose, pulling out an account book and slamming it onto Zhang Yanting's face. "Father, the court's allocations were simply insufficient to purchase the required amount of premium feed. This record shows that my father-in-law used the private treasury of the Duke of Dingguo to supplement an additional 50,000 taels of silver. This is something all officers in the north can attest to. Embezzling military pay? I would like to ask, is there such a thing as someone embezzling funds from their own pocket?" The three pieces of irrefutable evidence struck like thunder, turning the entire case on its head. The witnesses who had borne false testimony were already so frightened they were as limp as noodles, incoherently pleading for mercy. Li Yi turned once more to the witnesses, addressing Qin Lai. "My father-in-law, are these men indeed from the Qin family army in the north?" Qin Lai finally spoke, responding to Li Yi's inquiry. In reply to Wang Yi, "These men are indeed from my Qin family army in the north. But they were already expelled from the Qin family army for violating military discipline and committing misdeeds." With Qin Lai's confirmation, Li Yi slowly nodded. Inside Tehi Hall, an eerie silence enveloped the atmosphere. All eyes fixated on Li Yi as though he were a monster, their hearts churning with a tempest of emotions. After completing this, Li Yi returned to Zhang Yanting, whose face had turned ashen and whose body trembled uncontrollably. The smile had vanished from Li Yi's face, replaced by a chilling indifference. He bent down, staring at Zhang Yanting's face, and with a voice audible to everyone in the hall, he softly asked, "Zhang Darren, how is it that the findings of your investigation differ so greatly from mine? Tell me, are you foolish or wicked? Or who is it that has instructed you to act so maliciously?" With a thud, he collapsed, prostrating himself as if pounding garlic, tears and snot streaming down his face as he incoherently cried out, "Your Majesty, spare me. Your Majesty, please spare me. I was forced. I was forced." His outcry amounted to a direct confession of the mastermind behind the scheme. Crown Prince Li Qian's complexion drained of color, his tall frame trembling under his court attire. His eyes filled with terror and resentment as he looked at Li Yi. On the dragon throne, Emperor Li Jinyu maintained an expressionless gaze throughout, until this moment when he slowly shifted his focus from the crumbling Zhang Yanting to his own wayward son. After prolonged silence, he slowly spoke, his voice both authoritative and profound. "Xiao Yao Wang, what is your perspective on how this matter should be resolved?" Li Yi straightened up, turned to face the dragon throne, and performed a deep bow. When he raised his head again, a radiant smile adorned his face. Yet the words that escaped his lips were as frigid as the depths of the abyss. "I believe that while false accusations may seem trivial, they can destabilize the morale of our troops and implicate the pillars of the Qian. Such intentions are worthy of punishment. We must impose severe consequences to serve as a warning to others. At the same time, we must uncover the individual behind this plot against the esteemed official. For I wish to see who possesses such influence in the court to manipulate the Minister of Revenue, responsible for the nation's finances, and is slandering the backbone of the Qian."
Li's seemingly light-hearted yet weighty inquiry struck the atmosphere of Tei Hall like a boulder cast into a tranquil lake, stirring invisible waves of shock. His amused gaze pierced directly at the crown prince, Li Qian. In that instant, the temperature in the court appeared to plummet to freezing levels. All eyes darted back and forth between the emperor upon the dragon throne, the crown prince, whose face had turned ashen, and the smiling Li Yi. Amidst the suffocating silence, Emperor Li Jinyu finally moved. He did not immediately address Li Yi's provocative question, nor did he spare a glance at the crown prince. Instead, he slowly raised his hand to grasp the damning evidence presented by Zhang Yanting, now glaringly ironic, and forcefully slammed it onto the imperial table. Splendid work, Zhang Yanting. Excellent job, as the Minister of Revenue. Li Jinyu's voice resonated like thunder throughout the Grand Hall. As a high-ranking official of the court, you received the emperor's bounty but failed to serve your sovereign loyally. Instead, you act for your own selfish interests, slandering the loyal and honest, deceiving the heir apparent, and attempting to undermine the very foundation of Deqian. You deserve nothing less than the gravest punishment. Each word was a dagger to the heart, yet deftly absolved the crown prince of responsibility, pinning all blame squarely upon the already shattered Zhang Yanting. Your Majesty, please spare my life. Your Majesty, have mercy. Zhang Yanting, thoroughly terrified, could only bow and plead for mercy, unable to articulate a coherent thought. The emperor, however, turned his gaze away, his voice icy and devoid of emotion. When Dihe, convey my decree. The chief eunuch, when Dihe, stepped forward, bowing respectfully. I am here, Your Majesty. The Minister of Revenue, Zhang Yanting, has committed treason by slandering the loyal. His crimes are unforgivable. He is to be dismissed and investigated immediately, all his assets confiscated, and he is to be imprisoned in the dark dungeons, awaiting execution after the autumn harvest. His accomplices are to be rigorously examined by the Dali Temple and the Ministry of Justice, and anyone involved shall be punished severely. Those who provided false testimony will be prosecuted for deceiving the emperor, and they shall be dragged out and executed as a warning to others. Understood. As the emperor's cold edicts were pronounced, several fierce guards rushed forward, seizing the limp Zhang Yanting and the terrified ruffians, dragging them out like dead dogs. Outside the hall, the chilling sounds of their anguished cries and the thuds of the rods striking flesh soon echoed, sending shivers down the spines of all present, who fell silent in fear. After dealing with Zhang Yanting, the emperor's gaze finally shifted to the crown prince, Li Qian, who had remained rigid throughout. However, the anticipated storm of wrath did not materialize. Chapter 52, Extortion. Li Jinyu once more fixed his gaze upon Li Qian, his tone notably more subdued, though tinged with disappointment akin to that felt for a wayward child. Crown Prince, as the heir to the throne and future ruler of the nation, you must not be so easily swayed. You have allowed yourself to be deceived by treacherous ministers, almost leading to a grave mistake. You have disappointed me greatly. Li Qian trembled, collapsing to his knees, his forehead striking the golden bricks heavily. I, your son, am guilty. Please punish me, father. Enough. The emperor waved his hand, a hint of fatigue crossing his face. You are to be confined to the East Palace for a month, to reflect upon your actions, and you shall transcribe our family teachings 10 times. Consider this a lesson. This treatment, though lightly delivered, was perfectly measured. It preserved the crown prince's dignity, safeguarding his position, while the confinement and writing serve as a clear signal to the entire court. The crown prince had erred and required discipline. A crisis that could have triggered a monumental upheaval in the court was deftly resolved by the emperor's artful diplomacy. Just when all believed the day's proceedings were at an end, the seemingly untroubled Yao Wang rose once more, an innocent smile still gracing his face as he bowed deeply to the emperor upon the dragon throne, and then began to voice his grievances with an air of feigned indignation. Father, while this matter has been resolved, what the grievances suffered by my father-in-law and my wife? Li's tone was filled with helplessness. You cannot imagine, my princess, your esteemed daughter-in-law, has been so enraged that she nearly collapsed the decorative hill in our courtyard with her spear. Such emotional trauma cannot be compensated with gold or silver. The assembly of officials could hardly contain their reactions, their expressions shifting as they recognized the formidable reputation of the royal consort's combat prowess. Li Yi, wholly disregarding the odd looks from those around him,
pivoted his gaze back to the still kneeling crown prince, Li Qian. Father, I believe my elder brother, the crown prince, as an elder and heir to the throne, should embody generosity and benevolence. Now that he's been misled by petty officials and misunderstood my father-in-law and the princess, he ought to express some form of contrition. Otherwise, rumors may spread that our royal family is discordant. With that, he began counting on his fingers, calculating the costs before the eyes of all present. You see, my father-in-law, a dignified duke and general who defends the north, has faced the ignominy of being accused of embezzling military funds in the court. What a significant loss of reputation. And my princess, the legitimate daughter of the Duke of Dingguo, upon hearing of this, has been so distraught that she has lost her appetite. What a tremendous emotional toll. Furthermore, Li Yi gestured to his handsome face, have sacrificed my well-being for the sake of uncovering the truth, alleviating my father's worries, and clearing my elder brother's name. I have lost sleep for days and nights, and I have grown weary. These are all losses. His brazen remarks left the assembly of officials speechless, even prompting a raised eyebrow from the emperor upon the dragon throne. How about this, father? Just as everyone was reeling from his audacity, Li Yi donned a sincere expression, as if all his intentions were for the greater good, and continued, Crown Prince, do you not possess the lucrative saltworks in Jiangnan? I have heard they generate wealth daily. Why not allocate a couple of them to me, as a gesture to ease my sister-in-law's distress and placate my father-in-law's anger? Father, consider how splendid this proposal is. It demonstrates the Crown Prince's willingness to acknowledge his errors and fosters harmony among us brothers. Truly a win-win situation. As his words settled, the officials regarded Li Yi as though he had lost his senses. This was no request for compensation. It was outright extortion, a level of coercion that was practically bloodletting. Li Qian, upon hearing Li Yi's demands, trembled with rage, his face turning a deep shade of crimson. The Jiangnan saltworks were his most vital source of income, and to relinquish two of them was akin to receiving a grievous wound to his very heart. He raised his head abruptly, ready to denounce Li Yi's shamelessness, but his gaze met two pairs of eyes. One belonged to Li Yi, who smiled as if to say, if you refuse, this matter will not conclude today. The other belonged to the emperor, whose tranquil yet authoritative gaze brooked no dissent. The emperor's voice, devoid of emotion, simply uttered a sound of acknowledgement. This single word descended upon the crown prince like a mountain, instantly crushing all his anger and resentment. He understood that his father had tacitly approved of this arrangement. It served to placate the Qin family while simultaneously undermining and punishing him, the crown prince. Should he refuse, he would find it impossible to stand tall today. After a lengthy pause, Li Qian, almost through clenched teeth, forced himself to utter the words that would bring him great humiliation. What my third brother says is true. I am willing to grant him the salt works of Linen and Yangzhou as a token of my apology. Emperor Li Jinyu finally nodded in satisfaction, a barely perceptible smile gracing his face, as if he held a certain admiration for Li Yi's brazen pursuit of both substance and facade. Such is indeed commendable. Among brothers, harmony should prevail. He concluded with a remark before rising to announce the end of the court session, with Wen Dihei's resounding call of dismissal. This tumultuous and intricate drama in the court reached its conclusion. The civil and military officials bowed in farewell, and when they lifted their heads again, they beheld Li Yi's smug expression, as if he had struck it rich, and then glanced at the dazed figure of the crown prince, supported by the palace attendants. Their perception of this carefree Wang was irrevocably transformed. What carefree Wang? What lack of ambition? What debauched scion of the capital? He was evidently a smiling tiger in sheep's clothing, a living embodiment of a ruthless overlord. Once the emperor's silhouette vanished completely, the oppressive atmosphere dissipated. The officials surged out of the grand hall like a tide, many of whom paused as they passed by Qin Lai, offering their congratulations. Congratulations to the Duke for vindicating his grievances. Duke Qin has truly found a remarkable son-in-law. Those who had previously maintained silence, casting doubtful glances, and even wishing to undermine him further, now donned expressions of fervent enthusiasm. The reality of human nature was laid bare in this moment. Qin Lai merely nodded in acknowledgement, having long since grown accustomed to the vicissitudes of court life. His gaze remained fixed on his son-in-law, Li Yi, who was yawning as if nothing had transpired.
This young man had indeed earned a few more points in his esteem today. Simultaneously, he was more convinced of his suspicions. This lad was undoubtedly concealing his true abilities. Chapter 53. A reward for noteworthy performance. Li Yi sensed the shift in the atmosphere around him. Those officials who had once disregarded him now regarded him with a mixture of fear and flattery, some even attempting to approach him, yet hesitating to draw near. Father-in-law, let us depart. Standing here like a monkey for all to see is rather awkward, Li Yi remarked lazily, leaning closer to Qin Lai. Qin Lai nodded, walking alongside Li Yi toward the palace exit. They exchanged no words along the way. It was only when they distanced themselves from the crowd, surrounded solely by the patrolling guards, that the steadfast Duke of the State finally halted. He turned around and, for the first time, looked deeply at his son-in-law with a complex expression. Prince Qin Lai sighed deeply, his voice laced with a hint of hoarseness. Had it not been for you today, the century-old reputation of the Qin family would have been irreparably tarnished. I owe you an immense favor. Qin Lai, a seasoned warrior, was ill-equipped to engage in the machinations of the literati. Had he faced the crown prince and the minister of revenue alone today, he would have had no recourse but to engage in futile arguments in the court, ultimately bearing the brunt of the blame with no alternatives available. In response to his father-in-law's solemn gratitude, Li Yi maintained his nonchalant demeanor. He exaggeratedly yawned again, waving his hand dismissively. Father-in-law, you flatter me. I was merely compelled. After all, they had plotted against me. Besides, he chuckled, if you were to fall, wouldn't my princess tear me apart? I acted for the sake of family harmony, clearing the obstacles ahead. This half-serious banter, though absurd, somehow resonated with Qin Lai, rendering it all the more credible. Compared to an suddenly ambitious son-in-law, a slothful man rising to defend family peace seemed more befitting of Li Yi's usual persona. Qin Lai shook his head, a helpless yet gratified smile forming on his lips. Perhaps marrying his daughter to him was indeed the wisest decision he had ever made as a father. At the entrance of the Carefree Wang's residence, Qin Muwan, clad in a sharp black attire with her long hair elegantly tied up, had been waiting for some time. From the moment Li Yi attended court, her heart had been in turmoil. Though Li Yi had sworn assurances, the court was fraught with peril, a realm of danger and intrigue. How could she truly feel at ease when she finally spotted her father and Li Yi approaching safely at the end of the long street? The tension in her exquisite features began to ease, albeit subtly. Instead of rushing forward like an ordinary woman, she refrained from uttering any unnecessary words. As they dismounted, she stepped forward quietly, naturally taking the reins from the servants to lead her father Qin Lai's horse. Subsequently, she retrieved a pre-prepared warm towel from Xiao Yuan's hands and presented it to Li Yi. This simple action of holding the horse for her father and offering a towel to her husband was quiet and composed, yet it spoke volumes more than 1,000 words. The daughter's filial piety and the wife's concern were encapsulated within. Li Yi accepted the towel, wiping his face with a flourish before proudly addressing Qin Muwan, Madam. He raised his voice, his face alight with a desire for praise. Today, I have secured a tremendous fortune for us. From now on, the salt fields of Linen and Yangzhou, the richest in Jiangnan, will belong to our family. Whether you wish to forge spearheads from gold or pave the training ground with silver, it is entirely up to you. We are wealthy now. Qin Muwan regarded his playful demeanor, and a faint smile, akin to ice and snow melting, emerged in her cool eyes, captivating in its charm. Ahem. Qin Lai, observing the scene from the side, coughed lightly. I find today as court session quite exhausting. I shall take my leave. As he turned to glance at his daughter, he added to Li Yi, when you have time, take one heir back to the Duke's residence for a visit. Her mother misses her dearly. Naturally, Li Yi clasped his hands in respect and assured, Father-in-law, rest assured, I shall make frequent visits with one heir to her family. As long as you do not find me bothersome. Ha ha ha, splendid. After bidding farewell to Qin Lai, Li Yi and Qin Muwan returned to the rear courtyard. Within the pavilion, Xiao Yuan had long since withdrawn. Qin Muwan personally poured a cup of tea for Li Yi, and as the fragrant steam wafted through the air, the atmosphere grew subtly intricate. Li Yi reclined in his chair, savoring this hard-won tranquility. Qin Muwan approached him, teacup in hand. Yet she did not immediately extend it. She gazed quietly at him, her bright eyes now filled with complex, unfamiliar emotions. There was admiration, trust,
and even a hint of tenderness that she herself had yet to recognize. "Thank you for today," she murmured, her voice softer than usual. "Why did you help us so?" She remained perplexed. She knew Li Yi was clever, but she could not fathom why he would risk severing ties with the crown prince, entangling the Qin family and himself so deeply. Upon hearing her question, Li Yi banished all traces of jest from his face. He straightened up, meeting her earnest and bewildered gaze with an unusual seriousness. "Because you are my wife, and he is your father, thus my father-in-law. Anyone who dares to harm my family threatens my livelihood and disrupts my peace. Not even the heavenly king would deter me from confronting them." There were no grand proclamations, no impassioned speeches. This simple, even somewhat self-serving declaration struck like a hammer, precisely and profoundly hitting the softest, most yearning part of Qin Muwan's heart. Family? The very mention of those words from this seemingly inconsequential man brought a sense of reassurance. Qin Muwan's heart raced. A warmth unlike any she had ever felt surged through her. Her cheeks flushed, and she instinctively lowered her gaze, unable to meet his eyes. In the tranquil rear courtyard, only their breaths could be heard. After a moment of silence, Qin Muwan suddenly made a move that even she found astonishing. She stepped forward, slightly bending down, and swiftly placed a gentle kiss on Li Yishang's astonished cheek. The soft sensation lingered for but a moment. In the instant that Li Yi was completely taken aback, Qin Muwan instantly sprang back like a startled rabbit, swiftly regaining the demeanor of a fierce warrior. She straightened her charming face, albeit with a hint of fluster in her eyes, as she averted her gaze and feigned composure, saying, "This is a reward for your commendable performance today. Maintain this in the future. I shall go practice with my gun." With that, she placed down her teacup and hurriedly exited the rear courtyard, her back displaying an uncharacteristic sense of urgency. Li Yi touched his cheek, where her kiss had lingered, as if still carrying a trace of warmth and fragrance. Watching her flee in disarray, he could not help but chuckle. Leaning back against the chair, he murmured to himself, "Tisk, so much for wanting a divorce." Chapter 54. Visiting home in the Eastern Palace, at the prince's residence, Li Qian stood at his desk with a face ashen with anger. He had been confined for a month. For the crown prince, this was not merely a humiliation, but a dire crisis. His gaze fixed intensely on the open ink and paper laid before him, alongside a thick stack of Li clan ancestral teachings, which he was required to transcribe 10 times with his own hand. Each character seemed to mock his foolishness and incompetence silently. The pent-up fury that had been simmering for so long finally erupted at this moment. Li Qian's eyes bulged with rage, resembling a beast trapped in a cage. Emitting a low growl, he violently swept his arm across the desk, sending all the ink, paper, precious paperweights, and exquisite brush washers crashing to the ground. The sound of porcelain shattering mingled with the rustling of fallen papers, shattering the stillness of the Eastern Palace. The eunuchs and palace maids within the hall were terrified, collapsing to their knees, burying their heads deeply, silent, as if even their breaths had ceased. Li Qian's chest heaved violently, his fists clenched tightly, knuckles turning white from the strain. His anger stemmed not only from a loss of the 2 lucrative salt fields in Jiangnan, but also from a profound dread and jealousy towards the third brother he had never truly regarded. Until recently, while Li Yi had exhibited some cunning in his eyes, he remained a frivolous, pleasure-seeking prince, the most inconspicuous and least threatening among the emperor's sons. He had even been too lazy to suppress him. But everything that transpired in court today was a resounding slap to his face, awakening him to reality. What a useless fool. What a wastrel. This was clearly a venomous snake lurking in the deepest shadows. When still, it was benign. When it moved, it was thunderous and lethal. Li Qian began frantically replaying the events in his mind, from Zhang Yanting being coerced to investigate the Qin family's case, to the perfectly timed witnesses, and then to Li Yi's seemingly casual yet intricately linked counterattacks in court. The more he thought, the colder his heart became. He was horrified to realize that every step taken by himself and Zhang Yanting seemed to have been orchestrated by Li Yi. They were like marionettes, believing they held the advantage, yet unknowingly walked step by step into a trap that the other had long prepared. He thought himself the hunter, only to find that both he and the Qin family were mere prey on Li Yi's chessboard. The name Li Yi squeezed through his clenched teeth, his eyes brimming with resentment and hatred that could no longer be concealed. This debt would be remembered. After a long while, his intense breaths gradually calmed. Li Qian refrained from further venting. At that moment, countless pairs of eyes were watching him both within and outside the Eastern Palace. His father-s, his brothers, and the ministers in the court all observed him. Any impulsive action on his part would be perceived as impotent rage, only deepening his father's disappointment. He had to endure. Li Qian slowly bent down, disregarding the chaos around him, picked up the Li clan ancestral teachings, and retrieved an unbroken brush. He returned to the desk, his gaze dark as he spread out a clean sheet of rice paper and began to meticulously copy the text. He must endure and lie low, awaiting the next opportunity. Next time, he would ensure that Li Yi paid in blood for his debts. In stark contrast to the ominous atmosphere of the Eastern Palace, the residence of the Carefree King was filled with a light and joyful ambience. In the garden's pavilion, Li Yi sprawled lazily on his cherished rocking chair, a small white jade abacus in hand, murmuring to himself as he reveled in his calculations. Linen and Yangzhou were the two most fertile lands in Jiangnan. Salt was a hard currency. By the end of the year, there would undoubtedly be hundreds of thousands of taels in revenue. Wouldn't he there? Li Yi's mouth nearly watered at the thought of such wealth. How should he spend it? Should he first acquire a golden toilet for a taste of luxury? Or should he cover the lake in the royal residence with luminous pearls for night fishing? Not far away, Qin Muwan was meticulously polishing her beloved spear with a piece of soft silk. Having observed Li Yi's greedy demeanor, devoid of princely grace, she found it amusing. A hint of gentle warmth, unbeknownst to her, appeared in her cool gaze. Just as Li Yi indulged in dreams of his extravagant future, a phrase spoken by his father-in-law, Qin Lai, upon his departure flashed through his mind, along with that profoundly meaningful look he had cast. When you have leisure, take Wanner back to her family's estate for a visit. Her mother misses her dearly. A thought struck Li Yi. Yes, today had been a resounding victory. With the crown prince confined, the schemers in court would surely refrain from appearing for a while. This was the perfect opportunity to fulfill his promise and take Qin Muwan back to her family home. Not only would it give his father-in-law face, ensuring that both he and his mother-in-law felt at ease, but it would also allow him to showcase his valor in protecting his father-in-law, thus solidifying his illustrious image as an exemplary son-in-law. With this thought, he immediately sat up from his rocking chair and called out to Qin Muwan, "Madam, stop polishing. Hurry and pack. I shall take you back to your family for a visit." Qin Muwan paused her polishing, looking up at him in surprise. Clearing his throat, he stood with his hands behind his back, puffing out his chest, exuding a sense of righteous resolve. The events in court today must have spread throughout the capital. Your parents are undoubtedly worried sick. We must return to reassure them. And by the way, let your mother see what a wise and valorous son-in-law has won her precious daughter such immense fortune. As he spoke these self-important yet caring words, a warmth flowed through Qin Muwan's heart. Returning home, apart from the day of her marriage, she had never stayed there since. A hint of subtle softness and anticipation shone in her eyes, yet her words remained sharp as she shot him a glance. Retorting coolly, "I see you simply wish to go to my father's house for a feast and to show off." "Absolutely." Li immediately revealed his true intentions, thumping his thigh with conviction. "Let me tell you, the chef at your father's house cooks far better than those in our royal residence. I've been thinking about your family's chef since the day of the wedding. How ambitious." Qin Muwan could not help but roll her eyes at him, though the corners of her mouth could not contain their upward curve. The two engaged in playful banter, creating a light and cheerful atmosphere. Li Yi promptly gave orders for food and to prepare the carriage and gifts. Upon hearing they were going out, Xiao Yuan leaped with joy and dashed to help Qin Muwan pack her clothes. The entire residence of the Carefree King remained filled with a delightful and relaxed ambience. Chapter 55. Nourishment. As the grand carriage of the Xianyao Wang came to a halt before the gates of the Dingguo Gongfu, the estate was already adorned with decorations, bustling with an extraordinary atmosphere in anticipation of the arrival of Li Yi and Qin Muwan. Their presence transformed this otherwise solemn residence, renowned for its strict decorum, into a haven of warmth and familial affection. Lin Huiniang, Qin Muwan's mother, always bore a gentle smile on her well-maintained visage. Yet, a keen observer would discern a glimmer of uncharacteristic resolve and vigor within her eyes, a testament to her stature as the matriarch of a military family. "My Wanner,
Upon seeing her daughter, Lin Huiniang's eyes welled with tears, and she grasped Qin Muwan's hand, scrutinizing her from head to toe, showering her with inquiries about her well-being. You've lost weight. Are you not eating well in the Wangfu? Look at your delicate face. You appear so haggard. Qin Muwan felt somewhat uncomfortable, but was warmed by her mother's affectionate grasp. Mother, I am well. I'm not thin at all. Lin Huiniang then turned her gaze towards Li Yi, her eyes sparkling with approval, much like a mother-in-law surveying her son-in-law, growing increasingly pleased. Having heard a general account of the court affairs from Qin Lai earlier that day, her opinion of the Xianyao Wang, whom she previously regarded with indifference, had shifted to one of deep affection. Your Highness, please come inside. We owe you a great debt of gratitude. Otherwise, our Qin family would be a loss. Lin Huiniang warmly welcomed, her words imbued with appreciation. Dear mother-in-law, you flatter me. Family is family, and we do not speak of formalities. Li Yi replied with a cheerful smile, his words as sweet as honey. Waner is my princess. It is only natural for me to protect her. His words brought delight to Lin Huiniang, who nodded eagerly, ushering both of them inside. Before the evening banquet, Lin Huiniang called Qin Muwan into her room for a private conversation. She subtly inquired about their daily lives in the Wangfu. My dear, how does the Wang Yi treat you? What do you both do in the Wangfu? Oblivious to her mother's underlying intentions, Qin Muwan candidly shared, he is fine, though a bit lazy. I practice archery every morning, but he insists on sleeping until late. I encourage him to join me for morning exercises, yet he always finds excuses to evade it. While I practice, he lounges in a rocking chair, occasionally offering me a few comments. As she recounted these daily matters, a hint of tenderness and helplessness crept into her otherwise cool demeanor, an unrecognized jest typical of a wife. However, to Lin Huiniang's ears, it resonated differently. She noted that the exchanges were merely mundane interactions and banter devoid of the bashfulness and intimacy expected of newlyweds. A sinking feeling gripped her heart as she feared an ill omen. She instructed Qin Muwan to rest for a moment while she went to arrange the evening's menu. Summoning the maid, Xiao Yuan to her side. Xiao Yuan, may I ask where the Wang Yi and Wang Fei retire at night? Lin Huiniang inquired nonchalantly. Xiao Yuan, unable to conceal her thoughts, replied without hesitation, replying to Madam, the Wang Yi and Wang Fei naturally rest in their bedroom. Do they share the same bed? Lin Huiniang pressed further. Xiao Yuan's face flushed crimson as she stammered. They do share the same bed, but their essay quilt in between. Boom. Lin Huiniang's heart exploded with shock. Months into their marriage, and they still slept separately. This was intolerable. She grew anxious, for in her eyes, if a couple could not consummate their union, no matter how deep their affection, it was merely a fragile illusion. Moreover, the royal family was not like ordinary households. The presence of concubines was a common occurrence. What if one day Li Yi would change his heart or be seduced by some enchantress? How would her daughter, who had yet to experience marital intimacy, cope? Furthermore, she was eagerly awaiting a grandchild. If this situation lingered, when might she hold her grandbaby? This would not do. This matter must be resolved swiftly. Thus, during the family banquet that evening, the dining atmosphere underwent a dramatic transformation. A steaming pot of deer tendon soup, exuding a potent aroma, was brought forth. Lin Huiniang enthusiastically served Li Yi a generous bowl. Your Highness, this is a special delicacy I had brought from the frontier. It is extremely nourishing. You toil for the nation and worry for our Qin family. You must take good care of your health. Li Yi glanced at the unmentionable contents in the bowl. His eyelids twitching, his mind racing in clarity. He quickly donned an extremely serious expression and said to Lin Huiniang with utmost sincerity, Dear mother-in-law, I must apologize. I have a peculiar allergy to such strong flavors since childhood. If I were to consume it, I would break out in hives and itch uncontrollably for days. I appreciate your kind intention, but I cannot partake in this soup. What? Such a thing exists? Lin Huiniang was taken aback by his reasoning, believing it to be true, and hastily ordered the removal of the soup, fearing her precious son-in-law might suffer ill effects. One scheme foiled, another was devised. Soon, a fragrant turtle soup was served. Your Highness, you surely are not allergic to this? This turtle is highly nourishing. Do try it. Lin Huiniang persisted. Delicious. Truly delightful. Li Yi had learned his lesson this time. He extolled its flavor and personally served a bowl,
presenting it respectfully to his father-in-law, Qin Lai. Father-in-law, you, who guard the nation and bear the heaviest burdens, deserve this nourishment the most. Please have this bowl first. Having led a life of military service, Qin Lai was unaware of the intricacies at play. Seeing his son-in-law's thoughtfulness, he was greatly pleased and laughed heartily. Excellent. Well done, Wang Yi. With that, he took the bowl without hesitation and drank heartily. Lin Huiniang watched in frustration as Qin Lai savored the dish, her eyes wide with indignation, yet unable to express her ire. As the meal progressed, it became evident that the table was filled with nourishing dishes, all either redirected to Qin Lai or dismissed by Li Yi's myriad justifications about excess leading to heat and nosebleeds. Lin Huiniang felt utterly drained, realizing that her plan to use nourishment to bring the couple closer had utterly failed. After the banquet concluded, Lin Huiniang returned to her chamber, her agitation mounting with each passing moment. Resolutely, she made a decision. Conventional methods had proven ineffective. Thus, she would resort to extraordinary measures. From the depths of her private treasury, she unearthed an exquisite brocade box. Inside lay a small porcelain vial containing a delicate pouch filled with a mild, yet effective aphrodisiac rumored to have originated from Palace. Ear Wanner, do not take my resolve to heart. I do this for your own good. Lin Huiniang murmured, her gaze steely as she contemplated the pouch of powder. That night, she resolved to mix this final trump card into the calming tea prepared for the young couple. Chapter 56. The inevitable outcome under the tranquil night sky. The moonlight streamed through the window, casting a serene glow within the guest room of the Dingguo Gongfu. Your Highness, Wang Fei, the lady has sent this calming tea for you, a maid bowed, placing 2 steaming cups of tea on the table before silently withdrawing. Fresh from her bath, Qin Muwan was drying her damp hair, enveloped in a refreshing scent of soapberry. Meanwhile, Li Yi had donned loose sleeping attire, idly perusing a travelogue. After a long day, he thought to enjoy a cup of tea to unwind. Li lifted one cup to his nose and inhaled gently. In an instant, a peculiar expression crossed his face, a blend of amusement and incredulity. He set down his teacup and, shaking the cup in his hand, leaned closer to the perplexed Qin Muwan with a conspiratorial smile, whispering, My lady, it seems our esteemed mother-in-law is concerned we might retire too early this evening. So she has clandestinely added a potent ingredient to our tea. What potent ingredient? Qin Muwan was momentarily taken aback. Li Yi pushed the teacup towards her, beckoning her to take a whiff. As she leaned in, an unusual, slightly sweet and rich fragrance filled her nostrils. Initially, she found the scent intriguing, but suddenly, a flash of realization struck her, recalling her mother's unusual enthusiasm earlier that day and the bizarre dishes presented at the dining table. In an instant, Qin Muwan's cheeks flushed crimson as a wave of indescribable embarrassment surged through her. How could she resort to such base tactics? I must confront her. Overwhelmed with indignation, she sprang to her feet, ready to storm out and demand an explanation from her mother regarding such absurd behavior. Wait, don't go. Li swiftly grasped her wrist. Her delicate, warm wrist contrasted sharply with her usual formidable presence when wielding a weapon. He gently pulled her back in her seat. If you go now, aren't you walking into a trap? Instead of being angry, he found the situation amusing, pouring 2 cups of water and handing one to her. At this hour, your father-in-law and mother-in-law are likely already resting. Qin Muwan hesitated, glancing out the window. Although the night had fully descended, it was not yet time for rest. Li Yi smirked and continued, Consider it. Your father-in-law has consumed a great deal of nourishing food tonight. At this moment, he is probably engaged in a philosophical discussion with your mother. If you were to interrupt them, he deliberately elongated his words. Wouldn't that be an unwelcome disruption to their refined conversation? You, initially taken aback, Qin Muwan soon grasped the underlying meaning of Li Yi's words. Her flushed face felt as if it might ignite, a mix of embarrassment and anger surging within her as she playfully punched him, exclaiming, You nonsense. Seeing her flustered yet indignant demeanor, so different from her usual valiant warrior persona, Li Yi felt an irresistible urge to tease her. He leaned closer to her ear, his warm breath brushing against her skin, causing her to shiver slightly. In a voice that was both magnetic and enticing, he whispered, My lady, your mother has gone to great lengths. Could it be that you are also prepared to consummate our union? Qin Muwan lowered her head, nearly burying it in her chest,
her ears burning. Observing her shy disposition, Li Yi realized he should cease his teasing. Otherwise, this little rabbit might truly become agitated. He adopted a serious demeanor, gently placing his hands on her shoulders, lifting her chin to meet his gaze. Under the moonlight, he looked in her bright, albeit slightly flustered eyes, and said with unprecedented earnestness, "My lady, do you know? Our beginning was an accident, a transaction. At first, I contemplated forcing you to break off our engagement, even preparing to part ways with you." Upon hearing the term part ways, Qin Muwan's breath caught in her throat. No matter how valiant she was, as a woman in this era, the thought of separation was a devastating blow. However, Li Yi quickly shifted his tone, continuing, "Yet, at some point, I began to feel that having a lady of the house in the Wang residence was rather delightful." He paused, his gaze sincere and tender. "I hope our relationship unfolds as it is now, without scheming or coercion. It should develop through our daily banter and shared battles. Such authenticity is something I cherish. Therefore, I wish for everything between us to occur naturally at the right moment." His words, devoid of grandiloquence, were simple yet sincere. They washed over Qin Muwan like a refreshing spring, extinguishing the flames of shame and confusion within her, while simultaneously striking at the tenderest core of her heart's desires. Indeed, their journey had evolved from mutual disdain to curious exploration, and now to trust and reliance, every step taken with clarity. Gazing at the man before her, witnessing the seriousness and respect in his eyes, the dam of emotions within her broke, flooding her with an unprecedented wave of affection. It became apparent that he had not been unwilling, but rather waiting for the most natural moment that belonged solely to them. Qin Muwan's heart trembled, a tide of unfamiliar excitement and tenderness coursing through her. Just as their intimate emotions were on the verge of blossoming, a loud, pained roar erupted from the main courtyard, shattering the night's tranquility. "My lady, why do I feel an endless surge of energy tonight? Why is it so hot?" Qin Lai's voice, filled with suppressed frustration, echoed once more. Li Yi and Qin Muwan exchanged glances, both detecting an uncontainable mirth in each other's eyes. Clearly, the nourishing feast from the previous evening had been generously bestowed upon her father, leaving him rather invigorated. This unexpected turn of events instantly dispelled the intimate atmosphere that had enveloped the room. Unable to contain herself, Qin Muwan burst into laughter, quickly covering her mouth. Though her twinkling eyes betrayed her amusement, Li Yi shook his head, unable to resist joining in her laughter. Once the laughter subsided, a serene silence enveloped the room. Li Yi turned his gaze back to Qin Muwan, this time devoid of jest or provocation, filled only with profound affection. Qin Muwan, too, did not shy away. She boldly met his gaze, her clear eyes sparkling like a river filled with stars. Suddenly, Li Yi pressed his lips against hers, and before she could react, he leaped onto the bed, declaring, "Now we're even for that kiss you stole." Chapter 57. The Boundaries of Desire the following day. As the morning light filtered through the curtains, illuminating the room with a bright glow, the carefree Wang Li Yi awoke peacefully. Stretching luxuriously, he felt his entire body relax, rejuvenated from a night of restful slumber. After refreshing himself and donning a crisp outfit, Li Yi stepped outside, eager to seek some breakfast and enjoy the morning scenery of the Duke's residence. However, as soon as he entered the backyard, the sight before him nearly caused him to burst into laughter. In the center of the courtyard, beside the stone table, stood a familiar and imposing figure in an extremely stiff posture. His father-in-law, the formidable Qin Lai, renowned on the battlefield for instilling fear in enemies, was now gripping his aching back with one hand while the other supported himself against the cold stone table. His legs trembling slightly, he attempted to sit down but moved slowly and cautiously, as if fearing to aggravate an old injury. The weathered lines on his face revealed a struggle to conceal his weariness and age. Li Yi's heart swelled with amusement. It was evident that he had endured quite the ordeal the previous night. Suppressing his laughter, he approached with a facade of utmost concern, his expression feigning alarm. Hastening his steps to Qin Lai's side. "Oh dear, my father-in-law, what has happened to you?" he exclaimed dramatically, without waiting for a response, reaching out to support him. "Did you not sleep last night, burdened by thoughts of state affairs? Or has an old injury flared up? This is no trivial matter." Qin Lai was taken aback by the sudden fervor of his son-in-law, instinctively recoiling to evade his hand. However, he momentarily forgot that he was supporting his waist, and this abrupt movement sent a jolt of piercing discomfort through his lower back, causing him to draw in a sharp breath, his face instantly turning a deep shade of crimson. He could hardly confess to this presumptuous son-in-law that his discomfort stemmed from indulging in too much nourishing soup, leading to an hour-long bout of boxing in the courtyard, followed by his wife insisting on not wasting the effort, resulting in a sleepless night. If such a tale were to spread, would it not tarnish the illustrious reputation of the Duke of the State? No matter. Qin Lai averted his gaze, feigning nonchalance. Perhaps he had simply caught a chill from the cool night air, causing his muscles to stiffen. Ah, chill indeed. Li Yi's expression transformed to one of understanding, only to quickly shift to one of deep concern. How could this be permissible? Father-in-law, your health is the foundation of our revolution. You are the pillar of our great Qian, and your well-being must be prioritized. And what a mother-in-law. How could you allow yourself to suffer in the courtyard? Look at your waist. It is nearly unable to straighten. Come, do not move. Your young son-in-law is vigorous and full of vitality. Allow me to massage you, to invigorate your blood and dispel the stagnation. With that, Li Yi rolled up his sleeves and extended his hands, assuming a posture reminiscent of a skilled masseur, ready to press against Qin Lai's lower back. This nearly sent Qin Lai's spirit soaring away in fright. His back, as it stood, could hardly endure even the lightest touch, let alone a vigorous massage. No. There is no need. Qin Lai trembled, hastily waving his hands to evade him. The fervor of his gestures nearly caused his already fragile old back to give out, eliciting a grimace of pain and a sheen of cold sweat upon his brow. Observing this, Li Yi wisely withdrew his hands, maintaining an expression of sincere concern. Father-in-law, this simply will not do. In my humble opinion, you ought to rest today. Forget about practicing marksmanship or boxing. It would be best to lie in bed and recuperate, consuming only light porridge and simple dishes to ease your body. Above all, one must abstain from indulgence and prioritize tranquility. The phrase abstain from indulgence struck Qin Lai's heart like a poisoned arrow, piercing with alarming precision. He lifted his gaze to behold the earnest expression of his well-meaning son-in-law. Feeling a surge of indignation and frustration rise within him, leaving him speechless. Ultimately, all his anger, humiliation, and helplessness culminated in a bitter, strained exclamation. I understand. Meanwhile, within the inner courtyard, an entirely different scene unfolded. Lin Huanyang had summoned her daughter, Qin Muwan, to her chambers early in the morning, dismissing all servants. Her well-kept face radiated anticipation, gossip, and an eagerness for good news. My dear daughter, do share with me how last night unfolded. Lin Huanyang winked and lowered her voice conspiratorially, inquiring whether the calming tea she had prepared was effective. Upon hearing the words calming tea, memories of Li Yi's rare but earnest confession and that unexpected kiss flooded Qin Muwan's mind. In an instant, an array of emotions surged within her, causing her cheeks to bloom with a charming flush, and her gaze to wander, unable to meet her mother's sparkling eyes. She did not wish to deceive her mother, but was equally reluctant to divulge her father's embarrassing incident from the previous night, which would surely diminish his dignity. Weighing her options, she could only respond ambiguously. Mother, we are quite well. After a pause, recalling Li Yi's earnest gaze, she unconsciously softened her tone. Last night, we shared many heartfelt conversations, and it seems our relationship has grown closer. This response, to Lin Huanyang's ears, was the epitome of what she longed to hear. Heartfelt conversations? A closer relationship? Was this not a perfect manifestation of the emotional elevation that follows a significant union? Upon closer inspection, Lin Huanyang noted her daughter's flushed cheeks, sparkling eyes, and bashful demeanor, perceiving her as a blossoming maiden who had just tasted the sweetness of love. Splendid. Lin Huanyang's heart soared with joy, her excitement manifesting in an enthusiastic clap of her thigh. She grasped Qin Muwan's hands tightly, beaming with delight, knowing that young people are often too shy and require the gentle push of their elders. Now I can rest easy. The more she reflected on her ingenious plan, the more affectionate her gaze became. My dear, Lin Huanyang leaned closer to her daughter, as if imparting a cherished secret. The bond between husband and wife must be nurtured regularly. When you return to the Wang residence, I shall prepare some calming tea for you to take along. You must remember to use it often to strengthen your relationship, Understand? Qin Muwan's face burned with embarrassment, feeling as if she might ignite. The situation was utterly absurd. She found herself unable to explain, lowering her head and allowing her mother to weave her own narrative, responding absent-mindedly, hoping this awkward topic would soon come to a close. At noon, the family finally gathered for a meal. The atmosphere at the dining table was decidedly peculiar. Lin Huanyiang, believing her grand scheme had succeeded, was in the highest of spirits. She regarded her son-in-law, Li Yi, with an unwavering fondness, her eyes brimming with affection as she served him dishes, inquiring about his well-being. More so than she did for her own son. Heir, please indulge in this. It is nourishing for your vitality. Try this. It is good for your health. She looked at her husband, Qin Lai, who was hunched over, his complexion resembling wilted cabbage leaves, then at Li Yi, who was exchanging glances with her daughter, vibrant and full of life, and felt a swell of pride for her daughter blossoming into a fine young woman. During the meal, Lin Huanyiang, unable to contain herself any longer, addressed her husband, her tone filled with concern and reproach. My dear, look at you. At your age, still acting like a young lad. Were you trying to show off last night? You must be exhausted. If your body cannot handle it, you ought to rest earlier. You should take a page from Heir's book. Look at him, full of vigor, robust, and energetic. Although Lin Huanyiang had intentionally lowered her voice, both Li Yi and Qin Muwan sitting at the same table overheard her. Li Yi, who was engrossed in his meal, nearly choked on his rice, erupting into a fit of thunderous coughs as he tried to suppress his laughter. He quickly bowed his head, shoveling rice into his mouth to mask his nearly injured mirth. But the uncontrollable shaking of his shoulders betrayed him. Qin Muwan's face turned crimson as she froze, hastily lifting her teacup to feign a sip, attempting to hide her grin behind her ample sleeves. Meanwhile, Qin Lai, the focal point of this unfolding drama, found his hand, holding the rice bowl, frozen midair. He looked bewilderedly at his wife, who was blissfully unaware, and then his gaze drifted to the pair across from him, struggling to contain their laughter. What did it mean for Li Yi to be so vigorous, while he himself experienced such discomfort? What age was he compared to me? Qin Lai nearly sputtered a mouthful of blood in disbelief. His weathered face transitioned from pale to crimson, then to a deep purple, ultimately settling into an unseemly shade reminiscent of liver. He lifted his head, his gaze meeting the innocent expression of Li Yi, who even dared to cast a look filled with concern, as if to say, "Take care of yourself, my esteemed father-in-law." This infuriated Qin Lai to the point of trembling, his lips moving repeatedly, yet he found himself unable to utter a single word. What are you staring at? Eat quickly, or the dishes will grow cold. Lin Huanyiang, still oblivious to the situation, continued to serve Qin Lai a generous portion of his favorite red braised pork. As he gazed at the glistening piece of meat in his bowl, Qin Lai felt that he had never encountered such a difficult moment in his life. Ultimately, he took a deep breath and slammed his bowl and chopsticks onto the table with force. Through gritted teeth, he managed to squeeze out a declaration. I am full. With that, amidst the complex gazes of those present, this seasoned warrior and dignified Duke of the state, leaning heavily on his frail old waist, staggered away in a most tragic manner from what could only be described as a social death at the dining table, observing the forlorn figure of her father. Li could no longer contain himself and leaned towards Qin Muwan, whispering in a voice meant only for them, "My lady, I fear that this after effect of father-in-laws may not resolve for several days. Should we not find an excuse to slip away?" Qin Muwan cast him a fierce glare, yet her bright eyes sparkled with amusement. Her lips, unable to suppress their upward curve, broke into an unprecedentedly radiant smile, akin to the warm sun of spring. After the lunch, Li Yi observed his father-in-law, who sat opposite him with a shifty gaze, clearly uncomfortable and fearful even to sip tea lest it strain his waist. He felt it was inappropriate to linger any longer in this place. If he stayed any longer, he feared that he might be thrown out by Qin Lai in a fit of rage due to his laughter. Thus, he took Qin Muwan by the hand and, citing the pressing matters of the Wang feud, graciously proposed their departure to visit the elders at a later date. Lin Huanyiang, naturally reluctant, held her daughter's hand and offered numerous reminders, also discreetly slipping a large package of her newly acquired calming tea into Xiao Yuan's hands, accompanied by a knowing glance that left Xiao Yuan blushing and nodding repeatedly. Ultimately, in the relieved gaze of Qin Lai, who seemed to have finally seen off a pestilence. The carriage of the Carefree Wangfu gently embarked on its return journey. Inside the carriage, Qin Muwan looked at Li Yi, who hummed a little tune. His smile still evident, and rolled her eyes at him. Don't get too smug. Father is getting old, and if you continue to tease him, be wary of him seeking revenge. What teasing? Li Yi immediately adopted an innocent expression. Every word I spoke was from the depths of my concern. Besides, who is to blame for this situation? Surely you know the answer. Had it not been for mother-in-law's meddling, would father-in-law have suffered such humiliation? No way can this be placed upon my shoulders. Qin Muwan found herself at a loss for words against his twisted logic. Yet she could not help but smile at the memory of her father's frustrated and indignant face. The two exchanged playful banter, and the atmosphere within the carriage was warm and harmonious. Just as the carriage reached a bustling marketplace, a sudden shout from the coachman pierced the air, causing the carriage to come to a sudden halt. The abrupt inertia nearly sent Li Yi tumbling off his soft seat as he was about to voice his complaints. He was stopped by a glance from Qin Muwan. She had already straightened her posture, her expression alert, as she leaned in to listen to the commotion outside. What is happening? Li Yi lifted a corner of the carriage curtain to look outside. Not far ahead, a vendor selling steam buns was furiously chasing after two small figures. The children, appearing no older than 7 or 8, were poorly dressed and dirty-faced. The slightly older boy clutched several white buns tightly in his arms, while the even smaller girl, terrified, stumbled along beside him. Just as they were about to collide with the royal carriage, the coachman pulled the reins in time to avert disaster. You little brats, stop right there. How dare you steal my buns? I'll break your legs. The vendor, panting heavily, caught up and seized the arm of the slower girl. Let go of my sister. The older boy immediately turned, shoving the buns into his sister's arms, and stood before her with outstretched arms like a protective animal, his eyes filled with defiance and fierceness. Bystanders pointed and murmured, most merely entertained by the spectacle. Qin Muwan's brows furrowed slightly, a flicker of compassion shining in her eyes. Li sighed and called out, Yi Qi. The attendant sitting beside the coachman immediately responded. Your Highness, what are your orders? Inquire with that vendor about the price of those buns. Li Yi said languidly, disturbed from his daydream of returning home to relax. Yi Qi complied, stepping forward to retrieve a small piece of silver from his pocket and approached the vendor. Good sir, the children are merely being foolish. Please accept this money as our prince's purchase for the buns. The vendor, upon seeing the carriage's grandeur and Yi Qi's demeanor, recognized them as noble folk not to be trifled with. Seeing the silver, far exceeding the worth of a few buns, his anger dissipated, replaced by a fawning smile as he nodded repeatedly. Of course, of course. Thank you, noble sir. With the crisis averted, the two children remained on high alert. Li Yi leaned out of the carriage window, striving to sound as friendly as possible. Hey, children, the buns are yours now. Where are your parents? Why are you two alone on the street? Upon hearing Li Yi's question and noticing his fine attire, the older boy, rather than relaxing, became even more tense. Gripping his sister's bun tightly, without a glance in Li Yi's direction, and swiftly turned to disappear into the crowd. Hey, what a child, Li Yi mused, rubbing his nose. Somewhat exasperated as he turned to Qin Muwan and asked, Do I seem frightening? They are afraid of people, Qin Muwan remarked softly. Gazing in the direction the children had vanished. Moreover, they do not appear to be ordinary beggars. Li Yi's previously languid demeanor gradually shifted. Indeed, in the capital beneath the emperor's feet, while there were beggars, they typically congregated in designated areas, and they were generally quite shrewd, approaching nobles only to solicit alms. It was unusual for children to be so fearful and evasive. There was undoubtedly something more to it. He instructed softly to the outside. Yi Qi followed them discreetly. I want to know where they go, whom they meet, and whether they have any companions. Yes, came an almost inaudible response in the wind, and then silence fell. The carriage resumed its slow journey, as if the earlier incident had merely been a minor interruption. Yet, as Li Yi leaned back against the soft seat, his fingers unconsciously tapping lightly, a glimmer of contemplation flickered in his seemingly lazy eyes. Upon returning to the Carefree Wangfu, Li Yi and Qin Muwan strolled side by side to the back courtyard. Noticing that Li Yi had been distracted ever since encountering the two children, Qin Muwan finally voiced her curiosity. Why are you so concerned about those children? Is it out of pity?
Pity is one aspect, Li yawned, reclining back into his cherished rocking chair. However, I am more intrigued by why, in this bustling capital, under the broad heavens, there exist two children willing to steal rather than beg, and who harbor such extreme wariness of others. He picked up the freshly brewed tea from Xiao Yuan, blowing gently on it before continuing. It is akin to viewing a painting. For the most part, it is resplendent, yet in one corner appears a discordant stain. Does that not strike you as odd? How did the stain come to be? Why has no one cleaned it? Is it forgotten, or has someone intentionally concealed it there? Qin Muwan pondered thoughtfully. Though she was not adept at the intricacies of subtle maneuvering, her prolonged military career had imparted a crucial lesson. Behind any seemingly irrational detail, there could lurk significant issues. Do you mean that these children might harbor untold secrets? Perhaps. Li took a sip of tea, grinning like a sly fox, suggesting it was merely a diversion from their otherwise languid existence. Otherwise, watching you practice shooting daily would be dreadfully dull. Qin Muwan shot him a sidelong glance, but refrained from retorting. She found herself somewhat anticipating the amusement Li Yi spoke of. Before long, Yi Qi's figure appeared outside the pavilion like a wraith, kneeling silently on one knee. Your Highness, I have gathered information. Speak, Li Yi commanded. Yi Qi's voice was low yet clear. I followed those two children through 3 streets into the impoverished district south of the city. Ultimately, they entered a long-abandoned mountain deity temple. The mountain deity temple? Li Yi raised an eyebrow. Indeed, Yi Qi continued. The temple is in a dilapidated state, seemingly uninhabited. However, upon infiltrating and investigating, I discovered that it harbors a hidden world. In addition to the 2 children, there are 6 others gathered within. The eldest appearing to be around 12 or 13 years old, while the youngest looks no more than 4 or 5. They seem to regard the eldest as their leader. They shared the stolen buns among themselves, each receiving merely a small piece. The temple is frigid, and they have only some tattered straw for warmth. Yet their clothing is not particularly ragged, unlike those who have lived as beggars for an extended period. Li Yi and Qin Muwan exchanged solemn glances, both recognizing the gravity of the situation. 8 children, hiding in a forsaken temple, neither begging nor causing trouble, merely surviving by thievery of the most basic sustenance. What is their origin? Li Yi inquired further. That remains unclear, Yi Qi responded. They are extremely vigilant and never converse with outsiders. I have inquired within the vicinity, and the surrounding residents only know that this group of children appeared here unexpectedly around 3 months ago, with no knowledge of their origins or parents. 3 months ago, Li echoed softly. Yi Qi, have there been any significant events in the vicinity of the capital in recent months? After contemplating for a moment, Li Yi pressed on. Recently? Yi Qi pondered briefly. Your Highness, I recall that 3 months ago, the Ning Wang led troops to eradicate a band of brigands entrenched 50 miles north of the capital at Hefengzai. Other than that, nothing notable seems to have occurred. Li Yi's gaze sharpened instantaneously. I have indeed heard of that. At this point, Qin Muwan interjected. The court's reports merely brushed over the matter, stating a resounding victory in the capture of the bandit leader. Do you think these children could be? Li Yi comprehended Qin Muwan's implication. It is possible that these children are orphans who survived that extermination campaign against the bandits. Yet if that were the case, why do they not seek assistance from the authorities, but instead choose to hide like frightened birds? Is it that the government is derelict in its duty? Or are they afraid of something? This is becoming increasingly intriguing. Li Yi's lips curled into a slight smirk, devoid of mirth in his eyes. This matter is likely far more complex than it appears. He stood, paced a few steps, and then ordered, Yi Qi, do not startle them. Send someone to discreetly monitor that mountain deity temple and ascertain the daily movements of those children. Additionally, procure some clean clothing, bedding, and durable provisions. Find an opportunity to unobtrusively leave them near the temple. We cannot allow them to starve or freeze. I wish to uncover who in this capital is neglecting their responsibilities and who is deliberately concealing the truth. Understood, Yi Qi acknowledged, vanishing once more into the shadows. Within the pavilion, only Li Yi and Qin Muwan remained. Qin Muwan observed Li Yi's profile. This man, who typically exuded a lazy and unruly demeanor, now radiated a composed and strategic aura. She suddenly felt that her husband concealed depths far beyond her imagination. As night descended, a shadow seamlessly melded into the darkness of the capital,
silently traversing the dilapidated alleys of the southern impoverished district. Yi Qi moved with unparalleled grace, his toes barely touching the tiles, creating not even a whisper, eventually alighting quietly behind the crumbling mountain deity temple. Cradled in his arms was a substantial bundle, containing the clean, thick quilts, various sizes of children-esque clothing, and tightly wrapped meat jerky and flatbreads, as instructed by the prince. Yi Qi opted against using the front entrance, instead circling to a damaged window at the rear wall of the temple. This location was relatively secluded, less likely to draw attention, and the window ledge was just high enough for the children to reach on tiptoe. He gently placed the bundle on the window ledge, arranging it carefully to ensure the children could notice it inadvertently. After completing this task, he did not leave immediately. Instead, he slipped away like a falling leaf, hiding among the dense branches of a nearby tree, suppressing all presence, quietly observing the temple's interior. Inside, the cold was biting. Occasional coughs from the children punctuated the silence. 8 children huddled closely together around a pile of long-extinguished straw, seeking warmth from one another. Cold and hunger were their most immediate sensations. The few buns stolen during the day had already been consumed, leaving each child ravenous, their stomachs pressing against their spines. "Brother, I'm cold." A girl of about 6 or 7 whimpered, the very one caught stealing buns earlier, nestled against the boy who had stolen with her, her voice quivering from the chill. The eldest boy sat watchfully at the entrance of the dilapidated temple, his gaze fixed on the slightest movement outside. The boy who had stolen the buns held his sister tightly, using his slender frame to shield her from the biting wind that seeped in from all directions. "Sister, I'm holding you. Try to sleep," he reassured softly. "MHM," the sister murmured in response. At that moment, a faint, nearly imperceptible rustling of fabric emanated from the direction of the rear window. The eldest boy's body tensed, his expression shifting to one of vigilance. He quickly glanced at the other children, silently rising to grasp a sharpened stick nearby. Their movement. "Stay quiet and hide behind the deity statue," he commanded in a hushed tone. Though frightened, the other children had developed a habit of absolute obedience from their life of evasion. They swiftly scrambled on hands and knees to hide behind the half-faced clay statue of the mountain deity, barely daring to breathe. The stick-bearing boy crouched low, resembling a watchful wolf, inching closer to the rear window. He did not immediately peer outside, but instead strained to listen for any sound from without. The world was enveloped in silence, save for the whispering wind. After what felt like an eternity, he gradually edged his head toward the window, peering out. In the moonlight, a bundle lay quietly on the ledge below. His initial reaction was not one of joy, but rather a profound fear. This was highly unusual. Since their arrival here, they had encountered nothing but disdain, expulsion, and curses. Why would anyone unprovoked leave them gifts? This must be a trap. It had to be those pursuing them, attempting to lure them out with food and clothing, only to capture them all in one fell swoop. This thought sent his heart racing, nearly leaping from his throat. He quickly withdrew, his face turning pale, signaling the children behind the statue to remain silent, his eyes filled with warning. Time passed slowly, the cold within the temple and the temptation outside relentlessly tormenting the group of young children. The sounds of grumbling stomachs echoed, and some children could no longer suppress their quiet sobs. "Ada, I'm so hungry. There's food outside," a smaller boy ventured, peering eagerly out the window, tears brimming in his eyes. "Do not go." The boy, clutching a wooden stick, spoke with a voice as harsh as the winter's chill. "If you wish to die, go ahead and take it. That is a trap." The boy recoiled, intimidated by his fierce gaze, rendered speechless. Ada himself felt the pangs of hunger and the biting cold, yet he understood that he was the pillar of support for all present. Should he falter, none would survive. He observed from the window for a full half-hour, until he was certain that no ambush lay outside, and the faint aroma of dried meat nearly shattered his resolve. At last, he steeled himself. Gritting his teeth, he instructed the boy behind him, who was cradling his sister. "Sure too, keep watch here. If anything happens to me, do not attempt to rescue me. Flee through the back door without looking back, understood?" Without waiting for a reply, he inhaled deeply, vaulted through the window, swiftly grasped the package, and returned with the speed of lightning, the entire endeavor taking no more than 3 breaths. Back inside the temple, he dragged the package to a corner, breathing heavily with anxiety. The children gathered around, their eyes sparkling with longing as they gazed upon the parcel. However, Edict did not immediately open it. He carefully retrieved a tarnished silver needle threaded with red string, the last memento from his mother, and the only valuable possession they had during their arduous escape. He unwrapped the package, extracted the oiled paper containing food, and pierced the dried meat and flatbread with the silver needle, scrutinizing them under the moonlight. The needle did not darken further. He then examined the blankets and clothing, inch by inch, ensuring there were no hidden markings or compartments. Having completed this meticulous inspection, his taut nerves finally relaxed, and he sank to the ground, utterly drained. "It's safe now. We can eat," he said hoarsely. The children erupted in a hushed cheer, cautiously dividing the hard-earned food, as the warm, thick blankets enveloped them, dispelling the bone-chilling cold, and the dry yet chewy dried meat was savored. The sobs within the temple resurfaced, not from hunger or cold, but from a sense of injustice, fear, and a profound, unexpressed gratitude. The younger sister in her brother's arms nibbled on the flatbread, her tear-streaked eyes gazing at Shrew as she timidly asked, "Has the mountain god shown mercy? Did he see our plight and send us food?" Shrew remained silent, unsure how to respond. He lifted his gaze to the indistinct statue of the mountain god in the darkness, saying nothing but holding his sister tighter. Yet in the hearts of the children, the title mountain god took root like a seed in the night, quietly sprouting. Above the treetops, Yiqi observed all of this before silently slipping away. Chapter 61. The Perilous Watch in the Xianyao Wang Fu. Upon hearing Yiqi's detailed report, Qin Muwan tightened her grip on the teacup, her cold gaze betraying an uncontainable ache and sympathy. Li lounged in his cherished rocking chair, absently stroking his chin while leisurely analyzing. Interesting, indeed. This group of children possesses an extraordinary will to survive, exhibiting organization and vigilance that far surpasses the norm. That leader named Ada is a promising individual, preferring to endure hunger and cold rather than easily trust any kindness from the outside world. This indicates they have endured profound betrayal or suffered harm capable of reshaping their understanding. "What shall we do next?" Qin Muwan inquired anxiously. "We cannot continue this covert delivery indefinitely. They need a stable place." "Patience, my dear." Li smiled reassuringly, a hint of cunning glimmering in his expression. "One must savor a meal bite by bite, and trust takes time to cultivate. Our sudden appearance would only frighten them, making them believe we are accomplices to those pursuing them." He rose from his chair, stretching lazily as he continued, "From today onward, let's assume the role of the mountain god. First, ensure they are well-fed and warm, allowing their hearts to settle. Only when they are at ease will they reveal more vulnerabilities or clues." Observing Li's confident demeanor, Qin Muwan felt her worries ease slightly. Although she did not fully grasp the intricacies of his plan, she chose to place her trust in him. The mountain god's feeding plan unfolded systematically over the following days. Each morning, as the first rays of sunlight streamed into the dilapidated temple, a new package would appear beneath the back window. Sometimes it contained bags of roasted beans and a small pouch of salt, other times several well-repaired old garments, and occasionally a few charcoal pencils and a stack of coarse paper. These seemingly trivial, yet precisely curated provisions significantly improved life within the temple. The children's faces gradually regained color, no longer gaunt and lifeless. Their gazes, once filled with fear, now sparkled with the vibrancy of childhood. Each morning, receiving the mountain god's gifts became the most anticipated and sacred ritual of their day. One night, a child of about 7 or 8 suddenly began to cough violently, his breath quickening and his face flushed. Having endured the cold for too long, his frail body had succumbed to a chill. Ada held him, desperate and anxious. While he possessed some rudimentary knowledge of herbal remedies, he dared not venture out to gather herbs nor seek help from a pharmacy, for that would be akin to walking into a trap. He could only repeatedly dampen a cloth with cold water to cool the feverish child, helplessly listening to his stifled, painful coughs. However, the next morning, when he checked the back window as usual, he was astonished to discover, in addition to the regular food, a carefully wrapped small parcel of oiled paper. Upon opening it, he found several herbs specifically for treating children's coughs, alongside a small jar of clear honey, seemingly intended to sweeten the medicinal taste. At that moment, all the children in the temple were stunned. The mountain god truly knows everything.
He heard Xiao Bao cough. He has come to save Xiao Bao. The children gazed at the package of herbs, their eyes brimming with awe and gratitude. Some even kneeling before the statue to bow reverently. Meanwhile, within the Xianyao, Wang Fu, Qin Muwan watched as Li Yi leisurely directed his servants to sort and package the herbs according to the physician's prescriptions, unable to suppress her curiosity. How could you be so certain that someone was ill? Li Yi pointed to his ears and eyes, smiling as he explained. Yi Qi serves as an attentive set of eyes and ears. He stood guard outside the temple the other day and reported hearing persistent, stifled coughs for nearly half an hour. It was not difficult to deduce. He handed the packaged herbs to Yi Qi and then shifted his focus back to Qin Muwan, a mischievous smile playing on his lips. What do you say, my dear? It's rather dull to receive reports daily. Would you be interested in changing your clothes today and joining me for an on-site investigation of our pious followers? Qin Muwan's eyes brightened at once. She had longed to see the children for herself. Yes, she agreed without hesitation, nodding eagerly. Half an hour later, on the second floor of a small tea house near the mountain god temple, a seemingly ordinary young couple sat by the window. Li Yi and Qin Muwan had donned clean, yet simple linen garments. Li Yi masqueraded as a common merchant, while Qin Muwan appeared as an ordinary woman accompanying her husband. Looking out from this window, one could catch a distant glimpse of the entrance to the Shanshan Miao and the small clearing in front of it. The sunlight pours down just right, illuminating the area where children are rarely seen playing. Ada, holding a twig, is patiently teaching two younger children how to write their names, stroke by stroke. Meanwhile, the other children chase and frolic nearby, their faces adorned with the innocent smiles that are so characteristic of their age. The entire scene exudes warmth and tranquility. Qin Muwan gazes upon this spectacle, her eyes unwittingly softening as a gentle, warm smile graces her otherwise cool countenance. Li Yi, observing Qin Muwan's demeanor, raises an eyebrow and inquires with a smile, "My lady, do you have a fondness for children?" Naturally, Qin Muwan replies softly, still watching the children. "Do you not find them to be innocent and endearing, especially when they're so soft and cuddly?" "Indeed, they are quite charming," Li Yi admits, momentarily captivated by Qin Muwan's expression. "If you like them so much, perhaps we should have more ourselves." Upon hearing Li Yi's words, Qin Muwan retracts her gaze and looks at him with a mix of embarrassment and indignation, exclaiming, "Who would want to have children with you?" Yet at that moment, the tranquility of the scene is shattered. Three men in plain clothes stroll leisurely from around the corner. They appear to be casually wandering, scanning their surroundings, yet their keen, piercing gazes sweep over the dilapidated corners and the beggars by the roadside. Their strides are steady, and an unmistakable aura of menace accompanies their movements, suggesting they are well-trained soldiers or enforcers. A child stationed atop a large tree at the temple entrance, tasked with keeping watch, is the first to notice them. A sharp and sudden bird call pierces the air, serving as an alarm. In an instant, the laughter and playfulness of the children vanish, replaced by sheer terror. They scarcely have time to gather their belongings, resembling startled birds that swiftly retreat into the temple. The once vibrant entrance of the Shanshan Miao is abruptly cloaked in a deathly silence, as if the previous warmth had never existed. The three men in plain clothes seem to sense something amiss, exchanging glances before making their way directly toward the temple. They linger at the entrance for a moment, even pushing open the slightly ajar temple door to peer inside, but find it empty, save for cobwebs and dust. Ultimately, unable to uncover any useful traces, they exchange frustrated glances and turn to leave. On the second floor of the tea house, the atmosphere in the private room has grown icy. Qin Muwan's expression has turned frigid, her hands gripping the teacup tightly, her knuckles turning pale from the pressure. "They are being hunted," she states with deliberate clarity, her voice laced with suppressed fury. The smile has long vanished from Li Yi's face. He gazes deeply in the direction the men departed, his eyes glinting with a dangerous chill. Without turning around, he quietly instructs Yi Qi, who stands behind him, in a cold, emotionless tone, "Follow them. I want to know who they are, where they come from, and where they go." Understood. In Chapter 62, Killing Innocents in the Name of Power, after Yi Qi departs, Qin Muwan's gaze remains fixed on the direction the three men in plain clothes have taken. Sitting upright, her hands, usually accustomed to wielding a gun, now merely clutch a warm teacup, turning slightly pale from anger.
The iron-blooded aura, characteristic of military personnel, can no longer be completely contained, seeping out in subtle waves. In broad daylight, beneath the emperor's gaze, they dare to act in such a manner. She utters through gritted teeth, her voice low yet laced with icy wrath. In her view, pursuing a group of defenseless, homeless children is utterly reprehensible. My lady, please remain calm, Li Yi says, gently placing his hand over hers, offering comfort through his warmth. The lazy smile that once adorned his face has been replaced by an impenetrable calm. However, if one were to scrutinize his eyes, they would reveal a chilling intensity that surpasses Qin Muwan's fury. For him, the nature of this matter has shifted. It is no longer simply about rescuing orphans. It signifies that someone is ruthlessly hunting a group of children right under his nose. This is not merely a challenge to the law. It poses a latent threat to the imperial city itself. He lightly pats Qin Muwan's hand, signaling her to remain composed, and then begins to analyze the situation leisurely. My lady, the intriguing aspect of this matter lies in the brazen manner in which these individuals operate. Their objective is clear. They are clearly not ordinary thugs. Qin Muwan nods, following his line of thought. Their steady strides and the distances maintained between them indicate they can support each other. The aura of menace in their actions is a trait only seen in rigorously trained soldiers or elite guards. Initially, I suspected it might be government officials attempting to clear out the homeless, but their methods are excessively extreme. Even when dealing with the homeless, they should be sheltered and repatriated, not hunted down like criminals. Exactly, Li Yi affirms with a nod of approval before shifting his tone to a more sardonic one. Our capital security situation is increasingly resembling that of Gotham City, with all manner of nefarious characters present. However, my lady, consider what we currently know as key points. Qin Muwan, unfamiliar with the reference to Gotham City, has grown accustomed to Li Yi's ramblings. She gazes at him, awaiting his elaboration. Li Yi raises a finger. First, this group of children appeared suddenly 3 months ago. He raises a second finger. Second, they exhibit extreme fear towards outsiders, particularly those who seem to be affiliated with the government. Finally, he raises a third finger and gently taps the table, producing a soft sound. Third, 3 months ago, an incident occurred near the capital, Prince Ning's campaign against bandits. Li Yi leads Qin Muwan through his reasoning, posing a pivotal question. If this was merely a routine bandit suppression, why did the government not follow customary procedures to shelter and comfort the orphans in the bandit camp, instead opting to dispatch individuals to hunt them down? This defies logic, unless the bandits themselves had questionable identities, or unless the process of suppression concealed some unspeakable secret. Qin Muwan furrows her brow tightly, awakened by Li Yi's words, as her anger gradually gives way to rational contemplation. Indeed, the logic here is fundamentally flawed. Just as the two of them fall into deep thought, a figure appears behind Li Yi as if materializing from thin air, kneeling on one knee. None other than Yi Qi, who has returned. Your Highness, he addresses. Speak, Li Yi replies without turning. Yi Qi's voice is low and steady as he reports the intelligence gathered from trailing the three men, although they concealed their waist insignias with outer garments. The style of their swords is a unique mark of the Prince Ning's personal guards. A glint of recognition flashes in Qin Muwan's eyes. Yi Qi continues. After their search yielded no results, they did not return to any government office, but instead quietly entered the Prince Ning's residence through a secluded side entrance on the west side of the city. I can confirm they're followers of Prince Ning Li Tai. This revelation nearly seals the identity of the pursuers for good. Furthermore, as if recalling something, Yi Qi adds a crucial detail. I just checked the reports. 3 months ago, it was indeed Prince Ning Li Tai who took the initiative to eradicate the bandits occupying the Hefeng Zai with great force. For this, he received commendations from His Majesty, praise for his decisiveness and competence, further solidifying his reputation as a capable minister within court. At this moment, all the clues seamlessly intertwine. Li Yi slowly rose from his seat and approached the window, gazing down at the bustling crowd below, a chilling smile curling at the corners of his lips. The contours of the truth had become strikingly clear in his mind. He turned around to face Qin Muwan, who still appeared in shock, and began to speak. It seems that the incident concerning Hefengjai is far from the overwhelming victory reported in the official dispatches. Nor is it as simple as the 8 words proclaiming the capture of the bandit leader. Our second brother, His Highness Ning Wang, may have committed the heinous act of murdering innocents to claim military credit and the reputation of a capable minister. Murdering innocents for credit? Qin Muwan gasped in disbelief. For someone of her noble lineage, such a term represented the utmost disgrace and evil. Shoo! Li gestured for silence, recognizing that this was merely the worst-case scenario, yet highly probable. These children were likely the only living witnesses of that anti-bandit operation. Thus, Ning Wang was not hunting down remnants. He was destroying evidence. Qin Muwan's complexion turned pale in an instant. She could scarcely fathom that a prince could commit such ruthless and insane acts for the sake of military achievement. A chill ran down her spine, observing her shocked expression. A flicker of determination and cunning flashed in Li Yi's eyes. They could no longer afford to play the game of the mountain god's offerings leisurely. Ning Wang's men had already begun their search in the southern district of the city. It was merely a matter of time before they located the mountain god temple. They needed to gain the trust of those children and protect them before Ning Wang took action. He stepped beside Qin Muwan, donning a nonchalant smile that now held an inscrutable significance. My lady, it seems our role as mountain gods requires us to descend personally and meet these pitiful yet devout followers. He paused, his eyes glimmering with a fox-like insight. However, we must assume a different identity, one that they cannot possibly refuse. Chapter 63. The Mountain God Descends. A preliminary exploration of human hearts upon returning from the tea house to the carefree Wang Fu, Li immediately slipped into his director mode. Mobilizing all the servants of the estate, he devised a brand new identity for himself and Qin Muwan, portraying them as a pair of down-and-out siblings from Jiangnan visiting the capital for familial connections, with a modest knowledge of medicine. Li played the role of the elder brother, a mild-mannered doctor with a hint of bookishness, while Qin Muwan portrayed the younger sister, uncommunicative due to her family's decline, but kind-hearted and obedient to her brother. This character setup was nothing short of perfect. First, it provided a reasonable explanation for their presence in a mixed and impoverished southern district. Second, the identity of a doctor would seamlessly facilitate their forthcoming treatment of the ailing child. Fuin, go fetch me an old medicine box, Li commanded. Fill it with quality cold remedy, wound medicine, clean bandages, and don't forget to grab a few of the sweetest Osmanus sugar cakes from the pastry house to pack inside. As he spoke, he winked at Qin Muwan, who was changing her clothes. My lady, remember, when dealing with children, there is nothing that cannot be resolved with a piece of candy. If there is, then 2 pieces will suffice. This is an eternal truth. Qin Muwan emerged from behind the screen, now clad in a simple pale blue dress. Though she was tall and exuded an air of confidence, the ordinary attire could not conceal the inherent vigor that radiated from her. She attempted to mimic Li Yi's teachings, drawing her shoulders back and slightly hunching her chest to assume a vulnerable demeanor. Yet her overly deliberate actions rendered her somewhat comical, resembling a warrior ready to draw her sword. Li could not help but laugh at her awkward performance. My lady, are you portraying a delicate sister? I see more of a fierce heroine demanding protection fees. Relax a bit. Just give me that helpless yet defiant look you have when I act shamelessly. Embarrassed by his teasing, Qin Muwan engaged in a light-hearted banter, but for the sake of the children, she took a deep breath, striving to rein in her imposing presence. With all preparations complete, the two opted not to ride in the Wang Fu carriage, but instead walked towards the southern district like 2 ordinary commoners. They refrained from directly entering the mountain god temple, as that would only frighten away the skittish souls within. Li chose a more patient approach, waiting for the right moment. They loitered near an alleyway not far from the mountain god temple, observing the passers-by while awaiting the opportune moment to act. Meanwhile, within the dilapidated mountain god temple, the atmosphere had grown unbearably tense. The child named Xiao Bao's condition had worsened. Although the herbs delivered by the mountain god had been somewhat effective, the cold had penetrated his body, and no mere herbs could cure him. He remained feverish, breathing rapidly. His face flushed, and he mumbled incoherently. The leader of the group, a youth named Ada, was frantic. He repeatedly soaked a cloth in cold water and laid it on Xiao Bao's burning forehead, but to little avail. Watching the suffering child, he paced anxiously within the temple, torn between conflicting thoughts. Seeking a doctor meant exposure, risking discovery by those hunting them, which could spell disaster for everyone. Yet, not seeking help could lead to Xiao Bao's demise. Ultimately, The instinct for survival and his sense of responsibility for his companions overwhelmed his fear. A glance to Xiao Bao, who writhed in pain in the corner, gritted his teeth, and resolved to act. He retrieved a sharpened wooden stick from his pocket, concealing it behind him, preparing to venture out in search of a doctor. With a heart nearly resigned to death, he cautiously pushed the creaking temple door ajar, alertly peering outside. Just then, a seemingly ordinary young brother and sister strolled into view, Li Yi and Qin Muwan. Li Yi noticed the sliver of the door, along with a pair of eyes filled with vigilance and despair. His heart stirred. The moment had arrived. He stepped forward a few paces, halting 5 steps from the door, and spoke in the gentlest, least threatening tone. "Young brother, I see you appear anxious. Do you require assistance?" Ada's body tensed instantly, his palm clammy around the wooden stick, his gaze rife with undisguised hostility and suspicion, remaining silent. Yet Li Yi seemed oblivious to his animosity, maintaining his warm smile. He did not advance, but instead locked eyes with Ada, speaking with conviction. "There is no need for alarm, young brother. We are merely passing doctors. I couldn't help but notice the anxious look on your face, and took the liberty to inquire whether a family member is unwell." A doctor? Was he not just about to risk everything to find one, and had now fortuitously encountered them? Ada remained wary, glancing at the two outside. Just then, a cough from within the temple broke the silence. Li Yi seized the moment to continue from the sounds coming from inside. "Is your family suffering from a cold? Persistent cough, sleepless nights, and burning heat?" Persistent coughs, sleepless nights, burning heat. Were these not precisely Xiao Bao's symptoms? Ada fixed his gaze on Li Yi, his emotions swirling, shock, doubt, fear, and a flicker of hope intermingled chaotically within him. At this critical moment of psychological warfare, the previously silent Qin Muwan stepped forward. She said nothing, merely producing a clean water pouch from her bosom and retrieving a piece of osmanthus sugar wrapped in oil paper from Li Yi's medicine box, gently extending it towards him. "Rest assured, we mean no harm. As healers, it is our duty to treat the ill." Her movements were gentle and deliberate, her clear eyes devoid of any impurities, radiating the purest intentions of goodwill. Food, clear water, and those sugar cubes that symbolize sweetness and care. Ada gazed at the items in Qin Muwan's hands before turning to glance at Xiao Bao, who was groaning in agony in the corner of the dilapidated temple, his breath faint as a wisp of smoke. The longing to save his companion ultimately overshadowed all else. Clenching his teeth with all his might, he bellowed at Li Yi, "You all come in, but if you dare to play any tricks, I will perish alongside you." With that, he took a step back, completely clearing the passage to the ruined temple. Li Yi and Qin Muwan exchanged a glance and stepped into the derelict shrine. Li Yi approached Xiao Bao directly, skillfully opened the medicine box, checked his pulse, examined his throat, his movements both professional and gentle, as if he had rehearsed them countless times. He then retrieved a black pill, pried open Xiao Bao's mouth, and administered it with clear water. Meanwhile, Qin Muwan distributed the water pouch and some dry rations to the other children, her actions still characterized by a quiet demeanor. Yet that silent compassion held more power than any words could convey. After half a stick of incense, under the effect of the medicine, Xiao Bao's rapid breathing gradually stabilized, and the unnatural flush on his face subsided somewhat. Ada's taut nerves finally began to relax. Li Yi tidied the medicine box, stood up, and prepared to leave with Qin Muwan. Just before departing, he seemingly casually lifted his head to glance at the dimly lit, indistinct figure of the crumbling deity statue, then turned to Ada, who had been fixated on him, and revealed a smile that was both enigmatic and inscrutable. In a tone that only the two could hear, he softly remarked, "Though this mountain shrine is in ruins, it is indeed a blessed ground. It seems that the mountain deity holds great affection for you children." As his words fell, Ada's body jolted. He raised his head, his expression a mixture of shock, horror, and disbelief, locking his gaze onto Li Yi. The mountain deity? How could he know of the mountain deity? Yet Li Yi offered no further explanations, merely responding with an inscrutable smile, taking Qin Muwan by the hand, and exiting the mountain shrine, leaving behind the profound silence and boundless imagination for that astonished youth. Chapter 64. The light of hope. As the youth watched Li Yi and Qin Muwan's retreating figures, Qin Muwan turned to see the familiar, somewhat mischievous smirk on Li Yi's face. He extended 3 fingers, waving them before her, and in a tone that only the two could hear,
he confidently remarked, "Madam, believe it or not, if I count to 3, he will certainly pursue us." Qin Muwan raised an eyebrow, casting him a look that said, "You're just boasting." Just moments before in the shrine, the youth named Ada had exhibited such wariness and vigilance. Had it not been for Xiaobao's dire condition, he likely would not have allowed them entry at all. Now that the child had been treated and the medicine left behind, they would be eager for these outsiders to vanish. How could they possibly pursue? "I don't believe you," Qin Muwan scoffed. "Bet on a roast duck from Zy Xianlu?" Li Yi raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "I'm in. Then it's your treat, madam." Seeing her take the bait, Li Yi's smile broadened. And without granting Qin Muwan a chance to back out, he leisurely began the countdown. 3. His voice was soft, yet it rippled through the air like a pebble cast into a tranquil lake. 2. Qin Muwan's heart inexplicably raced, her instincts urging her to listen for any sound behind her. Aside from the wind, all was silent. She was almost convinced she had secured victory. 1. The last syllable lingered in the air, barely dissipating. "Sir, please wait." A hoarse, urgent voice, laced with unmistakable fear and a hint of despair, suddenly called out from behind them. Accompanied by the shout, the decrepit temple door creaked open, and the leading youth, Ada, rushed out, calling to them. Li Yi slowly halted, turning with calculated leisure to raise an eyebrow at the astonished Qin Muwan, as if to say, "See, everything is under control. Roast duck, I've won." Qin Muwan, both exasperated and amused, shot him a glare, but deep within her gaze, a flicker of admiration emerged. This man seemed to have an uncanny ability to calculate the hearts of others with precision. Ada dashed up to them, arms wide open, blocking their path. This time, his eyes lacked aggression, replaced instead by a complex swirl of emotions. Breathing heavily, his chest heaving, he asked in a voice trembling to the point of being barely coherent, "Who are you? How do you know about the mountain deity?" The 4 characters mountain deity represented the sole spiritual refuge for these children in despair, their greatest secret. Yet, this secret had been casually unveiled by the seemingly ordinary physician before him. It shattered him completely. Li Yi regarded him, allowing his previously playful smile to fade, replaced by a profound compassion, as if he could see through all the world's tribulations. He did not directly answer Ada's question. Instead, he turned the tables, speaking in a gentle yet authoritative tone. "Who I am is not important. What matters is your sincerity. That venerable one has heard you. I am merely a fortunate passerby, here to convey goodwill." Such cryptic words only added to Ada's confusion. To dismantle his final defenses, Li Yi decided to stoke the flames further. His gaze seemed to pierce through the crumbling temple walls, sweeping across the interior, and he stated with unmistakable accuracy, "I not only know of the mountain deity, but I also know that you, the leader, are called Ada." Pausing, his eyes shifted towards the temple door as he continued. "A few days ago, the child who risked everything to protect his sister while stealing buns in the marketplace is named Shrew. And the child, lying on the hay, just having taken a pill, with a fever finally receding, is called Xiaobao. Am I correct?" These details have been quietly gathered by Yi Qi during the past few days through observation of the children's interactions and names. Yet now they became Li Yi's sharpest weapon. Boom! These words exploded in Ada's mind like thunder. Ada, Shrew, Xiaobao. These names known only among their tightly knit group of children, these deeply cherished titles, were accurately spoken by a complete stranger. In that moment, his last shred of doubt crumbled entirely. Such knowledge was beyond the reach of mere mortals. This was a true miracle. Just as Ada's mind was reeling, the previously silent Qin Muwan stepped forward at the opportune moment. She withdrew a package of osmanthus candy wrapped in oil paper from her bosom and gently extended it towards Ada. Her movements were soft, her gaze clear and sincere, devoid of any pressure. "If we wish to harm you, wouldn't it have been simpler to poison the medicine given to Xiaobao?" Her voice was cool, yet each word resonated with logical strength. "Here, share this with the children. Sweet treats can lighten one's spirits." This straightforward statement became the final straw that broke the camel's back. The impeccable logic, combined with the continued outpouring of goodwill, rendered Ada unable to maintain his composure. His tense body finally relaxed, and the sharp wooden stick he had wielded as a weapon clattered to the dusty ground, producing a crisp sound. The next moment, Ada fell to his knees with a thud. This time, it was not out of fear, but rather because, amidst the endless darkness and despair, he had finally glimpsed a glimmer of hope.
He forcefully struck his forehead against the ground, weeping uncontrollably, and with every ounce of strength he cried out, "Please, sir, save us! Please, sir, save us!" His kneeling seemed to serve as a signal. The children, who had been anxiously peering through the cracks of the door, upon witnessing their pillar of support bow down, rushed out in droves, mimicking Ada's posture, a sea of black kneeling before him. In that moment, the stifled cries and innocent pleas intertwined, creating an atmosphere of profound desolation in the dilapidated clearing. Li Yi observed this scene, a smile returning to his lips. Yet this time, it bore a deeper significance. He stepped forward, gently lifting Ada, who knelt at the front, and his gaze swept over the tear-streaked, hopeful faces of the children as he calmly stated, "Rise. The mountain god possesses a benevolent spirit and will not turn a blind eye to your plight." His tone shifted, his eyes sharpening. "However, to survive, mere prayers and offerings are insufficient. You must first tell me what transpired. Who are you hiding from?" As Ada led Li Yi, Qin Muwan, and the children back into the mountain god temple, the atmosphere had undergone a remarkable transformation. The previous wariness and hostility had vanished, replaced by an almost reverent dependence and trust. The children no longer cowered in corners, but cautiously gathered around the two, as if they were the luminous source capable of dispelling all darkness and cold. A small fire was rekindled, its flickering light illuminating the youthful yet weathered faces. Under Li Yi's gentle yet resolute gaze, Ada, the children's leader, finally prepared to recount the harrowing past. He inhaled deeply, as if summoning all his strength to unveil the blood-stained memories. His voice was hoarse, his body trembling uncontrollably. "I am Ada, and we are not for the capital." He lowered his head, his voice barely above a whisper, as fragile as a breeze that could disperse at any moment. "We hail from Zhangguzi village, 50 li north of the capital." As these words escaped his lips, Li Yi and Qin Muwan exchanged a silent glance. "Is your village near Hefengjai?" Li Yi inquired at an opportune moment. Ada nodded slightly. Li Yi furrowed his brow, the worst suspicions about to be confirmed. Ada continued to describe their ordeal in fragmented words. "About 3 months ago, I was playing in the field with a few children when a multitude of soldiers suddenly invaded our village. Ada's eyes reddened. They stormed into our village and captured everyone. Only Shitu and I managed to hide in the fields. The leader of the soldiers appeared imposing, and the troops referred to him as Your Highness, treating him with utmost reverence. All villagers were gathered in an open area at the village's edge and forced to kneel. The formidable Your Highness merely cast a cold glance at those kneeling before him, then waved his hand, and the soldiers, like madmen, charged forward, wielding their blades. They struck at anyone in sight, regardless of their capacity to resist, be they men, women, the elderly, or children. At this point, Shitu's voice trembled. As they slaughtered, they shouted that the bandits were resisting and should be killed without mercy. Being descendants of military families, the words "kill the innocent for merit" were etched into their very being. The ultimate disgrace and sin. Her fists clenched unconsciously, an icy murderous intent radiating from her. Ada could no longer contain his tears, painfully grasping his hair as he recalled the hellish scene. He wiped his face with his sleeve, smearing away the tears and snot, his voice distorted by overwhelming grief and anger. "I led Shitu and the others to sneak up the back mountain. The village was engulfed in flames that burned for 3 days and nights, reducing everything to ashes. We hid in the mountains, too afraid to make a sound, watching every night as the sky above the village burned red. A slightly older child, the boy named Shitu, tightly embraced his sister and took over the narrative, his voice trembling with uncontainable emotion. We thought that as long as we hid, we would be safe once they left. But days later, we discovered that they were searching the mountains. They changed into plain clothes, but we recognized them. Their eyes, their gait. Those were the soldiers who had slaughtered in the village." Shitu's agitation grew. "They found the cave where we were hiding and set the mountain ablaze, intending to roast us alive. We barely escaped through a small hole on the other side." At that moment, Li Yi and Qin Muwan finally comprehended why these children exhibited such extraordinary vigilance. This was not merely an act of fleeing. It was a relentless pursuit and escape spanning 3 months. Ada continued in anguish. "From that day forward, we understood. We are living targets. As long as we are alive, that lofty Your Highness cannot rest easy. They will stop at nothing to silence us. We dare not linger anywhere, fleeing southward, hiding by day, only daring to venture out at night for food. Yet those people were like wolves, sensing blood, pursuing us time and again. We originally had over a dozen among us, but those who lagged behind never caught up again. Ada could say no more, and the surrounding children stifled their sobs. That memory would forever be an unhealable wound. Qin Muwan's nails dug deeply in her palm, yet she felt no pain. She gazed at these children, who should have been carefree, but were now marred with scars, their eyes filled with fear and hatred, her heart gripped by an invisible hand, suffering so much that she could scarcely breathe. Li Yi reached out, gently patting Ada's back, which trembled violently from his agitation, offering a steadying strength as he probed further. Then why did you seek refuge in the capital? Is it not more perilous for you here, beneath the emperor's feet? Ada lifted his bloodshot eyes, which should have reflected clarity and innocence, but were now imbued with fury and resolve. Because the village elders spoke of the capital as the most reasonable place in the world. Here, there are officials, there is the Dali Temple, and there is the current sovereign. He nearly shouted these words. I thought that if given the chance, we could strike the drum of justice and petition for the unjustly slain, over 100 lives from our village, to seek retribution. The word seek retribution struck Qin Muwan's heart like a heavy hammer. And what happened next? She inquired softly. Afterward, I settled Shitu and the others in this dilapidated temple and went alone to the capital's government office. Upon hearing that I intended to accuse a high-ranking official known as Your Highness, the officials attempted to apprehend me. Fortunately, I escaped quickly, thus evading capture, and we have remained hidden in this broken temple, waiting for an opportunity to seek justice. As Ada spoke the final words, he could say no more, merely lifting his gaze to Li Yi with a despairing intensity that seemed on the verge of shattering, pleading, Sir, they have slaughtered all our kin, and now they seek to kill us as well. We truly only wish to survive. Upon hearing this heart-wrenching accusation, every expression on Li Yi's face was replaced by an unfathomable calmness and coldness. He slowly rose, approached Ada, and placed his hand gently upon his frail shoulder, which trembled from fear and sorrow. His gaze slowly swept across each child present, lingering on the mixture of fear, sorrow, and a final flicker of hope in their eyes. Then, with a deliberate and unwavering tone, as if he could alter the very fabric of reality, he made his solemn promise. Rest assured, from this day forth, I shall protect you. I will avenge the wrongs done to your families. Chapter 66. Are you also a prince? Li Yi's resounding pledge acted like a stabilizing force, instantly calming all cries and disturbances within the mountain god's temple. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned to Yi Qi, who had been waiting outside, and instructed, Yi Qi, promptly attend to 2 matters. First, procure a nondescript cart, the plainest one you can find, typically used for transporting goods. Be swift. Second, instruct the driver to wait for us at the most secluded alley behind the temple in half an hour. Understood, replied Yi Qi, vanishing from the temple's interior. The children, witnessing Yi Qi's sudden disappearance, widened their mouths in astonishment, further solidifying their belief in Li Yi's identity as the messenger of the mountain god. Once everything was arranged, Li Yi turned to face the children, still reeling from the overwhelming shock, as well as the concerned gaze of Qin Muwan. He approached her and lowered his voice, saying, Madam, this place is not suitable for lingering. We must leave at once. You will need to comfort them. Qin Muwan nodded solemnly, fully aware of the gravity of their situation. She moved among the children, crouching down to make her voice softer and more fitting for a divine messenger. Children, do not be afraid, she gently urged. The mountain god has heard your prayers and knows your grievances. He has decreed that he will take you to a place of absolute safety where no one can find you. This gentleman and I are here to escort you. The mountain god is taking us away to a safe place. The children, though still uncertain, found reassurance in the mention of the mountain god. Gradually, the fear on their faces was replaced by a naive anticipation. Ada looked at Li Yi and Qin Muwan. Despite a multitude of questions swirling in his mind, he chose to grasp onto this lifeline. He stood up and addressed the children behind him. Everyone, listen to the arrangements of this gentleman and this lady. Gather your things. We are leaving immediately. In truth, they had little to gather, merely a few tattered garments and the blankets bestowed upon them by the mountain god days prior. Half an hour later, under Qin Muwan's guidance and reassurance, the 8 children were quietly led out of the mountain god's temple in small groups. They anxiously huddled in the cart, which exuded a faint, musty odor, through the gaps in the fabric. They cast a final glance at the dilapidated temple that had sheltered them through countless days and nights, their hearts filled with a blend of dread for the unknown and a flicker of hope. As the driver gave a low command, the cart creaked and slowly entered the intricate alleyways of the capital, leaving behind the crumbling mountain god's temple along with the memories of hunger and cold. The car traversed through the capital, deliberately avoiding the attention of officials by taking the most secluded paths. The children pressed closely together in the swaying cart, silent except for the sound of their anxious heartbeats and the clattering of wheels over cobblestones. After an indeterminate time, the cart finally came to a halt. Yi Qi's deep voice called from outside, "Your Highness, we have arrived." As the heavy side door was pushed open, a warm and radiant light instantaneously dispelled the darkness within the cart. "Step down, children," Qin Muwan's gentle voice beckoned. One by one, the children cautiously peered out and descended from the cart. Then, everyone was struck dumb. Before them lay a world beyond their wildest dreams. Shidu's 6 or 7-year-old sister clung tightly to her brother's leg, terrified to take another step into the unfamiliar surroundings. Gone were the low-thatched cottages. Instead, there stood pavilions adorned with exquisite carvings and upturned eaves, robust crimson pillars supporting ornate roofs, painted with flowers and birds they had never encountered. The air was devoid of the familiar mustiness and decay, instead filled with a subtle, indescribable fragrance. Nearby, a rockery trickled with water, its gentle sound accompanied by a clear pond where colorful, plump fish swam leisurely. A younger boy tugged at a Da's sleeve, his voice trembling as he pointed at the koi in the pond, filled with awe and fear. "Is that the Dragon Lord?" Da opened his mouth but found himself at a loss for words. His entire life had been filled with yellow earth walls, fields, and bare mountains. The opulence and surreal beauty before him exceeded his comprehension. He could only stand there in a daze, feeling like a mere mortal who had unwittingly wandered into the celestial realm, breathing cautiously. This overwhelming visual spectacle and the stark contrast of the environment plunged the group of country children into a surreal and bittersweet shock. At that moment, the estate's head steward, Fuan, hurriedly approached from the front courtyard. Spotting Li Yi from afar, his face was etched with concern as he muttered while running, "Oh, my prince, you have finally returned. I was beside myself with worry when you vanished this afternoon. And who are these children?" Before Fuan could finish his sentence, he abruptly fell silent. The familiar address of Your Highness echoed like thunder, shattering the silence of the courtyard. Ada's body jolted at the sound. "Your Highness!" Again, that haunting title that had tormented him for over 3 months. On that fateful day, at the blood-soaked village entrance, those armored soldiers wielding butcher knives had reverently addressed the high-ranking figure who had ordered the massacre with the same title. The trust he had just begun to build was instantly consumed by fear. The fleeting warmth and sense of security shattered like bubbles in the sunlight upon contact. It was a ruse, a far greater trap. Ada let out a piercing scream, abruptly spreading his arms wide to shield the still-dazed children behind him. He hastily picked up a pebble meant for the garden's decoration and, with eyes once again filled with blood and hatred, glared fiercely at Li Yi. "Are you also a prince? You are one of them." His voice was hoarse, each word seemingly forced from his throat. "I knew it. I knew you harbored ill intentions. You brought us here to ensnare us." The atmosphere froze to a chilling point. Fuan, who had just expressed concern, turned pale with fright, bewildered by the unfolding events. The servants who had hurried over at the sound stood frozen, utterly at a loss. Qin Muwan's heart tightened instinctively, and she moved to explain, but Li Yi's hand intercepted her. Chapter 67. The Wrath of Li Yi. Li Yi regarded Shitu and the children behind him with an unsettling calmness. However, the gentle smile that had adorned his face had vanished. "Indeed, I'm also a prince." He gazed steadily at the trembling youth before him, whose eyes brimmed with despair, and slowly, clearly spoke. He acknowledged this title, this reality. Then, observing the sudden contraction of Ada's shocked pupils, he deliberately unveiled a more harrowing truth. In the Qin dynasty, all sons of the emperor are called princes. Li Yi's voice bore no hint of emotion, akin to a cold iron hammer, striking blow after blow against Ada's heart, shattering his final illusions to pieces.
Thus, you have heard me clearly. 3 months ago, in Zhangguza village, the order to massacre over 100 souls from your village did not come from a high-ranking official. He paused, allowing the cruel reality to seep into the minds of every child present, and then, with a tone as if pronouncing a sentence, he uttered that name. It was none other than the prince of the current dynasty, my second brother, Qin Muwan. Ado was left utterly stunned. His mind buzzed, as if the entire world was spinning around him. He had fled to the capital, clinging to a final glimmer of hope, thinking perhaps he could have the chance to petition the emperor for justice for his fellow commoners. In the end, his enemy turned out to be the exalted prince, and the one he had believed to be sent by the mountain deity to save them was, in fact, the enemy's brother. What did this signify? It meant their grievances could never be avenged. It meant their desire to petition for justice was a grand joke. It meant they were now ensnared in peril. The profound darkness and icy despair engulfed him like a tidal wave. The belief that had sustained him through his escape, the hope of seeking retribution, was shattered in that instant by the harshness of reality. The conviction to protect the children and ensure their survival was likewise crushed. The pebble he had been clutching slipped from his grasp, falling with a soft thud onto the smooth blue stone, producing a sound both crisp and despairing. Ada's body swayed, unable to support itself any longer. His knees buckled, and he collapsed to the ground, sinking into a darkness deeper than ever before. Li Yi observed his complete breakdown. His eyes devoid of pity, only a cold sharpness remained. He stepped forward, crouching down to meet Ada's gaze, which was now vacant and lifeless. With a voice both chilling and resolutely firm, as if capable of pulling someone back from the depths of hell, he enunciated slowly, "Do you believe I am in league with your enemy? Upon learning that your foe is a prince, have you surrendered all hope of vengeance? Did you not wish to protect them? Did you not seek justice for your parents and the villagers? Have you so easily given up?" The series of questions left Ada, sitting on the ground, somewhat dazed. At that moment, Li Yi seized Ada by the collar, causing Qin Muwan, who was behind him, to flinch and rush forward to intervene, only to be rebuked by Li Yi. "Stay back. Do not interfere. If you are not prepared to seek justice for your parents, if you have not resolved to protect the children behind you, then this matter ends here." Li Yi's sharp reprimand was like a bucket of icy water poured over Qin Muwan's anxious heart, freezing the air in the courtyard. Fu Wen and the surrounding servants were so terrified they did not dare to breathe, having never witnessed their lord display such a cold, unfeeling demeanor. Was this still the carefree Wang who laughed at all misfortunes as if they were mere fabric to cover him? Li Yi disregarded everyone, his focus solely on Ada, who sat on the ground like a withered tree. He continued to grip Ada's collar tightly, the veins on his hand bulging, as if he intended to drag the youth from the abyss of despair. "Lift your head and look at me." Li Yi's voice, though not loud, carried an undeniable authority. Ada's body stiffened as he raised his head, his hollow eyes reflecting Li Yi's frigid countenance. "Answer me. Do you wish to take revenge? Do you want those 7 siblings behind you, who trust and depend on you, to live?" Each word from Li Yi pierced Ada's most vulnerable nerves like a needle. "Revenge?" Ada murmured, a grimace more painful than tears twisting his mouth. "The enemy is a prince, your own brother, and now we find ourselves in your hands. What can I do for revenge? Even survival feels like a luxury." "Luxury?" Li Yi scoffed, his laughter brimming with unmasked derision. "Indeed, for you at this moment, it is a luxury, because you are but a puddle of mire. Upon hearing the identity of your enemy, you lack even the courage to stand. Why do you have to seek revenge? Just because of your worthless tears?" Li Yi released his grip, discarding Ada onto the ground as one would dispose of refuse. He stood, towering over him, his tone so frigid it could freeze a soul. "Let me tell you, in Qian, a prince who commits a crime is punished as a commoner. This is the rule established by Emperor Taizu. Qin Muwan has committed heinous acts, slaughtering innocents and usurping credit. He has transgressed against the heavenly laws. But the heavenly laws will not grow legs to apprehend him. Justice will not simply fall into your lap. If you wish to seek justice, if you wish to take revenge, you must stand up, hold back your tears, transform your hatred, your anger, your every ounce of murderous intent towards Qin Muwan into the strength to survive, to rise, and to bring him down." Li Yi's voice echoed in the courtyard, resounding and deafening. Ada, who still sat on the ground, began to tremble violently.
Flashing through his mind were the images of his parents lying in pools of blood. The desperate wails of the villagers, the inferno that raged for 3 days and nights, and the 7 pairs of fearful, dependent eyes fixed upon him. Indeed, if he were to die, what would become of his younger siblings? If he gave up, who would solace the more than 100 wrongfully slain souls? Hatred. Boundless hatred surged forth like magma from the depths of his icy heart, scorching every fiber of his being. Death? Too lenient. He must survive. He must witness that lofty prince pay for his crimes. In his once lifeless eyes, a spark finally reignited. The ember was faint yet unwavering, burning with a madness that threatened to consume all. Ada, with trembling hands, pushed against the ground, slowly and painfully rising. He first knelt on one knee, then gradually straightened his back, his knees still on the ground. He lifted his gaze, and the face marred by tears and dirt now bore no trace of despair or weakness. Instead, it radiated a twisted determination born from desperation. He looked at Li Yi, at this man who was also a prince, who might be his only hope, the brother of his enemy. Thud! Ada summoned all his strength and slammed his forehead against the cold bluestone. Once, twice, thrice, blood flowed from his forehead, mingling with the dirt on his face. A sight both shocking and poignant. He raised his head, his voice hoarse to the extreme, as if weeping blood, and shouted each word with a fierce urgency. I want to take revenge. I implore your highness to teach me. I beseech your highness to shelter us. From this moment forth, Ada's life belongs to your highness. I shall brave fire and water, without hesitation. Chapter 68. Li Tai is in grave trouble. In that moment, the courtyard fell into a profound silence. Whether it was the house servants of the Wang Fu or the group of children behind Ada, who still did not comprehend what had transpired. Qin Muwan, witnessing the scene, felt a pang of bitterness. She could not bear Li Yi's ruthless methods. Yet she had to acknowledge that only such a process of breaking and rebuilding could forge a completely despondent youth into a sharp blade. Li Yi gazed at Ada, who knelt on the ground, his eyes having undergone a complete transformation, and the cold expression on his face finally began to thaw. Fuan. Li Yi's voice returned to its usual calm. The old servant stood at attention. Fuan, startled, hurried forward. Take them away, prepare hot water for them, and let them have a good bath. Find a tailor in the estate and have clean clothes made for each of them. Then, go to the kitchen and have them prepare the most sumptuous meal, whatever they desire. Let them feast to their heart's content. Li Yi methodically instructed, remember, do not regard them as common folk. They are esteemed guests of my carefree Wang Fu. Yes, yes, the old servant understands. Fuan quickly beckoned the other servants, carefully guiding the still, stunned children. Ada remained motionless, kneeling upright on the ground, gazing at Li Yi. Approaching him, Li Yi gently helped him to his feet, observing the wound on his forehead, and softly said, Go now, clean yourself up and have a hearty meal. Revenge requires both strength and strategy. There's no need to rush. Ada nodded solemnly, saying nothing further, and rose to lead his younger siblings, following Fu into the courtyard. It was not until the last of the children's figures vanished behind the archway that Qin Muwan hastened to Li Yi's side, her beautiful eyes laced with reproach and fear. You were too reckless just now. What if he truly lost his mind and completely broke down? Li Yi turned to face her worried expression, his familiar, slightly languid smile returning to his face. Madam, do you believe that the greatest sorrow lies in a heart that has perished? To combat utter despair, gentle comfort is akin to scratching the surface. It is utterly futile. Only through more intense stimuli and greater hatred can one be pulled back from the brink of death. He stretched languidly, as if the decisive figure he had just been was but a fleeting illusion. Only by completely shattering him can he be reborn. Oh dear, I am exhausted. Li Yi casually stretched again. I shall return to my quarters for a brief rest. Fuan arranged for a tranquil little courtyard for the children to settle in. Hot water was delivered as if it were free, and the 8 children were tended to by several nimble maids, washing away months of accumulated grime and dirt. When they donned soft, clean garments made of fine cotton, each appeared at a loss. The texture of the fabric was an unparalleled comfort they had never experienced before. Dinner was laid out on a stone table in the courtyard. Steaming white rice, a large bowl of tenderly braised meat glistening with enticing oil, alongside stir-fried seasonal vegetables, golden scrambled eggs, and a pot of piping hot chicken soup. The children,
gazing at the sumptuous feast they had never before encountered, were momentarily stunned. None daring to pick up their chopsticks, instinctively looking toward Ada. Ada's forehead had been simply bandaged, and as he looked at the food before them, and then at the eager eyes of his siblings, he took a deep breath and declared, "His Highness has allowed us to eat. We shall eat. Only when we are full can we have strength." With his words, the children cautiously picked up their chopsticks. One of the sisters, seizing a piece of braised meat, placed it in her mouth, and the sweet, tender flavor caused her eyes to widen in surprise, followed by tears flowing unbidden. She cried as she chewed, seemingly trying to swallow all the grievances of the past 3 months along with the food. One child, unable to contain himself due to his haste in eating, burped, eliciting laughter from a few others, though their laughter still carried a hint of timidity. It felt like a ray of sunlight breaking through the long-standing sorrow that had shrouded their hearts. Qin Muwan stood at a distance behind the moon gate, quietly observing the scene, her heart filled with mixed emotions. She had arranged for the most attentive and kind-hearted maidservants to look after these children and had personally inspected their soon-to-be rooms, ensuring that the beds and bedding were warm and comfortable, without a trace of negligence. The echo of Li Yi's earlier nearly cruel reprimand still resonated in her mind, leaving her somewhat shaken. Yet seeing the children's faces gradually relax, she had to admit that although Li Yi's methods were harsh, they were undeniably effective. This man always seemed to achieve the most correct objectives through the most irrational means. As the night deepened and tranquility enveloped the room, Li Yi, having finished washing up and changed in a loose casual attire, reclined languidly in his cherished rocking chair, a cup of hot tea in hand, reverting to his characteristic lazy demeanor. Qin Muwan entered, placing a pastry on the table beside him. Having busied herself all day, she bore a trace of fatigue on her face. Yet her eyes sparkled brightly as she took a seat opposite him. "The children are all settled," she began. Thank you, madam," Li Yi replied, sipping his tea without opening his eyes. Observing his unyielding posture, Qin Muwan could not help but furrow her brow, asking sternly, "What do you plan to do next?" "The witness is now in our residence. We should immediately begin gathering further evidence against Ning Wang for killing Liang and usurping credit. Then compile it into a memorial for submission to the emperor, requesting his majesty to intervene on their behalf." Coming from a military family, she always favored straightforward action. To her, with concrete evidence and victims present, it was only natural to report directly to the throne. However, to her surprise, Li Yi slowly opened his eyes, regarding her with an expression of youthful naivete, and leisurely rocked in his chair, chuckling, "Madam, you have taken the wrong approach." "What do you mean by that?" Qin Muwan felt somewhat indignant. "Consider this a direct report?" Li Yi scoffed lightly. "Indeed, we have a witness, and perhaps we might find some material evidence. But who is our opponent? It is a royal prince, a capable minister praised by the emperor himself, Ning Wang. Do you believe that as soon as our memorial is submitted, Ning Wang's residence will not be able to conjure up 100, perhaps even 1,000 reasons to refute it?" He raised a finger, continuing his analysis. "He could claim that these children are remnants of the Black Wind tribe, and that due to our discord, we deliberately bribed them to seek revenge. He may even turn the tables and accuse us of being the masterminds. In that case, the court will devolve into a prolonged war of words, with the censorate, the Supreme Court, and the Ministry of Justice entangled in disputes, likely resulting in a case left unresolved." Qin Muwan's brows knitted tightly. Although she was reluctant to admit it, she knew Li Yi spoke the truth. The complexities of court intrigue were far from the purity of blades on the battlefield. Most critically, Li Yi's tone grew somber. If the matter were to escalate to court, Ada and the others would shift from victims and witnesses to the focal point and target of everyone's attention. To protect himself, Ning Wang would employ every means to attack, smear them, and even covertly silence them forever. Could we protect them for a moment, let alone a lifetime? To place all hope in the emperor's wisdom is the most foolish course of action. Then what do you suggest? Qin Muwan felt a chill in her heart at his words, growing anxious. We cannot simply let the true culprit go unpunished. What are more than 100 wrong souls? Of course, they cannot be overlooked. Li's lips suddenly curled into a cunning smile reminiscent of a fox. He rose from his rocking chair, his eyes sparkling with excitement, as if he had discovered a delightful new toy. To deal with my self-proclaimed capable brother, who values face and achievements more than life itself,
To strike him down directly would be too merciful. It wouldn't be satisfying enough. He leaned in closer, lowering his voice with a mischievous delight. We must use a dull knife to slice the flesh, allowing him to watch as the things he cherishes most, the things he takes pride in, are gradually torn apart and trampled underfoot, while he himself can do nothing but watch, seething and driven to madness. That is true torment. That is the essence of killing the heart. He stood and walked to the writing desk, leisurely stating, "My dear second brother is currently confined by our father. Idly growing restless, is he not? As a younger brother, it is only proper to send him a congratulatory gift to alleviate his boredom." Observing the mischievous smile on his face, Qin Muwan suddenly felt a chill creeping up her spine. She sensed that Ningguang Li Tai was about to face a calamity. "Have you prepared what I asked for?" "Your Highness, as per your command. It has been completed and wrapped." "Have Yi Qi deliver it to my dear second brother." "Yes." Qin Muwan observed the seemingly cryptic exchange between Li Yi and Fu Wen, feeling momentarily bewildered. Half an hour later, at the Ningguang Fu, a beautifully packaged gift box was respectfully delivered to the entrance by Yi Qi. The guarding personal guards initially intended to halt and question the delivery, but upon learning it was a token of consolation from the Xiang Yao Wang Fu to their master, they dared not delay, promptly accepting it and presenting it inside. At this moment, Ningguang Li Tai was pacing restlessly in his study. He had been under house arrest for nearly 2 months, confined within these 4 walls. His ambitions and aspirations stifled, resulting in a simmering anger. Upon hearing that the useless third brother, who had caused his confinement, had sent a gift, a look of unmasked disdain crossed his face as he dismissively waved his hand. "Open it and see what that dog has sent to irritate me." The servants stepped forward, cautiously unveiling the heavy gift box. However, the moment the box was opened, the anticipated treasures of gold and silver, antiques, and paintings were conspicuously absent. Instead, they found a meticulously crafted miniature landscape model made of yellow clay, dry grass, broken stones, and charred wood. It represented a complete panorama of a village, featuring the charred remnants of houses, crooked field ridges, dried-up streams, and even splotches of red dye symbolizing bloodstains. This was the exact likeness of Zhang Gozi village. Beside the model lay a pristine white note, inscribed with Li Yi's elegant handwriting, laced with a hint of mockery, containing only a single line. "Upon hearing of my second brother's successful campaign against the bandits, which serves the realm, I present this replica of the bandit lair to commemorate your great victory. Yours, Li Yi." Li Tai's expression shifted through a myriad of emotions in an instant. From initial disdain to shock upon seeing the model, disbelief turned to a deep, bone-chilling rage and a flicker of profound fear. He realized it. He had found those few who had escaped his grasp. Li, a suppressed roar, akin to a trapped beast, erupted within the study. Li Tai abruptly raised his hand and slammed it down upon the exquisite model. With a thunderous crash, clay and stones scattered, and the village that harbored his greatest secrets and evidence was instantly reduced to a chaotic ruin. His eyes burned crimson, his chest heaved violently as he gasped for breath. He yearned to kill, to storm into the Xiang Yao Wang Fu immediately, and dismember Li Yi and those accursed survivors. Yet he could not. He could do nothing. Li Yi had not exposed him, had not brought the matter before their father, but instead had sent such a gift. This was a silent provocation, a blatant threat. He could only bite his teeth and swallow his blood, suppressing the raging fury and fear deep within, suffocatingly maddening. Since receiving that gift, the following days saw the entire Ning Wang Fu shrouded in a low-pressure atmosphere, the mood sinking to an icy nadir. The servants tiptoed around, afraid to breathe, as if even inhaling was a mistake. Everyone knew that their master's temper had plummeted to an extreme, like a volcano ready to erupt. In the study, valuable porcelain was replaced repeatedly, and the sounds of shattering objects and their masters' suppressed roars echoed daily. Naturally, Li Tai was unwilling to sit idly by. He promptly dispatched the most elite spies in the residence to monitor the Xiang Yao Wang Fu day and night, attempting to uncover the whereabouts of those children. However, to his astonishment and fury, the defenses of the Xiang Yao Wang Fu had become impenetrable. The skilled individuals he sent felt an ominous, almost palpable danger locking onto them as they approached the vicinity of the Wang Fu. It was the aura of top-tier experts. Li Tai was so enraged he nearly spat blood. Those children must be hidden within the Xiangyao Wang Fu by that scoundrel Li. Yet he dared not force his way in. Mishandling the situation would lead to a brotherly conflict, dragging it before their father, where he would gain nothing. He possessed immense power and authority, yet had nowhere to vent, leaving him to seethe impotently in his own palace. A sensation far more unbearable than receiving a slap in the face. In stark contrast to the oppressive gloom of the Ning Wang Fu, the Xiangyao Wang Fu basked in tranquility. In the small courtyard of the back garden, Li Yi lounged languidly in a grand chair, savoring exquisite Osmanthus candies, and beaming warmly at the row of children standing before him. Come, do not be nervous. Today I shall not teach you reading and writing, but instead, a delightful nursery rhyme, Li Yi said with a cheerful smile. The children appeared a bit shy, but having adapted over the past few days, they were no longer as fearful. The people in the Wang Fu treated them kindly, providing endless food and snacks, along with warm beds for them. It was a life akin to paradise. This song is quite simple. I will sing it first. Listen closely. Clearing his throat, Li Yi began to sing slowly with a slightly off-key but exceptionally clear rhythm. The black wind blows over the mountain pass. Zhangjia village lies silent. The general arrives. Crafting achievements. Good people are treated as bandits to be exterminated. The children cry, asking the heavens, yet the heavens remain silent, tears flowing. The lyrics were straightforward. The melody catchy, easily remembered after just one hearing. However, to sure to, and the others, each word, Black Wind Stronghold, Zhangjia Village, extermination of bandits, struck them like daggers, instantly recalling that bloody day. Their eyes reddened, and their bodies trembled uncontrollably. Observing their reactions, Li Yi's smile remained. Yet his tone grew serious. Remember this song and every word it contains. Hatred cannot be forgotten. Yi Qi, what is your command, your highness? Disperse this newly composed nursery rhyme. Do not be overt. Find a few clever storytellers and street vendors to hum it inadvertently in crowded places. Focus on the streets and alleys where children gather. I want every child in the capital to know this phone Yao in the shortest time possible. Understood. Yi Qi accepted the order and vanished once more. In the following days, a lively and catchy nursery rhyme spread through the capital at an astonishing rate. The first to learn it were the mischievous children traversing the streets and alleys. They found the rhyme easy to remember and quickly replaced their old songs sung while playing ball and hopscotch. Soon, the rhyme reached the ears of the adults. Initially, they paid little attention, dismissing it as mere childish play. However, as the nursery rhyme gained traction, discerning individuals began to sense something amiss. Have you heard? That phone Yao has been making the rounds. Oh yes, my little rascal has been chanting the black wind blows over the mountain pass in the yard every day. It's quite annoying. This nursery rhyme has some depth. The black wind refers to the bandits exterminated by Ning Wang just 3 months ago, didn't it? Now that you mention it, you're right. What of Zhangjia village? And that line about good people being treated as bandits. Be careful with such words. In no time, the tea houses and taverns of the capital became the primary breeding ground for the nursery rhyme. The storyteller on stage animatedly recounted the prowess and valor of His Highness Ning Wang, detailing his triumphant campaign against bandits. Below, several listeners engaged in hushed discussions about the accompanying nursery rhyme, inciting a series of knowing chuckles from those nearby. The whispers even reached the imperial court. Some censors, known for their forthrightness, had heard of the rhyme, titled Hefeng Yao, through various channels, although lacking concrete evidence. Their glances toward the officials aligned with Ning Wang were tinged with scrutiny and suspicion. Inside the Ning Wang residence, Li Tai trembled with rage as he listened to reports regarding the spread of Hefeng Yao in the capital. His handsome face flushed a deep crimson. The audacity was intolerable. He shattered a precious celadon vase against the floor with a fierce crash. This was a far more insidious affront than a direct impeachment petition. An impeachment would at least allow for a defense. But this was merely a nursery rhyme. What would he possibly do? It was inconceivable to issue a decree banning the citizens from singing a simple rhyme. He could hardly dispatch troops to arrest children singing in the streets, lamenting to the heavens. Such actions would only solidify his reputation as guilty and play into Li Yi's hands. A profound humiliation festered within him. On the afternoon of the third day, since the rhyme began to circulate,
A new storyteller graced the renowned tea house, Guangzhou Lu. This gentleman appeared to be in his 40s, donned a somewhat worn blue scholar's robe, and bore a slender face adorned with a tuft of goat-like beard. Wielding a polished paper fan, unlike the established masters of storytelling, he exuded no commanding presence. Instead, he resembled a downcast scholar. His brow clouded with the air of unfulfilled ambition, clearly there to earn a meager livelihood. Upon his ascent to the stage, murmurs of curiosity arose from the audience. Oh, has Guangzhou Lu changed performers today? Where's Lu the Blind? Who knows? Perhaps a newcomer is testing the waters. Judging by his appearance, what stories could he possibly tell? Unperturbed by the audience's open skepticism, the storyteller leisurely set down his wooden clapper with a resonant thud, silencing the chatter. All eyes were drawn to him. He smiled gently, clasped his hands, and with a voice that was both unhurried and slightly magnetic, began, "Esteemed guests, today I shall not recount tales of heroic epics or romantic escapades. Instead, let us indulge in a peculiar narrative, one that unfolds amidst the mountains and fields. The title of this tale is The General and the Mountain Spirit." At this, the audience's interest waned. A tale of the supernatural? Aren't those just about fox spirits or zombies? We're tired of hearing those. However, this storyteller was, in fact, Li Yi in disguise. Observing the audience's reactions, a subtle smile curved his lips. This was the contrast he sought. Ignoring their dismissive attitudes, he continued, lowering his voice to infuse it with an air of mystery. Once upon a time, there was a general of the former dynasty, surnamed Wang, renowned for his valor and military accomplishments. One year, he was ordered to eradicate a band of marauders occupying Wolfhead Mountain. The general, indeed formidable, swiftly overran the bandit stronghold and executed their leader. The story commenced unremarkably, mirroring countless heroic tales circulating in the marketplace. Li Yi paused, then abruptly shifted the tone, his voice growing colder. Yet this General Wang had a flaw. He craved grander accolades. He believed that merely vanquishing a band of mountain thieves was insufficient to elevate his standing in the court. Thus, he devised a scheme. Upon hearing this, some previously drowsy patrons perked up with newfound interest. He turned his blade upon the innocent village of Zhangjia beneath Wolfhead Mountain, declaring it a den of bandits, asserting the villagers were their kin, fiercely resisting. Consequently, in a single night, the village, over 100 souls, including the elderly, women, and children, was mercilessly slaughtered. A collective gasp echoed through the audience. Killing innocents to claim credit. Such a heinous crime would shake any dynasty to its core. And then, some impatient tea drinkers urged for more. Li Yi's gaze swept across the room, his face revealing a peculiar smile. Then, General Wang returned to the court with news of victory, awarded titles and honors, basking in glory. Yet from that day forth, strange occurrences began. In the general's residence, the anguished cries of children echoed nightly, haunting and relentless, as if emanating from the very depths of hell, pervading the walls, beams, and beneath the beds. Despite his efforts to scour the estate, not a single ghostly figure could be found. Li lowered his voice, mimicking the eerie cries. "Mother! I want my mother! I am so cold." His chilling imitation resonated eerily, causing the temperature in Guangzhou Lu to plummet, prompting several patrons to instinctively draw back their necks, shivering at the chill on their spines. The incessant weeping plagued General Wang's nights, driving him into madness. He began to dream of the villagers from Li family village, each one bloodied, reaching out to him. "General, what wrong have we done? General, return our lives." Most terrifying of all was a little girl he had slain, clutching a half-eaten piece of malt candy. In his nightmares, she stood at his bedside, blood-soaked, repeatedly asking, "General, where's my candy? You lost my candy." At this juncture, the story transcended mere horror to evoke a bone-chilling dread. The patrons could not help but envision a once-lauded general, now tormented in the dead of night by vengeful spirits, confronted by a little girl demanding her lost candy. A truly terrifying tableau. Without granting the audience a moment to recover, Li Yi continued. Gradually, General Wang succumbed to madness. By day, he saw everyone as vengeful ghosts. By night, he huddled in corners, trembling with fear. During meals, he would suddenly scream, claiming the rice transformed into the faces of dead children. While drinking tea, he would violently overturn his cup, declaring the tea was blood.
Finally, on a night of torrential rain and thunder, General Wang completely broke down. Dressed in white prison garb, hair disheveled, he rushed to the entrance of his estate. Weeping and laughing amidst the downpour, crying out, "Do not seek me! Do not seek me! I killed you! I am sorry! Please spare me!" The tale concluded with this once mighty general, now deemed a madman, forever confined to his own dungeon, doomed to coexist with unseen mountain spirits. With a resounding clap of the wooden clapper, the story reached its end. Guangzhou Lu fell into a profound silence, as everyone remained entranced by the chilling narrative, unable to gather their thoughts. After a prolonged hush, someone finally broke the stillness. Doesn't the Wolf Head Mountain in the story sound remarkably like Hefeng Mountain? Indeed, that line about good people being mistaken for bandits is identical to the Hefeng Yao the children sang just days ago. My heavens, if you think about it. The general in this story, basking in victory yet haunted by his misdeeds, driven to madness, doesn't that describe? A bold patron abruptly covered his mouth, casting a fearful glance around, refraining from uttering the name. But all understood. Ning Wang, Li Tai. In light of the previously circulated Hefeng Yao, and after hearing this thrilling, intricate tale of the general and the mountain spirit, a vivid and coherent picture formed instantly in the minds of the populace. It turns out that the song in Hefeng Yao is indeed true. Prince Ning has genuinely slaughtered innocent villagers to claim credit for achievements. No wonder he has recently been confined to his estate by the emperor. It is not for any other reason, but because he harbors a guilty conscience, tormented by vengeful spirits, on the brink of madness. This tale provides the most perfect factual basis and insider explanation for the nursery rhyme. In an instant, the tea house erupted in fervent discussion. People ceased their loud debates and gathered in small clusters, lowering their voices as they exchanged knowing glances. I knew it. How can one be confined after a victorious battle? Now it makes sense. Such heinous deeds, over 100 lives lost. It is no wonder he is haunted by ghosts. This is retribution. From now on, if anyone dares to call Prince Ning a capable minister, I shall be the first to spit in their face. At this moment, public opinion underwent a dramatic transformation from skepticism to firm conviction. Li Yi observed the agitated crowd below, a faint smile gracing his lips as he tucked a few coins of reward into his sleeve and quietly departed amidst the chaos, concealing his accomplishments and reputation. The incendiary gossip he left behind was just beginning to ignite. That very afternoon, storytellers in the capital's tea houses procured drafts of Jiang Junyushan from various sources. These skilled orators, who relied on their eloquence for a living, immediately sensed the immense commercial potential within. Consequently, the following day, all the storytelling venues in the capital unanimously featured Jiang Junyushan as their main act. Through the artistic embellishments and reinterpretations of these storytellers, the versions of the tale grew increasingly bizarre and exaggerated. Some accounts detailed how the general cruelly slaughtered children, stirring righteous indignation among listeners. Others introduced terrifying details of vengeful spirits demanding retribution, claiming that blood seeped from the walls of the general's residence every night. Even bolder versions audaciously shifted the story's backdrop to the Black Wind Mountain Bandits' oppression, changing the protagonist's name to General Li, directly naming and shaming him. The capital was in a complete uproar when Li Tai's trusted confidant reported the various circulating versions of Jiang Junyushan to him verbatim. He was seated in his study, attempting to calm himself with a book. Even more alarming, it was said that the general could see a little girl holding malt candy standing by his bedside at night, asking, "General, where's my candy?" Just then, his confidant remarked, "Your Highness, the rumors outside have gone wild, claiming you are." Before he could finish, Li Tai felt a sudden sweetness in his throat and spewed a mouthful of blood, splattering the desk before him and the Sheng Xian shoe he had not even glanced at. "Li Yi, I will have your life." Li Tai's eyes turned crimson, resembling a madman as he overturned the entire desk, inkstones, brushes, and books scattering across the floor. He felt he was truly being driven to madness. A tempest of fury intertwined with a deep-seated fear obliterated his rationality. He could no longer sit idly by. "Come here," he bellowed. A black lad, composed guard, silently appeared before him. "What are your orders, Your Highness?" "You take people immediately, change into plain clothes, and go to the tea houses causing the most commotion in the city." Li Tai's voice twisted with rage,
filled with ferocity. Silence those storytellers spreading nonsense. Show them some repercussions so they understand what can and cannot be said. Your Highness, that may not be wise. The confidant hesitated. Taking action now would only confirm the rumors outside, solidifying our guilt. Silence. Li Tai kicked over a nearby chair, roaring, "If I command you to go, you shall go. Am I to watch them pour filth over my head? If we cut off the source, these rumors will naturally cease. A group of lowly commoners. A beating will make them obedient. Go." The confidant deemed this a foolish decision. Yet, in the eyes of the already irrational Li Tai, it was the only direct and satisfying solution he could conceive. He naively believed that if violence could silence the storytellers, the storm of rumors would pass. The confidant, unwilling to offer further counsel, accepted the order and withdrew. That night, under a darkened sky and howling winds, the largest tea house in the capital, Guangzhou, had just closed its doors, and the staff were tidying up the tables and chairs. Suddenly, the doors were kicked open, and a dozen thuggish ruffians armed with clubs stormed in. "Smash everything!" the leader shouted fiercely. In an instant, tables and chairs were overturned, teapots and porcelain bowls shattered, and the entire Guangzhou descended into chaos. The storyteller who had recounted Jiangjun Yushangui earlier was dragged from the backyard and pinned to the ground, receiving a barrage of punches and kicks. "Stop your nonsense! Stop your fabrications! Ah, please, good sirs, spare me!" Amidst the cries of despair, the ruffian leader stomped down hard on the storyteller's left leg. A sickening crack echoed. "Listen, if you dare mention Jiangjun Yushangui again, it won't just be your leg that's broken, but your life. Do you understand?" "Understand. Understand. I will never dare again." The storyteller, clutching his shattered leg, writhed in agony on the ground. The ruffians, having achieved their purpose, boasted and smashed a few more items before departing. A similar scene unfolded in several other bustling tea houses simultaneously. The violent incidents spread rapidly through the capital, even faster than the story itself. Everyone learned that the storytellers of Jiangjun Yushangui had been beaten severely. Within the confines of the Xiao Yao Wang Fu's study, Yi Qi relayed the gathered information to Li Yi in detail. Mr. Wang from Guangzhou had his left leg broken, and the storytellers from other tea houses had suffered varying degrees of injuries. Now, all storytellers in the city were tight-lipped about Jiangjun Yushangui, none daring to mention it again. Qin Muwan furrowed her brows, her face filled with concern. This situation has escalated. Li Tai actually dares to commit violence in public. This is lawless. What if he becomes desperate and traces it back to us? However, Li Yi seemed unperturbed by her worries, instead sporting a cunning, fox-like smile. He leisurely lifted his teacup, gently blowing at the floating tea leaves, and said slowly, "Madam, there is no need to rush." He set down the teacup, gazing at Qin Muwan with excitement in his eyes. "My second brother has finally done something clever. He has personally handed the ladder to me." "What do you mean clever?" Qin Muwan asked, puzzled. "Think about it." Li Yi explained leisurely. "Previously, we only had an ethereal ghost story. Although the people believed it, it ultimately remained mere hearsay, lacking substance. But now," he raised a finger, tapping the air lightly, "now we have a living, breathing victim punished for speaking the truth. A commoner who thought he was telling the truth and was brutally oppressed by the powerful." Li Yi stood up, pacing the room, the smile on his lips growing more pronounced. "A mere story is not enough. Without a victim, without blood and tears, it lacks authenticity. Now, my second brother has created a victim for us, complete with blood and tears." He paused, turning to the still bewildered Qin Muwan, and said leisurely, "Now, the stage is fully set, with actors, scripts, and props all in place. This performance is bound to be captivating." Chapter 72. There are 6 others as impressive as I. The courtyard of the Xiao Yao Wang Fu, once tranquil, now buzzed with activity. Under several ancient locust trees, a spacious area was occupied by 7 or 8 children, diligently practicing their stances under Yi Qi's supervision. Their garments have been replaced with clean cotton tunics, though they still appear frail. The fear and unease etched on their faces have considerably waned during these days of relative tranquility, particularly in their eyes. The previous flicker of evasion and terror has been supplanted by a newfound resolve befitting their youth. Stand tall. Breathe deeply. How can you speak of vengeance when you can scarcely maintain your stance? Yi Qi's voice remained as frigid as ever as he paced beside the children. wielding a slender bamboo staff, occasionally tapping the children who faltered in their posture. "Uncle Yichi, how long must we hold this stance? My legs feel as though they belong to someone else." The small face of Shrew, too, turned crimson, beads of sweat trickling down his brow. His young age and limited stamina rendered him precariously close to collapse. Yichi approached him, displaying no anger, but calmly stated, "If you cannot endure this minor hardship, how can you expect His Highness to avenge you?" As these words resonated, the previously restless children fell silent. Hatred serves as the finest tonic. Shrew too clenched his teeth, sinking further down, his eyes brimming with stubborn determination. He gazed up at Yichi, who stood before him like a spear, filled with admiration, and could not help but ask, "Uncle Yichi, how are you so formidable? Can I become as powerful as you in the future?" The other children cast curious glances in his direction. To them, this man who appeared and disappeared like a shadow, taciturn and enigmatic, was nothing short of a legendary martial arts master. Upon hearing this, a fleeting glimmer of subtle emotion crossed Yichi's otherwise impassive visage. He paused, hands clasped behind his back, and in an utterly unremarkable tone, earnestly proclaimed, "There are 6 others as formidable as I." The children erupted in awe. "6 more? Do they also possess your ability to traverse walls and rooftops? With 7 Uncle Yichis, who would dare to bully us?" The children's world was uncomplicated. Their fascination stirred solely by the sheer number, as if envisioning an invincible legion of 7 Yichis beckoning to them, standing at the forefront. Ada's gaze burned with fervor, for he understood the implications more than the others. This hinted at the unfathomable power of His Highness, the Prince of Freedom. Not far away, Qin Muwan, leaning against the moon gate and observing the scene, could not suppress a slight twitch of her lips. She had heard Li narrate the tale of the 7 gored warriors, and the mere mention of Yichi's name suggested that Li might harbor some mischievous intent. However, witnessing the rekindled spark of hope in the children's eyes, her initial urge to scoff quickly transformed into a wry smile. At that moment, the languid figure of Li sauntered over. "Madam, it is time for you to take action," he yawned, still clutching a half-eaten osmanthus cake. Qin Muwan turned, her brows slightly furrowing. "Me? What do you wish for me to do?" Li finished the last bite of the cake, clapped his hands, and earnestly replied, "My dear second brother has already extended the ladder to me. Now, all we require is a person of significance to step up and secure it." He fixed his gaze on Qin Muwan, his eyes glinting with cunning. "That person is you." "Me?" Qin Muwan was somewhat perplexed. "Precisely," Li nodded, elucidating. "If I were to intervene, it would be seen as a power struggle among princes, easily subject to criticism. But you're different. As the legitimate daughter of the Duke of the State, with your father commanding the armies of the realm, your presence signifies the military stance, embodying justice. This carries far more weight than my direct involvement." In an instant, Qin Muwan grasped Li's intent. Half an hour later, several carriages adorned with the Duke of the State's insignia, escorted by a retinue of armored guards, departed grandly from the Prince of Freedom's residence, heading towards the southern part of the city. Such an ostentatious display immediately captured the attention of countless passers-by. "Isn't that the Duke of the State's carriage? Where they headed?" Observing their direction, it appeared they were bound for the impoverished district in the south of the city. "How strange. What business do the Duke's people have there?" The common folk began to murmur, and many curious onlookers discreetly followed, eager to uncover the truth. The carriage ultimately halted before the modest dwelling of the storyteller Wang Wu. It was a dilapidated courtyard, with half the door collapsed. Qin Muwan, clad in military attire, alighted from the carriage with an air of elegance. Without a hint of disdain, she strode directly into the dim, low-ceilinged room. A potent scent of medicinal herbs filled the air. The storyteller Wang Wu lay upon a bed, his left leg immobilized by wooden planks, his complexion pallid, while his wife and son wept beside him. Upon seeing Qin Muwan and her accompanying guards enter, the family was struck with terror, instinctively preparing to kneel. No need for excessive formalities. Qin Muwan extended her hand in a gesture of reassurance, her tone cool yet devoid of malice. Her gaze fell upon Wang Wu's injured leg, her brow furrowing. "I come at the behest of His Highness, the Prince of Freedom, and my father, to pay a visit." As she spoke, she motioned to the attendant Xiao Yuan, who promptly stepped forward, placing 2 boxes and a heavy pouch on the table. "These are the finest medicinal supplies from the palace.
If applied diligently, they will ensure your leg heals without lingering issues. This pouch of silver is a token from the prince and the duke, so you may focus on your recovery without worrying about your livelihood. The Wang family was utterly astounded. They had never imagined that the illustrious daughter of the Duke of the State and the Prince of Freedom would personally send someone to extend their sympathies to a destitute storyteller. Wang Wu's son, regaining his senses, was overwhelmed with emotion and nearly prostrate himself, exclaiming, "Thank you, my lady. Thank you, your highness. Thank you, Duke." Qin Muwan did not depart. She stood at the threshold, her gaze sweeping over the neighbors peering curiously from the courtyard, and in a voice loud enough for all to hear, declared, "Justice resides in the hearts of the people. The gentleman merely spoke a few truths and has suffered this calamity. A brave man has been wronged, and the Duke of the State and the Prince of Freedom shall not stand idly by." Her words struck like thunder, resounding in the ears of all who had gathered. This was no mere suggestion. It was a declaration. The Duke of the State, the foremost military family in the realm, renowned for its valor and strict adherence to propriety, openly standing in support of the storyteller. Consequently, the already fervent discussions surrounding the general and the mountain spirit surged to undeniable heights amongst the populace. What doubt? What speculation? With the Duke of the State voicing his support, how could there be any falsehood? Prince Ningli Tai was indeed the butcher general who slaughters the innocent and dispatches henchmen for revenge. The public outcry ignited a firestorm. In that moment, the image of Li Yi, the Prince of Freedom, underwent a subtle transformation in the hearts of the people. No longer merely the idle, reckless nobleman. He emerged as a figure seemingly indolent, yet driven by justice, courageous enough to advocate for the people and challenge tyranny. Chapter 73. The drumming of injustice. Qin Muwan's high-profile visit was akin to pouring cold water into a boiling pot of oil, causing the public discourse in the capital to erupt chaotically. Overnight, the reputation of Prince Ning Li Tai plummeted, transforming from a capable minister and virtuous king into a reviled butcher general, the Wolf of Zhongshan. In the study of the Prince of Freedom, Li listened to Yi Qi's report on the latest developments in public opinion, nodding in satisfaction, a sly grin spreading across his face. Well done. He lounged in his rocking chair, feeling that the time was ripe for the public sentiment. Yet mere words from the populace would not suffice to drown out my dear second brother. Additional fuel was required to ensure the flames reached the eaves of the authorities. Qin Muwan, seated nearby, voiced her concerns. With Li Tai cornered to this extent, might he not act out of desperation? He will. Li chuckled. Yet he found himself unable to leap into action. The decree of house arrest from his father loomed over him like an unyielding chain, binding him firmly within the confines of the estate. The more his anger swelled, the more prone he became to errors. What we must do now, he thought, is to provoke him into making a mistake. He turned to Yi Qi and instructed, "Make your way to Mr. Wang Wu's residence and convey my words thus." He lowered his voice, meticulously detailing his plan. Upon hearing this, Yi Qi's eyes gleamed with understanding, and in a flicker, he vanished from the study. That evening, an unexpected guest arrived at the home of the storyteller Wang Wu. He appeared to be a young scholar in his early 20s, clad in a faded and worn Confucian robe. His countenance was slender, yet his eyes burned with an intensity that belied his youth. He introduced himself as a devoted listener of Mr. Wang Wu and had come to pay a visit upon hearing of the latter's misfortunes. This individual was, in fact, Yi Qi in disguise. After extending his sympathies, he turned his gaze to the ailing Wang Wu and his son, Wang Shower, whose brow was furrowed with worry, and spoke with righteous indignation. "Brother Wang, do you intend to let this grave injustice go unchallenged?" Wang Shower sighed, a note of resignation in his voice. "What else can we do? They are powerful, and we are but common folk. Our arms cannot contend with their might." "Foolishness." Yi Qi slammed his hand on the table, raising his voice sharply. "Have you forgotten the words spoken by Miss Qin before she departed? The Prince of Carefree and the Duke of State stand behind you. Is that not sufficient?" He leaned closer, lowering his voice to an impassioned whisper. "Consider this. The entire populace of the capital knows the truth of your father's plight. The will of the people is the greatest justice. If you were to go to the Shuntian prefecture and beat the drum for justice, would the magistrate dare to openly shield the perpetrator?" He gestured toward the door, his voice brimming with conviction. "This is the emperor's domain, the foremost land.
How can the powerful act with such arrogance, devoid of law? If you go now, you stand with the Prince of Carefree, the Duke of State, and the entire populace of the capital. What do you fear? These words struck Wang Xiaoer like a bolt of lightning, dispelling all doubts and timidity within him. Indeed, what did he have to fear? His father's leg had been shattered, and their family had nearly been torn apart. With the support of the prince and the duke, and the eyes of the city upon him, if he were to cower now, what kind of man would he be? His blood surged with a fierce determination. Wang Xiaoer's eyes reddened instantly. He sprang to his feet and bowed deeply to Yi Qi. Thank you for your guidance. I understand now. I shall go forth and seek justice for my father. He turned and rushed back inside, retrieving the blood-stained garment that his father had worn during the attack, clutching it to his chest as he dashed out the door. The following morning, outside the gates of the Shuntian prefecture, the heavy drum of grievance had long remained silent. Suddenly, a figure charged to the drum, summoning all his strength to strike the large drum that symbolized injustice and accusation. Boom, boom, boom. The thunderous and urgent sound of the drum shattered the morning tranquility, swiftly drawing a crowd of onlookers. Soon, the gates of the prefecture swung open, and a swarm of officials rushed out, encircling Wang Xiaoer. Before long, the magistrate Zhang Qingyan, clad in official robes, ascended to the hall with a serious expression. Who is this person, and why do you beat the drum? I am a commoner Wang Xiao. Wang Xiaoer knelt before the magistrate, raising the bloodied garment high. My father, Wang Wu, is a storyteller from the Guangzhou building. Because he recounted the tale of the general and the mountain spirit, he was invaded by a band of ruffians 3 nights ago and had his left leg broken. I beseech the magistrate to take the commoner's side and punish the perpetrators. Upon hearing the words the general and the mountain spirit, Zhang Qingyan's scalp tingled. As the governor of the capital, he could not be unaware of the recent uproar surrounding this matter. He also understood the powerful figures involved. The Prince Ning was not someone he could offend. Yet, the Prince of Carefree and the Duke of State had also publicly expressed their stance. He could not afford to provoke them either. This was a hot potato indeed. After pondering for a moment, he attempted to placate the situation, adopting a stern demeanor. You speak nonsense. Your father was injured in a brawl. How can that relate to a story? You clearly seek to exploit public gossip to extort and defame. Wang Xiaoer's blood surged with indignation as he retorted, My lord, the ruffians explicitly stated during the attack that it was because my father told the story of the general and the mountain spirit. The whole neighborhood heard it. Moreover, Miss Qin Muwan visited us yesterday and assured us she would advocate on our behalf. This is no falsehood. Upon hearing the name Qin Muwan, Zhang Qingyan's heart sank, realizing the gravity of the situation. Cold sweat beaded on his forehead as his mind raced. He initially softened his tone in an attempt to soothe. I understand. You may return. I will have someone investigate this matter. He motioned to his attendants. Reward him with 10 taels of silver to ensure his father receives proper treatment. He sought to suppress the matter with a bribe. However, Wang Xiaoer, now fueled by Yi Qi's words and intent on seeking justice, refused the money. I do not want the silver. I only ask that you bring the culprits to justice. Zhang Qingyan's patience evaporated, leaving only the instinct of self-preservation. He slammed the gavel and barked, You audacious commoner! Can mere street gossip serve as evidence in this court? I see clearly that you are being manipulated, attempting to defame the prince and disrupt the order of the court. Guards! He pointed at Wang Xiaoer, his voice booming with authority. This kind of insolent commoner, who lacks discernment and dares to shout in court. Take him away. Give him 20 lashes to serve as a warning. Throw him out. Yes. 2 guards rushed forward and seized Wang Xiaoer firmly. My lord, this is injustice. Officials protect each other. Wang Xiaoer's anguished cries echoed throughout the hall, with each strike of the heavy rod upon him. The sound resonated in the hearts of the onlookers outside. This spectacle of official collusion was clearly observed by the enthusiastic crowd that had been arranged by Li Yi. News spread faster than the wings of a bird. Have you heard? The son of the storyteller who narrated the general and the mountain spirit went to the Shuntian prefecture to seek justice and was beaten. Beaten? Why? What else could it be? Official collusion. Who was he accusing? The Prince Ning. How could the magistrate dare to take that on? My heavens! Is there still any law left? The Prince Ning commits violence, and the Shuntian prefecture not only turns a blind eye, but also punishes the victim. Is this still the capital of our great Qian? At that moment, the
The public's wrath successfully expanded from the sole figure of Prince Ning Li Tai to encompass the entire bureaucratic system. The people's anger ignited. They realized that seeking justice for the pitiful storyteller through normal governmental channels was no longer an option. Within the Prince of Carefree's residence, Li Yi remained impassive as he absorbed the report. Yet, Qin Muwan's face flushed with anger. That Zhang Cheng'an, he is utterly unworthy of his position. He cannot distinguish right from wrong. He has turned black into white. Observing her righteous indignation, Li Yi smiled. He led her to the window, gesturing toward the bustling capital outside. My dear, do not be upset. This fire burns just right. He turned to face Qin Muwan, his eyes shimmering with profound light. When all doors close to us, we must knock on the one door that leads to the heavens. Chapter 74. The voice of the people the following morning in the tavern. Hushed whispers had given way to unabashed curses and denunciations. Have you heard? That fellow Wang Shaoer went to the Shuntian prefecture to seek justice and was beaten nearly to death. A man with a bushy beard slammed his cup onto the table, spilling the drink everywhere. Not just heard. My cousin works at the prefecture and saw it with his own eyes. That magistrate turned truth into falsehood, branding them as unruly commoners seeking to frame the prince. A young man, resembling a scholar, stood up, his face flushed with rage as he slammed his palm on the table. My heavens! Is it no longer any law? Ning Wang's treachery is shielded by officials, leaving the common folk of this capital, this grand Qian, wondering if there is no place for us to seek justice. Justice? Where can we seek it? He is a prince. Zhang Cheng'an is merely a hound at the gates of Ning Wang's residence. Can one reason with a dog? Alas, we had hoped that Miss Qin's intervention would bring about fairness, but it seems even the Duke of Dingguo's influence holds no weight. In an instant, the tavern was filled with fervent voices, a cacophony of curses, sighs, and the sound of fists striking tables. The people's grievances surged like magma beneath the earth, having accumulated for days, finally finding a vent ready to erupt. For the first time, the common folk recognized that what they faced was not merely a tyrannical prince, but an intricate web of officials protecting one another. At that moment, the narrative guided by the Zainiao Wang Fu subtly shifted. Those mingling among the crowd no longer exaggerated Ning Wang's terror, but began to guide others to contemplate a deeper issue. Everyone, please calm down. A scholar, resembling a bookish figure, stood atop a bench, cupping his hands in salute. Cursing will not topple Ning Wang, nor awaken the deaf Shuntian Fu Yin. Shall we merely stand by and watch as Wang Wu's family is shattered, as justice is trampled underfoot by the powerful? What do we do? Someone despondently shouted. We are but ordinary folk. Can we storm into Shuntian Fu? The gates of Shuntian Fu are barred to us. The scholar's voice suddenly rose, his eyes gleaming with fervor. But here in this capital, there exists another door, one open for those of us burdened with grievous wrongs and nowhere to appeal. There's also a drum. Its sound can reach the heavens. A collective gasp echoed as realization dawned upon the crowd. Indeed, the scholar enunciated each word with conviction, his voice resonating throughout the tavern and beyond. The Dengwen drum. The Dengwen drum. These words struck like thunder in the hearts of all present. This was a decree established by the founding emperor. Any serious grievance, ignored by local authorities, could be brought forth to the capital to sound this drum, compelling the emperor to personally address it. Yet for a century, in the tranquil era of the Qian, this drum had remained silent for decades, nearly becoming a mere legend. Now, someone sought to awaken it once more. That night, Yi Qi's figure appeared like a specter in a secluded courtyard in the western part of the city. Here resided an elderly scholar named Sun Jingming, a former official of the Yushi Tai, who, due to his unyielding nature and excessive admonishments of the powerful, had been demoted thrice. Disillusioned, he resigned and retreated from public life, gaining considerable respect among the scholars of the capital. Sun Jingming regarded the composed young man before him with a furrowed brow. What brings you to visit at this late hour? Without unnecessary words, Yi Qi produced a thick scroll from his bosom and presented it with both hands. Old Mr. Sun, this is the Waman book, signed by 317 merchants and 526 scholars of the capital. It seeks justice for Wang Wu and pleads for the spirits of the over 100 souls from Zhangguzi village. Sun Jingming trembled as he accepted the scroll, slowly unfurling it to reveal a mass of crimson fingerprints and names. Among them were familiar shopkeepers and young scholars, each name representing a suppressed fury and a yearning for justice.
Having heard the black wind ballad in the tale of the general and the mountain spirit, I am filled with righteous indignation. The news of Shuntian Fu's corrupt practices has kept me awake at night. Tears streamed down his face as he held the Wanman book. But I am but an old man. My words hold little weight. Perhaps you are mistaken. Yichi's voice was calm, yet powerful. This matter transcends a single family's grievance. It is a quest for justice for the entire realm, in accordance with the principles set by the founding emperor. Your esteemed reputation, should you raise your voice at this moment, will rally all the citizens of the capital behind you. You will be the voice of the people, the herald of justice. Each word struck a chord within Sun Jingming's heart. He gazed at the Wanman book in his hands and out at the enveloping darkness, envisioning countless hopeful eyes. Indeed, he had devoted his life to the study of sages, preaching the importance of establishing righteousness for the world and the people's fate. In the face of such grave injustice, how could he retreat for personal gain? Very well. Sun Jingming abruptly closed the scroll, his eyes ignited with determination. This old body shall risk everything to sound the long silent Dangwon drum for the sake of this capital, for the grand Qin. The next morning, as dawn broke, the atmosphere outside the Chengtian Min was solemn and austere. Sun Jingming, clad in a faded scholar's robe, held the Wanman book tightly as he resolutely approached the imposing red Dangwon drum. Behind him, supported by family servants, was Wang Shower, limping yet devoid of fear, embodying a spirit forged in desperation. Following them were dozens, even hundreds of citizens, merchants, students, laborers, women, and the elderly, marching silently. A powerful tide of resolve converging towards the symbol of their last hope. Stop. This is the Forbidden Palace. No unauthorized persons may enter. A detachment of armored guards swiftly advanced, their weapons raised, attempting to block the way. Sun Jingming halted, undeterred by the cold steel aimed at him. He raised the Wanman book high and declared, I am Sun Jingming, not here to incite chaos, but to seek justice. Today, we intend to sound the Dangwon drum. The captain of the guards, taken aback by the sight of the elderly man and the throng behind him, felt a bead of sweat trickle down his palm. These people were unarmed, their faces etched with sorrow and determination. He knew that mishandling the situation could lead to tremendous trouble. He dare not order them to disperse, nor could he harm them, and so he watched helplessly as Sun Jingming crossed the threshold, reaching the vibrant red Dangwon drum. Under the gaze of countless eyes, Sun Jingming took a deep breath, handed the Wanman book to Wang Shower, and seized the heavy drumstick with all his might, striking the drum with a forceful blow. Boom! A deep, resonant sound echoed like a primal roar, shattering the morning calm of the capital. Boom! Boom! The drumbeat continued, resonating through the layers of palace walls, reverberating throughout the entire Forbidden City. Chapter 75. The Emperor's Wrath in the Golden Yuan Hall. Officials were gathered for the morning court. When the resounding drumbeats reached their ears, all were momentarily stunned. The Daqian Emperor, seated upon the dragon throne, turned ashen in an instant. He slowly raised his head, his gaze like a blade, sweeping across the silent officials below. Li Jinyu's voice was icy, devoid of emotion, as if each word was crystallized in frost, echoing throughout the hall. Who dares to seek justice? A young eunuch scurried in, falling to his knees, his voice trembling with fear. Your Majesty, it is the former official Sun Jingming. Holding the Wanman book, leading hundreds of citizens outside Chengtian Min, striking the Dangwon drum. Wanman book? The Emperor's brow furrowed deeply, the chill in his voice intensifying. For what purpose? The eunuch dared not conceal the truth, stammering, to seek justice for the storyteller Wang Wu's family, to accuse Shuntian Fu Yin Zhang Cheng'an of collusion, protecting Ning Wang for his heinous acts in broad daylight. Before he could finish, the hall fell into a profound silence. All officials bowed their heads. Even their breaths grew hushed. Well. The Emperor's anger transformed into a mocking laughter as he slammed his hand against the armrest of the throne, rising abruptly. The pent-up fury erupted at that moment. My son, my personally appointed virtuous king, murders the innocent and defrauds the merits. My capital's governor, the Shuntian Fu Yin I appointed, shields the wicked and suppresses the wronged. As the people's grievances surged, with no recourse for their injustices, they could only strike the drum of appeals left by the great ancestor. The Emperor's countenance darkened, and the imperial authority swept through the grand hall like a tempest. This capital, is it my capital,
or that of Li Tai? This vast realm, is it the domain of the Qin or that of you? The officials who shield one another. The emperor's roar echoed throughout the hall, causing all officials to kneel in submission, trembling and fervently imploring his majesty to temper his anger. They understood that the emperor was genuinely enraged this time. His fury was not solely directed at the heinous crimes possibly committed by Prince Ning, but also at the dereliction and corruption rampant within the entire bureaucratic system beneath his very eyes. This was undoubtedly a profound affront to his dignity as the Son of Heaven. Li Jinyu's icy gaze swept over the officials kneeling before him, and he declared sternly, "Convey my decree. The governor of Shuntian, Zhang Chengyan, for dereliction of duty and for distorting the truth, shall be immediately dismissed from office and imprisoned in the heavenly prison, awaiting further punishment." As commanded, he ordered the Minister of Justice, Sun Jizhu, the Minister of Criminal Affairs, Chun Jingzi, and the left censor, Wei Zheng, to form a tribunal and jointly review this case without delay. The emperor's voice left no room for negotiation. From Hefeng Yao to the general and the mountain ghost, and the beatings of the storyteller, as well as the protection offered by Shuntian, all related individuals and matters must be thoroughly investigated. There will be no leniency. The tribunal is to convene the three most powerful judicial and supervisory institutions of the Qin dynasty, Dali Temple, the Ministry of Justice, and the Censorate, mobilized simultaneously, marking the highest judicial specification second only to cases of treason. The entire court trembled at the news. It seemed the sky over the capital was about to change. Li Jinyu paused for a moment and continued, 3 days hence, the trial shall commence in the Golden Muwan Hall. I shall personally attend. He ordered Prince Ning Li Tai, Prince Xiaoao Li Yi, the plaintiff Wang Shaoer, and all relevant witnesses to appear for confrontation in the Golden Hall. Upon the issuance of the decree, a wave of astonishment swept through the court and beyond. The news spread like wildfire, shaking the entire capital to its core. Within the Ning prince's residence, a pall of despair hung thick. Li Tai sat in his study, utterly disheartened. The once spirited demeanor had evaporated, leaving behind only terror and confusion. He could hardly fathom that the younger brother he had always deemed worthless possessed such extraordinary influence, capable of inciting public sentiment and compelling their father to convene a tribunal. Quickly contact Deputy Minister Wang of the Ministry of Revenue. Go. Inform Minister Liu of the Ministry of War that this prince is in distress and implore him to speak on my behalf in the court. Li Tai shouted frantically at his aides. However, the messenger soon returned with news that plunged him into despair. The deputy minister has taken ill and is unable to receive visitors. As for Minister Liu, he accepted our gifts, but merely advised us to take care of ourselves. Former allies, under the emperor's thunderous wrath, chose to distance themselves and protect their own interests. As the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. For the first time, Li Tai tasted the bitterness of abandonment. Meanwhile, within the Eastern Palace, Crown Prince Li Qian leisurely engaged in a game of strategy with his advisors. After hearing the report about court affairs, he placed a black piece on the board with a smile that could not be contained. Ah, what a splendid drama of fraternal conflict. The third brother has concealed himself well, while the second brother is foolish enough. Let them fight, the more fiercely, the better. Ideally, they will both suffer, allowing me to reap the benefits. On the opposite end of the vortex, within the Xiaoao prince's mansion, a sense of ease prevailed. Qin Muwan paced anxiously in the study, her delicate features betraying a mix of nervousness and excitement. She felt the long-suppressed hatred finally had an outlet. Wonderful. The emperor is wise. Let us see how Li Tai can squirm out of this one. We must inform his majesty of the plight of Ada and the others, ensuring he advocates for the children. Li Yi, however, remained sprawled on a rocking chair, lazily sipping tea, watching her pace like a caged tiger. My lady, do not rush. Do not rush, he said, leisurely blowing on the tea leaves. This is only the beginning. The true spectacle has yet to unfold. Is this truly just the beginning? Qin Muwan paused, perplexed by his words. Of course, Li Yi replied with a grin. Do you think that during the tribunal, my dear second brother will simply surrender? He has been cultivating his power for years, with supporters scattered throughout the court. Even if he were to fall, he would take a few down with him. This confrontation in the Golden Hall is far more perilous than a battlefield clash. Our opponents will not concede easily.
as she observed the carefree smile on Li Yi's face. Qin Muwan's anxious heart remarkably began to calm. The 3-day wait swiftly approached. In the Golden Yuan Hall, the atmosphere was tense. Silence so profound that one could hear a pin drop. The Daqian Emperor sat upon the dragon throne, his expression as grim as water, exuding an aura of unyielding authority. The civil and military officials lined the sides, each wearing a grave expression, afraid to utter a sound. The 3 presiding judges from Dali Temple, the Ministry of Justice, and the censorate sat regally behind a specially arranged table. Prince Ning Litai, pale as paper and trembling uncontrollably, knelt at the center of the hall. In contrast, Prince Zhao Li Yi stood nonchalantly among the princes, occasionally stifling a yawn. As if this trial, determining the fates of countless individuals, was merely a dull performance. The appointed time arrived, with a sharp and high-pitched announcement from the eunuch. The tension in the grand hall escalated to its peak. Bring in the witnesses. Chapter 76. The hall invokes the spirits as the eunuch's command rang out. Wang Shower, limping and supported by 2 constables, slowly entered the Golden Yuan Hall. Following him was the venerable old scholar son Jingming, his demeanor solemn and composed. Commoner Wang Shower pays his respects to your majesty. Criminal son Jingming pays his respects to your majesty. The 2 knelt, their voices low but resonant in the dead silence of the hall. Minister of Justice Chan Jingzi struck the gavel and barked. Wang Shower, what grievances do you bear? Speak candidly. Wang Shower raised his head, tears glistening in his eyes, and with a hoarse voice recounted how his father had his left leg broken by thugs for telling the tale of the general and the mountain ghost, how he sought justice at Shuntian, and how he was coerced and duped by Zhang Cheng'an until he was driven out of the government office. He wept as he laid bare the entire ordeal. His impassioned plea moved many officials in the hall. Subsequently, old scholar son Jingming raised the blood letter of the merchants. Your Majesty, this is a blood letter signed by over 800 merchants and scholars in the capital. The people's hearts are like water. They can either carry a boat or capsize it. Now, with rumors rampant and public grievances boiling over, it is due to the injustice of the government and the failure to uphold righteousness. I implore your Majesty to take a stand for the people, to severely punish the true culprits, and to restore justice. In an instant, all eyes turned towards Prince Ning Litai, kneeling in the center of the hall. Yet, Litai would not sit idly by. He immediately prostrated himself, loudly proclaiming, Your Majesty, what these 2 have recounted are mere marketplace rumors, devoid of evidence. Wang Wu's injury from a brawl has nothing to do with me. As for this blood letter, it is utterly absurd, merely the result of incitement. How can it be presented as evidence in court? In my view, this is clearly a conspiracy orchestrated by those envious of my achievements in quelling bandits, intended to frame the prince. Upon hearing this, several officials immediately echoed his sentiments, accusing Wang Shower and son Jingming of being instigated, subtly pointing fingers at the silent prince Zhao Li Yi. The situation grew increasingly tense. Li Jinyu's gaze swept over Li Yi and ultimately settled on Li Tai, remaining silent for a prolonged moment. Li Tai, sensing that scrutinizing gaze, abruptly lifted his head, tears streaming down his face, appearing utterly aggrieved. Father Emperor, I am wronged. He cried out hoarsely. I have obeyed your command to purge the bandits of Hefeng Mountain, fighting valiantly and risking my life, only to face such slander now. I refuse to accept this. As he spoke, he shot a fierce glare at Li Yi from the corner of his eye, continuing his impassioned defense. The tale of the general and the mountain ghost is preposterous, clearly fabricated to slander me. The mastermind behind this scheme deserves to be punished. If the emperor were to punish his son for such baseless rumors, would it not chill the hearts of the valiant soldiers fighting for the nation? I earnestly beseech the emperor to discern the truth with keen insight and restore my innocence. Please grant me justice. His impassioned performance painted him as an unparalleled loyal minister, wronged by treacherous individuals, a portrayal that was profoundly misleading. The atmosphere in the court wavered. After all, the crime of slaying innocents and usurping merits is a heinous offense. In the absence of direct evidence, none dared to hastily convict a prince renowned for his military achievements. The officials of the Dali Temple furrowed their brows, and the case reached a stalemate. At that moment, the previously silent emperor finally cast his gaze upon the drowsy figure among the princes. Li Yi. Upon hearing the emperor call his name,
Li Yi reluctantly yawned, languidly stepping out from the ranks and bowing towards the dragon throne. I am here. What is your perspective on this matter? All eyes turned to Li Yi, with Wang Ning fixated on him, his gaze filled with resentment and a hint of triumph. He believed that Li Yi could produce no substantial evidence apart from employing underhanded public opinion tactics. As long as he refused to admit guilt, there was nothing Li Yi could do. However, Li Yi merely shrugged, adopting an innocent demeanor as he replied, Your Majesty, how am I to perceive this? I find the tale of the general and the mountain ghost quite intriguing. Upon hearing that the storyteller was punished, I felt pity and asked my lady to bring some medicinal herbs to visit him. As for the subsequent matters regarding the people's letters and the announcement drums, I know nothing of them. His words sounded like an attempt to distance himself from the situation, a voluntary retreat. A victorious smile appeared on Ning Wang Li Tai's face. Yet, just as he thought he would evade culpability, Li Yi abruptly shifted his tone, a playful smile gracing his face as he addressed the emperor. However, father, I believe my second brother is correct. Everything must be substantiated with evidence. Relying solely on a ghost story that is mere hearsay cannot condemn him. Li Yi paused, allowing his gaze to sweep across the assembly, finally landing on Li Tai's face, which had stiffened in shock. The curve of his lips grew increasingly malicious, akin to a cat poised to toy with a mouse, as he pronounced in a voice loud enough for all in the Golden Muwan Hall to hear. But what if the mountain ghost from the story could personally enter the court and recount their grievances? I humbly request that Father permit me to summon the ghost to speak. Upon the conclusion of his statement, the entire court was astounded. What does it mean to summon a ghost to speak? Is he truly proposing to engage in such absurdity within the solemn Golden Muwan Hall? Absurd, utterly ridiculous. Among the faction of Ning Wang, Zhang Dong, an official of the position of Yusher Zhongcheng, was the first to leap forward, pointing an accusatory finger at Li Yi and reprimanding loudly. Prince Yin Yao, do you not know where you are? This is the Golden Muwan Hall, the place where the Son of Heaven deliberates state affairs, a sight of solemnity. You dare to utter such outlandish words and speak of summoning ghosts. Do you wish to employ witchcraft, defile the court, and show contempt for the sovereign? This is a grave offense of utmost disrespect. His words were delivered with fierce authority and righteousness, immediately drawing agreement from several officials. What Lord Zhang said is absolutely right. Prince Yin Yao's actions are unprecedented and treat the laws of the court as child's play. Your Majesty, Prince Yin Yao, in his desperation to frame Ning Wang, has resorted to all manner of extremes. Now he even wishes to perform ghostly tricks in the Golden Muwan Hall. His intentions are treacherous. Initially startled, Li Tai was soon engulfed by a wave of elation. He has lost. No, he is not lost. It is Li Yi who has gone mad. This fool, having produced no substantial evidence, has concocted such a self-destructive ploy before the civil and military officials, to engage in ghostly theatrics. He has delivered his neck to the executioner's blade. Father, oh father! Li Tai reacted swiftly, immediately bowing deeply, tears streaming down his face. His voice filled with the indignation and grievance of one pushed to the brink. I finally understand. My third brother has resorted to such malevolent means to bring me down. Father, the calamity of witchcraft is a grave sin that undermines the foundation of our nation. My third brother does not merely wish to frame me. He is challenging the very principles and laws of our great Qian. I earnestly beseech Father to see clearly and punish such deceivers who mislead the court. To rectify the governance. Chapter 77. The Mountain Ghost enters the court. Li Tai's performance was nothing short of flawless, portraying himself as an innocent victim of dark sorcery while elevating Li Yi's actions to the level of undermining the nation, demonstrating a sinister intent. In an instant, voices condemning Li Yi filled the court. Crown Prince Li Qian stood among the ranks, a barely perceptible smile gracing his lips as he exchanged glances with his strategist, silently enjoying the spectacle. He relished the prospect of his two brothers engaging in a fierce struggle, hoping they would both fall from their father's favor. Meanwhile, the three presiding judges seated below wore furrowed brows. Their lifelong pursuit of justice relied on solid evidence and clear logic. They had never witnessed such a method of summoning ghosts in a court trial. It was an affront to their lifelong studies in criminal law. Moreover, this was within the Golden Muwan Hall. Countless gazes, mocking, disdainful, furious, bewildered, focused intently on Li Yi, as if they wished to consume him whole. Yet, in the face of this overwhelming cacophony, Li Yi seemed unfazed, maintaining his languid demeanor, even idly digging at his ear with his pinky. The Emperor Li Jinyu, seated upon the dragon throne, wore a somber expression, remaining silent. His gaze was sharp as a hawk's, first coldly surveying Li Tai, who was lamenting like a jester, then landing on Li Yi, who appeared indifferent to it all. He did not believe in ghosts or deities. However, he was certain that his seemingly frivolous and lazy son would not act like a complete fool at such a decisive moment. From the public sentiment surrounding the Black Wind Ballad to Qin Muwan's ostentatious visit, culminating in the final provocation of public ire with the announcement drums. Every step Li Yi took was fraught with danger, yet executed with precision, cornering Li Tai further into despair. Would such a person be foolish enough to perform a meaningless trick in the Golden Wan Hall? Li Jinyu scoffed inwardly, deciding to play along and see what this son had in store. With a resounding clap against the armrest of his dragon throne, the Emperor silenced the tumultuous noise instantly. The Golden Wan Hall descended into a profound silence once more. Very well. Li Jinyu's voice was icy, reverberating throughout the hall. Li Yi, today I grant you permission. I wish to see how you will summon a ghost to speak in this Golden Wan Hall. His eyes sharpened, fixating on Li Yi. He pronounced each word with deliberation. But I must make my stance clear. If you truly can summon the mountain ghost and reveal their grievances, I shall commend you. However, should you resort to trickery and deceive the hearts of men, do not blame me for being heartless. Today I shall punish you alongside Ningguang. I shall show no mercy. These words provided Li Yi with a stage from which he could not retreat, while simultaneously intensifying the pressure to its utmost. Victory would elevate him to greatness. Defeat would result in utter ruin. Li Tai's face was now adorned with an undisguised smirk of triumph, believing Li Yi's demise was inevitable. Yet, Li Yi seemed entirely unfazed by the oppressive weight of the moment. He merely lazily bowed to the Emperor and, amidst the uncertain gazes of the assembled officials, turned toward the empty entrance of the Golden Wan Hall, impatiently calling out, "All right, that's enough, come in already. Don't keep His Majesty and the esteemed officials waiting. If this goes awry, you 1T get your lunchboxes." Lunchboxes? What is that? Before the assembly could comprehend the puzzling terms, the majestic doors of the Golden Wan Hall creaked open slowly. The afternoon sunlight streamed in from outside the hall, casting elongated, distorted shadows of several staggering figures. Contrary to the expectations of the onlookers, the newcomers were not the ghastly, malevolent specters with green faces and sharp fangs. Instead, they were a group of children. Though stripped of their tattered garments and covered in grime, the gauntness etched on their faces could not be restored in just a few days. Each child's countenance bore marks of fear and hatred. They trembled before the majesty of the Grand Hall, intimidated by the court officials clad in ceremonial robes, their bodies shaking like leaves in the wind. Leading the group was a child named Ada. However, as their gazes swept across the assembly, they ultimately fixated on the pale-faced Ningguang Li Tai, kneeling at the center of the hall, causing all their bodies to freeze in an instant. In the next moment, the suppressed fear and hatred erupted like a volcano. Ada suddenly let out an enraged roar, pointing a trembling finger at Li Tai, his eyes instantly turning bloodshot. It was him. He is the one who led the massacre of our village and set it ablaze. Beside him, Shrew protectively shielded his sister, glaring fiercely at Li Tai. It was you, clad in armor, commanding countless soldiers to burn down our village. These 8 children, filled with tears, fear, and indignation, caused the temperature in the Jinluan Hall to drop several degrees. Faced with this unexpected and vivid accusation, the entire court, including the Emperor seated on the dragon throne, was rendered speechless. Li Yi leisurely spread his hands, addressing the bewildered Emperor and officials with an innocent tone, as if to say, "See, I am not deceiving you." He continued slowly, "Father, esteemed officials, do you see? The mountain spirits I spoke of are indeed them." His voice, though soft, resonated clearly in everyone's ears, carrying a cruel mockery. A group that should have perished in the flames of Zhangguza village 3 months prior, now miraculously surviving, existed like phantoms in the eyes of the world. Li Yi's gaze shifted to the ashen-faced Li Tai, a sinister smile creeping onto his lips as he pronounced with deliberate clarity, They are the villagers of Zhongguzi. They merely sought justice for their deceased parents and kin, yet were pursued into the capital. Had it not been for my accidental encounter, these 8 children might have already joined their families in the afterlife. A gasp echoed through the hall. What horrors had these small children endured while fleeing to the capital? Some officials cast disdainful glances at Li Tai. Father, father, you must believe me, Li Tai implored, pointing at Li Yi. He aims to frame me. Do not trust the one-sided words of these children. Please, father, lend your support to me. At that moment, the fear within him was indescribable, his eyes wild with madness and terror. Truth and falsehood blurred. Right and wrong became indistinguishable. The officials present were not fools. Many had already formed their conclusions upon witnessing this scene. Some of Li Tai's elder supporters bowed their heads silently, subtly distancing themselves from him. Chapter 78. The Downfall of Ningguang. Like a cornered beast struggling for survival, Li Tai's instinct for self-preservation overwhelmed all reason. He abruptly raised his head, launching into a final, desperate defense. Lies. All lies. He shrieked, pointing at the trembling children. Father, they are merely actors hired by Li Yi to deceive you. My eradication of the Heifeng Zai was for the good of the nation. How could I commit such heinous acts? This is slander, a complete setup. His voice cracked with agitation, piercingly grating. When I vanquished the bandits, I meticulously accounted for the battlefield. There was not a single survivor within Heifeng Zai. Where did these children emerge from? Clearly, Li Yi has concocted this scheme, finding beggar children and teaching them some lines to bring them to the Jinluan Hall to deceive the emperor. Li Tai's agitation mounted, and he even struggled to rise from the ground to confront the children, shouting frantically, "Let me expose them. I will unmask their facade right here. Stop him." Before the emperor could speak, 2 palace guards stepped forward, firmly restraining Li Tai's shoulders, rendering him immobile. In the eyes of the officials, his frantic actions had shed any semblance of a wronged party, revealing only the pathetic struggle of a desperate man. Prince Li Qian, standing among the ranks, felt a deeper amusement. His second brother was utterly foolish, believing he could escape this predicament by throwing a tantrum. The 3 main judges shook their heads in unison, regarding Li Tai with the gaze one might reserve for a corpse. As Li Tai's voice reached a fevered pitch, that languid voice broke through the embarrassing farce once more. Father, look, Li Yi said nonchalantly as he dug his ear, addressing the emperor seated on the dragon throne. Did my spirit summon not deceive you? It seems these little spirits have had a hard life on earth. A light-hearted jest instantly eased the tense atmosphere within the Jinluan Hall. Li Tai's fervent display of righteous indignation crumbled in the wake of this quip, reducing him to a complete laughingstock. He glared at Li Yi with venomous eyes, his teeth grinding in fury, wishing to pierce him with his gaze. Yet, Li Yi paid him no mind, shifting his tone to one of gentleness. He crouched down to meet Da's gaze at eye level, softly asking, Da, do not be afraid. Can you recall anything specific about the general who led the charge into your village, aside from his imposing armor? His voice was gentle, imbued with a soothing power. Da, still shaken by Li Tai's earlier madness, found solace in Li Yi's warm gaze, allowing him to regain a semblance of composure. He wiped his tears and strained to remember that nightmarish evening. The atmosphere in the Jinluan Hall was thick with tension, the silence so profound that a pin drop could be heard. After a long pause, Da's eyes brightened suddenly, only to dim again with fear as he exclaimed. He had a huge jade thumb ring on his thumb. It was dark green, and even from a distance, I could see it had a tiger engraved on it. In an almost synchronized movement, every official, including the emperor on the dragon throne, turned their gaze like arrows, fixating on Li Tai's right hand. Li Tai staggered as if struck by lightning, his body quaking. Instinctively, he attempted to conceal his right hand within his voluminous sleeves, but the action was far too late. The treasured jade tiger-patterned ring, a gift from the western regions that he never parted with, now glaringly adorned his thumb. The deep green hue, the faintly visible tiger pattern, matched Da's description perfectly. Testimony and physical evidence were both present. This was the final straw that broke him. Li Tai emitted a desperate groan, color draining from his face as he collapsed to the ground, utterly devoid of strength, unable to utter a single word of defense. The evidence was irrefutable, a case as solid as iron. The emperor, Li Jinyu, seated upon the dragon throne, slowly rose. His face bore a tapestry of disappointment, anger, heartache, and coldness, culminating in a haunting silence that sent chills through the hall. He did not cast another glance at the pitiful figure on the floor, as if even a fleeting gaze would be an affront. His voice resonated, not loud but chillingly cold, echoing through every corner of the Qin Muwan hall. For the sake of trifling achievements, he did not hesitate to slaughter innocent civilians, staining villages with blood. This is the epitome of inhumanity. To conceal his crimes, he condoned his subordinates to commit acts of violence and assault the common people, disregarding the law of the land. This is lawlessness. After the incident, without a shred of remorse, he brazenly deceived the emperor, employing eloquent words to invert truth and falsehood. This is disloyalty and unfiliality. Li Jinyu's voice grew louder, culminating in a thunderous decree. He pointed at the prostrate Li Tai and pronounced the final judgment, word by word. Ning Wang Li Tai, your virtue is corrupt, your conscience obliterated, and you have forsaken human relations. Henceforth, you are stripped of your royal title, reduced to a commoner, and shall be imprisoned in the Zhongrenfu, never to emerge unless in death. His mother, Xu Fei, having failed to educate her son and indulge his arrogance, is demoted to the rank of a concubine, confined to Jingyang Palace to reflect upon her misdeeds. Without my imperial decree, she is forbidden to leave. The emperor's wrath is a force of nature. As the emperor's judgment was pronounced, several fierce imperial guards advanced, unceremoniously stripping Li Tai of the four-clawed dragon robe that symbolized his princely status, revealing the white undershirt beneath, already soaked with cold sweat. No, father, you cannot treat me this way. I am your son. Li Tai's final, here-trending wail echoed, but went unheard. The guard dragged him out of Qin Muwan Hall like a lifeless dog. The former allies of Ning Wang, now pallid and trembling, knelt on the ground, shaking with fear, too terrified to raise their heads lest the emperor's fury should turn upon them. The crown prince Li Qian's eyes flashed with a fleeting glimmer of delight, but he quickly masked it with a facade of profound sorrow, as if mourning his brother's downfall. Li Yi, appearing lethargic, yawned widely, as if he had just witnessed a tedious play. He stepped out of the ranks, bowed to the emperor, and languidly said, "Father, your wisdom is unparalleled. If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave to catch up on some sleep." A few young officials could not suppress their laughter and quickly covered their mouths. The emperor, seated upon the dragon throne, looked at his wayward son with a mix of exasperation and amusement. The overwhelming rage he felt was somewhat diluted by his son's nonchalant demeanor. This boy, having accomplished extraordinary feats, yet chose to appear indifferent, merely seeking leisure. Begone! The emperor waved his hand, both amused and exasperated, dismissing him. "Thank you, father." Li Yi, as if granted a reprieve, turned with a spring in his step, accompanied by a few children, making his way out of the hall. News of the judgment spread, igniting celebrations throughout the capital, as citizens rejoiced and praised the emperor's wisdom while denouncing Ning Wang's heinous acts. On this day, the reputation of the Xiao Ao Wangfu reached unprecedented heights. Chapter 79. Within the Zhongrenfu, a new scheme arises. Li Jinyu's decree not only cast Li Tai into the abyss, but also shattered Xu Fei's two-decade reign of glory and hope within the palace. From one of the esteemed 4 concubines to now being relegated to a lowly concubine, confined to the desolate Jingyang Palace. This was a fate worse than death. Ignoring palace regulations and the recently imposed confinement order, she stormed out of Jingyang Palace, disheveled and weeping, rushing towards the emperor's study. Your Majesty, please open the door. Grant me an audience." She was stopped outside the study, kneeling on the cold stone steps, her cries heart-wrenching. Tyre was merely momentarily confused. He has always been sensible, only wishing to alleviate your burdens and achieve great deeds. I beg you for the years I have served you, and for the sake of Tyre, your own flesh and blood, spare him this once. Your Majesty. She attempted to sway the iron-hearted man with memories of their past love and the bond of motherhood. Yet, the door remained firmly shut, silence reigning within. After a long wait, a cold message from the emperor, relayed through windy high, pierced the air. The law of the land supersedes familial ties. He has committed the heinous crime of slaughtering the populace. I have shown him mercy by not executing him on the spot, considering the bond between you. Should you continue to cause a disturbance, gather your belongings and join him in the Zhongrenfu. The chilling, heartless words poured over Xu Fei like icy water, extinguishing the last flicker of hope within her. She collapsed to the ground, her tear-streaked face now hardened, her gaze gradually transforming. The final vestiges of warmth and pleading dissipated, replaced by an abyss of resentment and madness. She ceased her weeping, rising slowly from the ground, fixing her disheveled hair and garments. Her eyes hollow as she was aided back to Jingyang Palace by palace maids. Upon returning, she dismissed all attendants, sitting alone in the dark hall throughout the night. With no plea yielding fruit, the past affections and glories had evaporated into nothingness. Now, the only remnants she possessed were hatred. The following day, Xu Fei exercised her last vestiges of power and the resources amassed over the years to bribe the head eunuch of the Zhongrenfu, securing a clandestine opportunity to visit Li Tai. After days apart, the once handsome and spirited Prince of Ning had been utterly transformed into a gaunt, filthy prisoner. Dressed in gray prison garb, his hair lay in disarray like withered grass, his vacant eyes curled in a corner atop a heap of straw. "Tire, my son." Upon seeing her son in such a state, Xu Fei's heart ached as if cut by a knife, and tears flowed anew. Hearing his mother's voice, Li Tai's vacant gaze finally flickered with life. Slowly, he raised his head, and upon recognizing Xu Fei, the last remnants of his sanity crumbled. "Mother," like a child, he crawled to the prison bars, grasping Xu Fei's hand tightly, weeping uncontrollably. "Mother, why do you come so late? Please save me. I cannot stay here. This is no place for a human." As he cried, he raged against Li Yi and that wretched Qin Muwan. "They're the ones who have wronged me. They are. Mother, I cannot accept this." After his outburst, a frenzied and vengeful light ignited in Li Tai's eyes. "After all my painstaking efforts, I am about to lose everything to him. If I cannot find peace, neither shall they." He glared at the world with a twisted visage filled with wrath. Observing her son's deranged state, Xu Fei felt no inclination to dissuade him. Instead, it ignited a similar, even more intense hatred within her. She clutched his hand tightly, her nails digging deep into Li Tai's flesh. Lowering her voice, hoarse yet resolute, as if echoing from the depths of hell, she declared, "Rest assured, my son, even if it costs me my life, I shall avenge you." In the depths of her hatred, Li Tai found a strange calm, beginning to assess the situation. Directly confronting Li Yi was out of the question. He panted heavily, his eyes glinting with sinister calculations. He is currently in favor, and father has shown him leniency. That bodyguard named Yi Qi is formidable, making him a challenging target. Moreover, he is a prince. Should anything happen to him, father will investigate thoroughly, leaving us no chance. Li Tai's gaze shifted in the shadows like a venomous serpent. But Qin Muwan is different. A sinister smile crept across his lips. Even in this dire moment, he still coveted Qin Muwan's beauty. She is a woman, a foolish woman who only knows how to wield a sword and lead troops. In the capital, she has no foundation, and those brutes from the Dingguo Gongfu know nothing but warfare. Dealing with her will be far easier than confronting Li Yi. Xu Fei's eyes glimmered with malevolence. "You mean? Li Yi's greatest concern, apart from his carefree days, is this woman. He deserves death. But that would be too lenient for them. We must destroy her. We shall ruin her reputation, turning her into a laughingstock throughout the entire Jingcheng, making Li Yidan notorious green hat known to all." Li Tai's voice dripped with a morbid delight. By then, even if Li Yi did not go mad, he would become a colossal joke. The face of the Dingguo Gongfu would be utterly disgraced. This vengeance is 1,000 times more satisfying than killing them. A cunning scheme to use a knife to kill from a distance, a plan to achieve 2 goals with 1 arrow, surfaced leisurely in the minds of the mother and son. The light in Xu Pin's eyes shimmered with excitement and madness. "Tire, how shall we proceed?" Li Tai leaned closer to the prison bars, speaking in a voice only they could hear, enunciating each word. "Mother, do you have a way to help me escape? I must personally avenge this grievance." Xu Pin paused, gazing at her son, soiled and wretched, as if having made a solemn decision. She nodded heavily. "Rest assured, regardless of the cost, I will ensure your release." "Thank you, mother." Li Tai grasped Xu Pin's hand tightly and lowered his voice further. "Mother, you can use the hand of 7th brother's mother to lure that Qin Muwan into the palace. and then I will personally place this enormous green hat upon Li Yi's head. At this point, a trace of ruthlessness and lewdness flickered in Li Tai's eyes. After discussing further details, Shu Pin reluctantly bid farewell to Li Tai. As she departed, she slipped some silver to the managing eunuch, instructing him to take good care of Li Tai, before turning back multiple times as she made her way to her quarters. Chapter 80. Suanji Pavilion. The thunderous judgment in the Golden Yuan Hall effectively obliterated the years of influence and reputation that Prince Ning Li Tai had painstakingly built in Jingqing. As news spread, the entire city erupted in fervor. The grievances that had been suppressed for days found their ultimate release at this moment. Previously, those who dared only to whisper in taverns and tea-houses were now filled with raucous laughter, as storytellers embellished tales of the Carefree Prince summoning spirits and the furious judgment of the butcher in the Golden Yuan Hall, drawing resounding applause. Throughout the streets, the populace spontaneously ignited firecrackers, celebrating this belated justice as if it were a festival. Your Majesty is wise. This is indeed our Qin's sovereign. The Carefree Prince truly possesses hidden depths. I once thought him merely idling away his time. Yet he is truly a person of great wisdom. Indeed, have you heard? Those children pursued by Prince Ning have all been sheltered by the Carefree Prince. Truly a compassionate heart. Prince Ning is still a lord, and he deserves to die. The heavens are just, and retribution is unwavering. Public opinion shifted from vehement denunciation of Prince Ning to praise for the emperor and admiration for the Carefree Prince Li Yi. However, within the study of the Carefree Prince's residence, Li Yi remained in his languid demeanor, reclining in a rocking chair, gently swaying. Qin Muwan stood beside him, observing the 8 timid children peeking out into the courtyard, her brows furrowed, her face imbued with maternal tenderness. These children cannot remain in the prince's residence forever. Qin Muwan broke the silence, stating that she had instructed the accountant to prepare some funds and seek a plot of land in the outskirts of the city, hiring reliable servants to care for them. They would be educated, learning to read and write, living as ordinary individuals, thus providing a semblance of closure for their deceased loved ones. This was the best arrangement she could conceive for these children. The Dingguo Gongfu also adopted similar methods to care for injured veterans. However, Li Yi shook his head with a smile, sitting upright in his chair. My lady, this method provides but a fish, not a means to fish. He looked at Qin Muwan with earnestness in his gaze, capable of ensuring their safety for a moment, yet not for a lifetime. They are the sole survivors of Zhang Guzi village, and as long as anyone remembers Prince Ning, they will never be ordinary. This crisis may have been averted, but there is no guarantee another will not arise. Rather than providing them with a seemingly stable homestead, it is better to equip them with a means to protect themselves. Qin Muwan appeared puzzled. What do you mean? To provide a fish is inferior to teaching one how to fish. Li Yi stood and approached her, lowering his voice. My lady, do you truly believe I have merely been indulging in pleasures in Jingqiang for the past decade, remaining unnoticed? Qin Muwan's heart skipped a beat as she looked into Li Yi's profound eyes, feeling for the first time that she could not fully comprehend this husband with whom she shared her days. Li Yi chuckled, having been born into royalty. If I lacked preparation, do you think I could have survived this long? He then revealed, in the outskirts of the city, I established a place called Suanji Pavilion. It shelters orphans without homes or extraordinary individuals who find themselves in dire straits. I have invited the finest teachers to instruct them in reading, martial arts, mathematics, mechanisms, commerce, and intelligence. These children are the finest uncut gems in the world. Given the opportunity, they can possess the power to protect themselves and even others. This was the first time Li Yi formally unveiled a glimpse of the strength hidden beneath the surface to Qin Muwan. Suanji Pavilion is yours? Qin Muwan was utterly astonished. She opened her mouth, struggling to find words. She knew Li Yi was deeply secretive, but never imagined he had quietly established such a vast secret organization beneath everyone's noses. This was no mere self-preservation. It was evidently cultivating a force capable of stirring the winds and clouds. Seeing her shock, Li Yi playfully pinched her cheek and smiled. Do not be so surprised. I merely wish to live more securely. One must possess the means to overturn the table, lest one be treated as mere meat on the table. I intend to personally escort them there, both to reassure them and to check on the situation at Suanji Pavilion. Qin Muwan slowly processed this astonishing information, ultimately nodding. Her gaze complex as she looked at him. This man always reveals unexpected facets just when she believes she has come to understand him. Before departing, Qin Muwan unusually refrained from banter and quietly approached him, naturally adjusting his slightly askew collar, gently saying, "Return early." These simple 4 words, lacking in excessive language, warmed Li Yi's heart. He chuckled, playfully flicking her nose and teasing, "Understood. My lady, you are increasingly resembling a princess, which brings me great comfort." Qin Muwan's cheeks flushed. She instinctively shot him a playful glare, but deep within her eyes flowed a tenderness and concern she herself had not yet recognized. Li Yi, accompanied by Yi Qi and the 8 children, quietly departed the Carefree Prince's residence in an inconspicuous carriage. However, less than an hour after his departure, an unexpected visitor arrived at the gates of the Carefree Prince's residence. An elderly woman, perhaps in her 50s, dressed in a neat and dignified blue palace gown, stood respectfully in the reception hall, guided by the doorman. "The old servant greets you, princess." The elderly woman knelt in greeting, her demeanor humble. "Please rise," the princess said, seated in the main position. "May I ask which palace you serve, and what brings you to the prince's residence?" The elderly woman straightened, a courteous smile adorning her face. In response to the princess, "I serve as the steward in the palace of Jingpin. My lady has long resided in the depths of the palace, devoted to worship and detached from worldly matters. Recently, upon hearing that the Carefree Prince has rid the people of harm, restoring clarity to Jingcheng, she felt deeply moved. Furthermore, hearing of your grace and valor, she has developed a profound admiration for you." Pausing for a moment, her words became increasingly earnest. "Coincidentally, our palace has recently acquired some pre-rain Longjing tea from this year, and my lady wishes to cordially invite you into the palace for a small gathering to share tea, with no ulterior motive, simply to cultivate a good relationship and converse. I hope the princess will not take offense." Jingpin? Qin Muwan pondered this name in her mind. Once I heard Li Yi speak of several royal princes' mothers. Jingpin was one of the most unassuming and uncontentious concubines in the palace, and her son, the 7th Prince Li Zhao, had been frail and sickly since childhood. The 2 of them seemed to have little presence in the palace. The rationale behind this invitation was quite reasonable, and the attitude sufficiently humble. Coupled with Jingpin's consistently safe image, it was difficult to find a reason to decline. Qin Muwan pondered for a moment, considering Li Yi's rising fame and the delicate situation in the court. As a princess, engaging in necessary courtly social interactions was part of her duty. To refuse the kind invitation of a non-contentious concubine for no reason would seem rather petty. Thus, she nodded and said, "Since it is the kind intention of Lady Jingpin, how could this princess refuse? Please wait a moment. I shall change my attire and then accompany you into the palace." "Thank you, Your Highness," the old matron replied, a glimmer of barely perceptible brilliance flashing in her eyes. After a short while, Qin Muwan donned a somewhat formal palace attire in a shade befitting a consort, accompanied by a retinue of guards from the Wang residence. She arrived at the Deyang gate of the imperial palace. According to palace regulations, the guards of outside officials' families were not permitted to venture deep into the inner palace and could only wait outside the gates. Qin Muwan had no objections to this. She only brought along her personal maid, Xiao Yuan, and under the guidance of the old matron, they passed through the heavy palace doors. In the afternoon sun, the imperial palace was a magnificent sight, with red walls and yellow tiles, intricately carved beams and painted rafters. However, as the 3 of them ventured deeper, Qin Muwan began to sense an unusual atmosphere. The Zhilan Pavilion, where Jingpin resided, was situated in a rather remote corner, almost near the northwest of the inner palace. Along the way, amidst the vibrant flowers and neatly kept pathways, there were hardly any passing palace maidens or eunuchs, and the surroundings were excessively quiet, with only the sound of their footsteps and the occasional chirping of birds. This eerie tranquility stirred an inconspicuous sense of unease within Qin Muwan, who was seasoned in the ways of the world. She discreetly observed her surroundings, her hand quietly resting on the hilt of the soft sword at her waist, while her gaze swept over the stooped figure of the old matron ahead. The matron continued her steady pace, her expression respectful, showing no signs of flaw. Perhaps she was overthinking it? Qin Muwan suppressed this thread of doubt for the time being, reasoning that she might simply not be accustomed to the palace's elaborate formalities and oppressive atmosphere. After another quarter of an hour, an elegant palace finally came into view, with the plaque above the hall inscribed with the three graceful characters Zhi Lan Xian. "Your Highness, we have arrived," the old matron announced, stopping to gesture invitingly. Qin Muwan nodded and stepped into the hall. Inside Zhi Lan Xian, the decor was refined, exuding an air of tranquility and serenity that indeed aligned with the rumors of Lady Jing Pin's uncontentious nature. A purple copper incense burner within the hall was burning a particularly fragrant incense, its aroma rich and sweet, soothing the mind and heart. The old matron guided Qin Muwan to a seat cushioned with soft mats, personally serving her a steaming cup of fragrant tea, her face adorned with a smile. "Please wait a moment. Your Highness, my lady is currently preparing her makeup and will be here shortly." With that, she bowed and exited, leaving Qin Muwan and Xiao Yuan alone in the grand hall. Qin Muwan lifted the teacup, the liquid within clear and emerald green, the aroma refreshing. Unable to resist, she took a delicate sip. Time passed, and after what felt like an eternity, as they still awaited Jing Pin's arrival, Qin Muwan couldn't help but furrow her brow slightly. At that moment, Xiao Yuan suddenly collapsed to the ground, eyes closed, unconscious. "Xiao Yuan!" Qin Muwan exclaimed sharply. An overwhelming wave of weakness surged through her limbs without warning. Alarm bells rang in her mind. Something was amiss. She attempted to channel her inner strength to resist, only to be horrified to discover that the once turbulent flow of her inner power had now become as sluggish as a stagnant swamp, moving with great difficulty and slowness. The sensation of weakness intensified. Her limbs began to soften, and even sitting upright became a challenge. Her gaze darted toward the incense burner, still emitting that rich fragrance. And a dreadful thought flashed through her mind. The incense was problematic. This was an exceedingly rare, soft mussel incense, colorless and odorless, yet with potent medicinal properties specifically designed to suppress a martial artist's inner strength. Once mixed with other fragrant substances and burned together, even the most experienced practitioners would find it difficult to detect. She had been poisoned. A malicious and frenzied laughter echoed from within the inner chamber. Qin Muwan abruptly lifted her head, only to see a finely maintained hand sweep aside the beaded curtain, revealing a woman dressed in opulent palace attire. Her expression twisted and filled with malice as she slowly stepped forward. This was no unassuming Jing Pin. The figure was, in fact, the Shun Pin, who should have been confined to Jingyang Palace. "Qin Muwan, are you not the so-called goddess of war, able to silence a child's cries and slay a fierce tiger?" Shun Pin advanced step by step toward Qin Muwan, looking down from her elevated position at the princess, who was seated helplessly, unable to move. "What is the matter? Can you not even stand now?" As she spoke, she seized Qin Muwan's chin, inspecting her closely. "However, this little appearance is quite charming. No wonder Tyre still thinks of you even while in the Zongren mansion." Qin Muwan's complexion drained of color as she glared at Shun Pin, her voice icy. "You are exceedingly bold. How dare you conspire against a royal prince's consort within the palace? Are you not afraid the emperor will have your head?" "Afraid? Of course I'm afraid." Shun Pin laughed maniacally, her laughter sharp and piercing. "But what do I have left to lose? You. It is you and that little beast Li Yi. You have ruined my son and destroyed all my hopes for over 20 years. Today, I shall let you experience what it means to suffer worse than death. Taya, come forth." As Shun Pin's words fell, a figure, gaunt and with a gaze filled with depravity and madness, slowly emerged from the shadows of the inner hall. Clad in ill-fitting eunuch garments, his face bore a sickly flush. He fixed his gaze on Qin Muwan, whose face was flushed with anger, and emitted a chilling, raspy laugh from his throat. "Waner, my dear sister-in-law." He licked his cracked lips, his voice hoarse and distorted. "I have finally awaited your arrival." Looking at that simultaneously familiar and strange face, Qin Muwan felt as if struck by lightning, her blood seemingly freezing in her veins. The figure was none other than Li Tai, the wretched man who was supposed to be eternally imprisoned in the Zongren mansion. Li Tai, you madman!" After a brief shock, an inferno of rage erupted within Qin Muwan, obliterating her fear. She could not fathom that Shun Pin possessed such extraordinary means to bring a man, decreed to be eternally confined by the emperor, out from Zongren mansion and into the inner palace. Faced with Li Tai's sickly and lascivious gaze,
and shun Pin's venomous curse. Qin Muwan mustered the last remnants of her spirit, biting her silver teeth and refusing to show weakness in her words. You are utterly deranged. You and your son are truly insane. Beneath the emperor's feet, within the palace, you dare to commit such lawless acts. Li will not spare you. My father will not let you off either. She attempted to intimidate them with the names of Li Yi and the Duke of Dingguo, while desperately trying to circulate the faint inner strength within her, hoping to break free from the grip of the poison. Even regaining a fraction of her power would allow her to turn the tide. However, the potency of the soft muscle incense was far too fierce. Her efforts were futile, only serving to cloud her mind further, and her consciousness began to fade gradually. Li, Duke of Dingguo. Li Tai laughed as if hearing the greatest joke. His laughter sickly. By the time that useless Li Yi hears the news, you will already be mine. At that time, he will wear the largest green hat in the whole world, and the Duke of Dingguo's reputation will be utterly ruined. What can they do but swallow their anger and resentment? He reveled in the thrill of this cat-and-mouse game, relentlessly tormenting her with a barrage of vile and crude language, savoring the despair that gradually surfaced in Qin Muwan's beautiful eyes, which were now ablaze with fury. Tire, stop wasting time with her. Destroy her right here. I want to witness this wretched woman's complete ruin. The anxious glint of madness sparkled in Shu Pin's eyes. Li Tai advanced step by step towards Qin Muwan, his murky gaze ablaze with the flames of vengeance and unrestrained desire. Chapter 82. The princess enters the palace. Trouble is imminent. In the outskirts of the capital, dozens of miles away, at the Suanji Pavilion, on the top floor, Li Yi had just settled the 8 children and was discussing their future training direction with the pavilion's head, a middle-aged Taoist known as Suanzi. Ada has a resilient disposition and possesses leadership talents. He should hone his skills in the martial hall. Shur too is steady and fiercely protective of his sister. Let him learn defensive techniques from the MO group. As for the remaining children, we shall observe their preferences, whether they wish to study medicine, mathematics, or the arts. Let them follow their inclinations, Li Yi stated, holding a cup of tea and organizing his thoughts with meticulous precision. Suddenly, an inexplicable pang of anxiety gripped his heart, as if something of utmost importance was about to be taken from him. His hand, holding the teacup, froze momentarily, causing the scalding tea to spill onto his skin, yet he remained oblivious. His usually languid and smiling peach blossom eyes narrowed instantly, his brow furrowing in concern. My lord? Suanzi inquired, noticing the shift in his demeanor. Li Yi did not respond. He set down the teacup, rose, and gazed out the window towards the capital, his unease intensifying. At that moment, a sharp cooing sound pierced the air as a gray carrier pigeon flew through the window, landing deftly on a perch within the pavilion. Yi Chi stepped forward, skillfully retrieving a wax seal from the bird's leg. After crushing it, he opened the paper inside, and, upon a mere glance, his expression shifted slightly. He hurried to Li Yi's side, presenting the note with both hands. Li Yi received the paper, which bore a hastily scrawled note written in charcoal. An urgent report from the Wangfu's undercover agent. The princess has entered the palace with Jing Pin's maid and has not emerged for over an hour. Before leaving the residence, Li Yi had instructed that if Qin Muwan ventured out alone, particularly into the palace, such a sensitive matter, she must return within an hour, or it must be reported immediately. The moment he read the note, combined with the sudden anxiety he had felt earlier, an ominous premonition began to rise within him. He sat up straight, all previous indolence and irreverence evaporating in an instant. A chilling, bone-deep aura of killing intent erupted from him. The atmospheric pressure around him plummeted, sending shivers of dread and terror through Suanzi and Yi Chi. Xingbin, the perfect facade within the palace, never one to provoke trouble. An hour? For those deranged lunatics. It was ample time for anything to transpire. Imagining the woman who, despite her usual confidence, would blush in his presence and adjust his collar, now possibly facing unimaginable danger and humiliation in the depths of the palace. Li Yi's eyes turned a fierce crimson. Yi. Li Yi's voice was as cold as if it had emerged from the depths of hell, devoid of emotion. Prepare the fastest horse. Immediately. Furthermore, relay my orders to gather the Suanwei group's 3 teams, equipped with the heavenly breaking crossbow, and await outside Diang Gate within 15 minutes. He paused, a flicker of frenzied determination igniting in his gaze. If I have not exited the palace within the time of a single incense stick, regardless of what transpires inside, no matter the consequences, storm the palace. Understood. Yi Qi's heart raced, and without hesitation, he vanished from the pavilion. Before Yi Qi could bring forth the swift steed, Li Yi stomped his foot, his form shooting forth like an arrow released from its bow, leaping from the third-floor window. In midair, he executed several swift movements, transforming into a blur as he raced towards the imperial palace of the capital. What on earth has happened? Suanzi stared, bewildered, at Li Yi's departing figure, turning to Yi Qi, who was bringing the horse. The princess has entered the palace. Trouble is brewing. With that, Yi Qi mounted the swift horse, saluted Suanzi, and galloped away. Suanzi pondered, reflecting on the true nature of the princess who could evoke such concern from their lord. After all, he had never revealed his abilities in public, nor displayed such urgency in all these years. Within the inner hall of his Highland pavilion, the fragrant sweetness had morphed into a poisonous venom, gradually eroding Qin Muwan's will. Li Tai's face, twisted by madness, loomed ever larger before her, his eyes betraying unmasked lust and possessiveness, akin to countless venomous snakes crawling over her body, inducing waves of soul-chilling dread. As the legitimate daughter of the Duke of Dingguo, tempered by the military since childhood, her pride and dignity were etched deep within her bones. She could perish on the battlefield, wrapped in the skin of a horse. But she could not endure such a profound humiliation. Her internal energy was as frozen rivers, and no matter how desperately she tried to summon it, only a trickle remained, leaving her devoid of the strength to even stand. The hand that had once drawn a 6-stone longbow now lacked the power to clench a fist. Despair washed over her like a tidal wave, as she beheld Li Tai's filthy, stinking hand drawing near to caress her cheek. A flicker of resoluteness ignited in Qin Muwan's eyes. She had secretly gathered the last remnants of her strength, preparing to bite her tongue off the moment that hand made contact with her. Better to be shattered like jade than to remain whole like a tile. However, just as the moment drew near, an unexpected turn of events occurred. A maid, thought to be unconscious and slumped at Qin Muwan's feet, suddenly opened her eyes without warning. The timid gaze that usually characterized her now burned with a wild resolve to perish together. She emitted no sound but summoned all her remaining strength from deep within, akin to a cornered beast, fiercely clinging to Li Tai's advancing calf. Then biting down hard on his leg, her sharp teeth tore through the brocade pant leg, embedding themselves deeply into flesh. A heart-wrenching scream shattered the stillness of his Highland pavilion. Li Tai felt a sharp pain in his calf and looked down in disbelief to see the servant girl he had scorned, gnawing at him like a rabid dog, blood rapidly soaking through his trousers. This sudden pain and shock ignited all his brutality. He temporarily abandoned his pursuit of Qin Muwan, fury consuming him as he raised his other foot and mercilessly kicked the frail body of the maid. "You wretched girl! You seek death!" Thud! 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 The dull thuds echoed in the hall, each kick infused with violent intent. The maid's body was tossed about like a rag doll, blood gushing from her mouth. And soon her eyes closed, falling into silence, her fate unknown. Chapter 83. Revenge. Xu Pin watched this all with cold indifference, her face devoid of compassion, instead adorned with a sickly satisfaction, as if she were savoring a captivating performance. Qin Muwan's eyes brimmed with rage as she beheld her loyal maid, who had risked her life for her protection, now lifeless on the ground. Her heart ached as if it were being torn apart, her hatred surging like a tidal wave. She opened her mouth to scream, but found she had expended all her strength to even make sound. "A blind dog dares to ruin my plans." Li Tai kicked a few times, seemingly finally releasing his pent-up anger. He spat, casting a lustful gaze toward Qin Muwan, whose face was ashen. Her eyes filled only with boundless hatred. With a sinister smile, he reached out once more, tugging at the collar of Qin Muwan's garment. At that moment, a thunderous crash resounded, violently striking the 2 crimson palace doors of Zhilan Xian. The sturdy door panels and frames shattered into countless splinters, filling the air with debris. The entire palace trembled violently, and tiles from the roof clattered down. This sudden upheaval startled both Li Tai and Xu Pin, who turned in shock. Through the swirling dust,
Xu Pin was horrified to see that all the palace maids and eunuchs she had arranged to block an alert were now silently lying in pools of blood, each with a thin line of blood at their throats, their faces frozen in expressions of shock from their final moments. Before they could react, a black shadow, enveloped in overwhelming murderous intent and boundless rage, tore through the air, rushing from the entrance to the inner hall with a deafening whoosh. The figure moved with blinding speed, leaving only a blurred afterimage in its wake. Li Tai felt a flash before his eyes as an irresistible force of terror slammed into his chest. Crack! A clear sound of bones breaking echoed. Li Tai was propelled backward like a kite with its string cut. His scream caught in his throat as he crashed into several tables and chairs before slamming hard against the wall, collapsing to the ground, blood spurting from his mouth. And he fainted on the spot. As the shadow dissipated, a tall figure landed steadily before Qin Muwan. Li, without a glance at the puddle of filth on the ground, swiftly removed his outer robe, gently and meticulously wrapping it around Qin Muwan, covering her torn clothing and the pallor of her face devoid of color. He leaned down, his voice trembling with suppressed fear and anxiety, whispering in her ear, "Do not fear, I have come." These 5 words acted like a warm current, instantly shattering all the ice and defenses within Qin Muwan's heart. She could no longer hold on. Darkness engulfed her, and she lost consciousness completely. Yet in the final moment before succumbing, she felt a familiar and reassuring embrace. Li gently lifted in Muwan, ten slowly stood upright. He turned to gaze at Li Tai, who was struggling to rise. His once lazy peach blossom eyes now devoid of warmth, filled only with a chilling, bone-deep murderous intent akin to an endless abyss. He did not immediately confront the culprit, but carried the unconscious Qin Muwan step by step to a relatively clean, soft couch in the corner of the hall. He carefully laid her down, his movements tender as if handling a rare treasure. Next, he approached the gasping Xiao Yuan, checked her breath, and upon finding a faint sign of life, gently lifted her and placed her beside Qin Muwan on the ground, allowing her to lean against the soft couch. He even reached out to smooth the disheveled hair on Qin Muwan's forehead, damp with cold sweat. This exceedingly gentle gesture stood in stark contrast to the almost palpable aura of terror radiating from him, creating a disquieting juxtaposition. Standing aside, Xu Pin, already terrified to the core, looked at the 3rd prince before her, so different from the rumors, and felt a chill surge from her feet to the crown of her head, her very soul trembling. This was not a carefree prince. This was a demon risen from the depths of hell. After ensuring everything was in place, Li finally stood up slowly, turning his gaze toward Li Tai, who was clutching his chest and struggling to rise. Li walked over step by step, his footsteps light, yet resonating like a hammer on Li Tai's heart. "No, don't come closer." Li Tai, witnessing the arrival of Li as if a demon had descended, was finally overtaken by endless terror. He wished to beg for mercy, to cry out, but the agonizing pain from his shattered ribs prevented him from uttering a coherent word. Li stood before him, looking down from a height, his expression entirely devoid of emotion. He slowly lifted his foot and placed it upon Li Tai's right hand, which had sought to touch Qin Muwan. Then, he exerted pressure. Crack! The sickening sound of bone shattering was distinctly audible in the dead silence of the hall. This kick was for the 137 innocent souls slaughtered in Zhongguzi village by your hands. Li Tai finally let out a scream akin to a pig being slaughtered. The pain of shattered bones was 100-fold worse than mere broken bones. Li remained unfazed, expressionless, lifting his foot again to stomp on Li Tai's other hand. Crack! This kick was for those 8 children who, like wild dogs, struggled for survival in the forest, nearly perishing under your murderous pursuit. He continued with the same method. The wails ceased abruptly, only to rise again, piercing and inhuman. Li did not pause. He crushed Li Tai's hands, then proceeded to stomp on his ankles. Crack! This kick was for the old storyteller whose legs were broken by your men on the street, now bedridden. Crack! And this kick is for my princess. You truly have the audacity to covet what is mine. With 4 crisp sounds, Li Tai's limbs were rendered useless. He lay on the ground like a puddle of mud, reduced to meaningless twitches and groans, unable to move further. Li's voice, devoid of any inflection, sent chills through everyone who heard it. Madman, you lunatic. Li, if you harm my son, I will fight you to the death. Witnessing her son being so ruthlessly tortured,
Shu Pin's spirit finally shattered completely. She screamed, lunging at Li Yi like a shrew. Without turning, Li Yi swiftly struck her across the face. Slap! The sharp sound of the slap echoed as Shu Pin was sent flying, crashing heavily against the crimson pillar of the hall, rolling her eyes back, and fainting on the spot. Having completed all of this, Li Yi was entirely immersed in the euphoria of revenge and his overwhelming fury. He forgot that this was the imperial palace, forgot the time, forgot the final limit he had previously set for Yi Qi. Chapter 84. Fratricide in the Presence. Meanwhile, outside the Deyang gate of the imperial palace, a beautifully crafted incense stick had burned down to its end in the censer, the last wisp of blue smoke rising and dissipating with the wind. The leader of the Xian Wei Jia Zishan group, clad in black attire and wearing a Shura mask, glanced at the sky, then at the tightly shut palace doors, his eyes betraying no emotion. He slowly raised his hand, his voice cold and hard as iron, issuing the highest command bestowed upon him by Li Yi before his departure. Time's up. The master has not exited. Charge! At his command, dozens of black-clad Xian Wei, already poised for action, emerged from the shadows like phantoms. Armed with specially designed crossbows, they agilely scaled the towering palace walls, slipping into the heavily guarded imperial palace like ghosts. Along the way, the imperial guards discovered them and attempted to question and intercept. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Their response came in the form of swift, silent crossbow bolts. The guards had no time to raise the alarm before clutching their throats. Disbelief etched on their faces as they collapsed. Clang, 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 clang. Finally, deep within the inner palace, the chilling sound of alarm bells echoed. Assassin, protect the emperor. An assassin has breached the palace. The shouts of killing, screams, the clashing of armor, and hurried footsteps instantly reverberated throughout the once tranquil inner palace. The bell's toll quickly alerted Emperor Li Jinyu, who was reviewing memorials in the imperial study. Li Jinyu, upon learning of an unidentified assassin breaching the inner palace, was filled with a tempestuous rage and immediately mobilized all the imperial guards to surround the intruder. Soon, he gleaned several key pieces of information from the chaotic reports. The assassin's target was unmistakably Highland Hall, and their combat prowess was formidable. They had since been subdued. Inside Highland Hall, Li Yi held a pitch-black hand crossbow, preparing to deliver the final blow to the barely breathing Li Tai. At that moment, the cacophony of clashing armor and tumult from outside the hall jolted him from his near uncontrollable fury. A powerful voice, saturated with thunderous wrath, resonated from afar, echoing throughout the entire palace. Halt! Li Yi hesitated, his grip on the crossbow momentarily faltering. He slowly lifted his gaze to the entrance. There stood Emperor Li Jinyu, clad in resplendent yellow robes, flanked by the head eunuch Wen Dihei and a throng of elite guards, his expression as stern as the depths of a stormy sea, striding forward with the grace of a dragon and the might of a tiger. Behind him loomed a dense phalanx of imperial guards, their armor gleaming, weapons drawn, encircling Highland Hall with an impenetrable wall. The atmosphere in the courtyard was steeped in an oppressive chill. Li Jinyu's gaze swept across the scene like a sharpened blade. Upon witnessing the lifeless bodies of palace attendants strewn about, his brow furrowed deeply. As he stepped into the hall and beheld the nightmarish tableau before him, the fire of wrath ignited within his profound eyes. Inside, his concubine, Shuqin, lay unconscious against a pillar. His son, formerly Prince Ning Li Tai, was crumpled on the ground, bloodied and contorted at unnatural angles, and his other son, Li Yi, stood drenched in blood, wielding the crossbow like a deity of death emerging from the battlefield. Further away, on a soft couch, his daughter-in-law, the legitimate daughter of the Duke of Dingguo, Qin Muwan, lay unconscious in disarray, alongside a maid whose fate hung in the balance. This sight unleashed an explosion of fury within Li Jinyu. The audacity of Li Tai and his mother to commit such heinous acts within the palace, plotting against the imperial family, was an unforgivable transgression. Li Yi's brazen act of privately raising an army and audaciously invading the palace, showing utter disregard for the imperial authority, was intolerable. Most unforgivable of all was Li Yi's gross misuse of power, tormenting a royal prince to such an extent. This was a ruthless trampling of his paternal and sovereign authority. Li Jinyu's voice was icily resolute as he fixed his gaze upon his third son, questioning with deliberate gravity, Do you seek rebellion? The emperor's wrath was akin to a storm of thunder. The air within the grand hall felt as though it had congealed, and all guards and servants prostrate themselves, frozen in fear, with even their breath becoming tentative. To all witnesses, it seemed that in the face of the emperor's thunderous inquiry, the only recourse for the Carefree Prince was to relinquish his weapon and kneel in penance, perhaps securing a sliver of mercy. However, Li's reaction surpassed all expectations. He did not kneel, nor did he answer the emperor's question. Instead, he slowly raised his head, his crimson eyes, still imbued with the ferocity of battle, locking onto his father and sovereign with an unwavering calm. In his gaze, there was no fear, no regret, only an abyss of chilling silence. He lowered his gaze, fixating on the beleaguered Li Tai at his feet. In that moment, though Li Tai was slipping into unconsciousness, a flicker of hope ignited within his dimming pupils upon seeing the emperor's arrival. He opened his mouth, struggling to emit a sound, as if seeking salvation from his father. This glimmer of hope ignited the last vestiges of madness within Li Yi. He recalled the desperate, resolute gaze of Qin Muwan before her fall, the fearless spirit of Xiao Yuan, and the unimaginable consequences had he arrived even a moment later. He could not gamble. He could not wager whether, in the aftermath of his fury, his father would extend a lifeline to this wretch due to a lingering shred of paternal affection. This man today in this place must die. No one could intervene. Under the horrified gazes of hundreds, Li Yi did not glance at the emperor again. He slowly raised his left arm, aiming the crossbow at Li Tai's forehead. Unfilial son, how dare you? Li Jinyu's eyes widened in fury upon realizing Li Yi's intent, unleashing a thunderous roar. When Dihei and the elite guards' expressions shifted dramatically as they rushed forward to intervene. But it was too late. A final flicker of resolve and madness flashed in Li Yi's eyes. Without hesitation, he pulled the trigger against Li Tai's head, still clinging to a remnant of hope. With a soft whoosh, an almost imperceptible yet shrill sound sliced through the air. The specially crafted crossbow bolt, forged from black iron, surged forth with unparalleled force, leaving a barely visible trail in its wake. The bolt struck true, piercing Li Tai's forehead with unerring accuracy. The violent momentum sent his head snapping back, extinguishing his last flicker of hope, silencing all sound, and sealing a lifetime of sin into the unforgiving, cold tiles of Silent Hall. Blood and brain matter began to flow, painting the floor crimson. Silence enveloped the hall. Time seemed to freeze in that moment. All present were, as if paralyzed, staring in disbelief at the inconceivable scene before them. The seemingly unassuming Li Yi had, in the presence of the emperor and surrounded by hundreds of guards, openly defied imperial authority, executing another royal prince with a lethal crossbow bolt. Li Yi slowly lowered his arm, the crossbow clattering to the ground with a sharp sound. Having completed his grim deed, he appeared as if he had merely crushed an insignificant insect. He turned and approached the couch, bending down to gently lift the unconscious Qin Muwan into his embrace. Knight 7, who had been outside, quickly understood and entered the hall to carefully carry the gravely injured Xiao Yuan. In his furious state, Li Jinyu did not intervene. Li Yi, cradling Qin Muwan, walked deliberately toward the exit. The guards blocking his path instinctively parted, none daring to confront the one who had just slain his brother. He approached Emperor Li Jinyu, who was momentarily restrained by several loyal guards wielding swords. Li Yi halted, gazing at his father's ashen face, trembling slightly from sheer fury. The madness and coldness in his eyes gradually receded, revealing a flicker of clarity. In a tone that was disturbingly calm, he softly proclaimed, "I will first return to the residence to settle matters with the princess. Then I shall enter the palace to plead my case before Father Emperor." Chapter 85. The calm before the storm as the crowd watched Li Yi depart with Qin Muwan. Silent Hall was enveloped in a suffocating silence. The air was thick with an eerie mixture of blood, incense, and wood shavings. The still warm body on the ground, an arrow protruding from its forehead, stared wide-eyed, frozen in the final moments of hope and terror. The Emperor Li Jinyu's pallid face appeared even more ominous under the flickering candlelight within the hall. He refrained from looking at the body of what was once his son, as if it were merely refuse that required immediate disposal. With hands clasped behind his back, his gaze swept across the quaking guards and palace attendants kneeling on the floor, and his voice, devoid of any emotion, began to issue a series of commands. "When Dihei, your servant is here.
The head eunuch Wen Dihei hurriedly stepped forward, not daring to lift his head. Summoned the imperial physician to examine the one beneath the pillar. The emperor's tone was as unremarkable as if he were discussing a trivial matter. Do not let her die. I want her to live, to reflect on her life within Jingyang Palace. At this, Wen Dihei's heart trembled. He understood that for a woman like Shupin to be made to live in the cold palace, fully aware of her despair, watching everything she held dear dissolve into nothingness, was 10,000 times more cruel than a swift death. Subsequently, Li Jinyu's gaze finally fell upon the body of Li Tai, nailed to the ground, and in a chilling tone, he commanded, dispose of him cleanly. Publicly declare that Prince Li Tai succumbed to a vile illness and passed away suddenly. Tomorrow, we shall conduct the royal mourning according to the prince's regulations. This was the emperor employing the most merciless means to uphold the shattered dignity of the royal family. The scandal of one prince attempting treachery, being personally executed by another prince in front of the emperor, must not be allowed to leak out even a whisper. The surrounding guards felt a chill rising from their feet at these words. What they had witnessed and heard today was destined to remain buried in their hearts for a lifetime. Finally, Li Jinyu's gaze swept over the bodies of the palace maids and eunuchs in the courtyard. Bury all of these individuals with due honors for their service in protecting the palace, and their families shall receive double compensation. He paused, his voice suddenly turning exceedingly stern. Seal all news. If even a word of today's events leaks outside the palace, no matter who it is, their entire family shall face extermination. As you command. The darkly clad guards and palace attendants responded in unison, their voices filled with the terror of having narrowly escaped a calamity. The wrath of the emperor, after a brief outburst, swiftly shifted to an iron-fisted purge and control of information within. The entire palace began to operate swiftly and silently under the emperor's will, erasing all traces of the day's events. Meanwhile, in the carefree Wangfu, Wen Li Yi, cradling Qin Muwan, and Yi Qi, holding Xiao Yuaner, appeared at the gate. Drenched in blood, the waiting steward Fu and the rest of the servants were utterly terrified. My lord, my lady, Fu, then, upon seeing the lord in such a state, lost all color in his face, his voice trembling. No time for idle chatter. Where's the physician? Li Yi's killing intent had completely receded, replaced by an extreme calm and urgency. His voice was not loud, yet it bore an undeniable authority. He is in the bedroom, awaiting you. Fu hurriedly replied. Li Yi said no more and swiftly carried Qin Muwan through the courtyard, heading directly for the master bedroom, with Yi Qi close behind. Inside, an emaciated old man, whose hair was a tangled mess resembling a bird's nest, and whose goatee nearly brushed his chest, was idly picking at his toes. He was the physician Li Yi had summoned from Suanji Pavilion, renowned for his miraculous medical skills, yet possessing a peculiar temperament. Aside from Li Yi, no one could command him. Upon seeing Li Yi enter, the physician lazily lifted his eyelids, and when he beheld Qin Muwan on the bed and Xiao Yuaner on the floor, a glimmer of clarity flickered in his murky eyes. Without further inquiry, he approached and checked their pulses. Li Yi stood by, watching Qin Muwan's pale face, his fists clenched tightly, nails digging into his palms. This was the first time in 10 years since his arrival in this world that he felt such fear and helplessness. Moments later, the physician withdrew his hand and, with a dismissive snort, stated, "She will not die." Both have been afflicted by Shigeru and Jin. The potency of the drug is formidable. They will require careful recuperation. The other injuries appear severe, several bones are fractured, but none have compromised vital areas. I have ways to bring her back from the brink. Hearing this, the tension that had gripped Li Yi's heart since the onset of his anxiety began to ease slightly. He turned and began to issue orders to Steward Fu, and with methodical precision. Fuin, from today onward, the Wangfu shall close its doors to visitors and elevate security measures. Until my return, no one is to enter or exit without permission. All food and medicine for the lady and Xiao Yuaner must be handled solely by you. Do you understand? I understand. Fuin nodded heavily, fully aware of the gravity of the situation. Subsequently, Li Yi turned to Yi Qi, instructing, guard the Wangfu closely, especially the ladies' quarters. Until my return, not even a fly is to enter. Rest assured, my lord. Yi Qi knelt, his voice steady. Finally, he turned back, casting a deep look at Qin Muwan on the bed, earnestly entrusting the physician, "Old man, I trouble you to care for them well during this time." I do not know when I shall emerge from the palace. The physician, squinting and stroking his beard, smiled. Do not worry. I shall ensure I return 2 healthy individuals to you. Li Yi nodded slightly, returning to his room to silently remove his blood-stained garments and don a simple, unadorned robe. He wore no insignia of status. Even his hair was merely tied back in a simple manner. When he stepped out again, there was no trace of killing intent. Only a disquieting calm lurked in the depths of his peach blossom eyes. Under the anxious gazes of Fu, Un, and the others at the Wang Fu, Li Yi made his way out alone, without any guards, step by step, towards the looming imperial palace. As night deepened, the East Palace remained brightly lit. Upon receiving the news, the Empress nearly fainted on the spot. She disregarded her regal composure, rushing to the East Palace with 2 trusted palace maids, dismissing all attendants. Qianer. The Empress, pale as a ghost, burst into the study and grasped the hand of Crown Prince Li Qian. Mother, what has caused you such alarm? Crown Prince Li Qian, practicing his calligraphy, was taken aback by his mother's uncharacteristic demeanor. The Empress, her lips trembling, lowered her voice to a near whisper, revealing the shocking tragedy that had unfolded in Tailan. Li Yi, he shot and killed Li Tai before your father's very eyes. What? The brush in Crown Prince Li Qian's hand fell with a clatter, ink splattering across the floor. He was stunned, unable to believe his ears. Then, an uncontrollable wave of immense joy surged within him, akin to a volcanic eruption. Dead? His greatest rival, that constant thorn in his side, Li Tai, is dead? And it was the 3rd brother, whom he had never regarded as a threat. Who did it? This was nothing short of a monumental boon. He forced himself to suppress the urge to smile wildly, instead donning a facade of grief and regret as he steadied his mother, speaking solemnly. Mother, do not worry. My 2nd brother acted foolishly, and my 3rd brother, overly impulsive, has caused this tragic incident of fraternal strife. I am deeply pained and heartbroken. At this time, I shall remain prudent, causing no further troubles, and share the burden for father. Yes, yes. The Empress nodded repeatedly, anxiously advising, Li Yi has gone mad. In the coming days, you must stay close to the East Palace. Do not provoke him, and refrain from expressing any opinions on this matter to avoid drawing fire upon yourself. I understand. After calming the excessively shocked Empress and sending her away, Li Qian closed the study door. He could no longer contain the joy swelling within him. Leaning against the door, slowly sinking to the floor, first silently shaking his shoulders, and ultimately unable to restrain his low, jubilant laughter. Ha ha! The laughter echoed in the spacious study, creating an eerie atmosphere. Li Tai was dead, and the seemingly inconspicuous 3rd brother, Li Yi, had committed the unforgivable crime of fratricide. In his view, even if Li Yi were to survive this, he would be stripped of his status, irrevocably cast into the abyss, and rendered incapable of contending for the position of heir. He felt that he was but a single, trivial step away from that supreme position. This world, after all, belonged to him. Chapter 86. Father and Son, Ruler and Minister. In the imperial study, the room was brightly lit as if it were day, yet an unusual silence prevailed. Li knelt alone, serene upon the cold, unyielding gold bricks. His back was perfectly straight. Li Jinyu did not occupy the dragon throne. Instead, he stood with his back to Li Yi, hands clasped behind him, gazing at the vast mural of the Jiangshan Shiji II upon the wall. Depicted upon it were the sprawling landscapes of the Qin dynasty, every inch of land symbolizing his supreme authority. He stood in silence, uttering not a word, and half an hour passed in this oppressive stillness, more suffocating than any thunderous roar. When Dihei stood by with hands at his side, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, his breathing as soft and slow as possible. He understood better than anyone that before him stood a father and son, one the sovereign, the other a newly risen harbinger of death. Every dialogue exchanged between them would dictate the fate and honor of the Xiaoao Wangfu, and could potentially unleash unforeseen turmoil within the court in the days to come. At last, Li Jinyu slowly turned around. His face bore no anger, no roar, only an unfathomable coldness and disappointment, as though he were gazing upon the most lamentable of wayward sons. He approached Li Yi step by step, looking down upon him, and in a measured tone. He questioned, Li Yi, I ask you, you have privately nurtured the Suanwei and trained assassins. This is treason. Should you not die for it? Indeed, I should die.
Li replied calmly. You have disregarded palace prohibitions, brazenly stormed the palace with soldiers, treating the emperor's dignity as nothing. Should you not die for this? Indeed, I should die. Li Tai, despite his faults, is still your brother. You have slain your elder brother, extinguishing the bonds of kinship. Is this not unfilial? Should you not die for it? Indeed, I should die. You have openly defied my decree in my presence, brazenly committed murder, treating me with contempt. Is this not unfilial? Should you not die for it? As Li Jinyu's voice grew colder, the final question was almost squeezed from between clenched teeth. Li Yi, these 4 grave sins, any one of which is sufficient for you to die 10 times over. What further words do you have? The emperor's wrath had finally manifested as a tangible judgment, pressing heavily upon Li Yi. Yet, in the face of this thunderous interrogation capable of breaking anyone, Li Yi neither defended himself nor pleaded for mercy. Nor did he exhibit any emotional fluctuation. He slowly lifted his head, his clear eyes calmly meeting those of his father and sovereign. I have nothing to say. He paused, adopting a tone akin to stating facts, and recounted everything that had transpired within this highland pavilion, from how Shupin had deceived Qin Muwan into the palace under the guise of Jingpin, to how Xiao Yuaner had been brutally injured while protecting her master, to the dishonor suffered by Qin Muwan. He spoke without haste, his voice devoid of embellishment, calmly laying bare the scenes before the emperor. After finishing, he bowed deeply, his forehead striking the cold tiles with a dull thud. Father Emperor, I have but one final question for you. When a husband's wife is on the brink of dishonor, when a loyal servant risks life and death to protect his master, if he can still step aside, coolly discuss regulations and national laws, waiting for your judgment, can he still be considered a man? His voice was not loud, yet each word resonated clearly, striking the hearts of all present in the imperial study like a heavy hammer. I admit to these 4 grave sins. They are unforgivable. Yet, if given the chance to do it all over again, I would still act in the same manner. All blame rests solely upon me. I beseech you, Father Emperor, to impose your judgment. Upon uttering these words, he once more bowed deeply, resolutely returning all choices to the emperor in a manner both decisive and slightly unyielding. Li Jinyu's heart was struck profoundly by this declaration. He was both a monarch and a father, as well as a man. How could he not comprehend Li Yi's overwhelming rage? Deep within, he even harbored a secret recognition of Li Yi's reckless valor. Had he himself been younger, he might have acted even more decisively. However, he was the emperor, the ruler of the realm, the paragon of authority. He could not tolerate such naked trampling of his sovereignty. Li Yi's actions today set a perilous precedent. If today he could storm the palace and slay his brother for the sake of his wife, would he not similarly lead troops to invade the imperial study for some other cause tomorrow? Li Jinyu found himself ensnared in an unprecedented dilemma. To kill Li Tai and his mother bore heinous crimes inciting the wrath of both gods and men. At this juncture, to slay Li Yi, who sought vengeance for his wife, would not only leave the Duke of Dingguo with no explanation, but how would the world perceive him as a cold-blooded emperor? He had just garnered public favor through his judgment of Li Tai. To spare him? Then where lay the imperial majesty? What face would the emperor have? Must he inform the world that a prince could freely invade the palace and commit murder without consequence? Gazing upon his son kneeling before him, Li Jinyu felt for the first time that he could not fully comprehend him. This son was no longer the frivolous wastrel who indulged in pleasure, but rather a razor-sharp, glistening double-edged sword. In the right hands, it could clear paths through the thorns and bring peace to the realm. In the wrong hands, the first to be harmed would be the wielder himself. He required a sheath that could contain the sword's sharpness while enabling its use for his own ends. After a lengthy silence, the stifling quiet of the imperial study was finally shattered. Li Jinyu's voice emerged, tinged with an unmistakable fatigue, but overshadowed by an undeniable authority. Li Yi, your sins are unforgivable. Yet, considering the circumstances that led to them, and the undeniable crimes of Li Tai and his mother, I cannot kill you, but I must still punish you. He gazed at Li Yi, slowly pronouncing the final verdict. Henceforth, I strip you of your title as Xiaoao Wang and demote you to an Yangjun Wang. I grant you the fief of Jiangzhou and Yangjun, and you are to depart the capital with your princess within 3 days to assume your post. Without my summons, you are never to return to the capital. All your privileges as a prince are revoked, and you shall receive no further provisions from the palace.
As for your private army, the Suanwei, I shall refrain from pursuing its origins for the time being. However, from this day forth, it shall be placed under the jurisdiction of the Ministry of War, temporarily managed and reorganized by the Duke of Dingguo, Qin Muwan. This punishment caused Wen Dihei to sharply inhale in shock. It appeared to be an extreme measure: demotion, exile, deprivation, and confiscation, effectively casting a prince into the depths of despair. Yet, upon deeper reflection, one could discern the emperor's calculations and balancing act. The demotion and exile provided an explanation to the people, preserving imperial authority. The nominal reclamation of the formidable Suanwei, entrusted to his father-in-law Qin Muwan for management, served to appease and draw in the Qin family, while simultaneously imposing a form of surveillance and check against Li Yi. Moreover, it granted Li Yi a safety net. Most crucially, in Yangjun, located in the prosperous Jiangnan region of Jiangzhou, was renowned as a land of fish and rice, rich and thriving, far surpassing the capital in wealth. This was hardly a punishment. It was in essence an invitation to enjoy a life of leisure. Kneeling on the ground, Li Yi absorbed the implications of his judgment and understood fully. Father Emperor, after all, remains Father Emperor. The mind of a monarch is unfathomable. He bowed once more, his voice calm and unwavering, betraying no hint of elation or anger. I, your son, accept the decree with gratitude. Very well, return and make your preparations. Li Jinyu waved his hand dismissively and turned away. Li Yi slowly rose from the ground, uttering not another word, and turned to depart the imperial study in silence. His back appeared forlorn, yet bore a trace of relief, as though he were shedding a heavy burden. Exiled from the capital, distanced from the vortex of power, and heading to the bountiful lands of Jiangnan, perhaps this was the life he had long yearned for, a life of tranquility. Chapter 87. Returning to the manor, the night was as dark as ink, enveloping the vast Aoyao Wangfu in a profound silence. The atmosphere within the manor felt as though it had solidified, oppressive to the point that the servants walked on tiptoe, fearful of making even the slightest sound. At the entrance to the inner courtyard, the steward Fuin was pacing anxiously like ants on a hot pan, accompanied by several core officials of the estate. Each face was etched with fear and unease, their gazes frequently darting towards the direction of the Wangfu's main gate, eagerly awaiting news. The prince had entered the palace alone to plead for forgiveness, and had yet to return, leaving his fate uncertain. The destiny of the entire Wangfu hung by a thread. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until the resplendent vermilion doors, which bore the weight of everyone's hopes and fears, creaked open. A figure stepped through the threshold. It was the prince. He was still clad in the simple, unadorned robe he had worn before his departure, his expression calm, betraying no hint of joy or anger. Yet an overwhelming weariness radiated from him, unmistakable even in the thick of night. The heavy air he carried, infused with an aura of authority from the palace, rendered the servants who approached him motionless, silenced by awe. Your Highness, the steward Fuin, upon seeing Li Yi return unscathed, felt the weight that had burdened his heart throughout the night finally lift. Overwhelmed by a mix of joy and sorrow, his wrinkled face was soon drenched in tears. His lips trembled as he yearned to inquire about the circumstances within the palace, yet the prince's commanding presence stifled his voice. Li Yi's placid gaze swept across the crowd, recognizing the fear and concern mirrored in their eyes. Without further elaboration, he spoke in a tone devoid of emotion. I have returned. These simple words seemed to carry a reassuring power. He paused, then continued, Fuin, summon all the estate's officials and the representatives of the servants from each courtyard. Assemble in the main hall in 15 minutes. Yes, my lord, Fuin responded quickly, wiping his tears, bowing deeply, and promptly set off to convey the orders. 15 minutes later, the main hall of the Wangfu was ablaze with light. Li Yi sat at the head of the table. Before him lay his favorite zitten wood tea table, though it bore no fruits or snacks he usually relished. His calm gaze surveyed the assembly of 50 or so individuals standing before him, officials from various parts of the estate, the head cook from the kitchen, the leader from the stables, and representatives of the ordinary servants. All heads were bowed, and not a sound was uttered, uncertain of the prince's intentions. Li Yi wasted no time in suspense. He announced the emperor's decree in a tone that was almost factual, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. First, from today onward, I'm no longer the Prince of Xiaoyao. His Majesty has decreed that my title be revoked, and I am to be demoted to the Duke of Dingguo. The moment these words were uttered, a wave of suppressed unrest rippled through the crowd. To be stripped of one's title was, for Prince, a punishment second only to death. Li Yi continued without acknowledging their reactions. Second, within 3 days I must depart the capital with my family to my fief in Jiangzhou. Dingguo. Without the emperor's edict, I am forbidden to return to the capital for life. This proclamation struck like a stone cast into placid waters, creating tumult among the assembly. The demotion and exile were clear to all. Their master had fallen from grace, and the Wangfu seemed on the brink of disintegration. Your Highness, Fuan could no longer contain himself. He fell to his knees, tears streaming down his face, his voice choked yet resolute. I care not for titles of Duke or Prince. I recognize only you as my master. Wherever you go, I shall follow. Even through mountains of knives and seas of fire, I shall remain steadfast. His words ignited a spark of loyalty among the crowd. We vow to follow the prince to the death. The head cook Zhang and the stable leader's son, along with several long-serving household servants, immediately knelt beside Fuan, their faces resolute. They were individuals whom Li Yi had saved from the hands of cruel masters or had uplifted during his own times of hardship, and they had long considered themselves part of the Wangfu. However, amidst the loyal, there were also the hesitant. Many young servants from wealthy families in the capital wore expressions of distress, panic-stricken. They had families to support, relying on their positions within the Wangfu for sustenance. The prospect of abandoning their homes to follow their master to a distant and unfamiliar land was an arduous decision. In that moment, the hall was filled with kneeling figures. Yet half remained standing, frozen and distressed, their faces revealing their inner turmoil. Li observed this scene with calmness, as if he had anticipated it all along. He neither grew angry nor disappointed. He raised his hand, signaling for silence. Please rise, he said slowly. The journey to Jiangzhou is long, and the future is uncertain. I will not compel anyone. Now, I offer you a choice. Those willing to accompany me to Jiangzhou from this day forth, your monthly wages will be increased by 30%. Additionally, the Wangfu will provide each of you with double the settling-in allowance to ensure your families are well accommodated in the capital. For those unwilling to go, I shall not make it difficult. Tomorrow morning, you may collect 3 months' wages from Fuan as severance pay, and from henceforth, you shall have no ties to the Wangfu and may seek your own paths. His words left the assembly in stunned silence. The hesitant servants, who had feared reprimand or wage deductions for their lack of loyalty, were taken aback by the prince's magnanimity. This straightforward arrangement, with its clear rewards and consequences, instantly soothed the restless hearts of those present. Those who had already intended to follow felt a surge of gratitude, reassured that they had chosen the right master. Meanwhile, those deciding to leave felt a deep appreciation for Li Yi, harboring no resentment in their hearts. Very well, take your time to consider. Tomorrow morning, provide Fuan with your responses. Li Yi waved his hand, signaling that it was time to return to work. He turned to Fuan and methodically issued his instructions. Fuan, you must immediately organize the staff. First, inventory all assets, antiques, and paintings in the estate, except for the books in my study and the dowry of your princess. Everything else that can be sold for silver notes within these 2 days must be sold. Second, those who wish to follow us should prepare to settle their families at home. We shall gather at the Wangfu Gate at dawn in 3 days. Third, prepare carriages. More is better. The priority is the books and drawings in my study. They are all I possess, and not a single one must be left behind. Other luggage should be kept to a minimum. The clarity of these commands breathed life into the once still Wangfu, guiding it from chaos into organized, urgent action. Chapter 88. Wherever you go, I shall follow once everything was arranged. Li Yi paid no heed to the commotion outside. He alone, dragging his weary body, returned to the master bedroom. The air within was thick with the scent of medicine. The old physician had tended to Qin Muwan, and had administered life-saving elixirs to the gravely injured Xiao Yuan, placing her in a side room. As Li Yi approached, the physician merely shrugged, muttering that she had only superficial injuries and would not die, advising rest before retreating to his quarters for sleep. Li Yi dismissed all attending servants and gently closed the door. At that moment, the clamor of the outside world seemed to be completely shut out. In his realm, there remained only the pale woman lying in bed, her complexion as white as paper. It was only now, as the dread he had forcefully suppressed began to wash over him like cold sea water, that he felt truly engulfed. He sat slowly at her bedside, gazing at her serene face, noticing the faint red marks on her neck from her struggles. The events that transpired in Thailand, Qian replayed in his mind like the sharpest blade, once again piercing his heart. From storming the palace to fratricide, and finally confronting the emperor in the imperial study, all his nerves had been taut to the limit, forbidding even the slightest relaxation. Yet now all was settled. The taut string has finally snapped. A profound weariness crashes over him like a landslide or a tsunami. He extends his hand, gently clasping her cold fingers that lie outside the quilt, attempting to warm her with his own body heat. He wishes to think of nothing, neither the frigid palace, nor the impending exile, nor the uncertainties that lay ahead. He simply desires to remain by her side. He leans against the edge of the bed, softly pressing his cheek against the back of their intertwined hands, feeling her faint pulse, as if only in this way could he confirm her existence and well-being. Amidst this overwhelming fatigue and the newfound sense of security, he drifts into a deep slumber. The moonlight filters through the window, quietly illuminating the room, casting elongated shadows of the two figures that intertwine on the floor, forming a serene and poignant tableau. The following morning, the first rays of dawn pierce through the window, casting mottled light upon the bedroom floor. Qin Muwan's consciousness gradually emerges from a haze of darkness. The first sensation she perceives is not the ache in her body, nor the stagnation of her inner energy, but rather the solid and warm weight upon her right hand. Her hand is enveloped by a broad, comforting palm. Slowly, she opens her heavy eyelids, and what greets her sight is not the cold, opulent palace of Zhilan Xian, nor the grotesque visage of Li Tai, but rather the familiar profile of Li Yi, sound asleep beside her. He is hunched over at the bedside, clad in a simple, unadorned robe, one hand firmly gripping hers while the other supports his face as he sleeps. The proximity allows her to discern the deep shadows beneath his eyes, the fine stubble sprouting on his chin, and even the slight furrow of his brow, which persists even in slumber. The desperate scenes within Zhilan Xian flash through her mind like shattered glass. Shu Pin's venomous curse, Li Tai's lascivious gaze, Xiao Yuan's resolute struggle, and the moment she was kicked away. Ultimately, all images coalesce into the moment he forcefully kicked open the palace door, descending like a deity, uttering the words, "Do not be afraid, I have arrived." A wave of unprecedented peace and warmth washes over her, akin to the thawing streams of spring, permeating her entire being. All fear, regret, humiliation, and anger dissipate in the presence of his tranquil slumber beside her. She is alive, and he is safe. That is enough. Qin Muwan remains silent, not daring to move, fearful of waking this profoundly exhausted man. Instead, with her ungrasped left hand, she gently caresses Li Yi's cheek, wishing to smooth the tension from his furrowed brow. The tender touch of her fingertips, warm and soothing, instantly stirs Li Yi from his light slumber. He jolts awake, his eyes meeting hers, brilliant and clear, gazing back at him. Initially stunned, his languorous peach blossom eyes ignite with uncontainable joy and relief. "You're awake?" he exclaims, sitting upright and grasping her hand that is still caressing his cheek. His voice, husky from sleep, spills forth a flurry of questions. "How do you feel? Is there any discomfort? Is your head still spinning?" Qin Muwan gently shakes her head. Her voice, though still faint, carries an unprecedented softness. "I am fine. How long have I slept? What happened afterward? What about Li Tai and the others?" Her foremost concern remains Xiao Yuan. What of Xiao Yuan? Is she well? Li Yi tightens his grip on her hand, adopting a tone of casual ease as he recounts the subsequent events in brief. Xiao Yuan is fortunate. The physician said she has broken a few bones, but is not in critical condition. She will need a long period of recuperation. As for that beastly Tai, I dealt with him and in front of our father, sent him on his way. He speaks as if it were a trivial task. Father was furious, and the consequence was that we were expelled from the capital. The title of Prince of Leisure has now been reduced to Duke of Dingguo, with our territory relocated to Jiangnan, and we must depart within 3 days. From now on, we are forbidden from returning to the capital without his command. Afterward, he winks at Qin Muwan, teasingly adding, "See, after all this trouble, I have finally realized my ultimate dream of retiring to Jiangnan." "True," My title has diminished slightly, but it matters not. After all, lying down is the same no matter where one is. Qin Muwan listens quietly, refraining from interjecting. Upon hearing him mention sending Li Tai away in front of their father, her heart constricts as if gripped by an unseen hand. She understands better than anyone the perilous implications of openly defying the emperor, surrounded by hundreds of imperial guards, and taking the life of one's own brother. In this moment, she fully grasps the heavy toll and immense risks this seemingly carefree man, who often appears frivolous, has borne for her sake. She does not engage in discussions of right or wrong, nor lament the unfairness of fate. Instead, she gazes deeply into Li Yi's eyes, her own filling with unshed tears. Her voice trembling as she utters, "Li Yi, thank you." Then, as if fearing he might not hear her clearly, she adds with profound remorse, "And I am sorry. It was my thoughtlessness that brought you such trouble." "Foolish girl, what nonsense are you speaking?" Li Yi gently swipes her nose with his fingers, chastising her with a smile. "You are my princess, my wife. Protecting you is my duty and an inherent obligation. If anyone dares to lay a finger on you, I would have their entire family pay the price. There is no trouble in that." He continues, his smile widening. "Besides, what is wrong with going to Jiangnan? It is a land of pristine beauty, abundant harvests, far removed from the tribulations of the capital. It is precisely what I desire. From now on, you shall accompany me as we traverse the mountains and rivers, savoring delicacies from all corners of the land. Is that not preferable to living in constant fear here in the capital?" His words are light-hearted, yet carry an undeniable sincerity that soothes Qin Muwan's guilt. She gazes at him, her heart a tumult of emotions, ultimately settling on a resolute nod. Seeing her emotions calm, Li Yi's smile becomes more genuine. He pauses, then earnestly tells her, "We have only 3 days to prepare. You must rest well. Once you feel better, we will return to the Dingguo Gongfu to bid farewell to your parents. This is our duty as children and must be done." "Very well," Qin Muwan replies, her voice soft yet resolute as she firmly grasps Li Yi's hand in return. "Wherever you go, I shall follow." Their hands remain tightly clasped. Outside, the sunlight shines brightly, warm and radiant, dispelling the last remnants of gloom within the bedroom. Chapter 89. The reckless farewell. The Wangfu of the Prince of Leisure stands with its gates firmly shut, bearing a sign indicating no visitors are welcome. The entire estate is steeped in a tense and bustling atmosphere. Servants rush about, either transporting belongings or packing for the impending journey, making final preparations for the long trip ahead. Though the matter of Li Yi's fratricide has been silenced by Li Jingyu's decree, the truth cannot remain hidden, especially regarding palace affairs. Soon, the news of the Prince of Leisure storming the palace and slaying his brother, followed by his exile to Jiangnan, spreads through the streets and alleys like wildfire. Some marvel at his audacity, others lament his impulsiveness, while some revel in the spectacle, eagerly anticipating the fall of this once royal figure. At this moment, at the back entrance of the Wangfu, a shadowy figure was peering cautiously. "Hey, Fu Guanjia, it's me, Wei Tung, the young master of the Wei Qiagong mansion, Wei Tung," whispered as he called through the crack of the door. Fuan opened a small gap in the door and, upon seeing Wei Tung, wore an expression of reluctance. "Wei Zio Gongyi, the Wanjai has ordered not to receive guests." "I know, I'm not a guest. I'm his brother," Wei Tung insisted, pulling out a crumpled note from his pocket and shoving it through the gap. "This is urgent. Deliver this to Igor. If he refuses to see me, I will block the door every day." With no choice, Fuan took the note and hurried toward the inner courtyard. Li Yi was in the study, personally overseeing the packing of his treasured books and drawings. Upon receiving the note from Fuan, he opened it to find bold characters written in an exuberant style. "Igor, I hear you're leaving. As renowned rascals of the capital, we must share a drink before you go. After all, we weathered storms and roamed the streets together. Old place, Zycianlu, the Tianzi room. I'll have the wine ready for you." Seeing the familiar scrawl and the audacious tone, a rare, genuine smile broke across Li Yi's otherwise tense face. In a city where human warmth was fleeting and friendships could turn as quickly as the turning of a page, it was this audacious friend who dared to seek him out for a drink amidst the storm. Returning to his chamber, he found Qin Muwan leaning against the headboard, engrossed in a military strategy book. Her complexion markedly improved. "I need to step out to meet a friend," Li Yi said softly, tucking her blanket in.
You rest well. Don't wait for me. Is it Wei Xiaogongyi? Qin Muwan, perceptive as ever, guessed the visitor's identity. Li smiled but did not deny it. Come back early. Don't drink too much, she gently advised, her tone as natural as if they had been a loving couple for years. Li felt warmth in his heart, nodded, and changed into a simple outfit typical of a wealthy young man. He quietly slipped out through the back door, avoiding the clamor of the front courtyard. Xianlu was among the most opulent establishments in the capital. Even during the day, the sounds of music and dance filled the air. In the main hall, patrons engaged in lively discussions while dancers displayed their graceful forms, creating a scene of vibrant splendor. In stark contrast to the bustling atmosphere below was the Tianzi room on the third floor. Inside, a round table was laden with an array of exquisite delicacies: roasted whole lamb, bear paw, and camel hump, all signature dishes of Xianlu, enticing enough to whet anyone's appetite. However, the table's master, Wei Tung, sat amidst this bounty, his handsome face twisted in anguish, holding a wine cup while sighing heavily, devoid of his usual carefree demeanor. As the door swung open, Li entered. "Oh, whose funeral is this? Little gong guy, are you drowning your sorrows in drink?" Li teased with a grin. Wei Tung's eyes lit up at the sight of him. Disregarding decorum, he rushed forward and embraced Li tightly. "Damn it, Igor, you finally come." After the embrace, Wei Tung stepped back, scrutinizing Li before launching into a tirade. "I knew that scoundrelly Tai was no good, but you were too bold. Right in front of the Emperor, using a crossbow. Igor, you're now the most legendary figure in the capital." As he ranted, he pushed Li into a seat, pouring him a drink. Worry and curiosity etched across his face. "What on earth happened? Tell me, brother. You didn't suffer any losses, did you?" Li, sitting comfortably, picked up a shiny roasted chicken leg and bit into it, grease dripping down as he muttered, "Legend? What a load of nonsense. I'm merely ridding the world of harm while securing myself a tranquil retirement spot. You understand?" He gulped down a generous swig of wine, wiping his mouth as he continued his laid-back philosophy. "Look at this wretched place in the capital, dry as a bone, and the water is terrible. The most critical issue is the complexity of human nature. Today, you support me. Tomorrow, you trip me up. Isn't that exhausting? Where's the peace of my Iniang Jun? Jiangnan, the land of fish and rice. In the future, I'll be far removed from the reach of anyone. I'll sleep until I wake naturally, and with a fishing rod in one hand and a barbecue grill in the other, I'll live a blissful life. What do they call that? Early retirement. Enjoying life. Their envy of me is palpable." He spoke of his exile as if he had drawn the winning card, as if it were an unmatched honor bestowed by the emperor. Wei Tung, momentarily taken aback by his twisted reasoning, opened his mouth, finally managing to say, "So, should I congratulate you then?" "Absolutely." Li thumped his chest, indignant. The two exchanged cups, laughing and teasing one another, as if they had returned to their carefree days of youth. However, as the wine flowed and the dishes were cleared, the atmosphere in the private room gradually sobered. Wei Tang's eyes reddened slightly as he set down his cup, lowering his voice, his expression unusually serious. "Igor, stop with the nonsense. Tell me honestly, have you wanted to leave for a long time? Is this just a convenient opportunity?" Li paused mid-bite, looking up at Wei Tung. "Rest assured." Wei Tung interjected before he could respond, slamming his fist on the table, gritting his teeth. "In the capital, I will look out for you. I'll visit the Dingguo Gongfu regularly. And those businesses of yours, who dares to touch them? I'll be the first to smash their shop." Seeing Wei Tung's righteous fury, as if he were ready to take a bullet for him, Li felt a softening in his heart. He didn't directly answer Wei Tung's question, but set down the chicken leg and poured him another drink. "All right, stop looking so glum, like a woman mourning. There are indeed a few matters I need you to keep an eye on." Wei Tung sat up straight. "What is it?" "I have a few small shops under my name, cosmetics and pastries. For instance," Li said leisurely. "Now that I'm leaving, I'll one-team manage them. Please keep an eye on them. Any profits can be for your drinking as a treat from me. However, I want the account books sent to Jiangzhou monthly for me to review." Wei Tung immediately understood that this was about maintaining a channel of information regarding the capital's economy. "Don't worry, I've got it covered," he assured confidently. "Also," he continued, "please look after my in-laws. They have only one daughter, and now she has gone far away with me. They must be feeling quite unsettled. Take a couple of good bottles of wine to visit them. If anyone dares to cause trouble for the Dingguo Gongfu, You must inform me at once. Of course. Your in-laws are like my own uncle and aunt. Wei Tung readily agreed. Lastly, Li Yi raised his cup, clinking it firmly against Wei Tung's. Once I've established myself in Jiangnan and developed dishes even better than those at Zyxian Lu or projects more entertaining than Qin Muwan, you'll be the first to know. Don't you dare complain about the distance when the time comes. Nonsense. Even if you run to the ends of the earth, I'll find you. Wei Tung exclaimed, his eyes reddened as he drained his cup. All feasts must come to an end. When Li Yi stepped out of Zyxian Lu, the sky was already dimly lit. He declined Wei Tung's offer to escort him, choosing instead to walk alone along the deserted streets of the early morning. The long street was silent, only the distant sound of the watchman's clapper occasionally ringing out. He turned back to glance at the imperial palace, its gilded silhouette becoming clearer in the dawn light, that resplendent cage. And then at the gold-lettered sign of Zyxian Lu behind him, the bustling and clamorous capital, with its myriad of schemes and conflicts, seems to have truly become irrelevant to him from this day forth. A serene smile graced the corners of his lips, with a laugh echoing like the vast sea. He hummed an off-key modern tune, his hands cradling his head, as his silhouette elongated and gradually vanished at the end of the long street. The following day, the sky was resplendent. After a day of careful recuperation and a night of restful slumber, the residual toxins within Qin Muwan had nearly been purged. Aside from her internal energy not yet fully restored, she moved as freely as any ordinary person. Li Yi rose early, personally attending to her grooming. As he delicately draped a thick fox fur cloak over Qin Muwan, his movements were tender, as if handling a rare treasure. Today the wind is strong. Do take care not to catch cold, he advised, fastening the ties at her collar. Qin Muwan stood still, allowing him to arrange her. She gazed at the man before her, who had returned to the residence only at dawn, the dark circles under his eyes still evident. The early morning found him once again preoccupied with matters concerning the Dingguo Gongfu, stirring a pang of sympathy within her. The two shared a humble carriage, escorted by night guards as they made their way to the Dingguo Gongfu. Inside the carriage, the atmosphere was tranquil and warm. Qin Muwan opened her mouth several times, wishing to express something, yet she found herself at a loss for words. Ultimately, all her thoughts converged into a single statement. Li Yi, thank you. Li Yi smiled gently, taking her hand in his. Here we go again. Do you really need to say such things to me? We are husband and wife, are we not? Qin Muwan nodded emphatically, choosing to remain silent as she tightened her grip on his hand. Upon their arrival at the Dingguo Gongfu, a throng of people awaited them at the entrance. Led by the old steward, the household servants lined up on either side. As they witnessed Qin Muwan descend from the carriage unscathed, expressions of genuine joy and relief spread across their faces. Li Yi supported Qin Muwan, guided by the steward, as they entered the main hall of the Gongfu. Within the hall, Lin Huanyang's eyes were red-rimmed, clearly having wept for quite some time, clutching a silk handkerchief tightly. Wanner. Upon seeing her daughter's still somewhat pale complexion, Lin Huanyang could no longer contain her emotions. She rushed forward, embracing Qin Muwan tightly, tears cascading like pearls released from a broken string. My poor Wanner, you have caused your mother such worry. You haven't suffered any grievances, have you? The royal family, truly, is no place for humans. It is a den of devourers, though she refrained from directly blaming anyone. Her words were laced with unrestrained anger and resentment towards the heartlessness of the royal family. The servants in the hall lowered their heads, not daring to breathe. Before Qin Muwan could offer comfort, Li Yi stepped forward and, lifting his robe, performed a formal bow, paying his respects to Qin Lai and his wife. Esteemed father-in-law, esteemed mother-in-law, his voice was steady and sincere, echoing clearly in the hall. It is I, the young son-in-law, who failed to protect Muwan, allowing her to fall into peril. This matter is entirely my fault. I stand here to seek your forgiveness. He did not offer a single word of defense for himself, nor did he present any objective reasoning. He simply bore the weight of all responsibility upon his own shoulders. Qin Lai remained silent for a long while before finally waving his hand, instructing his wife, you take Wanner to the side hall to rest. I have a few words to discuss privately with him. Lin Huanyang cast a worried glance at her daughter and Li Yi, but eventually nodded, leading Qin Muwan away. The spacious main hall was soon left with only the two men. Qin Lai did not allow Li Yi to rise, keeping him in his kneeling position.
He slowly stood, pacing before Li Yi, looking down at him from a height. I shall ask you 3 questions, and you must answer truthfully. Qin Lai's voice bore the weight of a seasoned warrior. Please proceed, father-in-law. First, Qin Lai's gaze was sharp as a blade. Do you know that in front of His Majesty, killing Li Tai is a grave sin, enough to merit your death 10 times over? Why do you dare to act so? Are you not afraid? Li Yi raised his head, meeting Qin Lai's scrutinizing gaze, and calmly replied, in response to my father-in-law, I am afraid. I fear that had I arrived, even a moment later, Muwan would have suffered irreparable harm. As a husband, if I cannot protect my wife, what value does my life hold? As for the consequences, having made my choice, I shall bear them alone. The chill in Qin Lai's eyes lessened slightly as he continued. Second, His Majesty has tasked me with overseeing your Suanwei, a mysterious and formidable force. What is its origin? Why do you maintain such a private army? This was a far more perilous question, striking directly at Li Yi's trump card and ambitions. Li Yi replied calmly, the Suanwei is not a private army. They are merely some unfortunate souls I have gathered over the past decade, homeless or wronged individuals. I have taught them to read and write, to defend themselves, simply wishing for them to live honorably. Now, entrusting this power to my father-in-law is something I would do with greater peace than with anyone else. Qin Lai remained non-committal, pressing forward with the final and most pressing inquiry. Third, you have been demoted to Jiangzhou, nominally a prince, but in truth exiled. What are your intentions concerning my daughter moving forward? Upon hearing this, Li Yi's face broke into a relieved smile as he outlined his vision for the future. To distance myself from the turmoil of the capital suits me well. Once in Jiangnan, I shall seek a picturesque place where Muwan and I can wander the mountains, savor exquisite cuisine, and live our tranquil lives. Then, his expression turned solemn as he earnestly vowed, rest assured, esteemed father-in-law and mother-in-law, as long as I draw breath, I shall protect her with all my might and ensure she never again endures the slightest grievance, as she has today. Qin Lai fixed his gaze upon him for a long time, and at last, the tight lines of his iron-like face softened. You may rise. He turned and walked to the wall, retrieving a token crafted from black iron, engraved with the image of a fierce tiger, and tossed it to Li Yi. This is my command token. From the capital to Jiangzhou, across thousands of miles, all relay stations, military garrisons, and checkpoints shall regard this token as if they were seeing me in person. Should any unruly rascals dare to trouble you on the road, you may summon troops to suppress them. This token was not merely a shield, but the highest form of recognition from the Dingguo Gongfu, fully accepting Li Yi as one of their own. Thank you, father-in-law. Li Yi slowly rose, accepting the token with reverence. As Li Yi emerged from the main hall, Lin Huaniang had already taken Qin Muwan's hand and was waiting for him in the side hall. Upon seeing Li Yi, Lin Huaniang's gaze held only a tinge of the complex emotions a mother feels for her son-in-law. She pushed forward a heavy pear-wood box that had long been prepared. Inside are some precious herbs for Muwan's protection, along with several silver notes. As you journey to Jiangnan, being unfamiliar with the area, you will need funds. As she spoke, she retrieved a package from the bedside, handing it to Qin Muwan. Inside were several garments she had personally sewn for her daughter, a mother's thread in her hand, a child's clothing on their back. Lin Huaniang's eyes glistened with tears once more. Finally, she took Li Yi's hand, speaking gently. Our Wanner has wielded blades since childhood. Her temperament is direct, and her spirit fierce. Henceforth, I entrust her to your care. May you both live well in Jiangnan. Rest assured, mother-in-law, Li Yi nodded earnestly. As the sun dipped low in the west, casting golden rays across the Dingguo Gongfu, Li Yi and Qin Muwan once again bowed in farewell to her parents, departing the Gongfu amidst Qin Muwan's lingering glances back.